Supreme Pupillary Master, Peerless Eldest Miss Chapter 1226 to Chapter 1406. After the lightning beast was severely injured by the formation, its strength did not decrease much after activating its berserk beast bloodline. It roared and charged toward the sixth elder and the others. In an instant, the sixth elder and the others were like moths that fell into a trap. They were burned by the lightning beast's flames. Countless screams were heard. The experts of the Bai family were directly swept away by the thunder beast, and all of them were torn to pieces. The blood and slaughter stimulated the lightning beast even more, causing its aura to become even more violent. The power of thunder and lightning around it also danced wildly with even more power. Ah! Amidst the screams, the sixth elder quickly stomped his feet and said, "Use the beast-binding rope." The beast-binding rope was prepared to be used when the lightning beast was exhausted. They had no choice but to use it now. Otherwise, the Bai family's experts would all lose their lives. They would not be able to stop the lightning beast from leaving and killing. The group threw out ropes one after another. Roar! When the lightning beast saw the ropes being thrown out, it subconsciously used its claws to block them. However, the moment its paws touched the ropes, it was as if it was electrocuted. Its entire body was in so much pain that it quivered. Sensing that the beast-binding rope was not to be trifled with, the lightning beast immediately restrained its wild nature. It stomped on the ground and was about to leave in a hurry. However, since the Bai family had thrown out the beast-binding rope, how could they let it leave? Immediately, the beast-binding rope was thrown out one after another, crisscrossing in the air. In the blink of an eye, the lightning beast was trapped within. Then, the sixth elder led a group of Bai family's martial spirit realm experts and rushed toward the lightning beast. Attack! Even if we have to pay with our lives, we must make it stay. One attack after another was thrown at the lightning beast. The lightning beast was already injured. Coupled with the beast-binding rope's obstruction and restraint, it was unable to resist the attacks of the Bai family's experts. Although it had killed many Bai family's experts. As the saying goes, many ants can bite an elephant to death. Under the Bai family's relentless attacks, the lightning beast finally fell with a wail under the effect of the beast-binding rope that was getting tighter and tighter. Its body was tightly bound. Looking at the bound thunder beast, the sixth elder and the others wiped off their sweat. More than half of the people they had brought with them had died. Only less than half of them were barely holding on. If they still could not catch the lightning beast, then it would really be over. The losses this time were too great. There were less than 100 people left, and most of them were martial spirits. Not only that, they were all heavily injured. The sixth elder covered his wound and said angrily, "Eldest young master has gone too far this time. When I return to my family, I will definitely report this matter to my superiors." The anger in the sixth elder's heart could not be extinguished. If not for Bai Jintang delaying his arrival this time, their losses would not be so great. Now that there were so few of them left, and all of them were injured, they didn't know how to explain it to their families when they returned. He was absolutely not willing to be the scapegoat. He cursed angrily, then raised his head and drank a bottle of medicinal liquid. After trying his best to calm the aura in his body, he immediately walked towards the purple jade heart fruit tree. The purple jade bright heart fruit had long since ripened. Although it was a little strange that the thunder beast had broken a corner of the array, why hadn't the smell completely leaked out? But the sixth elder didn't think too much about it. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't imagine that someone could easily control this sage realm array. He raised his hand to pick the amethyst bright jade fruit. The smell of the fruit had already leaked out. Although it was only a trace, it was still better to leave this place. This amethyst bright jade fruit was also promised to that lord that he must take it back. Just as the sixth elder reached out to pick the amethyst bright jade fruit, boom! The formation, which had been dormant, was suddenly activated. Not only that, but a figure suddenly appeared beside the sixth elder and raised her hand to pick the amethyst bright jade fruit one step faster than him. Luo Qingtong's lips curled into a smile. She glanced at the sixth elder who was shocked by her appearance and raised her hand to pick the amethyst bright jade fruit. "Sorry, this fruit is mine." As Luo Qingtong's voice sounded, the array suddenly blasted towards the sixth elder. When the sixth elder saw her appear, he was going to slap her and stop her. But he didn't expect that the array suddenly activated and blocked his attack. "You!" Seeing Luo Qingtong pick the amethyst bright jade fruit in her hand, the sixth elder's face was both surprised and furious. Where did this young man come from? How could he control the array here? He even snatched the amethyst bright jade fruit that he was about to get. Bastard! Who are you? How dare you snatch our amethyst bright jade fruit? Don't you know that we're from the Bai family? He was flustered and exasperated. Suddenly, he saw Luo Qingtong's figure rush out of the array, and then his face suddenly changed. Not good. He hurriedly rushed out of the array. Boom! The array exploded in an instant. The aftermath was enough to seriously injure the Thunder Beast, and instantly killed a group of Bai family experts who saw the commotion here and rushed over to help. Seeing another group of people die on his side, the sixth elder's face became even more flustered and exasperated. Bastard! Who the hell are you? He just said that when he saw Suyu and the others rush out from the side. Who I am, you can only go to hell to ask. Luo Qingtong looked at them with a chuckle, and then played with the amethyst bright jade fruit in her hand, and then put it into her waist ring. It's you. The sixth elder didn't know Luo Qingtong, but he knew Suyu and the others who were captured by Bai Jingtang a few days ago. Seeing them appear, his expression changed slightly. Where is the young master? What do you think? Very soon, you will be meeting them. Luo Qingtong looked at him with a smile. Humph. Shameless boasting. The sixth elder sneered coldly, and didn't take Luo Qingtong's words seriously at all. His eyes swept over Suyu and the others, and the sneer on his face deepened. With just the few of you? Do you think you can deal with us? I alone can kill you with one hand. The sixth elder's heart was full of disdain. Even if he was injured in the attack with the Thunder Beast, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill this group of people in front of him. He actually dared to boast shamelessly about wanting to kill him. From the sixth elder's point of view, Luo Qingtong's words were just to trick him. Eldest young master must have been trapped by them using some small tricks, so he couldn't make it in time. Humph. There was a knife above the character of lust. Sooner or later, the young master would suffer a great loss because of this, but he didn't know that his words had already come true. Bai Jingtang not only suffered a big loss, but he was already dead. You want to deal with us? You're overestimating yourself. For the sake of our young master's favor, hand over the clear heart purple jade fruit and obediently let us capture you. I will only cripple your cultivation and spare your cheap lives. The sixth elder raised his head and said. Is that so? Unfortunately, I am not willing to spare your lives. Luo Qingtong looked at him and raised her eyebrows. Not far away, in the hill where they were previously hiding, Yu Huang raised his head from a pile of medicinal powder with a spitting face, and then rushed over to them. Luo Qingtong looked at his figure, the smile on her lips deepened. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. I will help you get rid of the powder on your body. Luo Qingtong looked at Yu Huang's face, as if he just crawled out from a pile of flour. She couldn't help but laugh. Okay. This is what you said. Yu Huang really couldn't stand the thick powder on his body. Unfortunately, Luo Qingtong's powder stuck to his body and couldn't be shaken off. Yu Huang's face turned green. He just wanted to quickly deal with these Bai family members in front of him, and then quickly get rid of the powder on his body. Hearing her words, the sixth elder was first angry, then he laughed. Deliberately mystifying. Previously, you used the young master's death to trick me. Now, I don't know where this fool came from, but you still want to continue to trick me? It's a pity that, in the face of absolute power, your little tricks are just little tricks. I am not the young master, I will not give you the opportunity to take advantage of me. Just wait for your death, the sixth elder said, looking at Luo Qingtong and the others with eyes full of mockery. He raised his hand and sent a palm towards Yu Huang. From his point of view, this person who seemed to be wrapped in flour from head to toe was no different from a clown. How could such a person be a powerhouse? What kind of expert would put himself in such a sorry state? Furthermore, he had to obey the orders of a martial emperor. The sixth elder had a disdainful look on his face. Luo Qingtong, Suyu, and the others looked at him silently. In this day and age, there were always people who felt that they weren't courting death enough and desperately added scenes for themselves. What else could they say? As for Yu Huang, when he heard the sixth elder's words, his face turned green. An idiot, accept death, very good. Yu Huang was the imperial sect master, so there were not many people who dared to scold him like this. He looked at the sixth elder and smiled. His smile was especially cold and murderous. How should he kill this sixth elder? Yu Huang looked at the attack coming towards him and raised his hand with a bang. In an instant, the sixth elder was sent flying along with his attack. At the moment when he was sent flying, the sixth elder's face was still very stunned. His eyes still maintained deep mockery and malevolence, but in the next second, he was sent flying while vomiting blood. Blood splattered all the way. Yu Huang coldly flicked his sleeves and looked at him. Obviously, he still had that funny look on his face, but the sixth elder couldn't laugh anymore. Seeing this, the Bai family members behind him hurriedly rushed over. Sixth elder. Their hearts were overwhelmed with shock. Before they could react, an extremely strong aura instantly enveloped them, shrouding them all under the aura of a Saint Realm expert. Beat him. Whoever hits him the most, I'll give him a quick death. Otherwise. Yu Huang said as he waved his hand. In an instant, one of the Bai family's experts was turned into a pile of bones. During this process, his mournful screams didn't stop. After a long time, he finally breathed his last. Looking at this scene, the Bai clan experts felt a chill run down their spines. They looked at the sixth elder. The latter's face was already pale with fear. He looked at the eyes that were looking at him, and he constantly shrank back and retreated. No. The sixth elder's heart was filled with remorse. He would never have thought that the person he casually mocked was actually such a valiant expert. Yu Huang raised his hands and feet and beat him until he was half dead and half alive. The sixth elder's heart was filled with despair. Sixth elder, I'm sorry. A Bai family expert gritted his teeth and said. The screams of white bones seemed to still linger in his ears. He couldn't bear to die in such a miserable way. As the expert spoke, he immediately pounced on the sixth elder. Seeing this, the others also rushed up. No. Ah. The sixth elder's scream was mournful, but soon, his scream was drowned out by the sound of punches and kicks. Bang bang bang. While Yu Huang was dealing with the sixth elder and the Bai family experts, Luo Qingtong's figure appeared in front of the thunder beast. Roar. The thunder beast was tied up by the beast binding rope and was almost dying. Feeling Luo Qingtong approaching, it immediately struggled and let out a violent roar at her. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes and looked at it, then asked, submit or die? She released her aura, bringing with it a strong murderous aura. Luo Qingtong's aura didn't have the slightest mercy. If the thunder beast was unwilling, Luo Qingtong would immediately kill it. For Luo Qingtong, although a saint beast was powerful, she had already seen the power of a divine beast. She didn't feel that she needed to be patient with it. It was just a saint beast. If it didn't submit, then kill it. Luo Qingtong's indifferent face. Sensing her nonchalant attitude, the lightning beast hesitated. Luo Qingtong was completely different from the humans it had interacted with before. The other party didn't seem to care about its life or death or whether it submitted or not. It seemed to be just a casual question. If it's not, it's death. This wasn't a threat, but a fact. This made the thunder beast a little scared. Beasts weren't fools. On the contrary, some beasts were smarter than humans. They knew how to seek fortune and avoid calamity. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. Seeing Luo Qingtong's attitude was clear and firm, the thunder beast became weak. Roar. It let out a low roar, which could be considered as a compromise. After all, in this situation, it could neither escape nor fight, so it had no choice but to submit. Or wait for death. Other thunder beasts might think that they couldn't kill it in one move. They could let it toss around, throw a tantrum, and serve it like an ancestor. Luo Qingtong looked at it coldly. The thunder beast instantly let out a low cry and lowered its head to show its submission. When Luo Qingtong saw it submit, she immediately called Suyu over. Stand still. As she spoke, she pointed at Suyu's head. Luo Qingtong didn't know how other people formed a contract with a demonic beast. She recalled the scene when she and Little Pig formed a contract. Then, she drew the inverted six-pointed star array that appeared on her and Little Pig's bodies. If other people drew this array, they would only have the form but not the spirit. However, Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes were different. Her hands were drawing on Suyu and the lightning beast's foreheads at the same time. Buzz, as the lines took shape, a faintly discernible fluctuation of heaven and earth drifted around Suyu and the lightning beast. A strange feeling inexplicably formed in the hearts of the human and beast. Roar! The lightning beast widened its eyes in shock. It was dumbstruck as it looked at Luo Qingtong's actions. Heaven and earth contract. This human was actually drawing a heaven and earth contract that only ancient mythological beasts could form. This, as a beast, no one understood the benefits of a heaven and earth contract better than the lightning beast. This was borrowing the power of the heavens to form a contract with a human. A contract like this would ignore the difference in level between the human and beast. Both parties were equal. Most importantly, this heaven and earth contract could allow a beast to borrow the power of a human and break through the upper limit of its strength. After all, ancient mythological beasts were already powerful enough. Why would they need to form a contract with a human? The first type was that they had no choice but to do so. They needed to borrow the power of a human to break free. The second type was that due to the limitations of the beast's race and bloodline, there was a limit to the growth of their strength. However, humans didn't. By borrowing the potential of a human, they could continue to break through the upper limit of their strength and raise the level of their race's bloodline. They could raise their strength to a level that surpassed the upper limit of their race's strength. Of course, that was if the human was strong enough. In short, the benefits of the heaven and earth contract were indescribable. The most important thing was that through this contract, as long as Suyu was powerful enough in the future, it was completely possible for the Thunder Beast to surpass the level of a Saint Beast. How could this lightning beast not be excited and shocked by such benefits? If it had known that this human wanted it to submit to him by signing a contract like this, it would have cried and screamed to hug his thigh. There was no need to tie him up. It would never stand if it was told to lie down, and it would never sit if it was told to lie down. The lightning beast was overjoyed, and it couldn't help but cry out. In an instant, the sound reverberated in all directions. Yu Huang, who was cleaning up the Bai family, glanced over, and his gaze immediately changed. Beast-taming seal? No, that's not right. If it was an ordinary beast-taming seal, the lightning beast would have already cried out in pain. The beast-taming seal was used to take away the control of the Thunder Beast's mind and connect it with the target's mind, thus achieving the purpose of controlling the demonic beast. The level of the selected demonic beast should not be higher than the demonic beast that was sealed. Otherwise, the demonic beast might suffer a backlash. Luo Qingtong was obviously helping Suyu form a contract with the lightning beast. This lightning beast's strength was at the peak of the martial spirit realm. When it went berserk, its true battle strength was comparable to a Saint Realm expert. As for Suyu, Yu Huang glanced at Suyu. The latter's strength was obviously not at the martial emperor realm. Under such circumstances, how could both sides form a contract? But unfortunately, this impossible phenomenon happened right in front of Yu Huang. She sensed that the power in her body was draining away at an extremely frightening speed. In just a moment, all the power in her body had been drained away. And that heaven and earth contract had yet to take shape. Luo Qingtong frowned. She extracted the power from the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood and supplied it to the heaven and earth contract. Only when the power in the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood was almost completely drained did the connection between Suyu and the lightning beast was completely established. Luo Qingtong's lips slightly twitched. F***ck, this was the power of an outer court elder of the Celestial Palace, a sage master after his death. Luo Qingtong originally drew it and prepared to use it as a trump card in the future. But now, 70 to 80% of it had been drained away. One must know that Luo Qingtong didn't even use 1/10 of this power to deal with Bai Jingtang. What was the deal with this contract pattern? Why did it require so much power? Wasn't this a contract pattern that all ancient mythological beasts could contract? It should be very easy to contract a sacred beast, especially one that was in the growth stage. Luo Qingtong felt that she had overlooked something, so much so that she had dug a pit for herself. In fact, this was indeed the case. This heaven and earth contract belonged to an ancient mythological beast, and not every ancient mythological beast could use it. Under such circumstances, Luo Qingtong naturally required an astonishing amount of power to use this heaven and earth contract. If not for the fact that the lightning beast was only in the growth stage, Luo Qingtong would have to use even more power. Even if she was drained dry, it wouldn't be enough. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched as she lowered her body. Meanwhile, Little Pig had already jumped out of her bosom. Its pair of beady eyes stared at Luo Qingtong as it said, "Speak." It had a serious expression, which was a far cry from its usual smugness. With a serious face, it said, "Are you the illegitimate daughter of the Heavenly Tao?" PFFF. Luo Qingtong originally thought that it was going to say something, but in the end, it said such a sentence with a serious face. Luo Qingtong's face twitched, and she glanced at it in exasperation. If I were the illegitimate daughter of the Heavenly Tao, I would have long ruled the world and ruled the world. What was this pig thinking? In fact, Little Pig didn't want to think this way either, but what Luo Qingtong did was too shocking. Putting aside the various perverted actions from before, at least they were still within the scope of human beings. At this moment, she could even use the heaven and earth contract that the ancient divine beasts could only use by borrowing power from the Heavenly Tao. Although the effect was limited, she still managed to use it. What did this mean? This meant that Luo Qingtong's body definitely contained an extremely powerful force that was comparable to the heavenly energy. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have been able to use this heaven and earth contract. No matter how much power he had, it would not work. Oh. Luo Qingtong softly replied. So this was what Little Pig wanted to say. Of course, she knew that there was a strange force in her body. Otherwise, how could she repair and heal the damage to Xianxia's meridians caused by the heavenly energy? But that was it. That force was not under her control, and it couldn't even make her stronger. What was the difference between having it and not having it? Luo Qingtong knew a long time ago that her eye ability was different from ordinary people. In her previous life, there were many people like Luo Qingtong who had awakened an eye ability in the ancient martial arts world. However, there were none like Luo Qingtong who had such a powerful and comprehensive eye ability. If the world of eye ability was a kingdom, then Luo Qingtong's blood eyes were the absolute king. Those who had awakened an eye ability mostly had a single function. They only had hypnosis and illusions. Their ranking in the ancient martial arts world wasn't high, and almost all of them depended on other people. Only Luo Qingtong stood proudly above all the ancient martial arts ability users. She alone obtained the title of supremacy. Luo Qingtong was the first person to obtain the title of supremacy with a non-combat ability. Her ability was coveted by everyone. Luo Qingtong originally thought that her eye ability had reached its peak in her previous life. But now, after coming to this alternate world, Luo Qingtong realized that there might be room for improvement in her ocular special ability. However, she would only know all of this after her own strength had increased, otherwise, everything would just be a fantasy. Luo Qingtong thought so. She raised her hand and flicked the tip of Little Pig's nose, then put it back into her bosom. Yu Xihuang and Yu Xingji came to her side. Tong Tong. Sister. Behind the two of them followed the group of people that Luo Qingtong had rescued from the underground darkroom. The group of people looked at Luo Qingtong with reverence. Then, they looked at Suyu, who was so happy that she couldn't even speak. Their eyes were filled with envy. Master was really too powerful. Everyone didn't know who Luo Qingtong was. She could actually help people form a contract with a demon beast. Moreover, it was a holy beast. Master. Suyu was incoherent. In her bosom was Lightning Beast, who had shrunk to the size of a normal pet after the heaven and earth contract was formed. The latter had a body of light purple fur, and a pair of big round eyes that took up almost 2/3 of its small face. Just as she was trying to please Luo Qingtong, she cried out and looked at her. Although its master was Suyu, this lightning beast could clearly see that between Suyu and Luo Qingtong, the one who made the decision was completely Luo Qingtong. Moreover, she could help it sign a heaven and earth contract with its master. Lightning Beast didn't expect that it could pick up a pie that fell from the sky. Lightning Beast looked at Luo Qingtong with gratitude. After all, it had an extremely high IQ. When the Bai family captured it, it could already guess what its fate would be. To be able to sign such a heaven and earth contract that all demonic beasts yearned for was truly the greatest fortune of its life. This lightning beast had a feeling that its future destiny might be completely changed because of this heaven and earth contract. How could it not be grateful to Luo Qingtong? If it weren't for the little pig in Luo Qingtong's bosom, and the little pig's aura that was clearly not to be trifled with, the lightning beast would have been filled with a sense of dread. It might have already jumped into Luo Qingtong's bosom. "Are you a beast tamer?" Yu Huang looked at Luo Qingtong. "Beast tamer?" Luo Qingtong raised an eyebrow. There was such a profession in the True Spill continent? She shook her head with an indifferent expression. "Nope." Little Pig and Snowball in Luo Qingtong's body were contracted by her. The reason why she could help Suyu to form a contract was because of the effect of the Heaven and Earth contract. It had nothing to do with Luo Qingtong. However, in Luo Qingtong's previous life in the ancient martial ability world, she had met several ability users who could communicate with and control beasts. However, their ability was clearly different from those who could form a contract with demon beasts. "Not a beast tamer?" Yu Huang looked deeply at Luo Qingtong. Not a beast tamer, but she could help others form a contract with a demon beast. Moreover, it was such a powerful lightning beast. Not only that, this lightning beast was much stronger than Suyu. Yu Huang looked at Luo Qingtong, his gaze swept through the surrounding people, and suddenly raised his hand. Boom! An attack suddenly blasted towards those people who were rescued by Luo Qingtong from the underground secret room. "Master!" Seeing the sudden attack, the group of people's complexion turned pale. Suyu suddenly flashed and appeared beside Luo Qingtong. She shielded Luo Qingtong behind her and looked at Yu Huang, who suddenly made a move with vigilance and alertness. The lightning beast in her hand instantly returned to its original size, and angrily roared at Yu Huang. "Form a human formation," Luo Qingtong said to the group of people. The latter quickly formed the human formation that they used to deal with by Jing Tang. In an instant, Yu Huang's attack fell on the human formation that they had just formed. With a boom, more than half of the attack was penetrated, and the remaining attack fell on the human formation, instantly breaking the formation and sending them flying. The group of people vomited blood and fell to the ground, but at least they managed to keep their lives. "What are you doing?" Luo Qingtong stopped Suyu and Lightning Beast, who were about to make a move, and looked at Yu Huang with knitted eyebrows. Why did this person make a move without saying anything? Did he take the wrong medicine? If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't feel Yu Huang's killing intent towards her, she would have thought that Yu Huang's actions towards these people were directed towards her. "They can't stay." Yu Huang stared at Luo Qingtong and said word by word. "Your ability cannot be revealed. Tong Tong, you probably don't know, but in the entire True Spill continent, there is only one place in the hidden world that has the secret inheritance of beast taming techniques. That's the Beast Taming King Valley. The people there are called beast tamers. They can contract demonic beasts and tame them themselves, and they can also help others contract and tame demonic beasts. The people of the Beast Taming King's Valley are extremely domineering and unbridled in the hidden world. If they know that you're not a beast tamer, but you can help people contract and tame demonic beasts, they will definitely find trouble with you at all costs." To the people of Beast Taming King's Valley, beast taming was the most important method for them to stand at the top of the hidden world. Now, Luo Qingtong was clearly not someone from their side, and yet she could help people contract and tame demonic beasts. This had clearly crossed their bottom line, not to mention that Luo Qingtong could help others contract demonic beasts, and the strength of these demonic beasts was above the contractors. This was even more coveted. This was because in Beast Taming King's Valley, besides the Valley Master and several others, it was impossible for anyone else to accomplish this. Therefore, Luo Qingtong's ability could not be revealed, otherwise, there would be no end of troubles. They were the only ones here who were most likely to leak the fact that Luo Qingtong could help others contract demon beasts. Hearing his words, the group of people who vomited blood on the ground instantly turned pale. They couldn't refute Yu Huang's words. Killing them was indeed the fastest and best way to keep the secret. Although they swore an oath to be loyal to Luo Qingtong, but this kind of thing, who could say for sure, without the test of time, no one knew if there would be someone among them who would reveal Luo Qingtong's secret even if they didn't want their lives. The group of people's faces were filled with despair, covering their wounds without uttering a word. Luo Qingtong looked at them indifferently, then said, "It's okay, they won't betray me." Luo Qingtong would never punish her people because of groundless accusations. What's more, how could it be easy to betray her after becoming her people? Luo Qingtong was hunted down many times in her previous life. She didn't know how many people wanted to betray her, but no one succeeded. Luo Qingtong naturally had a way to make them unable to reveal her secret. Before these people really betrayed her, Luo Qingtong would protect them. This was her promise to her people. Don't mention this matter again, they are my people, don't touch them. Luo Qingtong's words made those people who were lying on the ground cry tears of joy. Master, don't worry, even if we are cut into pieces, we will never reveal Master's secret. They swore to the heavens. Luo Qingtong softly said, get up. She casually threw a few bottles of healing liquid to them, then looked at Yu Huang who was next to her. The latter frowned, he didn't agree with Luo Qingtong's words. But since the other side said so, he could only give up. He looked at Luo Qingtong with resentment and said, AI, being your person is really fortunate Do you want to take me in as well? Along with the imperial sect and the entire southern region's 3 islands and 7 lands, it's definitely a profitable deal. His eyes were full of resentment. This person was so good to his subordinates, give him some, he was very willing to be her person, especially his wife. Okay. Luo Qingtong looked at him, smiling evilly. You swear to the heavens and earth, swear allegiance to me, recognize me as your master. I promise to treat you better than them. As she spoke, she raised her hand and patted Yu Huang's handsome face that was completely covered by a thick layer of powder. Then she directly removed the powder from his body. After the powder was removed, Yu Huang revealed his devilishly handsome face. He looked at Luo Qingtong bitterly. You know I'm not talking about that one. What he wanted was the kind of wife who would accept him. Then there's none, Luo Qingtong said slowly. I don't accept people other than servants. Okay, let's go. Luo Qingtong looked at the group of people she rescued from the underground secret room. They had finished adjusting their breathing, so she immediately turned around. Yes. Suyu and the others replied in unison, and immediately followed her. AI. Tong Tong, wait for me. What about you Xianxia? Yu Huang caught up with Luo Qingtong and asked. If the other side wasn't Luo Qingtong's people, then didn't that mean he still had a chance? Yu Huang secretly calculated in his heart. Luo Qingtong looked at him and suddenly smiled. Of course it's an exception. The man she likes is naturally different from others. Yu Huang's face is gloomy. Why? I don't look worse than him. Yes, you don't look worse than him. Yu Huang is indeed the only person Luo Qingtong has seen who can compete with Yi Qianxian in terms of appearance. Yu Huang, why does it sound like a compliment, but why does he feel inexplicably stifled when he hears it? Is she saying that he can't compare to Yi Qianxian in other aspects? But Yu Huang has no way to refute it. Yi Qianxian is indeed stronger than him. But that's because his heart disease hasn't recovered, so his strength is affected. He will definitely surpass him in the future, somewhere in the outer region. Yi Qianxian stands in the depths of the starry sky with his hands behind his back. He raises his hand and gently caresses the Shifang dragon ring in his hand. I don't know what will happen to that woman. Did anyone bully her in the far west wilderness? Yi Qianxian inexplicably regrets that he was too lax in the past. In the far west wilderness, he didn't build a black field city. Otherwise, Luo Qingtong wouldn't be so helpless in the far west wilderness, but this time Luo Qingtong is going to the far west wilderness for the Sage King's tomb. It's an excellent experience for her. If he sends too many people around her, it will attract too much attention. It's not a good thing for her. The best way is to solve the matter here as soon as possible and then rush to her side. Thinking of this, Yi Qianxian suddenly slightly squints his eyes. At this moment, Bei Qing's voice comes from the front. Master. As this voice rang out, Yi Qianming suddenly pulled back his hands, flicked his sleeves, and looked forward. Bei Qing and Feng Yu appear in front of him. The two kneel and report, Master, we found the heavenly demon fox's location. However, there are also people from the Star Alliance over there. They obviously have the same goal as us. Mistress. Feng Yu frowned, should we send some men over from Tiandu? Or other realms? No need. Yi Qianxian's voice was cold. There's no need to complicate matters. He had just suppressed the voices of the people from Tiandu. If they knew that he wanted to prolong his life, he was afraid that they would not be able to suppress him. Xianxia didn't care about their ruckus, but Luo Qingtong's blunder had happened before. If these people couldn't be suppressed, then when they went to the True Spill continent, they would inevitably attract trouble from Luo Qingtong. Xianxia didn't want the girl to be threatened or wronged. "Let's go," he said in a deep voice. His figure disappeared on the spot. Beiqing and Fengyu looked at each other worriedly before they hurriedly followed him. While Xianxia was heading towards the location of the heavenly demon fox, Luo Qingtong and the others had also arrived at the number 1 city of the western wilderness, Wild City. "This is Wild City?" Luo Qingtong looked at the huge city wall in front of her. The shape of the city wall was rough and full of power, which corresponded with the word wilderness. At the same time, standing in the endless wilderness of the far west wilderness, it was also incomparably shocking. This wild city looked like 4 or 5 times the size of the holy capital of the Empire of Qin. In 4 directions, except for the gate near the eastern wilderness. The other 3 directions were the widest, richest, and most dangerous areas of the far west wasteland. Because of this, Wild City was called the number 1 city of the western wilderness. Rumble. When Luo Qingtong and the others got close to Savage City, suddenly, a deafening sound came from behind them. Luo Qingtong and the others turned around and saw a group of people galloping towards them from not far behind them. "Move aside. Move aside. Everyone move aside." That group of people were all riding iron-horned rhinoceroses. It was a kind of mount unique to the western wilderness. It had a gentle temperament and a ferocious appearance. It looked very ferocious and mighty. At the same time, its fur was as white as snow. It was very popular among the pioneers in the western wilderness. However, this kind of iron-horned rhinoceroses was very difficult to catch. The price to buy it was also very expensive. Ordinary pioneers in the western wilderness would not be able to get such a mount. In fact, some of the smaller cities outside of Wildland City didn't even have such mounts. At this moment, Luo Qingtong and the others saw that the group of people were all riding iron-horned rhinoceroses, and these people were all young men and women who were not more than 15 or 16 years old. It was very obvious that these people were the children of big families in Savage City. Luo Qingtong looked at this group of people rushing towards them. Their actions were unruly, and they were shouting loudly for people to move aside. She immediately twisted her eyebrows. However, she was too lazy to argue with such people. She pulled Suyu and the others to the side. Yu Sihuang was wearing a veil hat on his head. When Luo Qingtong pulled his sleeve, his originally unhappy mood became happy. He was too lazy to pay attention to these children of influential families in Savage City who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. A group of people stood outside the city gate, waiting for the group of people to pass by. At this moment, a voice floated over from the opposite side. "AI, these people have been coming here every day. They really don't care about people's lives." "That's right. This family Hu boy also has a hard life. Although he is the product of family Hu's second miss who lost her virginity before marriage, but in any case, he is still the blood of family Hu. And what happened that year, everyone knows that it was not the second miss's fault. These people from the Hu clan are really insulting the other party." "That's right. No one knew how he managed to pass through the dangerous western wastelands to reach Savage City. Sigh. How pitiful. In the end, the family Hu people treated him like that. You're just bullying him because he's a fool." "Yes. It's also because family Hu's head is seriously ill and doesn't care about anything, and family Hu's eldest young master has been paralyzed and unconscious in bed ever since that incident. Otherwise, how could family Hu be in this state?" "Yes. Sigh, if the second elder of the side branch wants to seize power, how could he allow a male from the main branch to stand in front of him? Even if he was an idiot, it would not do. Isn't he trying to torment that kid from family Hu? He even pushed him out to be the object of amusement for the other aristocratic families. This brat is really lucky. I don't know if fortune favors fools, but I can't die no matter how hard I try." "Shoo. Stop talking, those people are coming." Hearing the whispers from all around, Luo Qingtong's brows immediately furrowed. Was she imagining things? Why did she feel that the person these people were talking about was very familiar? Family who? An idiot. Did they find him outside? Luo Qingtong's brows furrowed. At this moment, the group of people had already rushed to the city gate. Behind that group of people, there was a person tied up and dragged along. That person's 4 limbs were bound by chains as thick as a child's arm. His entire body was tied up tightly, and he was dragged along by that group of people on their iron-horned rhinoceroses. Seeing this scene, many people in the surroundings cried out in alarm. With such strength and speed, this person's body was obviously not protected by any aura. This person would be dragged to death. Who would have thought that this group of people was running so wildly to make way for the person behind them? Many people who had just heard the whispers in the surroundings finally understood what they were talking about. These children of the aristocratic families in Wildland City really did not take human lives seriously. Moreover, listening to the words of the people nearby, the person being dragged could be considered a member of the family who. The other party was just going to let him be trampled on like this. While everyone was astonished and crying out in alarm, Luo Qingtong was furious in her heart. Not for anything else, but because the person being dragged by that group of people was none other than Chu Lingfeng. Why was this big blockhead here? And he was being dragged along like this? Luo Qingtong looked at the scene in front of her, and a burst of anger erupted in her heart. At this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly came from that group of people. Haha. Hu Yenner, Hu Bang, you 2 siblings are really good. Bringing such a thick-skinned blockhead to play with us is really too enjoyable. Yes. Haha. Look at that blockhead, his life is really as cheap as a dog's. No matter how we play, he won't die. I think we should change the game tomorrow. We'll cover the ground with gravel, clamp a blade, and play again. Those young men and women laughed wantonly, and the words in their words made people tremble from the bottom of their hearts. They were really too vicious, and did not take human lives seriously at all. Everyone cast sympathetic glances at the person who was being dragged. Suyu and the others also looked over. The people from the Luo family's Iron Army did not have much of a reaction. They had never seen Chu Lingfeng before, and naturally did not know who he was. Seeing this scene, he only felt sympathy in his heart. Suyu immediately recognized Chu Lingfeng. Master. She covered her mouth and exclaimed softly, looking at Luo Qingtong. The latter took a step forward with a cold expression and stood in front of the group of people. Chu Lingfeng. Luo Qingtong's cold voice pierced through the laughter of those people and resounded in Chu Lingfeng's ears. Get over here. With Luo Qingtong's eye technique, she could naturally see that Chu Lingfeng didn't have any internal injuries. This drag was enough to kill someone, but to him, it was probably not as serious as the injuries he had suffered in the bloody arena in the past. However, Luo Qingtong was not angry that he had been injured. Instead, it was because he was being humiliated and tortured like this, yet he didn't even fight back. That blockhead, Luo Qingtong's voice resounded in Chu Lingfeng's ears. The latter abruptly opened his eyes. Master. His heart was filled with ecstasy as he abruptly pulled on the iron chains that bound his body. Suddenly, he stood up amidst the neighing of the horses. He looked around, searching for Luo Qingtong's whereabouts. Ah! However, Chu Lingfeng suddenly stood up. In an instant, the horses under them were pulled taut by the iron chains. One by one, they were all stopped in their high-speed gallop, amidst the neighing and whining of the frightened horses. All of them suddenly screamed and flew forward. Plop plop. Their bodies fiercely hit the ground, instantly rubbing against the ground as they flew forward. Some of them were luckier and directly flew over the city gate. As for those who were not so lucky, they directly crashed into the majestic and tall city walls, instantly breaking their heads and bleeding. A few powerful aristocratic family descendants flew up fiercely. After a few leaps in the air, they landed on the ground. Bastard! What the hell are you doing, you fool? And you brat, why are you blocking in front of us? Are you looking for death? The aristocratic family descendants were thrown off their horses. Immediately, a wave of anger rushed towards Chu Lingfeng. There was also a group of people who rushed towards Luo Qingtong. At this time, Chu Lingfeng also saw Luo Qingtong. He suddenly exerted his strength. In an instant, with a bang, the iron chains around him were all easily pulled apart by him as if they were made of plastic. The angry people who wanted to cause trouble for him were knocked to the ground by the broken shards of the iron chains before they could even get close. Ouch! Amidst the screams of the crowd, Chu Lingfeng flew to Luo Qingtong's side with a face full of joy. He also sent the aristocratic family descendants who rushed over to her flying. Then, with a face full of joy, he circled around Luo Qingtong. Moss, he was just about to call Luo Qingtong, but then he remembered the words that Luo Qingtong had instructed him in the past, when outside, without her permission or seeing her in another disguise, he was not to call her master directly. Chu Lingfeng sized up Luo Qingtong. Seeing that she wasn't wearing the evil Dr. Ghost Eye's disguise, he immediately swallowed the word master that was about to come out of his mouth. He just looked at Luo Qingtong with a silly smile and kept scratching his head. His appearance, coupled with his honest and foolish appearance, made it hard for people to associate him with the violent and ferocious appearance from before. This was the feeling of a man-eating beast turning into a house pet. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. That unforeseen event had happened too quickly. Everyone was still in a daze. Especially those who had previously thought that Chu Lingfeng was extremely pitiful and was afraid that he would be toyed to death by these young masters. Now that they saw him brimming with energy, they were instantly speechless. Who said that Chu Lingfeng was going to be played to death? Looking at his appearance, there wasn't the slightest bit of injury. These young masters had been dragging him everywhere these past few days. They didn't know who was toying with who. Just as everyone was looking at Chu Lingfeng in a daze, Luo Qingtong looked at Chu Lingfeng and sneered. She was just about to pinch his ear and teach this blockhead a lesson when she heard a flustered and exasperated voice suddenly ring out from not far away. Bastard! Chu Lingfeng! You lowly son of a bitch! Trash, like you actually dared to injure so many of us! Get over here and kneel down to apologize. If you don't let everyone forgive you, don't even think about letting that bitch mother of yours return to the family who. That finger almost poked Chu Lingfeng's nose. Kneel down. Kowtow like a dog and apologize. When they forgive you, then you'd better get up, do you hear me? The figure that was pointing at Chu Lingfeng and scolding him was actually a young girl dressed in a light pink robe. The pink robe accentuated the young girl's age and delicateness, but it couldn't conceal the overbearing attitude on her face and the malice and disdain she had for Chu Lingfeng. Seeing the other party's expression and hearing her words, Luo Qingtong's original intention of teaching Chu Lingfeng a lesson was immediately put aside. Aside from her, no one else was allowed to touch her men. Big brother! Luo Qingtong looked at Chu Lingfeng, and before he could open his mouth, she had already taken the initiative to shout. She looked at the overbearing young girl in pink, and said with a fake smile, "Who is this woman with no manners at all?" She covered her nose, her face full of disgust and disgust. Why does she have a stench on her body? Not only does her mouth stink. She stinks too. Before Luo Qingtong could finish her words, the young girl in pink had already shrieked. What nonsense are you talking about? Who are you calling stinky? Do you know who I am? I'm Hu Yenner from family Hu, you. Before she could finish her vicious words, a stench had already drifted out from her body. In an instant, everyone could smell the strong stench she was emitting. Once the stench was emitted, the surrounding people's gazes towards her immediately changed. This stench was extremely unpleasant, as if it was the smell of dead fish mixed with the smell of the latrine. Everyone looked at Hu Yenner's face that had suddenly turned pale, and thought to themselves, could it be that she had a strong body odor? It was only because there was something special that had previously concealed it. But now, it had been accidentally exposed. If that was the case, it would really be big news in Wilderness City, family whose power was considered to be above average among the families in Wilderness City. If not for Hu Zhongtian and his eldest son Hu Fei, family whose power would have been even higher. Who would have thought that Hu Yenner, who was usually so overbearing and arrogant, would secretly have such a strong body odor? Who knew where she got the face to look down on others? Once this matter was out, Hu Yenner's life in Wilderness City would be difficult in the future. Not only would no one in the aristocratic families look at her in the future. Even those young ladies who had been bullied and despised by her in the past would secretly despise her and mock her. They would no longer be with her, lest they lower their standards. Because of this incident, Hu Yenner was destined to be abandoned by the aristocratic families in Wildland City. Ah! While everyone's expression was strange, Hu Yenner also smelled the strong odor coming from her body. she also didn't know what was wrong with her. Looking at the surrounding people's indescribable gazes, she immediately screamed and ran away. Wherever she went, it was as if the plague had arrived, and the stench filled the air. Everyone immediately moved away, increasingly convinced that Hu Yenner's body odor was strong and unpleasant. Everyone who smelled it wanted to vomit. A few of the young boys and girls who were close to Hu Yenner and Hu Bang quickly sniffed their bodies to make sure that they had not been tainted by the disgusting smell. Immediately, they distanced themselves from Hu Bang, who was standing on the spot. The latter's expression was extremely ugly. He had never thought that Hu Yenner's body would emit such a disgusting smell. What was going on? Could it be that for some reason, his sister had been tainted by this disgusting smell and was unable to get rid of it, so she had been hiding it? And now it suddenly exploded in front of so many people. It was not that Hu Bang did not suspect that someone was secretly trying to harm Hu Yenner. But when Hu Yenner was by his side, she had been acting normal. Then when she rushed in front of that fool, Chu Lingfeng, she suddenly exploded with a disgusting smell. Just now when Hu Yenner was scolding Chu Lingfeng, it was obviously in front of everyone's eyes and almost everyone's attention was on her. Even he himself was the same. If someone wanted to harm Hu Yenner, it was impossible for them not to feel anything. Thinking of this, he immediately dispelled this thought in his heart. Then he took out his anger on Chu Lingfeng. If not for this fool suddenly acting up and throwing them all out, how would the disgusting smell on Hu Yenner's body be discovered? If this was at the entrance of family Hu, it would still be fine and Hu Yenner's matter could still be covered up, but now, she had embarrassed herself at the entrance of Wilderness City. Hu Yenner would probably never be able to turn over a new leaf. Even if the disgusting smell on Hu Yenner's body disappeared, everyone would probably think that she had used some method to cover it up. Hu Bang was enraged as he thought of this. He could not hide the coldness in his eyes as he looked at Chu Lingfeng. It was all this fool's fault. Once this bastard came, nothing good would come out of their bloodline. The family Hu that was just about to be in their hands. Because of him, new problems cropped up. This time, he had offended so many aristocratic disciples, and not only that, he had also caused Hu Yenner's secret to be exposed. He was really hateful. Hu Bang was about to open his mouth and scold Chu Lingfeng. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's voice suddenly rang out. "Big brother, why did they drag you on the ground just now? Don't they know your identity?" Luo Qingtong said as she leisurely looked at the expressions of the people around her. The most important thing was the expressions of Hu Bang and the other noblemen. After the latter and the others distanced themselves from Hu Bang, they were not going to let Luo Qingtong and Chu Lingfeng off. They were about to rush over to settle accounts with the two of them. When he heard Luo Qingtong's words, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. As a descendant of an aristocratic family, the most important creed was that they could be arrogant and foppish, but they absolutely could not bring trouble to the family. Hearing that Chu Lingfeng's identity might not be ordinary, everyone's expression changed slightly. Luo Qingtong didn't give them too much time to think. She directly spoke. "My big brother is from the southern region's imperial sect. How dare you treat him like this? He must be tired of living. You better pray that there is a legitimate reason for this. Otherwise, the southern region's imperial sect will not let this matter rest." Pooh. When Luo Qingtong's words came out, Yu Sihuang, who was beside her, suddenly staggered. Then he whispered in her ear, "Hey, when did he become a member of our imperial sect? How come he didn't know? Your identities are easier to use." If she brought up the black field and her name, it would attract too much attention. If someone paid attention, it would be easy to suspect her identity. Moreover, it would not be beneficial for her to secretly investigate the Saint King's tomb. On the contrary, it would be more convenient to use the identity of the imperial sect. Probably no one would think that she would be together with Yu Sihuang. Yu Sihuang was banned by Yi Qianxian from appearing in the black field. Yu Sihuang's mouth twitched. Soon, he seemed to have thought of something and smiled happily. "Then, is there any benefit in using my identity?" he asked with a smile on his face. "For example, kissing, hugging, and so on." Luo Qingtong looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Before she could speak, Hu Bang on the other side had already shouted with a changing expression. "Impossible. How could this fool be from the imperial sect?" He sneered at Luo Qingtong and the others and said, "Don't think that you can absolve him of his crimes just because you said that." He hurt so many aristocratic children here, and you want to absolve this matter with just a few words? Dream on. How could Hu Bang let Luo Qingtong and the others absolve themselves of this matter? They pushed Chu Lingfeng out for these aristocratic children to play with. They used his mother as a hostage. If he did not listen, his mother would never be recognized by the family Hu and return to the family Hu. This idiot has no brain at all. He actually believed their words after hearing them. Actually, everyone in Wild City knew that Hu Zhongtian had never blamed Hu Yenyang. After she disappeared, he blamed himself deeply for not doing his duty as a father. Due to the pressure from the clan and the outside world, he let his daughter live alone outside and suffered all kinds of rumors and slanders. In the end, she left without saying goodbye. If Hu Zhongtian was not seriously ill and could not get up, and did not know about Chu Lingfeng's arrival, they would not have done anything to Chu Lingfeng. Even so, they did not dare to deal with Chu Lingfeng on their own accord. After all, Hu Zhongtian still had a group of powerful secret guards that belonged solely to the patriarch. Although these people were only loyal to the patriarch and did not care about anything in the family, this did not mean that they would watch as they killed Chu Lingfeng. That was why Hu Bang and Hu Yener were able to use Chu Lingfeng for fun. Anyway, it was fine as long as he didn't kill the other party. Hu Zhongtian didn't have many days left to live. By the time they had complete control over the family Hu, they would be able to kill Chu Lingfeng, that bastard. But now, Chu Lingfeng had offended more than half of the aristocratic families in Wildland City. If the other party didn't take the blame, he would have to take it himself. It was precisely because Hu Bang saw through this that he tried his best to deny Chu Lingfeng's identity. He couldn't let Chu Lingfeng get away with this. He had to let these aristocratic families point their spears at him. Furthermore, with this idiot's foolish appearance, how could he possibly be someone from the imperial sect? Hu Bang didn't believe it at all. In his heart, he was certain that Luo Qingtong had purposely said it to absolve Chu Lingfeng and herself. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows, then transmitted her voice to Yu Sihuang. Do you have a token on you that can prove your identity as someone from the imperial sect? Yes. Yu Sihuang answered without hesitation. But soon, his wolfish nature was revealed. Under the veil hat, that pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes, indescribably charming. The veil hat seemed to penetrate the veil, staring at Luo Qingtong's body. Good. Luo Qingtong looked at him, suddenly smiling wickedly. Taking the opportunity to blackmail her for benefits, perhaps Yu Sihuang didn't know her temper. What kind of benefits do you want? How about a kiss? Luo Qingtong looked at him with a chuckle. Good, good. Yu Sihuang's face was full of joy. She did not expect Luo Qingtong to bring it up herself when she was thinking about it previously. Aya, the world is simply too beautiful. But very quickly, he thought of Luo Qingtong's temperament. Suddenly looking at her with vigilance, he said, let's agree, it's a kiss. He deliberately emphasized the word kiss. It must be your kiss. Kiss the lips. He thought and added another sentence, so as to avoid Luo Qingtong taking advantage of the loophole. Hee. Luo Qingtong looked at him, with a fake smile on her face. She would properly fulfill his wish. Good. She nodded, give me the token. Luo Qingtong's answer was very straightforward, although Yu Sihuang's heart still felt something was wrong. But he thought about it, he couldn't think of anything else that Luo Qingtong could do. He had blocked all the loopholes. This time there was absolutely no problem, thinking. Like this, he suddenly didn't think so much, directly passing the token representing the identity of the imperial sect to Luo Qingtong's hand. With his strength, it was naturally easy for him to not be discovered by anyone. Luo Qingtong played with that token, then under the cover of her sleeve, she directly stuffed that token into Chu Lingfeng's sleeve pocket. Big brother, let them see the token on your body. Luo Qingtong said in a deep voice. Ah? Chu Lingfeng was stunned. He didn't have the imperial sect's token on him at all. He was master's man. Looking at his stunned expression, Hu Bang suddenly sneered. Haha. I knew it, he couldn't be someone from the imperial sect. How could the imperial school recruit a fool? Who didn't know that the imperial sect had already unified the 3 islands and 7 lands after the imperial sect master, Yu Sihuang, was cured of his heart disease? The current imperial sect was already the true overlord of the southern region. How could a fool like Chu Lingfeng join the imperial sect? He was afraid that he would only be a handyman. No one else would want him, Hu Bang thought, feeling both proud and disdainful. As for the other aristocratic families, after hearing his words, the way they looked at Luo Qingtong and the others changed again. Bastard! How dare you lie to us? They looked at Luo Qingtong with faces full of anger and humiliation. Raising their hands, they were about to gather the people from their respective families to help them clean up the mess just now and get back some face. However, before they could make a move, Luo Qingtong had already patted Chu Lingfeng's sleeve. Big brother, it's in your sleeve pocket. This big blockhead, Luo Qingtong, also couldn't do anything to him. However, this character of Chu Lingfeng's was what she liked the most and was most at ease with. It was pure and wholeheartedly for her. So, if he was a little foolish, then so be it. Oh. After being patted by her, Chu Lingfeng immediately obediently followed her instructions and took out the token from his sleeve pocket. This protector. It was actually the protector of the imperial sect. One had to know that under the sect leader and elders were the protectors of the main altar, compared to those elders who only existed as a deterrent force. The protectors of the main altar were the ones who held the real power in the imperial sect. Those who were not close to Yu Huang could not hold the position. More importantly, this protector of the main altar had to be personally issued by Yu Huang. In other words, with this token, even if Chu Lingfeng was not the protector of the imperial sect, he would still be someone who was highly valued by Yu Huang. Thinking of this, how could the faces of these aristocratic children not change? One had to know that although the imperial sect did not have any forces in the far west wilderness, the other sects in the southern region had many forces in the far west wilderness. Under such circumstances, if the imperial sect wanted to make things difficult for them, how could the family clan offend the imperial sect with just the few of them? They would have to hand them over. Thinking of this, they suddenly felt a wave of regret and annoyance. If they had known that family this fool who suddenly appeared, had such a background, they definitely would not have treated him like this. This time, they were really unlucky. Just as everyone was feeling annoyed, Hu Bang's face was indescribably flustered and exasperated. This is impossible. How could this lowly bastard have such an identity? Hu Bang looked at the token in Chu Lingfeng's hand in disbelief. His heart was filled with anger and depression. This lowly bastard actually had such a good life. He was actually able to obtain the appreciation of the imperial sect leader. The imperial sect did not have any forces in the far west wilderness, but in the southern region, they were a proper overlord. Originally, he thought that this lowly bastard and his mother must be in poverty outside, unable to continue, so he wanted to find them at this time by any means possible. He did not expect that the other party's identity outside was so prominent, and that they were living a good life. Hu Bang's face was so ugly that it was as if he had been ruthlessly slapped dozens of times in the face. At this moment, Luo Qingtong glanced at him and suddenly laughed. That's impossible. How could your family not know? As Luo Qingtong spoke, she gently opened the folding fan in her hand and gently fanned herself. She leisurely said, my eldest brother's personality, he always carries this token with him. Did the people of family really not see it at all? As she spoke, her gaze swept from Hu Bang's face to the faces of the nobles. Suddenly, she smiled meaningfully. This plan of using someone else to do your dirty work is pretty good. As Luo Qingtong's voice rang out, the faces of Hu Bang and the other aristocratic family members changed. However, the former changed because of panic, while the latter changed because of anger. Hu Bang! How dare you family who set us up? When Luo Qingtong's words came out, those aristocratic families' younger generation immediately started thinking about many things. They were originally on tenterhooks because they had just dealt with Chu Lingfeng. When Luo Qingtong's words came out, they immediately thought, the reason why they had dealt with Chu Lingfeng earlier and used him for their amusement, it was completely because Hu Bang and his sister had led the other party to them, allowing them to amuse themselves as they pleased. They had previously thought that the family whose siblings were very nice. Now, it seemed that they were not nice at all. At that time, even if they killed the other party, they would take the blame for them. These family people really had a good plan. In an instant, those aristocratic family disciples looked at Hu Bang with ferocious gazes. No. Wait. It's not like that. Hu Bang did not expect that Luo Qingtong would turn the hatred of the aristocratic family disciples to him with just a few words. Looking at these people's ferocious gazes, his heart trembled. These aristocratic family disciples here were not the top existences in their respective families. but they were not that bad either. Otherwise, the siblings Hu Bang and Hu Yenner would not have mingled with them, and even dragged Chu Lingfeng out to curry favor with them. If these people attacked him together, he really would not be able to resist. Even if his family was outside, they would be implicated. After all, these people all thought that his family had plotted against them. We didn't. He tried his best to explain. However, these aristocratic family disciples had already confirmed their thoughts, so why would they listen to his explanation? The token in Chu Lingfeng's hand was real, and his identity was also real. Then, the siblings Hu Yenner and Hu Bang dragged the other party here to amuse them. If not for their evil intentions, what else could it be? When they thought about how they had almost become tools for the other party to kill someone with a borrowed knife, and how they had almost gotten into trouble with the imperial family, these aristocratic family disciples were instantly furious. Hu Bang! Weren't you and Hu Yenner having a good time just now? Come. Let's continue. A group of people sneered as they surrounded Hu Bang. Then, they tied him up like a dumpling in a few moves. Just like how they had treated Chu Lingfeng, they tied the chains behind their horses. This time, we were misled. We will apologize to the imperial family right now. These aristocratic family disciples were very obedient. They clearly wanted to vent their anger, but they did not forget to curry favor with Luo Qingtong and the others. As soon as they finished speaking, they immediately patted the horses they were riding on. In an instant, those iron-horned rhinoceroses turned around and rumbled away with Hu Bang, who was constantly screaming and struggling. Ah! The latter's screams faded away along with the deafening noises, and his figure soon disappeared before everyone's eyes. At the city gate, everyone could only see a cloud of smoke and dust. Many people were secretly cheering in their hearts. What was this called? A wicked person would be dealt with by another wicked person. With Hu Bang's strength and without the protection of his aura, he would still be able to survive if he was dragged along like this. If not, he would just hang up. However, family whose people had plotted against those aristocratic families. Even if Hu Bang was dead, they probably wouldn't dare to cause trouble for those aristocratic families. After all, it was already good enough that the latter didn't cause trouble for them. Hu Bang deserved it, everyone thought so, but Luo Qingtong had watched enough and acted enough. She directly brought Chu Lingfeng, Su Yu, and the others into Wildland City. Tong Tong, you promised me before. Once the matter was over, Yu Huang went in front of Luo Qingtong and whispered to ask for credit. His words were full of eagerness. That pair of charming peach blossom eyes, even the veil of the veil couldn't hide the burning light in them. Okay. Luo Qingtong tilted her head and looked at him. Suddenly, she smiled wickedly, extremely charming. I kiss, right? Come over here and close your eyes. Okay. Yu Huang's heart burst with joy. In a flash, he appeared beside Luo Qingtong and kissed her with his eyes closed. Luo Qingtong looked at his action. Her eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness. Then, she raised her hand, thus, he summoned Little Pig. The little pig was squatting in her sleep with nothing to do. It was using its little hoof to play with the little golden mouse beside it. The little guy was teasing it until it squeaked. While it was messing around, Little Pig's body suddenly soared into the air and came face to face with Yu Huang. Little Pig's eyes widened in shock as his little nose was kissed right on the spot. At this time, Yu Huang also felt that something was wrong, and immediately opened his eyes. In an instant, one person and one pig stared at each other. Then, Yu Huang jumped up and instantly retreated 3 feet away. Pay. He looked at Luo Qingtong with a black and green face. Tong Tong. What happened to the promised kiss? Isn't this it? Luo Qingtong said and flicked Little Pig's little nose. Little Pig didn't react at all. Yu Huang's head was full of black lines. Tong Tong. You can't do this. I clearly said before that it's yours. His face was full of resentment. That's right. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Little Pig is also mine. Is there a problem? Yu Huang, who was deeply tricked, was depressed. When the two returned to the group, Su Yu and the others had been waiting for them for a while. Master, where are we going now? Su Yu looked at Luo Qingtong and asked. Take the heavenly diabolism people and find a place to stay. Familiarize yourself with the fake soul seal I gave you before. When I need it, I will call you. All right. Suyu and the others responded, and immediately left. Chu Lingfeng watched and was about to leave with Suyu when he was stopped by Luo Qingtong. What's wrong with you? Why are you in Wild City? Luo Qingtong looked at him and asked, didn't the Grand Principal send you to do something? Could it be that his place of business was in this wildland city, but when she was about to leave, the Grand Principal didn't tell her about this matter? This meant that things weren't like that. Master. Chu Lingfeng looked like he had done something wrong. He bent his waist and lowered his head, not daring to look at her. After I came back from handling some matters for the Grand Principal, I knew that you weren't around, so I chased after you. Only heaven knew that when Chu Lingfeng returned to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, he heard that Luo Qingtong had left and that he had missed the chance to meet his master. His heart was like a bolt from the blue. He directly told the Grand Principal that he was on leave and ran to find Luo Qingtong. But because Luo Qingtong had turned around and went to Fenghua City, Chu Lingfeng didn't encounter them. That was why Chu Lingfeng hadn't bumped into them. Instead, he had arrived at Wild City ahead of time. Luo Qingtong nodded. At this moment, Chu Lingfeng raised his head. He was a big and burly man, even bigger than when he first met Luo Qingtong. At this moment, he was looking at her with red eyes. Master, don't give me to that door. I won't go. Give this lousy token back to them. Master. Don't be angry with me, okay? Don't abandon me. I want to stay by your side. Chu Lingfeng's heart was filled with panic. He didn't know that Luo Qingtong said that he was a member of the imperial sect, but it was only a temporary measure. Chu Lingfeng's heart was at a loss. His second life was given by Luo Qingtong. Without Luo Qingtong, he wouldn't be who he is now. He only knows to listen to his master's words, follow his master, and do things for his master. If his master doesn't want him, he really doesn't know what to do. He doesn't want to follow anyone other than his master. He doesn't want to listen to anyone other than his master. Master, you said you won't abandon me. Luo Qingtong looked at this big fool who was like an abandoned dog. Her heart was suddenly filled with helplessness. I said I won't abandon you, so it must be true. That identity is just another amulet I found for you. With it, when you walk outside, it will be a lot easier. Luo Qingtong said, glancing at Yu Sihuang who was listening to Chu Lingfeng's words. His face almost turned green, and the corner of her lips slightly lifted. Since the other side gave the token to her, then it's hers. Of course, she wants to make the best use of it. Yu Sihuang looked at this master and servant pair, and his lips twitched for a while. These two master and servant are exactly the same, one is tricking him, the other is unconsciously dissing him. Can you be a bit more sincere? Yu Sihuang's face was gloomy. But when he saw Luo Qingtong's glance, he nodded, I know, from now on, Imperial Sect will have a headquarter protector called Chu Lingfeng who doesn't care about anything. I will pass on this matter as soon as possible. Luo Qingtong saved his life. Even if he didn't like Luo Qingtong, Yu Sihuang wouldn't not help with this small matter. Before, he took the opportunity to ask for benefits from Luo Qingtong, but it was just a joke. Even if Luo Qingtong didn't agree, he would still give her the token. But he didn't expect that he still couldn't play with the other side. Thinking of the big hole he fell into, Yu Sihuang suddenly looked at Luo Qingtong with hidden bitterness. Luo Qingtong didn't pay attention to him. After receiving his answer, she immediately nodded at him. Then, he looked at Chu Lingfeng and asked, what's the deal with family who? How did you end up being tied up and dragged behind the horses by those nobles? Luo Qingtong frowned. When she said this, her expression suddenly turned solemn. Because of Chu Lingfeng's simple and honest personality, Luo Qingtong's personality was slightly restrained and soft in front of him. But when it came to the bottom line, Luo Qingtong had no face to speak of. She had told Chu Lingfeng before that other than her, no one else had the right to make them lower their heads. Chu Lingfeng was obviously not at the mercy of those people, but he was tied behind the horse and dragged along. If he didn't explain this clearly, or if his explanation was not satisfactory to her, then all the words she had said before about not wanting him would not count. She could not tolerate people who would bend their eyebrows and bend their knees to others. She couldn't tolerate people who would lose her face and break her proud bones. Master, Chu Lingfeng looked at her uneasily, not daring to hide anything. It's them, they told me that only if I listened to them, they would let my mother come back. Master, don't be angry. Chu Lingfeng stuttered for a while. The more anxious he was, the more he couldn't speak clearly. Luo Qingtong had already heard some of the ins and outs from his words. She remembered that Yan Yang had told her before that when she came to Wild City in the far west wilderness, she should take care of family Hu. But she didn't want to mention her name. Combined with the whispers she had heard at the city gate before. Yan Yang is the second daughter of family who lost her virginity before marriage? Did she give birth to Chu Lingfeng at that time? Luo Qingtong pondered in her heart. If that was the case, then it could explain why Yan Yang didn't want her to mention her name. Perhaps she felt that she was a disgrace to family Hu, but if it was really family who chased Yan Yang and her son away, and now ignored family Hu and his sister to bully Chu Lingfeng, then, even if it was Yan Yang's request, Luo Qingtong wouldn't care about family Hu's life or death. She didn't want to disgust herself. Does the head of family Hu know that you were bullied by family Hu and his sister? Luo Qingtong could vaguely tell from the words of those people at the city gate that these things were done by the branch of the concubine. If the head of family Hu didn't know, she could consider his attitude and then reconsider. If the other party knew, then they would go their separate ways. Family whose life or death had nothing to do with her. I don't know. Chu Lingfeng shook his head. I haven't seen him yet. He said honestly, they didn't let me see him. They said that my mother wasn't qualified to see him and that I wasn't qualified to see him. I have to make them happy so that they will intercede for me. I heard my mother talk about family Hu before, but she didn't tell me where family Hu was. Master, I can feel that my mother really wants to come back. But she's afraid that it will make things difficult for grandfather and the others. I want to help my mother. Chu Lingfeng said with some hesitation. He glanced at Luo Qingtong, then quickly lowered his head and said, Master, I didn't let them bully me for nothing. Hu Bang and his sister have diarrhea every day when they go back home. Also, they dragged me around like this, which is good for my body refining. They helped me but I didn't even know. You're still snickering over there. What a fool. When Luo Qingtong heard him say that the Hu siblings were silly in such a serious manner, she could not keep her expression straight. She laughed. You're a fool yourself, and you still have the nerve to talk about others. Luo Qingtong glanced at him snappily. If it weren't for the fact that this blockhead was gifted and that his injuries were equivalent to an increase in strength, family Hu and his sister's tricks would have been enough to slowly grind him to death. One had to know that the hidden injuries left behind by such dragging could not be seen. If he accumulated too much, it would be easy for him to die suddenly for no reason. At that time, the people from family Hu would be able to shirk all responsibility. Killing without spilling blood, so vicious and vicious, interesting. Since the head of family Hu did not know about this, then she would go and meet those people from the second elder's branch of family Hu. No matter what, Yan Yang had helped her so much, and Chu Lingfeng was loyal and devoted to her. She had no reason to ignore their matters. Luo Qingtong thought so and immediately said to Chu Lingfeng, Let's go. I'll take you to see your grandfather. While she was at it, she also wanted to see what the head of family Hu's attitude was towards Chu Lingfeng and Yan Yang. If he still disdained them for being a disgrace, then she would leave without another word. If there was a little bit of affection between them, then he might be able to help them. Moreover, the thing that Bai Jingtang mentioned before about family Hu, she also wanted to investigate and see if it was related to the Saint King's tomb. At the same time, in the sky above the black field, an extremely magnificent and powerful spirit ship cut through the sky in an instant and appeared above the main city of the Dark Domain, landing directly in front of Yu Qianming's palace. Quick, quick, quick. Elder Yu. Come quickly, go and see Master. Bastards, those people from the Star Alliance are too shameless. They can't win against Master, so they use tricks to make the Sky Demon Fox go berserk. Master couldn't dodge it completely. Beiqing rushed into the medicine hall in a hurry. He pulled Elder Yu and ran, not caring whether he was refining medicine or not. Elder Yu directly wasted a pot of rare medicinal liquid. He didn't have time to deal with Beiqing. Hearing his words, his face suddenly froze and he hurriedly ran to Yi Qianming's palace. When the two arrived at the entrance of the palace, they saw Feng Yu standing there with a dumbfounded expression. He was staring blankly at the inside of the room. "Hey, why are you just standing there? Go in and guard master," Bei Qing said as he hurriedly walked in with Elder Yu. However, just as he took 2 steps in, he caught a glimpse of the scene on the big bed in front of him. He was stunned for a moment. "Master, master, master," at the entrance of family Hu, Luo Qingtong brought Chu Lingfeng, Yu Xingqi, and Yu Sihuang here. Looking at the closed red door and the faint stench coming from inside, Luo Qingtong's lips curled up. She didn't know how long the people of family Hu's second elder could last. This 10 miles of fragrance was deliberately created by Luo Qingtong in her previous life to deal with the organizations that wanted to kill her. It was very powerful and had a strong smell. The longer Luo Qingtong stayed in family Hu, the more it would ferment. At that time, the entire family Hu would be submerged in this miasma-like stench. Luo Qingtong brought Chu Lingfeng and the others to family Hu. At this moment, the guards outside also saw them. To be precise, he saw the blockhead Chu Lingfeng following behind Luo Qingtong. "Yo! The big idiot is back? Did you have fun today?" They fought to mock Chu Lingfeng. These people were all children raised by family Hu. To put it bluntly, they were family Hu's slaves. Now that he saw Chu Lingfeng, a descendant of the direct line of descent, in such a pathetic state, he naturally wanted to tease him even more to regain his sense of superiority. "The main family's direct bloodline is suppressed by us, and we can humiliate them however we want." How great was this feeling? Moreover, these people had just seen Hu Yen'er come back crying with a foul stench all over her body, while Chu Lingfeng came back unscathed. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed like he was the one who did it. The group of people gloated in their hearts. Making Miss Yen'er like this idiot should just wait for his death. Who didn't know that Miss Yen'er was the treasure of the second elder's line of descent? They were still counting on her to wait for the right price to climb up the ranks of the top families in Wilderness City. Chu Lingfeng had caused her to become like this. Wouldn't second elder and the others find out and skin him alive? Chu Lingfeng didn't pay attention to them at all, and only stared at Luo Qingtong. "Moss, ninth brother?" Thinking of Luo Qingtong's previous instructions, Chu Lingfeng forcibly changed the words he wanted to say. This word didn't sound as smooth as master at all. He muttered in his heart. "Go knock on the door," Luo Qingtong said to him. "Yes." Chu Lingfeng agreed readily. He rushed to the entrance of family Hu in a few steps and prepared to knock on the door. Creak, the door opened from the inside out. A person who looked like the leader of the guards walked out. When he saw Chu Lingfeng, who was about to knock on the door, he was stunned for a moment, then he sneered. "Good. You idiot, how dare you come back? Do you know what you've done to Miss Yen'er?" As he spoke, he raised his head and said to the surrounding family Hu guards, "Receive second master's orders, capture this idiot and make him kowtow here. Kowtow until the smell on Miss Yen'er's body disappears." Hu Yen'er ran back, crying bitterly. She was the apple of the second elder's eye. Now that they saw her being wronged, regardless of whether Chu Lingfeng was the culprit or not, he would definitely become the target of the second elder's eye. What's more, from Hu Yen'er's sobbing, the second elder's people could tell that Chu Lingfeng was the one who had caused trouble first, and then this scene had happened. No matter what the reason for the smell on Hu Yen'er's body was, the culprit must be Chu Lingfeng. If he didn't resist, perhaps nothing would have happened. Thinking of this, Hu Yen'er's father, Hu Yaogua, was furious. He wanted to capture Chu Lingfeng and punish him, so that Hu Yen'er could vent her anger. The group of people still didn't know what happened next at the city gate, so naturally, they didn't know that Chu Lingfeng had a new identity, which was that he was now the protector of the imperial sect. The leader of the guards had received Hu Yaogua's order to go to the city gate and bring Chu Lingfeng back for punishment. Now that he was standing outside family Hu's gate, how could he be courteous to him? The guards who were guarding the gate were originally mocking Chu Lingfeng, but when they heard the leader's order, they immediately pounced on Chu Lingfeng with joy. Being able to make a move on a member of the direct bloodline was something worth bragging about. A group of people rushed towards Chu Lingfeng. Luo Qingtong watched from the side with a sneer. "Break their legs," she said coldly to Chu Lingfeng. This big blockhead was really stupid to the extreme. The second elder's people were clearly using Yen Yang's matter to restrain him, to deal with him, to make him obediently listen to their words and be tortured by them. If Luo Qingtong's guess was correct, that bloodline had no intention of letting Chu Lingfeng meet the head of family Hu Zhongtian, only Chu Lingfeng, who had a simple and honest personality, didn't know what was going on. He thought that as long as he listened to them, he would be able to see Hu Zhongtian and ask him about Yen Yang. Luo Qingtong never liked to talk nonsense with others. Since the second elder's people did not want Chu Lingfeng to see Hu Zhongtian, then she would bring him along and fight her way there. He wanted to see what kind of attitude that Hu Zhongtian had towards Yen Yang and her son. Yes. Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, Chu Lingfeng subconsciously released the energy around him and sent the guards who were pouncing on him flying. His strength was at the lower level of a martial grandmaster realm. Coupled with his special body constitution, Chu Lingfeng's combat strength was even comparable to that of a peak martial grandmaster realm expert. Under such circumstances, these martial emperor guards couldn't even touch Chu Lingfeng's body. They were sent flying and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. He didn't expect that Chu Lingfeng, who had always allowed himself to be beaten and scolded, would actually dare to resist. The guard leader's expression froze and he shouted angrily, "Don't you want your slut mother to return to the family Hu? Why aren't you surrendering now? Otherwise, I will immediately report to second master and make sure that you and your mother will never be able to return to the family Hu. Let her die alone and miserably outside." He shouted angrily and used these words to threaten Chu Lingfeng. "My mother is not a slut." Chu Lingfeng had endured for a long time. He was stupid, but it didn't mean that he didn't know that slut and slut were words used to scold people. But for his mother, in order to fulfill her wish of so many years, in order to let her return to the family Hu, Chu Lingfeng had endured all of these. But now, his master was here. His master didn't want him to endure anymore, so he couldn't endure anymore. He believed that his master would definitely be able to help him see his grandfather. "Humph. Your mother is a slut. She will be a slut for her entire life." The guard leader thought that after provoking Chu Lingfeng, he wouldn't dare to make a move, so he became even more aggressive. "Not only will your mother be a slut for her entire life, but you will also be a slut. A slut born from a slut. You and your mother will forever be the disgrace of the family Hu. Hurry up and kneel down and beg for forgiveness, otherwise." Before he could finish speaking, a boom sound was heard. A strong force suddenly flew out from behind Chu Lingfeng and landed on his body. In an instant, the guard leader screamed loudly and miserably. Both of his legs were directly broken by the force of the attack. Those white bones that were tinged with blood protruded from the places where his legs were broken. However, those blood-red bones didn't protrude horizontally like a normal person's broken legs. Instead, they stood upright. Those sharp broken parts ruthlessly stabbed into the guard leader's thigh, causing his screams to become even more shrill. "Big brother, why are you talking so much nonsense with these people?" Luo Qingtong's cold voice came from behind Chu Lingfeng. "Since they want to kneel, then let them kneel there. But there's no need for this guard leader. Let him stand here and be a good dog for the second elder of family Hu." Luo Qingtong suddenly raised her eyebrows. "Oh right, I almost forgot. Dogs have 4 limbs on the ground, and their backs can't be so straight." As she spoke, Luo Qingtong. Then. Bang! She attacked again and directly broke the guard commander's arms. Then, she broke his spine. The guard commander screamed as his body was forced to lean forward. His upper body was crouched on the ground, the broken bones in his elbows protruding horizontally, but his lower body was standing straight on the ground. The broken bones in his knees were directly inserted into the flesh of his thighs. The posture was strange and painful to the extreme. "Ah!" The guard leader screamed loudly. Luo Qingtong walked past him with an indifferent expression. "Let's go." Stepping over family Hu's guards, Luo Qingtong led Chu Lingfeng and the others straight into family Hu's main residence. The scene that just happened at the entrance had worn away all of Luo Qingtong's patience. Luo Qingtong led Chu Lingfeng and the others straight in. Meanwhile, in family Hu's main residence, the second elder was slamming the table in a fit of rage. "How preposterous! Who's the one who's secretly plotting against our family Hu? How dare they make Yan'er like this? Hu Yan'er cried incessantly. The stench on her body became stronger and stronger as time passed. At first, Hu Yan'er and the others did not notice it, but later, they realized that the stench around them was becoming more and more unbearable. Even people like them who had cultivations and weren't weak found it difficult to endure. The smell made them dizzy and nauseous. It was only under such circumstances that the second elder's people realized that something was wrong. They thought of all sorts of ways to get rid of the stench for Hu Yan'er. But none of them worked. The alchemists that the family supported were also helpless. Hu Yan'er cried until she almost fainted. If this continued, she would become a source of poisonous gas. When that happened, the people in family who would not be able to tolerate it. No matter how much her parents and grandfather loved her, they would have no choice but to send her out of family Hu, or even out of Wildland City. How could she accept such a fact? Grandfather, you have to help me. It's all because of that bastard Chu Lingfeng. If it wasn't for his sudden resistance, even if someone wanted to harm me, they wouldn't have found the opportunity. You have to help me teach them a lesson. Hu Yan'er cried until she was out of breath. Not only did she blame Chu Lingfeng, she also blamed Luo Qingtong and the others. Who asked him to say that she had no manners and that she was smelly. Yan'er, don't worry. Grandfather will definitely give you an explanation for this. That bastard must be tired of living. He should have died a long time ago. He actually dared to come back and annoy us. How hateful. The second elder's expression was cold. Chu Lingfeng's existence was a thorn in his heart. Fortunately, he was an idiot. Otherwise, his great cause of getting family Hu would be hindered. In order to get family Hu, the second elder had done many things in secret. Now that he was about to succeed, how could he tolerate the existence of Chu Lingfeng, a direct descendant of the family? He could take advantage of his mistake to teach him a lesson. No one would be able to find any clues. As he thought of this, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Father, don't worry. I've already sent people to capture him. He's also there, he won't let him escape. Moreover, we have Yan's weakness, Yan's in our hands. Even if it is for Yan Yang, he will listen to us obediently. Hu Yaogua said with a sinister smile. Yes. The second elder stroked his beard and smiled. That's right. That idiot is willing to do anything for that bitch Yan Yang. He's such a filial person. As he said this, his expressions, but it's fortunate that he's like this. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to find his weakness. If he didn't care about anything and made a ruckus, he might have alarmed Hu Zhongtian. The second elder snorted coldly. He was really afraid of the shadow guards around Hu Zhongtian. He didn't dare to kill Chu Lingfeng openly, but it didn't matter. It wouldn't take long, Hu Zhongtian wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. He would die within this period of time. When that time came, the entire family Hu would fall into the hands of his bloodline. When that time came, he could play Chu Lingfeng to death however he wanted. As second elder thought of this, the smile on his face became extremely cold. At this moment, bam! The door outside was violently pushed open by someone. A guard of the Hu clan hurriedly ran in from outside, rolling and crawling as he did so. Second elder. This is bad. Someone is trying to force their way into family Hu. It's that idiot. He brought his men here and wants to force his way into family Hu's courtyard. He's almost at the courtyard now. The family Hu guard was out of breath as he finished speaking. Instantly, second elder's expression changed drastically. What? He abruptly stood up and rushed outside. Hu Yaogua and the others looked at each other and hurriedly followed him out. They could not allow that idiot to force his way into Hu Zhongtian's courtyard. Although Hu Zhongtian was unconscious most of the time and would only wake up occasionally, the duration was extremely short, so it was basically impossible for him to know what was happening outside. But who knew? What if he woke up when that idiot barged in? In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better to stop him, but that idiot was really asking for death. He actually dared to force his way into family Hu's courtyard. Even if they killed him, no one would dare to say anything. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. The group of people instantly dashed outside. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of family Hu, on the spacious main path of the courtyard, Chu Lingfeng's valiant aura, coupled with his physique that was almost impervious to injuries, was completely invincible. He was like a huge bulldozer, constantly pushing forward. All the family guards who came forward to stop him were all sent flying by him. The attacks from those people did not cause too much damage to Chu Lingfeng's body. To Chu Lingfeng, attacks that were lower than his cultivation level were unable to leave too much of a mark on his body. His physique that was almost immortal became more and more tyrannical as he cultivated. He was almost invulnerable. It could be said that Chu Lingfeng was the best meat shield. He was able to withstand everyone's attacks by himself. Behind him, Luo Qingtong was gently waving the paper fan in her hand. Together with Yu Xihuang and Yu Xingqi, the two siblings were strolling leisurely. Following behind the Chu Lingfeng brand meat shield, they walked forward. Yu Xihuang's body released a powerful aura, faintly drawing away the attacks of the family guards who were preparing to attack them. The group of people approached the main courtyard where Hu Zhongtian lived. Family whose guards couldn't stop them at all. At this time, those who were trying to curry favor with the second elder finally realized how terrifying Chu Lingfeng's strength was. Although his cultivation was only at the lower level of the martial ancestor realm, the strength he displayed in this chaotic battle was far greater than that. Moreover, he was still so young. With this kind of potential, he could instantly kill off all the outstanding disciples of the upper aristocratic families in Wildland City. If it weren't for the fact that he was an idiot and had taken over the family he would have definitely raised the family whose strength and status even further. While the guards were still in shock, a voice suddenly rang out. "Bastard! What kind of place do you think family is? Is it something you can barge in whenever you want?" As he spoke, an extremely violent attack was launched towards Chu Lingfeng, who was resisting everyone's attacks and sending the people in front of him flying. Luo Qingtong had already sensed the attack as soon as the sound was heard. The bloody light in her eyes flickered. In an instant, she activated her eye technique and took a step forward. She pulled Chu Lingfeng to the side and dodged to the side. Boom! Luo Qingtong pulled Chu Lingfeng to the side to hide, and they just so happened to avoid the most powerful part of the attack. That violent attack directly blasted the place where Chu Lingfeng was just a moment ago. In an instant, a violent wave of power blasted the group of family guards their way. A burst of mournful screams sounded, and those family guards spat out blood and fell to the ground. A few unlucky ones who directly faced that attack were directly torn to pieces on the spot. Rumble! After the violent storm of power, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Humph! Second elder stood in front of Luo Qingtong and the others with his hands behind his back. His pair of vulture-like eyes swept over Luo Qingtong and the others, and finally fixed on Chu Lingfeng. Bitches born by bitches are so ungrateful. Chu Lingfeng, although you are the disgrace of our family in the end, the blood of our family flows in your veins. You actually dared to collude with outsiders to break into our family and wanted to harm our family head. You really deserve to die. As soon as he opened his mouth, he put a big hat on Chu Lingfeng. Looking at him, Luo Qingtong and the others with murderous intent, he was full of murderous intent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could get rid of the other party, this disaster. As for Luo Qingtong, Yu Xingqi, and Yu Xihuang, the latter's aura was restrained, and second elder couldn't see his strength at all. Yu Xingqi was holding a little white cat, and no matter how you look at it, she looked like an ignorant little girl who came from some big family. There was no need to fear her at all. As for Luo Qingtong, the second elder sneered when he saw her inconspicuous male attire and face. This group of people was also unknown as to where Chu Lingfeng got acquainted with ordinary martial artists. Was she trying to fight for justice on behalf of this idiot after finding out about him, or perhaps they felt that this fool's identity was profitable, so they deliberately wanted to help him rise to the top so that they could obtain some benefits for themselves? No matter what the other party's motive was, they could forget about leaving this family alive. Together with this idiot, the second elder's eyes were filled with ferocity. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes as she watched. She looked at the main courtyard that was not far away, and immediately gave a bottle of medicine to Yu Xihuang. Deliver it to Hu Zhongtian, let him drink it. She transmitted her voice to Yu Xihuang. The latter was already prepared to make a move, but when he heard this, he immediately calmed down the surging aura in his body. He shot a glance at Luo Qingtong, not knowing what she wanted to do. These people in front of him, he could kill them with a raise of his hand, why would he need to go through so much trouble? But Luo Qingtong did this, she must have her reasons. Yu Huang didn't ask any more, and his figure flashed, disappearing from where he was. With his cultivation and strength, coupled with the fact that everyone's attention was focused on the appearance of the second elder, no one noticed his disappearance at all. Even if someone happened to look over here, their attention would be blurred by the energy fluctuations left behind by Yu Huang's departure, and they wouldn't know that there was a person missing. Chu Lingfeng. You ungrateful thing, you're worse than a dog or a pig. Seeing Luo Qingtong and the others surrounded in the middle of the courtyard, their eyes flashed and they immediately scolded Chu Lingfeng. You are the shame of our family who? Our family who was willing to take you in when you came back. This is already a great kindness. You actually dared to collude with outsiders and do such a disgraceful thing. You deserve to die. Following their words, Chu Lingfeng, this big fool, immediately retorted angrily, you are talking nonsense. I didn't. Chu Lingfeng's eyes were blood red. He didn't want to harm grandfather, it was clearly these people who didn't let him see grandfather. They lied to him and bullied him, why did they say it was his fault in the end? Chu Lingfeng's personality was simple and honest. He didn't know that second elder's people were there. He just wanted to find an excuse to openly attack him. Humph. You still dare to say you didn't? You even brought people to our door to fight. Second elder sneered. That's right. You broke into our house and still have the nerve to quibble? Hu Yaogua and the others coldly said. I didn't. I am the doctor he invited. After watching Yu Huang leave, Luo Qingtong immediately raised her eyebrows and looked at second elder and the others. My big brother and I hit it off at first sight. He saw that my medical skills were good, so he invited me to treat family whose illness. My big brother's heart is pure filial piety, but you say that he has ulterior motives. I would like to ask, stopping us from seeing family whose head, you people, as Luo Qingtong spoke, her eyes swept over second elder and the others. Then she chuckled and opened her folding fan, covering half of her face, do you have a guilty conscience? You. Luo Qingtong's words made second elder and the others' expressions change. Humph. Sophistry. We have invited all the best pharmacists in the city to treat family head's illness, but none of them can do anything. A brat like you who is still wet behind the ears dares to boast shamelessly that you want to cure the patriarch. The second elder sneered and said, I think you're just trying to take advantage of the fact that you're treating a disease to do something improper. I don't want to talk too much with you. Chu Lingfeng. You trespassed into the family who without permission and tried to disturb the family head's recuperation. You've committed a heinous crime. I'll do it now. Clean up the house for our family who. As the second elder spoke, a ferocious look appeared on his face. He waved his hand and flew up like a vulture, that pair of sleeves suddenly flung, in an instant, the pair of sleeves seemed to be infused with fine iron, becoming as sharp as a sharp weapon, sweeping towards Chu Lingfeng and Luo Qingtong, he wanted to kill both of them on the spot. Master. Chu Lingfeng's expression changed when he saw the second elder's ferocious look. He didn't care about his status and prestige as an expert and directly attacked Luo Qingtong. He hurriedly stood in front of Luo Qingtong, but was stopped by the latter. I'm fine. Luo Qingtong looked at the second elder's figure flying over like a vulture, secretly estimating the time. 3, 2, 1. Just as the second elder's face was filled with pride and malevolence, thinking that he could kill Luo Qingtong and Chu Lingfeng under his sleeves, a voice suddenly rang out at this moment. Stop. Stop him for me. As this voice sounded. Bang. The sleeves of the second elder's robe were cut off, revealing his bare arms. His body was forced back and fell to the ground. He immediately looked in the direction of the sound with a horrified expression. Ma. Family head? Looking at Hu Zhongtian, who was supported by others, standing at the entrance of the main courtyard, second elder's expression turned ugly. What's going on? Wasn't Hu Zhongtian so sick that he couldn't even get out of bed and was unconscious? How could he appear at the entrance of this courtyard? And looking at his appearance, did he know about Chu Lingfeng's matter? Second elder's heart jumped. Hu Zhongtian looked at Chu Lingfeng, who was standing in front of Luo Qingtong. Looking at the faintly discernible resemblance between his daughter's eyes, Hu Zhongtian's eyes turned red. With tears in his eyes, he coughed violently and asked in a trembling voice, You are Yan Yang's son? Yes. Chu Lingfeng looked at him and nodded honestly. However, he didn't move from his position in front of Luo Qingtong. He looked at the old man in front of him with vigilance. The current Chu Lingfeng didn't trust anyone in family Hu. He couldn't let his master get hurt because of him. Are you my grandfather? Chu Lingfeng looked at Hu Zhongtian. My mother misses you very much. Can you let her come back to see you? He didn't wait for Hu Zhongtian to answer and continued, If you can't, then forget it. Let us go and I won't bother you anymore. Don't hurt my friends. Chu Lingfeng was completely disappointed in family Hu. He looked at Hu Zhongtian and waited for him to say no before he turned and left. He had tried his best, but family Hu didn't want to accept him and his mother. He couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't let his mother come back and suffer this humiliation and torture. He also couldn't let Luo Qingtong worry about him. His master was already very good to him, he could not cause any more trouble for his master. Under Chu Lingfeng's serious gaze, Hu Zhongtian's eyes filled with tears. Especially what Chu Lingfeng said just now, it was completely heart-wrenching. His grandson barged in just to tell him that his daughter missed him and wanted to come back to see him. As Hu Zhongtian listened, he felt as if a knife was stabbing at his heart. Just as he was about to speak, the second elder beat him to it. Big brother. You mustn't agree. Don't forget the shame that Yan Yang brought to our family Hu. If it weren't for her indecent behavior and fooling around outside, how could the marriage alliance between family Hu and the Hua family be cancelled? Not only did he miss the opportunity to advance further, but he also offended the Hua clan and benefited the Bai clan. Yan Yang is the great sinner of our family Hu. Not to mention that the son she gave birth to is a fool. If these two people were to return to our Hu clan, who knows how many people would laugh at us. Big brother, you mustn't do this. The second elder's words instantly made Chu Lingfeng glare at him angrily. Mother and I don't want family Hu. They were already master's people. How could they return to family Hu? Humph. That's hard to say. If you come back and don't leave, what will happen to family Hu? Won't we become the butt of jokes again? The second elder sneered. He didn't believe that Hu Yenyang didn't have any thoughts about family Hu. Come back to see Hu Zhongtian, what a nice way to put it, she might not leave after seeing him for a while. After all, Hu Yenyang was the only direct descendant of family who could make decisions. She gave birth to another son, even if this son was a fool. But at least he was not hopelessly stupid. No matter what, he would not allow the mother and son to come back. Big brother, please think about family Hu and our clan's future. Our Hu clan cannot become the laughingstock of others anymore. Moreover, if you let Yan Yang come back, what if the Hua family accuses you? And the Bai family will not sit by and do nothing. Hu Zhongtian's expression turned extremely ugly when he heard the second elder's words. Shut up. Hu Zhongtian almost coughed up blood. Haven't I thought about family Hu enough? You all know what happened to Yan Yang back then. She was set up by someone. That's why she lost her virginity before marriage. For the sake of family Hu and the clan's reputation, I resisted bringing her back to family Hu when she needed help the most. I allowed her to be alone outside and suffer all kinds of rumors and slanders. In the end, she had no choice but to leave Wildland City. This is my negligence as a father. Now I'm going to die. You still want to stop her and not let her come back to see me? Aren't you just afraid that she will fight with you for the position of family Hu when she comes back? Let me tell you, I won't let her take over family Hu. Not in this lifetime. Now, you can get out of my sight. Get out. Hu Zhongtian roared angrily, then coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He then ordered his secret guards to chase second elder and the others out of the place. The latter and the others were still unsatisfied. Just as they were about to say something, Luo Qingtong's voice leisurely rang out. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. Hu Bang offended the group of aristocratic family members who rode with him. When we arrived, he was tied behind a horse and being dragged along. I advise you to go and take a look as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid he's doomed. Luo Qingtong gently fanned herself with the folding fan in her hand. She looked at the second elder and the others and chuckled. Humph. How was this possible? Little brat, stop spouting nonsense. Second elder didn't believe Luo Qingtong's words at all. That group of aristocratic children usually had a good relationship with Hu Bang, so how could they do such a thing? Moreover, Hu Bang was an extremely outstanding disciple of their branch, and it wasn't as if those people didn't know. Even if Hu Bang had said something wrong and offended the other party, they would not treat Hu Bang like this. Luo Qingtong's words were clearly meant to divert Chu Lingfeng's attention. The second elder felt disdain in his heart and was about to mock him. At this moment, a family Hu guard hurriedly ran in from outside. As he ran, he shouted anxiously, "Not good. Second elder, quickly go and take a look. The people outside have come to report, and they're all waiting anxiously outside. Young Master Bang, he's in trouble. Someone might die if he's late." That family Hu guard was drenched in sweat from running. Just now, Luo Qingtong and the others had forced their way into the family Hu. The entire family Hu's doors were tightly shut, and they had gone to deal with Luo Qingtong and the others. As a result, there was no one outside. After such a long time, they didn't know how Hu Bang was doing. They had only just calmed down and opened the door to family Hu when they saw the people who had come to deliver the news. What? Hearing this news, second elder and the others' faces instantly turned green. Something really happened to Hu Bang. The latter was the most outstanding disciple of their bloodline and would be groomed as the successor in the future. Second elder and the others were so anxious that they couldn't care less about Luo Qingtong and Chu Lingfeng. In any case, Hu Zhongtian didn't have much time left to live. When he died, even if he insisted on Hu Yannyang and her son coming back to inherit family Hu, they would still be able to kill them. With this thought, the group hurriedly left. Watching their departing figures, Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed slightly, then her gaze fell on Hu Zhongtian, who was standing at the door of the courtyard. The latter was coughing violently. The bottle of medicinal liquid that Luo Qingtong gave him could only stimulate his body's potential and allow him to wake up for a short period of time and regain his mobility. It couldn't make him better. At this moment, Hu Zhongtian's body was on the verge of collapsing. He had to do his best to hold on to the shadow guard beside him so that he wouldn't fall. "Child, cough cough, come here." He waved at Chu Lingfeng. "Come here, let me take a look." Chu Lingfeng looked at Luo Qingtong with some hesitation. The latter looked at Hu Zhongtian and said, "Family Hu head, as you can see, my eldest brother is a mentally handicapped person. People outside also call him a fool. Although in my opinion, he's just a little too simple and honest, and there's nothing wrong with that. But in the eyes of many people, he will indeed become the laughingstock of family Hu. There's also Yan Yang. She got pregnant before marriage and lost her virginity before marriage. She is also regarded as a disgrace by family Hu. I want to know, do you really want to acknowledge my eldest brother as your grandson?" The reason why Luo Qingtong chose to temporarily wake Hu Zhongtian up was to get an answer from him and see if he was worth saving. Ahem. Idiot? Hu Zhongtian had also heard the second elder address Chu Lingfeng as such, and thought that the second elder was deliberately slandering him. From the looks of it, this matter was actually true. Looking at Chu Lingfeng, Hu Zhongtian's heart ached. His daughter, for so many years, had raised such a child by herself. How hard had she worked, and how much had she sacrificed? Of course I'm willing. But I can't acknowledge him as family Hu. At this point, Hu Zhongtian coughed violently again. Cough, cough, cough. This is not a good place. After I die, all of you will leave this place, far, far away. Let Yan Yang and the others never come back. As Hu Zhongtian spoke, he could not help but burst into tears. Only he knew what kind of dragon's pool and tiger's den the Hu clan was now. It was good that Yan Yang and the others were not here. Second elder's people were afraid that he would bring Chu Lingfeng and Yan Yang back and hand over the family Hu to them. Who knew that he did not have such thoughts? At all, he only hoped that his Yan Yang would lead a good life and never get involved in this muddy water again. Even if he had to pay the price of not being able to see his daughter before he died, it did not matter. Ahem. Is your mother doing well outside? Let her take good care of herself and stop worrying about this place. Hu Zhongtian's words are heartless, but Luo Qingtong can vaguely hear something from it. She squints her eyes, looking at Hu Zhongtian. She suddenly says, "Is it because of the thing that my family wants?" With Yu Huang by her side, Luo Qingtong is not afraid that the second elder's people will eavesdrop on their conversation. Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, Hu Zhongtian suddenly choked, followed by a heart-wrenching coughing. He looks at Luo Qingtong, his face horrified to the extreme. "You? How do you know?" His eyes look back and forth between Luo Qingtong and Chu Lingfeng. He doesn't know if Luo Qingtong is close to Chu Lingfeng for any other purpose. The latter's natural disposition is simple and honest, it is not impossible for him to be used. Seeing his eyes, Luo Qingtong chuckles. She pats the folding fan in her hand, and then leisurely says, "Naturally because." Her lips slightly curl. "I killed by Jin Tang, and learned from him." She looks at Hu Zhongtian and says, "You don't have to worry that I will harm you. If not for Yan Yang's request, I have no interest in your family Hu. If not for Yan Yang's request, if Luo Qingtong wants to get that thing from family Hu, there are many ways." "That's right, we are master's people." Chu Lingfeng seriously nods at this time. He doesn't know that his words have caused a blow to Hu Zhongtian. Cough cough. "Master." Hu Zhongtian's heart is sour. His grandson, Hu Zhongtian, unexpectedly recognizes a young boy as his master. Just how bitter were his and his mother's lives when they were outside. Hu Zhongtian thinks like this, his heart has an impulse to cry. It's all his fault, blame him for not protecting his daughter and grandson. Hu Zhongtian's heart is sour, he looks at Chu Lingfeng, then looks at Luo Qingtong, nodding, "Well, let's go inside and talk." Since the other party had killed Bai Jin Tang, they were definitely enemies of the Bai clan. Since he was also the master of his grandson, Hu Zhongtian naturally had nothing to hide from him. Originally, he was going to hide this matter and not let Chu Lingfeng and Yan Yang get involved, so as to avoid being unable to get away. But since Luo Qingtong had already killed Bai Jin Tang and knew about this matter, there was no room for negotiation. Since the other party had provoked the Bai clan, Yan Yang and Chu Lingfeng would naturally not be able to get away. Hu Zhongtian led Luo Qingtong and the others to the lobby of the main courtyard. The group of people took their seats in the hall. Hu Zhongtian coughed for a while, then said to Luo Qingtong with a pale face, "That thing also belongs to Yan Yang." As he spoke, he looked at Chu Lingfeng and said with difficulty, "That was sent by your father, the man who took Yan Yang's virginity. That thing was sent to the family Hu not long after Yan Yang left Wildland City." At first, Hu Zhongtian and the others didn't know who sent it, until they saw a letter inside. The man in the letter said that his predecessor was seriously injured, and then inexplicably plotted against, so he forced Yan Yang. He didn't expect that it would lead to such a big mistake. That thing was the compensation he gave to the family Hu. It was only then that Hu Zhongtian and the others found out that Hu Yangyang lost her virginity before marriage, and was actually forced. And it was very likely that she was framed by someone else. But because that man didn't appear, and Hu Yangyang also didn't know where she went, Hu Zhongtian's heart was filled with regret as he said this. If he had resisted the pressure from the clan and brought Hu Yangyang back to family Hu, would Hu Yangyang not have been able to withstand the rumors and slanders about him and had to leave her hometown and become homeless? Hu Zhongtian's voice was choked with sobs, but Chu Lingfeng's voice sounded at this moment. My mother didn't leave Wildland City on her own. He looked at Hu Zhongtian and muttered, I heard from my mother that she left because she was being hunted down. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left. Chu Lingfeng's voice rang out. Instantly, Hu Zhongtian's entire body froze. What did you say? His voice suddenly rose. Hunted down? Cough cough cough. How? How is this possible? Who hunted her down? Why did he get the news that Hu Yangyang couldn't withstand the rumors and slanders about her, so she left pregnant? Luo Qingtong also slightly narrowed her eyes at this moment. The words in the letter sent by that person are also wrong. She said with an indifferent expression. She had only suspected it before, but after hearing Chu Lingfeng's words, she immediately confirmed it. After all, from what she had interacted with, Yan Yang's determination and decisiveness didn't seem like someone who would be defeated by a few words of slanders. Moreover, she was pregnant with Chu Lingfeng at that time. For Chu Lingfeng, she had endured in such a difficult place like the Blackfield subsidy of Eastern Fence Country. It didn't make sense for her to leave Wildland City and travel to such a dangerous place like the far west wilderness with such a big belly and disregard the safety of her unborn child. The only possibility was that someone forced her to leave. If it was a hunt, then there was no mistake. Furthermore, the few sentences in the letter that Hu Zhongtian had just mentioned, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. That person should be sorry to Yan Yang. Why would he send something to family Hu? He even said that it was compensation for family Hu? Why didn't he mention Yan Yang at all? Moreover, what did he mean by causing a big mistake? More importantly, if he wanted to compensate Yan Yang, if he knew that she was pregnant and left, how could he not search for her whereabouts? No matter what, he should have appeared in family Hu and asked about Yan Yang's whereabouts. Unless he doesn't know. The moment Luo Qingtong said that, Hu Zhongtian stood up abruptly. Then, he coughed violently and coughed up blood. Do you mean that someone hid the news about Yan Yang and her pregnancy from him? Not necessarily. The bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes flickered. If I were that person, I wouldn't hide this matter. After all, everyone in your savage city should know about this. I suspect that person told him Yan Yang's to be killed. And the child with her. If that was the case, it would explain why the man had sent compensation to the Hu family. He was afraid that he felt guilty for killing Yan Yang. What? Who? Who exactly? Who killed to kill to him? Hu Zhongtian's eyes reddened. Luo Qingtong's words made him realize something. He was afraid that the person behind the scenes was the one who wanted to kill Yan Yang, he just didn't know who that person was. Why did he want to kill Yan Yang? Of course, it's the person who benefited the most from Yan Yang's accident. He must be close to Yan Yang to make that man believe what he said. Moreover, Luo Qingtong's smile turned cold. Otherwise, she would not know so much about the man who had taken Yan Yang's virginity. She did not know who it was. How could he be so scheming? Interesting. Yan Yang was not a stupid person. Or could it be that Yan Yang was actually a naive girl who could be bullied by anyone before she met with this great change? However, family whose matter had implicated so many things. It even involved Yan Yang's past more than 10 years ago. Luo Qingtong felt that she had to tell Yan Yang about this matter. She had to come back and resolve this matter properly. After all, she was a member of the Evil Eye. She could not allow others to bully her without retaliating, right? It was fine if she did not know about this before, but now that she knew about it, she should repay kindness with kindness, and take revenge if there was hatred. After Luo Qingtong's voice rang out, Hu Zhongtian gritted his teeth and spoke abruptly. Bai Feng. It's her. It must be her. At this point, Hu Zhongtian seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He said hatefully, I was wondering why the Bai family was so sure that the thing was in family whose possession. Bai Feng. It must be her. She saw this thing back then, but she did not know what it was. This time, when the news about the Holy King's tomb came out, she remembered that the thing that family who had obtained was very similar to the cover of the map of the Holy King's tomb that the Ouyang family had announced. That's why the Bai family forced me to give them that thing. At this point, Hu Zhongtian suddenly burst into tears. This woman caused my daughter to suffer so much. As Hu Zhongtian spoke, he gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. Back then, the Bai family was just a small family in the wild city. They were not remarkable at all. Bai Feng and Yan Yang were close. After Yan Yang lost her virginity, she even went to the Hua family to apologize to Yan Yang. She even knelt down and refused to get up. I was even touched by her pleading for family Hu. Even after the marriage between the Bai and Hua families, she married Hua Ting, Yan Yang's fiancé, the young master of the Hua family. I did not think much of it. From the looks of it now, she's simply using Yan Yang as a stepping stone to reach the heavens in a single bound. Not only did she become the young mistress of the Hua clan, but she also made the Bai clan a middle-class clan in Wildland City. Now, she's forcing me to deal with her because of the Sage King's tomb. This woman, why is she so scheming? Why is she so vicious? When Hu Zhongtian said this, he could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for Yan Yang's help and family whose protection, the Bai family would have been swallowed up by the other families in Wild City. I didn't expect her to repay us like this. As Hu Zhongtian spoke, he suddenly fainted from anger. Master. Seeing him fall, Chu Lingfeng immediately panicked and hurriedly looked at Luo Qingtong. When the latter saw that Hu Zhongtian had fainted, he furrowed his brows and appeared in front of him in a flash. He raised his hand and sent a few streams of energy into Hu Zhongtian's body. Then, he took out a bottle of medicinal liquid and fed it to Hu Zhongtian. After a while, Hu Zhongtian slowly regained consciousness. Luo Qingtong looked at him and said, I'm also here this time because of the Sage King's tomb. Since family whose item is related to the Sage King's tomb, and it's very likely to be the map of the Sage King's tomb, then I'll take it. Luo Qingtong looks at Hu Zhongtian. She is determined to get the map of the Saint King's tomb. But since the other party is Yan Yang's father, Chu Lingfeng's grandfather, then she will give him a fair chance to trade. If the other party agrees, then everyone will be happy, if not. Luo Qingtong naturally has a way to get that thing, but then, she will not be so easy to talk to. Even if Chu Lingfeng and Yan Yang kneel and beg, she will not help them. Cough cough. I know my own illness, so don't bother. Hu Zhongtian did not take Luo Qingtong's words to heart. The youth is so young, how good can his medical skills be? He has seen all the alchemists in Wildland City and even other places, but it is useless. So there is no need to trouble the other party. He smiles bitterly, that thing, if you want it, then take it. Originally, that person gave it to Yan Yang. Also, thank you for taking care of Yan Yang and her son. Hu Zhongtian's words are very clear. He does not need Luo Qingtong to treat his illness, nor does he need anything else. As long as Luo Qingtong takes care of Yan Yang and her son, it is enough. What's more, the other party took care of Yan Yang and the rest before. That thing can be considered as a thank you gift. As Hu Zhongtian speaks, he struggles to support his body and is about to take that thing to Luo Qingtong. He knows his own body, he can't hold on for much longer. Instead of waiting for him to die and let the second elders people get it, it will benefit the Bai family. Why not give it to the youth? Hu Zhongtian's words make Luo Qingtong raise her eyebrows. She also does not refute Hu Zhongtian's words. Whether he can be cured or not, the other party will know in the future. Luo Qingtong's face is indifferent. Okay, then it's settled. Wait until you are better, then give it to me. Although Luo Qingtong usually receives a deposit first, but the other party is now sick, she is not in a hurry. Anyway, she is not afraid that Hu Zhongtian will go back on his words. His life was in her hands. Since she was able to save Hu Zhongtian, she was naturally able to kill him silently. However, with Yan Yang and Chu Lingfeng present, the other party may not necessarily do such a thing. Luo Qingtong got up and walked outside. Arrange a side courtyard for me. It must be quiet enough and not be disturbed in any way. Also, your illness is a little tricky. Although it's called an illness, it's actually because you were seriously injured in the past. Your ribs are broken in your chest and lungs. In the end, someone fed you a medicine that strongly stimulated the growth of your flesh and bones, causing your flesh and bones to grow together. On the surface, it looks like it has healed, but in reality, it has planted a disaster. The broken bones in your body have now grown so large that they are filling up your chest and lungs. It's not that easy to get rid of it. You should take care of your body first. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll die the moment I start. Luo Qingtong said. She raised her hand and threw a prescription to Chu Lingfeng. Follow this prescription and prepare the medicine for your grandfather. Soak him in it 3 times a day. When the time comes, I will naturally treat him. Hey! Chu Lingfeng quickly took it. Hu Zhongtian originally wanted to say something, but hearing Luo Qingtong's words, his face was surprised and happy. The other party can actually say that he was injured in the past. Could it be this time? He really can be saved. Hu Zhongtian also did not know how he got sick. If it's really like what Luo Qingtong said, he must investigate, to see who stole his medicine when he was injured. Hu Zhongtian's heart was pleasantly surprised, but Luo Qingtong has already left his room. And? Luo Qingtong just came out of the room and saw Yu Sihuang confronting a group of people. Why are you guys here? Luo Qingtong looks at the group of people who appeared in front of her. Demonic doctor. Bei Qing and the others are confronting Yu Sihuang. When they see Luo Qingtong come out, they immediately walk towards her. Yu Sihuang follows behind them with an unhappy face. His heart is indescribably gloomy. These people really came at the wrong time. He finally got the chance to get along well with Luo Qingtong and these people appear. He also doesn't know where Yi Qianxian is. If he knows that he is here with Luo Qingtong, he will definitely come running over. At that time, his chance to get along well with Luo Qingtong will be ruined. Yu Sihuang is thinking about this. Bei Qing and the others have already walked in front of Luo Qingtong. Cough. Demonic doctor, we are here to give you a gift under the orders of our master. Bei Qing's face is conflicted. As she speaks, she raises her hand and takes out something that she and the others brought. Looking at the thing that they take out, Luo Qingtong discovers that they actually brought a small bamboo basket. The small bamboo basket is covered with a small piece of black cloth. Luo Qingtong looks at them lift the black cloth on the bamboo basket. Then she looks at the thing in the bamboo basket and stares blankly. This? Did Yi Qianxian ask you to give it to me? Luo Qingtong looks at the little fellow who is lying in the bamboo basket curled up into a ball. It seems to be asleep. It had light silver soft fur, a red nose, and two small ears that were twitching. Its tiny body was encircled in a circle. It looks like a round little meatball. This appearance is so cute. Luo Qingtong looks at the little fellow lying in the bamboo basket in a daze. This is a young fox? Yi Qianxian actually sent such a cute little fox to me. Just as Luo Qingtong was speaking, she saw that the little fox seemed to be unable to sleep well. It suddenly flipped over and then used its pair of little claws to pull at its ears. With this pull, the little fellow wakes up. Then, Luo Qingtong looks at it squatting there and looking at its two small claws with disdain. Luo Qingtong doesn't know how to describe that appearance. It was as if it wasn't looking at its two little claws, but at its sworn enemy. In fact, it is so. Yi Qianxian's heart is unspeakably gloomy. He looked at the two pink and tender paws in front of him that had no lethality and could only make people bleed. Then, he thought of his stupid and cute action that he couldn't control his animal instincts. He suddenly had the urge to chop off these two paws. Yi Qianxian didn't think that when the heavenly demon fox went berserk, he couldn't completely avoid the attack before it died. The consequences are actually so serious. That is the demon fox curse that used up all of the heavenly demon fox's blood essence. It turned Yi Qianxian into this little fox appearance. Not only is he unable to use his strength as a human, but he also has the habits of a little fox. Yi Qianxian thought of his action of pulling at its ears and felt a burst of shame. He doesn't want to admit that it was him who did it. Just when Yi Qianxian is feeling gloomy, Luo Qingtong looks at it squatting on the ground and finds it funny. She raises her hand and pokes its little ears. Tell your master that I like his gift very much. Luo Qingtong looked at the little fellow in front of her and was extremely happy. Because she found that this little fox's eyes were exactly the same as Yi Qianxian's, that kind of cold gaze, as if it was looking down on the world with disdain and countless swords, made Luo Qingtong fall in love with this little fellow at first sight. Was this the reason why Yi Qianxian gave her this little fox, to let this little fox, who had the same eyes as him, accompany her in his place? Luo Qingtong liked Yi Qianxian's way of expressing his feelings. What's more, the little fox's actions were extremely similar to Yi Qianxian's when he was angry. She didn't know how much time and effort that man spent to find and train such a little fox for her. Luo Qingtong smiled and picked up the little fellow. Then she saw the ring on its little paw and was even more certain of her guess. I didn't expect him to give this ring to you. Sure enough, he had the intention of letting you accompany me. Luo Qingtong said and kissed the little fox's little face. In an instant, Yi Qianming's expression stiffened. He was about to resist, but he also paused. Luo Qingtong was naturally talking about the Shifeng dragon ring. Yi Qianming looked at the ring on his paw and felt conflicted. Between being found out by Luo Qingtong and losing face, or being kept as a pet, he decisively chose the latter. He obediently let Luo Qingtong hold him, but his heart was indescribably gloomy. This was not the same as when his soul was kept captive by Luo Qingtong. At that time, although Yi Qianming could vaguely feel what Luo Qingtong did to him and later regained the memories of his soul, he didn't have a deep understanding of his original body. Now, he was being kept as a pet by his own woman. Thinking of this, Yi Qianming gnashed his teeth in anger. It glanced at Bei Qing and the others with an indescribably cold gaze. However, he looked too adorable and was not lethal at all. Bei Qing and the others did not understand what he was trying to say at all. Bei Qing heaved a sigh of relief when she saw her mistress being held in Luo Qingtong's arms obediently. When they found out that Yi Qianming had been cursed by the demon fox blood curse and turned into a fox cub, they were shocked and panicked. Fortunately, after Elder Yu saw it, he told them not to worry. He said that Yi Qianming's physique was special and the demon fox blood curse had no effect on him. It was only because he had taken the heavenly demon fox's blood essence to prolong his life. Coupled with the demon fox blood curse, such signs had appeared. Once Yi Qianming completely dissolved the sky demon fox's blood essence in his body, he would change back. Hearing Elder Yu's words, Bei Qing and Feng Yu finally felt relieved. However, how to deal with Yi Qianming became a problem. Now that their mistress had become like this, they couldn't leave her alone. And they also had their own things to do. After thinking about it, they decided to send Yi Qianming to Luo Qingtong. Their mistress must be very happy to stay with the evil doctor. Bei Qing and the others were thinking about this happily. It was also because Feng Yu went to deal with the matters of the Star Alliance. Otherwise, she would have killed Bei Qing and the others in minutes. Their mistress liked the evil doctor. It was true that she loved the evil doctor. He was so stupid. Yu Lao, who had instigated Bei Qing and the others to do this, was laughing to death. It was rare to be able to mess with this brat Yi. It was really fun. Yi Qianming was handed over to Luo Qingtong. No matter how dense Bei Qing and the others were, they knew that their master didn't want to be surrounded by people when she interacted with Luo Qingtong like this. Whoever was watching would be unlucky, therefore, the group of people left without a trace. Only Yi Qianming was left in Luo Qingtong's arms with a depressed expression. Yu Sihuang came over at this time. I didn't expect Yi Qianming to have such romantic thoughts, he said sourly. In his heart, he scolded the other party for being too treacherous. He actually thought of using this trick to show his existence in front of Luo Qingtong. Even though he wasn't here, he still dominated Luo Qingtong. Was there any justice left? This little silver fox doesn't look very good. He circled around Yi Qianming and sized up its furry and meaty body with a look of disdain. If you like, I can catch a bunch for you. I guarantee that they will only be more round and cuter than this one and have shiny fur. As Yu Sihuang spoke, he raised his hand and poked Yi Qianren. The latter was furious. Yi Qianqian's attention was focused on Luo Qingtong and Bei Qing. He didn't notice Yu Sihuang next to him. Now that he saw the other party, the latter actually dared to poke him. He immediately raised his hand and waved his claws. Yu Sihuang didn't care at first, but he didn't expect the other party's claws to be so sharp. It was obviously a little fox that had just been weaned, but with a swipe of its claws, it scratched a piece of skin on his hand. One must know that with Yu Sihuang's strength, not just anyone can injure him. Not to mention the little silver fox that Yi Qianxian transformed into. From its appearance, it didn't look strange at all. It looked like a cute pet. Eh? This little fox is rather peculiar. Yu Sihuang was surprised. He raised his hand to grab Yi Qianxian. The latter's gaze was cold, and the two meatballs, pink and tender little claws, instantly reached out with sharp claws. At this time, Luo Qingtong raised her hand to stop Yu Sihuang. It's mine. Luo Qingtong looked at him with a faint smile. Don't touch it. It would have been fine if Yi Qianxian had sent an ordinary fox, but it just had to be a little fox that looked so much like him. Luo Qingtong was not the kind of woman who would be confused by the cute appearance of small animals. However, this little fox's eyes were exactly the same as Yi Qianxian's. She liked it very much. Not to mention the fact that she was wearing Yi Qianxian's 10-sided dragon ring on her claws, which showed how much Yi Qianxian valued the little fox. Luo Qingtong naturally couldn't let it be bullied by Yu Sihuang. Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, before Yu Sihuang could open his mouth, Yi Qianxian's heart was already filled with joy when Luo Qingtong said it's mine. His consciousness hadn't reacted yet, but this body that had inherited the nature and instincts of a young fox had already automatically jumped up, moved in front of Luo Qingtong, and gently licked her. From time to time, it would make a low, coquettish sound, and then use its small round head to rub Luo Qingtong's face. Xianxia froze on Luo Qingtong's shoulder like a bolt from the blue. His heart felt as if it had been split into 7 or 8 pieces. He didn't dare to look at what he had just done. He was a dignified revered underworld. This damned demon fox blood curse. Xianxia's heart felt as if there was nothing left to live for. Luo Qingtong looked at its face that changed from joy to shock, and then to a dull expression. It was so cute that her face was about to bleed, especially when the other party had a pair of eyes that were exactly the same as Xianxia's. She had an inexplicable feeling as if Xianxia was in a daze in front of her. Luo Qingtong was overjoyed. She directly picked it up and kissed the little fox's pink nose. Then she smiled and greeted Yuxihuang. She brought the little fellow back to the main courtyard that the shadow guards of the family who had prepared for her. Yuxihuang looked at Luo Qingtong with a depressed expression as she left with the little fox. Then he looked at Xianxia beside him and asked, "Am I not handsome?" He raised his hand and stroked the mole at the corner of his eye. His charming eyes had an indescribable evil charm. It was very enchanting. Handsome. Even if Xianxia had always taken it as his duty to trick his own brother. He couldn't go against his conscience and say that he wasn't handsome. This was simply an evildoer to the bone. Am I not powerful? Yuxihuang shook off the aura around his body. Powerful. The master of the Southern Domain's imperial sect, the future overlord of the 3 islands and 7 lands, and Yuxihuang had cured the hidden heart disease in his body. In the future, his strength would soar greatly. How could he not be powerful? If he wasn't powerful, he would have been swallowed up by others. Am I not powerful enough? Yuxihuang asked again. Powerful. The current Truespill continent was divided into the north, south, east, and west regions. Yuxihuang ruled the Southern Domain's strongest 3 islands and 7 lands. In the entire Southern Domain, most of the people had to look at his face. How could he not be powerful? Then why doesn't Tong like me? Yuxihuang's face was also depressed. He was handsome and strong. Men and women, young and old alike, were all attracted to him. Why was Luo Qingtong so indifferent to him? If Luo Qingtong hadn't personally admitted that Xianxia was different from him, he would have thought that she wouldn't fall in love with any man. To be honest, Luo Qingtong was definitely the most extraordinary woman he had ever seen. The girl was evil and unbridled, living more recklessly than anyone else in this world. That kind of recklessness was not the kind that had no confidence and only knew how to rely on the power and strength behind one's back, as well as one's appearance, recklessly and unreasonably causing trouble. Instead, it was a feeling that came from the pinnacle of the world. This feeling was very strong. In fact, Yuxihuang had never sensed any timidity or inferiority from Luo Qingtong when she was alone with him. Clearly, the other party's strength was not on the same level as his. However, from Luo Qingtong, Yuxihuang could see that the other party's strength was on par with his. She even had an aura that was on the same level as him. This was the reason why Yuxihuang looked at Luo Qingtong in a different light. Otherwise, with his identity as the overlord of the Southern Domain, even if he was grateful to Luo Qingtong for saving his life, and had a good impression of her, he wouldn't have repeatedly backed down in front of her and kept degrading himself. It was because the feeling that Luo Qingtong gave him was very different. He believed that Xianxia should also be attracted by Luo Qingtong's unique temperament. It was just that the other party was one step ahead of him and got to know Luo Qingtong first, so now he had the upper hand in everything. Thinking of this, Yuxihuang's heart suddenly felt depressed. At this time, Xianxia's voice rang in his ears. "Brother, do you really want to hear the truth?" Xianxia looked at him with a serious face. Yuxihuang inexplicably had a bad feeling. He always felt that his sister wouldn't say anything good. Sure enough, the next second, Xianxia's voice rang. "That's probably because other than your handsome face, Blackfield's Ming Zun is better than you in every other aspect, right? If I were your sister, I wouldn't want you either." "Ah. Save me. Kill your sister. Xianxia, come here." Luo Qingtong didn't know what happened between Yuxihuang and his sister at all. She was preparing to bait the little silver fox that Yi Qianming had transformed into. Before the little fox, Luo Qingtong had never tried to raise a pet. Of course, contracted beasts didn't count. The little fox was her first real pet and it was given to her by Yi Qianming. Luo Qingtong was prepared to treat it well and fulfill the obligations of a master. "Come here, little guy." Luo Qingtong patiently coaxed the little guy opposite her. When she put it down, the little guy ran into the quilt and hid. Luo Qingtong looked at his head coming out of the quilt with a vigilant and alert look. She suddenly found it funny. Who was the one who came over and acted spoiled with her? This little guy changed his face faster than flipping a book. And this look was very similar to when she teased little Ming Zun. The latter was vigilant and alert, afraid of being tricked again. Luo Qingtong held back her laughter and continued to coax the other party softly. "Humph," Yi Qianming gritted his teeth in frustration as he watched her teasing him in a soft voice. This woman was simply, he really wanted to rush out and press this woman under his body to teach her a good lesson. However, he looked at his short stature, which was soft and cute, and had no lethality. If he rushed out, that woman would only think that he was throwing himself into her arms. He immediately turned his head gloomily and turned around, leaving his but for Luo Qingtong to see. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never allow this woman to raise him as a pet. Otherwise, if the fact that he had once turned into a little fox was exposed, how could he raise his head in front of her? This woman was already arrogant enough in front of him. He couldn't let her get hold of his weakness and take a mile after taking an inch. Yi Qianming thought so and was determined not to respond to Luo Qingtong's call. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows when she realized that she couldn't call it out. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and smiled. "Yeah." Luo Qingtong suddenly walked out of the door and Yi Qianming's ears perked up. Had this woman given up? That's good. Bei Qing and those bastards, when I go back, I'll teach them a lesson. Yi Qianming's face was cold and his eyes that seemed to be filled with swords were cold. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's footsteps sounded again. Then, a grasshopper that was tied up with a rope was placed in front of Yi Qianming. "Come here." Luo Qingtong pulled the rope that tied the grasshopper and then the grasshopper was forced to jump towards Luo Qingtong. Yi Qianming looked at the grasshopper bouncing towards Luo Qingtong and snorted. He turned his head away, not wanting to bother with Luo Qingtong. However, before he could turn his head, the little fox cub jumped up and chased after the grasshopper, throwing itself into Luo Qingtong's arms. "Haha. Good boy." Luo Qingtong hugged the little fox that pounced over and smiled so widely that one could not see her eyes. Her eyes were curved as she lowered her head and kissed the little fox's nose several times. She didn't know that the fox's face under the fluffy fur had turned completely black. Yi Qianming gritted his teeth and looked at the little grasshopper that was struggling under his claws. He was so angry that he tore it into pieces. He forgot about his cub's instincts. This damned demon fox's blood curse. Yi Qianming was held tightly in Luo Qingtong's arms. He couldn't even struggle and his heart was indescribably depressed. Luo Qingtong ordered the servants in the side courtyard to boil some hot water for her. The people in the main courtyard were all loyal to Hu Zhongtian. Luo Qingtong wasn't afraid that they would neglect her. The servants responded and prepared to leave. At this moment, one of them who seemed to be the leader hesitated and said, "Does young master want to take a bath?" "If that's the case, there is a good hot spring in the main courtyard. It flows from the ground. If young master wants to take a bath, you can go there to relieve your tiredness." These servants were all ordered by Hu Zhongtian to treat Luo Qingtong as if she was a guest at home. Naturally, they didn't dare to neglect her. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows when she heard that. She said to them with interest, "All right, lead the way." If there was a hot spring to bathe in, Luo Qingtong was naturally willing to enjoy it. What's more, the little guy in her arms was so naughty. Luo Qingtong thought about it. If she bathed it, she would inevitably get wet. She might as well bathe it together. Luo Qingtong thought about it and immediately brought Yi Qianming to the hot spring. Looking at the hot spring that was surrounded by a small courtyard, Luo Qingtong dismissed the servants who came to lead the way. She thought about it and set up an array. Then she took off her outer clothes and entered the hot spring. Yi Qianming didn't struggle. He stared blankly at Luo Qingtong's body that was only wearing thin clothes. The young girl's exquisite figure was wrapped in her undergarments, making her appear very graceful and charming. What was worse was that as Luo Qingtong stepped into the hot spring, the girl's figure was half hidden and half exposed in the thin clothes. Yi Qianming was stunned. Especially when Luo Qingtong entered the hot spring. She stretched herself comfortably and then leaned against the shore of the hot spring with a relaxed and languid expression. She looked like a fairy that fell into the room from the sky and also like a beautiful demon that climbed out of the water. She was naturally bewitching, full of vitality and fragrance. Luo Qingtong's enchanting and charming face and her charm that could cause the downfall of a country were intertwined, forming a strange picture that could attract people to commit a crime. She was so beautiful and enchanting that it couldn't be imagined. This was a completely different kind of charm from her usual evil aura. Luo Qingtong was enjoying the comfort of the hot spring. When she lowered her head, she saw the little fox in her arms staring at her in a daze. She immediately smiled. "What are you looking at?" She tapped its little nose. "Have you never seen a beauty like me?" Luo Qingtong chuckled. At this moment, she was very relaxed. It was rare for her to tease this little guy. She didn't expect to get a response. She didn't expect the latter to nod its head in a daze. "Ha ha ha. Did Yi Qianming teach you? You nod no matter what I ask?" Luo Qingtong looked at the little fox's wet body. She smiled and helped it bathe. The latter's body stiffened. Luo Qingtong's hands wandered around its body, rubbing it. If it wasn't for this lively scene, perhaps Yi Qianming wouldn't have thought so much. But right now, his body was burning hot. However, Yi Qianming was in the form of a little fox. It was impossible for him to do anything to Luo Qingtong. While feeling depressed, he desperately tried to suppress the heat in his body. Vaguely, streams of heat flowed through Yi Qianming's body as its aura surged and was quietly dissolved. Yi Qianming's little fox body had unknowingly grown a little bigger. It was because the blood essence he stole from the sky demon fox had been dissolved. Once the essence blood was completely dissolved and his life was extended, the demon fox blood curse that Yi Qianren was afflicted with would lose its effect. At that time, he would regain his human form. After some of the blood essence in Yi Qianxian's body was dissolved, it became weak. It curled up in Luo Qingtong's arms. Luo Qingtong looked at it and immediately used her dry clothes to wrap it up. She wiped the water off its body and then placed it on the edge of the hot spring, letting it stay close to her. Strange, why do I feel that you have grown a little bigger?" Luo Qingtong looked at Yi Qianxian, who was wrapped up like a ball, and felt a little strange. Was she mistaken? However, even if he did grow up a little, there was nothing to be concerned about. This little animal from another world was different from what she had known before. Plus, this silver fox was a gift from Yi Qianxian. Perhaps it had a special background. Luo Qingtong thought so and didn't take it to heart. She soaked in the hot spring for a while longer. Then, she got up, put on her coat, and returned home with the silver fox. After returning to the room, Luo Qingtong took off her soaked clothes and changed into her underwear for sleeping at night. She lay on her bed and looked at the silver fox that she had placed on top of her blanket. The latter seemed to have recovered a little. His ears were twitching, and he lowered his head with a look of disgust. No one knew what he was doing. His two claws were still desperately patting something on the bedding, pulling up the silk brocade quilt. Luo Qingtong was not angry when she saw it like this. She only felt that it was very interesting. The little fellow's emotions seemed to be particularly human-like. His actions were like that of a person who was sulking. Luo Qingtong thought about the scene where she used the grasshopper to tease the silver fox. She felt a burst of laughter in her heart. Could it be that it was upset because it couldn't hold on to its little resistance because of that? For some reason, Luo Qingtong just wanted to tease this little fox. Perhaps it was because the latter had a pair of eyes that were similar to Yi Qianxian's, so she couldn't help but love the house and its crow. Or perhaps it was because the other party didn't behave like an ordinary little fox and was especially intelligent. Otherwise, Luo Qingtong might not have had the patience and thought to do so. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, her eyes suddenly turned slightly, and she had a good idea. She looked at the little fox who was still sulking on the bedding, got up with a smile, put on an outer robe, and walked out. After a while, she came back with a bowl in her arms. A faintly discernible fragrance wafted from her bowl. "Come here, little guy, eat chicken." Luo Qingtong took out a piece of chicken that had been fried until it was golden and soft from the bowl and waved it in front of Yi Qianxian. The latter was originally unwilling to pay attention to her. He was still deeply immersed in the shadow of catching a grasshopper just now, unable to extricate himself. However, the fox cub in his body couldn't resist the temptation of that piece of chicken. Xianxia's two little fox ears kept trembling. He tried his best to control his body and not look at that piece of chicken. However, that fragrance kept drifting into his nose. That tempting fragrance made Xianxia's fox cub body completely unable to suppress its instincts. Ing. The moment Luo Qingtong put the piece of chicken in front of him, Xianxia's fox cub body pounced over, wanting to grab that piece of chicken. However, Luo Qingtong's eyes were sharp and her hands were nimble, and she took that piece of chicken away. Xianxia immediately pounced into the soft brocade quilt, and his silver body sank into the quilt softly. After a while, he was finally picked up by Luo Qingtong. Haha. Luo Qingtong looked at its small appearance of saying one thing and thinking another. It was so cute. She picked up the silver fox and placed the piece of chicken in front of him. She smiled and said, "Raise your paw." As she spoke, she reached out a hand to him, indicating for him to place his little paw on her palm. Xianxia looked at Luo Qingtong's outstretched hand and his furry little fox face instantly turned green and black. As a dignified underworld venerable, he would never do such a thing, paw. Before he could finish his thoughts, his body that was completely controlled by the nature and instincts of a young fox immediately placed his two little paws on Luo Qingtong's palm. Xianxia was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Looking at his disappointing body, he had the urge to go back in time, reverse the universe, and go back to the time when he hunted the heavenly demon fox and stop all of this. He really couldn't watch anymore. Xianxia gritted his teeth in his heart. Luo Qingtong, on the other hand, was indescribably happy. She picked up the incomparably obedient and cute little fox in front of her and couldn't help but kiss its little nose. Then, he held its two little paws and kissed them on each of its soft and tender paws. He smiled and said, "Good boy. Silver Baby is so smart." "Who are you calling Silver Baby?" "This venerable one doesn't want such a childish name." Xianxia's face turned even darker, however, his body lowered its head to eat the chicken, and it was indescribably happy. From time to time, it would let out a satisfied and happy snoring sound, as if it was echoing Luo Qingtong's words. The girl and the fox continued to play for a long time. Of course, Luo Qingtong was the only one who was having fun. Xianxia's face darkened as he watched his young fox body do all kinds of immoral things under the temptation of the chicken. He couldn't bear to look at it. He made up his mind that in the future, he would never reveal the fact that he had turned into a fox and was kept as a pet by Luo Qingtong for a long time. Luo Qingtong played with the silver fox for a while. She had enough of its gloomy and disgusted face. When she saw how happy the chicken was acting, she smiled and hugged it to sleep. Wild City, by family. Bai Changfeng waved away the Bai family guard who came to report. He looked at the people around him and said, "That fool from family who brought a few people and broke into family who, alarming Hu Zhongtian." At this time, Hu Zhongtian has already recognized him. When Bai Changfeng said this, his face turned gloomy. This was definitely not the result the Bai family wanted to see. Hu Zhongtian was going to die soon, when the second elder of family Hu came to power. If Hu Zhongtian didn't want Hu Fei to die with him, he would have to obediently hand over the things that belonged to family Hu. However, now that Hu Zhongtian and Chu Lingfeng had acknowledged each other, there was a change in all of this. Damn it! Why didn't that Hu Yannyang die outside? Otherwise, we wouldn't have to worry so much today. She was hunted down with a child, but she was still able to escape. They had really underestimated her. Humph. Big brother, why are you in such a hurry? Family Hu has been in the palm of our hands for more than 10 years. Now, our Bai family's strength is more than twice as strong as before. Family Hu is struggling at death's door. Even if Hu Zhongtian and that fool, or even Hu Yannyang, recognize each other, so what? Don't tell me that they're capable of overturning the universe? An elder of the Hu clan below said with a disdainful expression. He didn't care about family Hu at all. That's right. Another middle-aged man sitting to the right of Bai Changfeng also said, family Hu is nothing to be afraid of. Our Bai clan doesn't need to pay attention to them, but Jin Tang and the others. Why haven't we heard from them yet? Could it be that something went wrong during the operation to capture that lightning beast? Impossible. Bai Chongfeng waved his hand. The location of the lightning beast, the method to lure it here, and the various arrangements in the surroundings were all set up by that lord himself. Absolutely nothing will go wrong. I'm just worried that there might be an accident with the ripening date of the amethyst fruit, so Jin Tang and the others haven't been able to catch the thunder beast yet. That's true. The middle-aged man nodded. If that's the case, then let's wait. After all, the clear heart purple jade fruit is also a strange fruit. It's normal for there to be some sudden changes. Bai Chongfeng nodded. Don't worry about Jin Tang and the others for now. It won't take long anyway. Moreover, that lord hasn't come to our Bai family yet. There's no hurry. What I'm worried about now is that among the people that family Hu Fool brought to family Hu, there's a man called Jijiu who claims to have good medical skills and wants to treat Hu Zhongtian. The voice of another elder of the Bai family rang out. Family head, you're worrying too much. No one knows better than us what's wrong with Hu Zhongtian's illness. He's dead for sure this time. There's no medicine that can save him. Let that Yijiu save him. Let's see if he can be saved. That Bai family elder said with a mocking expression. The surrounding Bai family members also let out faint chuckles. At this moment, Bai Chongfeng shook his head and waved his hand. I'm not worried that Yijiu can save Hu Zhongtian. He naturally knew what was wrong with Hu Zhongtian's illness. After all, he was the one who personally handed the medicine to the second elder of family Hu. However, I'm worried about Hu Fei. As his voice rang out, the surrounding hall fell silent. Hu Fei, Hu Zhongtian's eldest son. He was the true young master of family Hu, if not for the fact that he was in a coma, paralyzed in bed, and had been in a vegetative state for more than 10 years, they wouldn't have dared to have any ideas about family Hu. After all, back then, Hu Fei was a rather famous genius in Savage City and even in the entire Western Wastelands. Back then, everyone agreed that if Hu Fei took over family Hu's strength would definitely double, and they might even become one of the top families. Unfortunately, Hu Fei didn't have such an opportunity. Now, he was the bargaining chip that they used to threaten Hu Zhongtian to hand over family Hu's item. If Hu Fei was really saved and awakened, then their plan would be severely hampered. After all, Hu Fei was the rightful heir of family Hu. Without this bargaining chip, Hu Zhongtian, who was being pressured by them, might not give them the item even if he chose to fight to the death. Thinking of this, the faces of the Bai family members suddenly became serious. Family head. I don't think that kid has the ability to do this, right? The Bai family elder who spoke up just now said. He didn't believe that a kid who was still wet behind the ears could do this. After all, Hu Fei had been in a coma for more than 10 years. He was no different from a living corpse. Hu Zhongtian had tried everything he could think of, but he still couldn't help him recover. How could a mere youth do it? What if he has something that can remove Hu Fei's current condition? Bai Chongfeng's voice was cold. No matter what, during such a critical period, I will not allow anyone to ruin our Bai family's plans. This matter must be dealt with. Furthermore, Hu Fei's awakening was related to another matter. Bai Chongfeng thought of the reason why Hu Fei was in a coma, and his face became more solemn. He waved his hand and dismissed everyone in the room. Alright, I'll talk to Feng'er personally and see how she's going to deal with it. You guys can leave first. Yes. Hearing that he was going to look for Bai Feng, everyone in the Bai family immediately agreed. Sometimes, Bai Feng's orders were even more effective than Bai Chongfeng's. After all, the Bai family's rise was entirely due to Bai Feng. Not only that, but she was also the young mistress of the Hua family, a top-notch family. In the past few years, the Hua family had completely entered the category of the top families in Wildland City. Although their strength couldn't be compared to the top families in Wildland City and the Far West Wilderness, they were still above the other families in Wildland City. The group dispersed, and Bai Chongfeng immediately went to look for Bai Feng. She had already received news about family Hu from the Hua family. After all, she was the one who remembered and told Bai Chongfeng about that thing. Naturally, she was very concerned about family Hu's situation, especially after Chu Lingfeng appeared. I didn't expect that Hu Yenyang would still be able to save the child under such circumstances. It's a pity that she gave birth to a retard. Bai Feng snorted coldly. She was lying on her side on a low-key and luxurious chaise lounge, her 10 fingers resting on the armrest. Her fingernails were painted a bright red, as bright as blood. "All right, leave this matter to me. You don't have to worry about it." Hu Fei had been struggling at death's door for so many years, and it was time for him to die. As for Hu Yannyang, if she wanted to come back and seek death, Bai Feng would be happy to fulfill her wish. After all, she had been waiting for so many years, to get rid of all future troubles forever. As for Luo Qingtong and the others, Bai Feng didn't care about them at all. They were just a few clowns. How powerful could they be if they could mix with a retard like Chu Lingfeng? Bai Feng wanted to kill Hu Fei, but it was just a precaution. She didn't really think that Luo Qingtong and the others could save Hu Fei. After she sent Bai Changfeng away, she sent out a letter. Outside Wildland City, in an extremely secluded valley, a group of people received a letter from Bai Feng. "The sect leader has ordered us to kill family Hu Fei. We can't let anyone find out. Do it today." A leader in a black robe who looked sinister said. "Yes." The other people, who were wearing the same black robes as him and looked very evil and sinister, all agreed. As for family Hu, Luo Qingtong woke up early in the morning and was invited to Hu Zhongtian's room. Hu Zhongtian looked very excited. "Thank you for saving my life, young master." Hu Zhongtian had tried the medicinal bath that Luo Qingtong gave to Chu Lingfeng last night. When he woke up this morning, he felt much more relaxed. Ever since he fell seriously ill, he had never felt this refreshed feeling again. How could he not be surprised and excited? Only now did he realize that Luo Qingtong's words about saving his life were not baseless. Luo Qingtong looked indifferent. She replied softly. "You will soak in this medicinal bath every day. When your body is almost fully recovered, I will remove the growing bone fragments in your body." Only Luo Qingtong would dare to perform this operation in this strange world. If it were anyone else, even if they could see Hu Zhongtian's condition, they wouldn't be able to save him. After all, the broken bones and flesh of the chest and lungs had grown together. Without Luo Qingtong's bloody eyes, who would dare to perform such an operation on Hu Zhongtian? As for using the bone-melting medicinal liquid, that was even more impossible. Those broken bones were also Hu Zhongtian's own bones. Once the bone-melting medicinal liquid was used, the bones would be destroyed. Once the bone-melting medicinal liquid was used, the other bones in Hu Zhongtian's body would melt as well. At that time, Hu Zhongtian would still have to face death. Therefore, after the Bai family had decided on that vicious plan, they had already determined that Hu Zhongtian was going to die. That was why they had unscrupulously forced him to hand over that thing from the Hu family, but now, it was impossible for them to succeed. "Thank you, young master." Hu Zhongtian was very excited. "Young master," he looked at Luo Qingtong with a hesitant expression. "I wonder if young master can help again. Take a look at my son, Hu Fei." "Hu Fei?" Luo Qingtong looked at Hu Zhongtian and suddenly remembered that family who still had a young master, Hu Fei, who was Yannyang's brother. She had heard people say at the city gate that he was paralyzed in bed like a cripple. If it weren't for this, the Hu clan wouldn't have fallen to such a state. After all, as long as Hu Fei was around, even if Hu Zhongtian was seriously ill, ordinary people would not dare to bully them. "Master." Chu Lingfeng called out pitifully, his eyes imploring. He was left by Luo Qingtong in the main courtyard to take care of Hu Zhongtian yesterday. The latter thought that he was going to die and showed his love for Chu Lingfeng. Although Chu Lingfeng was a fool, he knew who was sincere to him. He could not help but speak up for Hu Zhongtian. Let's go take a look." Luo Qingtong did not mind treating one more person. Moreover, Hu Fei was Yannyang's brother. The group of people arrived at the east side courtyard where Hu Fei lived. For so many years, Hu Fei had been living here and was taken care of by someone. From time to time, Hu Zhongtian would come to see him. Luo Qingtong followed Hu Zhongtian into Hu Fei's room. As soon as she stepped in, Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. In this room, she smelled a familiar scent that she had often dealt with in her previous life. Voodoo? Luo Qingtong looked at the person lying on the bed. The latter's face was pale, but his face was handsome. It could be seen that when Hu Fei was young, he was definitely a handsome young master. However, Luo Qingtong did not pay attention to this, but the faint scent of the voodoo worm on his body. In her previous life, Luo Qingtong had dealt with voodoo many times. The latter was different from ordinary poisons. It was usually used to bewitch people and control their minds. It was especially popular in the southwest. With Luo Qingtong's ability, there were naturally people who wanted to use voodoo to control her. Unfortunately, for Luo Qingtong's pair of blood-red eyes, she was the nemesis of Gu techniques. The damage that the other party could inflict on her was not even comparable to a normal poison technique. After all, Luo Qingtong was poisoned and needed to be cured. As for the Gu technique, what was the use of a Gu technique that had been seen through? Luo Qingtong would never give those Gu worms a chance to enter her body. In his previous life, the Gu clan and the Gu god sect in the southwest region were completely defeated by Luo Qingtong. They had to take a detour when they saw her. Luo Qingtong smiled as she thought of this. Initially, he was wondering what kind of illness Hu Fei was suffering from and whether it would take a lot of effort to treat him. But now, it seemed that Hu Fei wasn't poisoned at all. Instead, he was poisoned by a Gu. Since that was the case, things were simple. Luo Qingtong fixed her eyes on Hu Fei. The blood-red light in her eyes flickered slightly. Through the pupil technique in her eyes, Luo Qingtong could clearly see that there was a tiny worm in Hu Fei's mind. That worm's body was as thin as a cicada's wing. It looked transparent. However, it was faintly emitting a golden light. There were 6 pairs of golden wings on its body, flapping gently. That Gu worm seemed to be in a deep sleep. There was almost no movement. Following the undulation of its breathing, a faintly discernible aura and soul energy was absorbed into its body. This Gu worm was absorbing Hu Fei's life energy and soul energy. No wonder the latter had been unconscious all this while. If this carried on, Hu Fei could only sleep until he died. All of his soul energy and life force were absorbed by that Gu worm to support its growth. Luo Qingtong looked at that Gu worm and suddenly narrowed her eyes. This Gu worm is a Gu mother? Her voice was slightly surprised. In her previous life, Luo Qingtong had interacted with Gu techniques and naturally knew that a Gu mother was the most difficult to nurture. Among tens of millions of Gu worms, there might not even be a Gu mother, but if it was nurtured and carefully raised to raise its strength, it would definitely be a great weapon. Other things aside, a Gu mother could breed Gu worms. The child worms it bred would completely listen to its orders. That was to say, having a Gu mother was equivalent to having a Gu worm army. Not only that, a Gu mother's status among the Gu worms was like a queen. Under the circumstances where there was no other Gu mother present, it could command all the Gu worms. Even if they were not bred by it, it was still the same. Luo Qingtong did not expect that this Gu worm in Hu Fei's body was actually a Gu mother, but there were also differences among Gu mothers. This Gu mother in Hu Fei's body seemed to be a low-grade one. But even so, it was still very rare and precious. That person behind the curtain who planted the Gu was really willing, but she probably also felt that it was impossible for anyone to see through the existence of this Gu worm, right? Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. Since the other party had sent such a huge gift, then she would not stand on ceremony and accept it. Luo Qingtong walked to Hu Fei's side and wanted to remove the Gu worm for him. Just at this moment, buzz. A faintly discernible sound wave that ordinary people could not hear drifted in from the outside. Luo Qingtong's footsteps suddenly stopped. She saw the changes of that Gu mother in Hu Fei's mind. A sharp sound wave that ordinary people couldn't hear rang out, and the Gu mother seemed to have been awakened. It abruptly opened its eyes. Gee! Amidst the ear-piercing shriek, a huge phantom of golden wings appeared behind the Gu queen. Then, it took a deep breath and tried to suck away all of Hu Fei's life force and soul power. Its belly was bulging greatly. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingtong's expression suddenly froze. She abruptly took a step forward, raised her hand, and sent dozens of energy streams that were as thin as cow hair into Hu Fei's body. Under the control of Luo Qingtong's mind, this energy was even more effective than ordinary golden needles. The moment it entered Hu Fei's body, it immediately sealed all his vital acupoints, as well as all the hidden meridians that his life force and soul force had to pass through to enter his mind. At the same time, Luo Qingtong raised her hand and slapped Hu Fei's forehead. That place was the most vulnerable part of a person's skull. Once they were hit by someone, their brains would immediately burst open and they would die. When Hu Zhongtian saw this scene, he immediately became extremely anxious. Young master. Don't. He did not know why Luo Qingtong suddenly attacked Hu Fei and subconsciously wanted to stop her, but he was blocked by Chu Lingfeng. "Grandfather, don't worry. Master will not let anything happen to uncle." Chu Lingfeng also did not know why Luo Qingtong did this, but he believed in Luo Qingtong and naturally would not let Hu Zhongtian obstruct her actions. "You. Sai. Get out of the way." Hu Zhongtian was extremely anxious, but he could not attack his grandson and instantly felt his insides burning. "Gee!" A sharp cry instantly resounded in the room. The energy in Luo Qingtong's 5 fingers was fierce. The moment she pressed on Hu Fei's head, the energy penetrated the small gap in his skull and entered the depths of his brain. Like a cage, the queen of venomous insects was trapped inside. Then, Luo Qingtong's 5 fingers sucked and pulled, and the Gu mother's mouthpart was pulled out from Hu Fei's brain. Not only that, Luo Qingtong raised her hand and slapped the back of Hu Fei's head. Ugh! Hu Fei, who was lying on the bed unconscious, suddenly got up and bent over. He opened his mouth and spat out the Gu mother. "Fei-er." Seeing this scene, Hu Zhongtian's face was filled with surprise and joy. He hurried over to Hu Fei and saw him open his eyes in a daze. "Father?" Hu Fei glanced at Hu Zhongtian, then collapsed and lost consciousness. "Fei-er." Hu Zhongtian saw the scene and panicked. He hurriedly looked at Luo Qingtong. Young master, he no longer dared to doubt Luo Qingtong's ability. He looked at her with reverence and anticipation. "It's fine. He just lost too much of his life force and soul aura. He just needs to recuperate and replenish it." If not for Luo Qingtong's quick action, Hu Fei's energy would have been completely sucked dry by the Gu mother. Adding to the fact that he had been sucked dry for so many years, it was normal for such a situation to occur. Now that the Gu mother had been removed, he only needed to recuperate. The life force and soul aura that he had lost would naturally be slowly replenished. Luo Qingtong's words calmed Hu Fei down. At this moment, he finally had the time to pay attention to the Gu mother that Hu Fei had spat out. He saw that the Gu mother was trapped in the cage formed by Luo Qingtong's energy. It constantly screeched and struggled to return to Hu Fei's body, but it could not break free. "Young master, what is this?" Hu Zhongtian looked at the insect and had a vague guess in his heart. Could this insect be the culprit that caused Hu Fei to fall into a coma? Gu. Luo Qingtong looked at the Gu mother trapped in her energy cage, and her lips curled up slightly. She raised her hand and sucked the Gu queen into her hand. Then, she bit her middle finger and drew a mark on its forehead. That was the Gu controlling method that Luo Qingtong learned when she fought with the Gu God sect in the southwest in her previous life. At that time, the Gu God sect and an international organization conspired to control Luo Qingtong, but she saw through it. Luo Qingtong destroyed that organization and learned about the Gu God sect. She went to Nanjiang to take revenge and turned the whole Nanjiang upside down. Many Gu families were destroyed, and the Gu God sect's believers and Gu mother were unable to do anything to Luo Qingtong. In the end, with the help of the army, Luo Qingtong stopped in front of the headquarters. At that time, the Gu mother that Luo Qingtong saw had been fed by the Gu God sect for many years. It was several meters long and its body was very huge. The Gu controlling method that Luo Qingtong used was learned from that Gu mother. It would be a piece of cake to use it on this Gu mother. Luo Qingtong lifted her hand and removed the energy cage around the mother of Gu poison. The mother of Gu poison flew in a circle on the spot and landed quietly on Luo Qingtong's shoulder. Buzz. Perhaps because there was no response from the mother of Gu poison, or because the connection with the mother of Gu poison had been lost, the formless sound wave from afar became more and more obvious and sharp. Even Hu Zhongtian, Chu Lingfeng, and the rest seemed to have sensed something. "Master?" Chu Lingfeng looked at Luo Qingtong. The latter glanced at the direction where the invisible sound wave came from, and then moved in that direction. "You don't have to follow me." When dealing with Gu poison, it was not useful to have more people. Instead, it was easy to become a disaster and be controlled by the other party. Luo Qingtong's figure followed the formless sound wave and flew out of Wilderness City. Outside Wilderness City, in a remote and hidden valley, a black-robed leader kept blowing a short whistle in his mouth. The sharp sound wave that ordinary people could not hear constantly drifted out from the short whistle, but he did not receive any response. What's going on? Why did we suddenly lose contact with the mother of Gu poison? The black-robed man's expression was very ugly. He had just received a response from the mother of goo poison, confirming that it had been successfully awakened. But suddenly, he lost the mother of goo poison's response. It was as if someone had cut off the connection between him and the mother of goo poison. But the mother of goo poison was something that the sect master had fed with his heart. This goo poison flute was the reason why he could control it. Other than the sect master, who else could cut off the connection between the goo poison flute and the mother of goo poison? The black-robed man was puzzled. He didn't know what had happened. Could it be that the sect master suddenly changed his mind and stopped the mother of goo poison from killing Hu Fei? But once the mother of goo poison was awakened, it would not fall into a coma again. By then, Hu Fei's abnormal behavior would definitely attract the attention of others. What was the sect master doing? Didn't he say that he couldn't let anyone find out about Hu Fei? The man in the black robe was bewildered. He waved his hand and said to the people around him, "Let's go to the family Hu and have a look. Let's see what's going on." However, before they could make a move, a figure had already gracefully appeared before them like a ghost. "There's no need to go. Are you looking for the goo mother? I've already delivered it to you." As Luo Qingtong spoke, she raised her hand. The goo mother perched on her shoulder immediately flapped its 6 pairs of golden wings and flew up, landing on the tip of her index finger. That lithe and nimble body that flickered with a faint golden light caused the faces of the black-robed people on the opposite side to be shocked. "You? Goo mother?" The group of voodoo sect disciples never thought that the goo poison mother, which they couldn't control without the help of the goo poison flute, would be so obedient and quietly resting on the young man's finger. Who was the other party? How could he control the goo poison mother? The voodoo sect disciples were horrified. Luo Qingtong's gaze swept past them indifferently. Then, she shook her finger. "Go." As her voice rang out, the goo poison mother flapped its wings and flew toward the group of voodoo sect disciples. Not good. The black-robed leader's complexion abruptly changed. He hurriedly shouted, "Quickly throw away all the goo worms on your body, then scatter goo repellent powder all over your body, run." Before he could finish his words, a series of blood-curdling screams came from the mouths of the black-robed men beside him. The containers containing the goo worms on their bodies were shattered. Goo worms flew out from the containers, bit their flesh, and drilled into their flesh. In an instant, mournful screams sounded everywhere. The voodoo sect's people who controlled the goo worms tasted the backlash of the goo worms. In the depths of the valley, where the voodoo sect's headquarters was located, sharp screams faintly came from there. Obviously, the voodoo sect's people inside also suffered the backlash of the goo worms. This was the drawback of controlling the goo. Although they could obtain strength far greater than others through the use of the goo worms, at the same time, they were also limited by this aspect. Even if someone's strength was inferior to them, as long as they used a goo worm of a higher level than their own, they would immediately suffer the backlash of their own goo worms. This backlash was simply out of their control. Unless they were prepared beforehand, they absolutely couldn't resist it, and the more powerful the goo worm, the greater the damage caused by the backlash. At this moment, the voodoo sect's people were already wailing. "You!" The black-robed leader, who was the first to react, looked at Luo Qingtong with a gaze that couldn't be described as simple shock. The other party's manner of controlling the goo mother was so calm. If he didn't know that this goo mother belonged to the sect master, he was afraid he would have mistakenly thought that this goo mother was cultivated by the other party. How could this be? This goo mother was fed with the blood of the sect master's heart. It was reasonable to say that it absolutely wouldn't listen to other people's orders, even they had to use the goo flute personally bestowed by the sect master, which was stained with the blood of the sect master's heart, to be able to control it. How did the other party manage to control it and make it obediently listen to orders? The black-robed leader was just desperately blowing the goo flute in his mouth, trying to stop the goo mother's actions, but the latter simply didn't listen to the goo flute's orders. In other words, it had been taken away from the sect master. It no longer belonged to the sect master. How could this be? The leader of the black-robed men looked extremely flustered. Because his reaction was the fastest, he sprinkled goo repellent powder all over his body. The goo worms on his body were also thrown to the ground along with the utensils. That was how he managed to escape the disaster, but at this moment, under the command of the goo mother, the surrounding goo worms were clearly gathering more and more. Once the number of goo worms reached a certain number, there would be goo worms that would ignore the threat of the goo powder on him and attack him. At that time, he would be dead for sure. Thinking of this, the face of the leader in the black robe became more and more panicked. He glanced at Luo Qingtong and rejoiced inwardly that the other party's strength was not strong. Under such circumstances, he might be able to escape. With that thought in mind, the leading black-robed man immediately leaped up. His palms were like the wind as he killed all the goo worms surrounding him. Then, he rushed towards the entrance of the valley where Luo Qingtong was. Scram! This black-robed man's true cultivation was around upper-grade martial spirit realm. In Savage City, it was already considered pretty good. Seeing his palm coming over, Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed. Just as she was about to move, boom! A strong gust of wind suddenly brushed past her ear, swept out from behind her, and slammed into the leader of the black-robed men. Bang! That black-robed man was blown away by the seemingly light breeze, but in fact, it was extremely violent. He vomited blood and flew out. Tong Tong! Are you okay? Yu Xihuang's figure appeared beside Luo Qingtong. I'm fine. Luo Qingtong looked at the black-robed man who was blown away by Yu Xihuang. She saw his body ruthlessly smashed into a group of black-robed men who died miserably with goo worms crawling all over their bodies. Then, a sharp scream sounded. It was the goo-repelling powder on his body that was blown away by Yu Xihuang's attack. Feeling that there was no threat on his body, those goo worms controlled by the goo mother immediately swarmed over, turning him into a goo man. Following Luo Qingtong's gaze, Yu Xihuang's expression slightly froze. Tong Tong, these people were all killed by you? He looked at those miserable corpses. If he didn't see wrongly, these people should be from the voodoo sect. This sect's strength in the far west wilderness was not weak. Their ability to control goo worms was very mysterious, and they killed demon beasts very quickly. He didn't expect that they would all die in the hands of Luo Qingtong, and in such a short time. Yu Xihuang looked at the goo worms lying on those corpses, and his heart was slightly surprised. Could it be that Luo Qingtong also knew how to control goo worms? Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent as she replied. Yu Xihuang could be considered as half of her people, and he had already seen these goo worms. Luo Qingtong didn't intend to hide it from him. She raised her hand and called back the goo mother. As for the other goo worms, she asked the goo mother to order them to leave and summon them when needed. Those goo worms obeyed Luo Qingtong's command and left. A large cloud of goo worms gathered and left, causing Yu Xihuang to widen his eyes slightly. Did you rush here just to deal with these people from the voodoo sect? Yu Xihuang looked at Luo Qingtong. He followed Luo Qingtong as soon as he got the news that she had left. He hadn't expected her to be someone from the voodoo sect. Furthermore, he had won alone. Yu Xihuang looked at Luo Qingtong commanding those goo worms as if they were her arms, and he didn't know what to say. The voodoo sect could only be considered as a mid-tier force in the western desolate region. However, their ability to control poisonous insects was extremely powerful. Ordinary forces would need to go all out to deal with a demon beast, but they only needed to send a few people with goo worms. Because of this, the voodoo sect's reputation in the far west wilderness had become extremely fearsome. Ordinary people didn't dare to provoke them. Why would Luo Qingtong go against them? Moreover, her ability to control goo worms seemed to be above the voodoo sect's people. One must know that before the voodoo sect appeared, no one could control goo worms. Even the word goo originated from the voodoo sect. Yu Xihuang looked at Luo Qingtong, but the latter's expression was indifferent. The strange things on Hu Fei's body were caused by them, so I naturally have to deal with them. What? Hu Fei has been in a coma for so many years because of the voodoo sect. The surprise in his words did not seem to be fake. Luo Qingtong suddenly raised her eyebrows. You don't know? Goo worms can burrow into a person's body and control their mind, making them suffer a fate worse than death. Using a goo worm directly as an attack is the most inferior way to use it. The terrible thing about the goo technique is that you don't know when you have been parasitized by the goo worm. Of course, this generally works when the other party is unprepared. Once the other party is prepared, it is not so useful. Moreover, if the strength of the expert is strong enough, such as the sage realm and above, even if they are parasitized, as long as the goo worm is not of a relatively high level like the goo mother, it will be discovered almost immediately and then forced out. In the 24th century, Luo Qingtong dealt with the Gu God sect and used this method to control a lot of people. Luo Qingtong has a lot of contact, so she knows the methods of the Gu technique very well. I don't know. Yu Sihuang looked at Luo Qingtong with deep eyes. He doesn't know all the things the latter said. Not only him, but those who know the existence of the voodoo sect also don't know that the other party's Gu technique has such a use. The people of the voodoo sect hide very well. Those who have contact with them only see the scene of them controlling the Gu worm to attack directly. Although the scene is very scary, it also makes people think that their Gu worm is just a kind of attack method. Now that I heard from you, they can even control the Gu worm to hide in a person's body. I'm afraid they have done a lot of things secretly. No wonder in these years, the voodoo sect suddenly jumped up, and their ranking among the many forces in the Western wilderness is not bad. One had to know that it was extremely difficult to become outstanding overnight in the far west wilderness. Those forces in the Western wilderness are either supported by a strong force behind them, or they have been entrenched here for God knows how many years, accumulating their strength layer by layer. The strength of the voodoo sect is rising so fast, to say that they are doing something secretly, Yu Sihuang absolutely does not believe. Whether they are doing something or not, we will know when we go to their headquarters to check. Luo Qingtong said as she rushed into the depths of the valley. This valley was very remote and secluded in Wildland City. The voodoo sect had done a very good job of concealing their secrets. Therefore, they must have stored a lot of their secrets and resources. Luo Qingtong's figure flashed into the voodoo sect. At this moment, under the command of the Gu Mother, every Magus poison sect disciple was killed by the Gu worms they had raised. Luo Qingtong walked over the corpses and scanned the entire voodoo sect. Soon, he found what he needed. I didn't expect Bai Feng to be the founder of the voodoo sect. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. She looked at the secret information placed in front of her. It clearly stated that Bai Feng was the sect master of the voodoo sect. Furthermore, the voodoo sect was founded by her. Once a disciple of the voodoo sect joined the sect, they would have to be loyal to Bai Feng. No betrayal. It's a pity that Bai Feng is quite cautious and did not leave anything that can prove her identity. And because there are no survivors, this secret cannot be used as evidence. Otherwise, with this, Yan Yang's death can be avenged. This thing, when Yan Yang comes, she will show it to her and see how to make use of it. Soon after, Luo Qingtong found a list on the side. It recorded the people who had been controlled by voodoo sect for so many years. The name list was densely packed, and it was a ghastly sight. It almost included all the big and small families in Savage City. Only the top few families did not make a move because they were afraid of being discovered. The voodoo sect's people had spread their tentacles all over the middle and lower levels of the families in Savage City. No wonder their rise was so fast. With the spies in those families, how could the voodoo sect's rise not be fast? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows as she looked at the list. Then she put it away with a smile. Now, all these things belonged to her. With these, Xianxia's development in the western desolate region will be very fast. She had wanted to bring Xianxia's people to Savage City to see if there was a chance. Now it seems that the chance has come. Su Yu and the others did not need to return to Fenghua City. They could just directly take root here. Luo Qingtong will give the list of these people to her. At that time, she will be in contact with these people. After all, there are ready-made connections and channels. It would be a waste if she did not want them. After Luo Qingtong put away these two things, she searched the entire voodoo sect. These years, the voodoo sect's resources and items in the western desolate region were enough for Su Yu and the others to gain a foothold and expand in Savage City. Luo Qingtong looked at these and suddenly laughed. As for Yu Sihuang, who was at the side, his face was filled with grief as he looked at her. Tong Tong, even if there is no merit, there is still hard work. I came from far away to help you. Shouldn't you give me a little reward for my hard work? Everyone who sees it has a share. Yu Sihuang looked at Luo Qingtong. He was waiting for her to nod her head and immediately said that he did not need these things. As long as Luo Qingtong gave him a kiss as thanks, it would be enough. This time, he must not let that pig mess it up. He didn't want a kiss anymore. He wanted Tong Tong's kiss. Luo Qingtong glanced at him. Everyone who saw it has a share? All right. She smiled and said to him, "Then I'll leave this place to you." She raised her hand and patted him on the shoulder. Then, she said with a smile, "Leaving the entire voodoo sect to you, I'm very generous, right?" "You're welcome." "Oh right, remember to burn this place clean." "You can do it," Luo Qingtong said and turned around with a smile. Leaving Yu Sihuang in the same place, looking at her departing figure, his face was in a mess. He had been tricked again. Why was his life so hard? Yu Sihuang's face was depressed. Not only did he not get any benefits, he even became a free cleanup worker. He was the dignified imperial sect master. Who could he complain to? Yu Sihuang's heart was gloomy for a while. Then he accepted his fate and began to clean up the mess. There weren't many people in this world who dared to order him, the leader of the imperial emperor sect, around. "Tong Tong, you're amazing. I don't believe that I can't think of a way to get your kiss." Just as Yu Sihuang was gloomily dealing with the voodoo sect's matters, Luo Qingtong had already rushed back to Family Hu from outside Wild City. Once she returned to Family Hu. "Silver Bow?" Luo Qingtong looked at the small figure that was rushing towards her and quickly reached out to catch it. Wasn't it sleeping under the blanket when she left? Did it come out to look for her? Just as Luo Qingtong was thinking this, she heard a voice not far away. "Quick! It's over here. Catch it." As he spoke, a group of people suddenly ran towards her. Luo Qingtong looked at them and suddenly frowned. She hugged the little silver fox in her arms and raised her head to look at them. She saw that the group of people were wearing the clothes of Family Hu's guards. However, when Luo Qingtong glanced at them, she realized that they were obviously not Hu Zhongtian's people from Family Hu's main courtyard. She immediately knew what was going on. The group of people rushed towards Luo Qingtong. When they saw the young man holding the little fox, the group of Family Hu's guards suddenly stopped 100 meters in front of Luo Qingtong. "Hey! Let go of that little fox, our young master took a fancy to her first." The group of Family Hu's guards recognized Luo Qingtong. When Luo Qingtong and the others barged into Family Hu's main courtyard, these people were all present. Naturally, they knew that she was brought in by Chu Lingfeng and called Chu Lingfeng Big Brother. However, the image of Chu Lingfeng as a fool was deeply ingrained in their minds. Moreover, the second elder of Family Hu's line of people had been in the main courtyard for too long. Almost everyone thought that the second elder of Family Hu's line of people would definitely take control of Family Hu. Even if Hu Zhongtian temporarily woke up and got better and recognized Chu Lingfeng, that would still be the case. The group of people shouted rudely and asked Luo Qingtong to let go of the little fox in her arms and hand it over to them. Behind them, a little boy who looked to be no more than 7 or 8 years old and had a very domineering expression rushed over in the arms of a guard. Seeing the silver fox in Luo Qingtong's arms, he shouted, "That is my silver fox. Let it go." "Yours?" Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. She looked at the little silver fox in her arms. "Silver baby?" Luo Qingtong called out. She wanted to make sure that she didn't recognize the wrong fox. If it wasn't Yin Bao, then the fox would be returned to the other party. Xianxia nestled in Luo Qingtong's arms with a gloomy expression. When he woke up, he didn't see Luo Qingtong. He wanted to go out to look for her. But this young fox's body was fun and couldn't resist the temptation. As soon as Xianxia left the room, his body was seduced by a butterfly. That was right, it was just a butterfly. Only the heavens knew that when Yi Qianren saw her young fox body bouncing away with that butterfly, she felt an indescribable feeling of collapse. When he finally regained control of his body, a group of people suddenly ran out and said they wanted to catch him. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Qianxian's body had turned into a young fox and he couldn't use the battle skills and attacks of a human, he would definitely let these people know what it meant to court death. He buried his head in Luo Qingtong's chest and didn't want to pay attention to the other party. Then what the hell was Silver Baby? He didn't want to admit that he had such a childish name, and that it was given by this woman. Yi Qianxian's face was gloomy. He irritably pulled at Luo Qingtong's clothes with all his strength. Her clothes were pulled to pieces and he finally raised his head to glare at her. "It really is you. You mischievous little thing, running all over the place. You almost got caught, didn't you? Why are you throwing a tantrum?" Luo Qingtong laughed as she pinched its little paws. The little fox's sharp claws were still scratching at her clothes, but when it saw her reach out, it immediately retracted its claws. Luo Qingtong looked at the little fox and suddenly felt that Xianxia was extraordinarily well trained. This little fox looked so young, but it knew how to retract its claws and not hurt her when she reached out her hand. Xianxia, the well-trained little fox, was speechless. Luo Qingtong held the little fox's 2 paws and gently rubbed them on her face. She then looked at the guards of family Hu's second elder and said, "This little silver fox is mine. You can leave now," Luo Qingtong said as she carried Xianxia towards the main courtyard. The guards of the Hu clan's second elder looked at each other in dismay. When they saw the interaction between Luo Qingtong and Xianxia, they knew that she was the owner of the little silver fox. But the young master. The group of people looked at the little boy. The little boy was getting down from the guard's back. When he saw Luo Qingtong carrying the little silver fox away, he became angry. "How dare you?" He pointed at Luo Qingtong and shouted, "Who said this little fox is yours? It appeared in family Hu, so it belongs to family Hu. I am the future heir of family Hu, so your little silver fox is mine. Someone, come and take it," the little boy arrogantly ordered. He was Hu Bang's son. The latter had been designated as the heir of the second elder since he was young. And the second elder's branch of family Hu believed that family Hu would be theirs in the future, therefore, this little boy was naturally very arrogant. In his opinion, so what if this little fox really belonged to Luo Qingtong? As long as she was in their family Hu, she was his. This little boy was used to being overbearing in family Hu's second elder's faction. When he saw Xianxia, he naturally wanted to snatch it away. As for Luo Qingtong, if she dared to resist, he would just beat her to death. The little boy's expression was extremely domineering. Looking at the group of family Hu's second elder's guards rushing towards her under his command, Luo Qingtong's eyes suddenly turned cold. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Luo Qingtong. "Stop. You're not allowed to lay a hand on my lord, ninth brother." Chu Lingfeng's tall figure stood in front of Luo Qingtong. He looked at the second elder's guards with an indescribable anger. "Get out of my way. You idiot. What right do you have to shout here?" The little boy who was being carried by the guards looked at Chu Lingfeng with indescribable disdain and arrogance. "Don't think that you can be impudent here just because you've acknowledged your grandfather. In the future, this place will be our territory sooner or later. My grandfather said that when family head dies, he will immediately drive you away. Family who doesn't want an idiot like you and a slut like your mother." He spoke arrogantly. These words were naturally taught to him by the second elder and the others. As the little boy spoke, he immediately ordered the second elder's guards to attack Chu Lingfeng. "Open it for this young master. Let's see who dares to touch them." As this voice sounded, a figure suddenly stepped in from the outside of the Hu clan's gate. Seeing that figure, Chu Lingfeng instantly cried out in surprise. "Mother!" The person who stepped into the family Hu was none other than Yan Yang, who had rushed to the family Hu after receiving Luo Qingtong's message. At this moment, her eyes were full of power as she stepped into the family Hu. His sharp eyes glared angrily at the second elder's guards. "The main branch of family Hu is still alive. I didn't know that the entire family Hu is under the control of second elder's faction. Collateral branch of the concubine. What right do you have to shout in the main residence of family Hu? What right do you have to attack my son and the guests of family Hu? Men!" As Hu Yanyang's voice rang out, a group of people appeared behind her in an instant. These people were naturally those who came to seek refuge with Luo Qingtong when Hu Yanyang helped Luo Qingtong manage the Blackfield residence and properties. These people were either seeking medicine or fame. They were all willing to rely on Luo Qingtong. Unknowingly, the strength of the Blackfield residence and properties under Luo Qingtong's name was no weaker than the ordinary forces in the main city of the Blackfield. One must know that the forces that could gain a foothold in the main city of the Blackfield were at least at the level of commanderies. Above that were the properties set up by the major forces and families of the Holy Dynasty. As this group of people surged into the Hu clan, the guards of the Hu clan's second elder, who had yet to react, were immediately knocked to the ground, each and every one of them wailing endlessly. "Wah! When the son of Hu Bang, who had been overbearing and arrogant just a moment ago, saw this scene, he immediately sat on the ground and rolled around, crying loudly. "Grandfather! Grandfather! Come quickly! Someone is bullying me!" He crushed a message talisman around his neck. Immediately, all of the second elder's people appeared near the entrance. "What's going on? What happened? Who dares to bully my grandson?" The second elder's voice was filled with rage. When Hu Bang was rescued, he only had a single breath left. Although he was barely saved, there was still a possibility that he would not be able to break through in the future. Not only that, but he also seemed to have suffered a great shock. He had become half crazy and half stupid. He was no different from a cripple. After suffering such a blow, the second elder was unable to recover for a long time. He had already treated Hu Bang's son like a treasure. This was because this was the only direct descendant of his bloodline. That was why he had specially brought him to his side this time. He was prepared to educate him so that he could inherit whose family business in the future. At the same time, he was also prepared to keep an eye on him so that he wouldn't make any more mistakes. Now that he heard the other parties wailing, he was naturally furious. The second elder had already regarded the entire family who as his property. Naturally, he did not think that there was anyone here who could go against him or suppress him. Just as he was about to explode in rage and vent his anger on behalf of his grandson, he saw Xianxia, who had a dignified look on her face. Xianxia had taken charge of the Blackfield mansion for Luo Qingtong and dealt with the various forces of the Holy Dynasty and the Four Domains. She had already cultivated the dignity and bearing of a superior. What shocked him even more was that Xianxia had actually returned to family Hu. Furthermore, from the looks of things, she seemed to be doing quite well outside. If she wanted to enter family Hu and regain control of family Hu, then his branch would not have any advantage at all. As second elder thought of this, he suddenly felt a sense of unease. At this moment, he couldn't care less about his wailing grandson and hurriedly said to Hu Yannyang, "You've caused family Hu to be reduced to a laughingstock for so many years. You even got pregnant before marriage and gave birth to a retarded son. You actually have the face to return to family Hu and appear in front of us? If you don't want to bring any more trouble to family Hu, then get out of here immediately. Whether I get out or not, I don't need you to give me orders." Hu Yannyang's voice was cold. "I'm a direct descendant of family Hu. As long as my name hasn't been removed from the genealogy, I have the right to stand here. Instead, it's you who are from a concubine's branch who is above the direct descendant. What are you trying to do? This is family Hu's main residence. It's where we, the direct descendant, live. If you want to get out, the ones who should get out are you." At this point, Hu Yannyang waved her hand coldly and shouted, "Chase all of them out of family Hu." Hu Yannyang had learned some ruthless and unscrupulous ways from Luo Qingtong. Now that she had received news from Luo Qingtong and returned, she had already made up her mind to investigate what had happened that year. Naturally, she wouldn't be chased away by second elder's words. Furthermore, the person she had always felt guilty towards was Hu Zhongtian. As long as he forgave her and was willing to accept her back into the family, Hu Yannyang wouldn't care about what others said. Not to mention, second elder and the others were just about to attack Luo Qingtong and Chu Lingfeng. How could Hu Yannyang allow them to continue behaving so presumptuously in front of her? Following Hu Yannyang's command, the group of people behind her immediately closed in on second elder and the others. Seeing this, second elder's face filled with rage and he shouted sternly, "How dare you? This is family Hu. It's not a place for you outsiders to behave atrociously." He was about to make a move when a voice suddenly sounded from the side. "You also know that this is family Hu?" Hu Zhongtian was gasping for breath as he allowed the secret guards to support him. He looked at the second elder and the others with anger on his face. "Chase all of them out of here." His son had woken up and his daughter had returned. Hu Zhongtian believed that he no longer had any regrets. He had sacrificed too much for the Hu clan in the first half of his life. Even his daughter had almost been separated by life and death. This time, he wasn't prepared to compromise. He would not hand the Hu clan over to anyone else. He would never allow anyone to obstruct Yannyang's return. Second elder's expression changed dramatically. He looked at Hu Zhongtian and said indignantly, "Are you really not going to spare a thought for family Hu?" Hu Yannyang. She offended the Hua family when she got pregnant before marriage. She even made family Hu a laughingstock. Now that she has returned with that vile spawn, isn't this a slap to the Hua family's face? Big brother. Do you really want to see family Hu fall into eternal damnation? Furthermore, the elders will not agree to it. Second elder spared no effort in persuading and threatening Hu Zhongtian to change his mind. Moreover, the person who framed her was Bai Feng from the Bai family. She was already married to Hua Ting from the Hua family. If the Hua family wanted to pursue the matter from that year, they should look for their own daughter-in-law. What did it have to do with family Hu? As Hu Zhongtian thought of this, he became even angrier. He glared at second elder coldly and angrily. It was because of what second elder had said that his daughter had been wronged and had to leave her home. Now, second elder still wanted to use such words to pressure him. This time, he would absolutely not compromise. You don't have to worry about any of this. After all, you are just a branch of the family. Isn't that so? Hu Zhongtian said with a cold expression. He then coughed heavily and waved his hand to chase away the second elder and the others. All these years, Hu Zhongtian had kept all the forces in family Hu's main residence in the main courtyard. Hearing his order, all the secret guards and bodyguards under the control of the family head and the main bloodline rushed out and chased second elder and the rest out. Along with their luggage and belongings in family Hu, they were all thrown out. Family Hu's second elder and his people were in a very sorry state. They thought that they would be in control of family Hu sooner or later. Previously, they had moved into family Hu's main residence in a very high-profile manner and said that they were helping the family head manage things. At that time, Hu Zhongtian was seriously ill and Hu Fei had been in a vegetative state for more than 10 years. For family Hu's future, Hu Zhongtian had no choice but to agree. Now, he had completely thought it through. Even if he had to sacrifice the entire family Hu, he would never let his daughter be chased away. Moreover, Hu Fei had already woken up. The future of family Hu would naturally be led by someone from the main bloodline. There was no need for second elders people to flaunt their power here. How could they humiliate his grandson and daughter? Moreover, Hu Zhongtian had already heard about what had happened on his way here. It was all because the little tyrant of family Hu's second elder wanted to snatch the little fox raised by Luo Qingtong. This had completely crossed Hu Zhongtian's bottom line. Her life and her son's awakening were all thanks to Luo Qingtong. The young man was so talented and had such outstanding medical skills that Hu Zhongtian couldn't even thank him enough. However, the people of family Hu's second elder's line treated him like this. How could Hu Zhongtian tolerate this? If they didn't chase out the people of second elder of family Hu's faction, who knew what they would do next? If he really hurt Luo Qingtong, how could he face his daughter and grandson? Hu Zhongtian mercilessly ordered the expulsion of the second elder's people. The group of people was chased away from the main residence in a sorry state. All the luggage was thrown out like trash, smashing into their faces and bodies. The second elder's people were so angry that their faces turned ashen. At this moment, the young master of the second elder's branch, who was originally sitting on the ground and pretending to cry loudly, waiting for his grandfather to come and vent his anger for him, looked at the scene around him and the scene of the luggage being thrown out. Instantly, he began to cry loudly with a wah. This time, he was really crying. I don't want to leave the main residence. I want to go back. I'm the future heir of family Hu. In the future, family Hu will be mine. Wah. Grandfather. Quickly go and kill those people who want to chase us out. Didn't you say it already? When they're all dead, family Hu will be ours. That young master continued to cry and make a fuss. The second elder's face turned ashen when he heard his words. He fiercely slapped out, sending the grandson whom he had always doted on flying. He scolded angrily, so it's all because of you, evil creature. Second elder's heart was filled with anger. He was wondering why Hu Yanyan had made things difficult as soon as she came back, and why Hu Zhongtian didn't care about their old friendship. He didn't even care about the family Hu and the unconscious Hu Fei, and only wanted to drive him out, so it was all because of this evil creature. How could these words be casually said outside? Now, even if he wanted to blame Hu Zhongtian, it was impossible. Looking at the disdainful and contemptuous gazes of the crowd, second elder was so angry that he trembled. If it wasn't for the fact that that bastard was the only root left behind by Hu Bang, he would have slapped him to death. Second elder was filled with anger. He ordered people to carry that young master and hurriedly left this place. He couldn't stay here and be criticized by others. Moreover, Hu Zhongtian wanted to send them away like this, which was absolutely impossible. Hu Zhongtian wanted to pass on the family Hu to that slut Hu Yenyang and that idiot grandson of his. It also depended on whether the clan allowed it or not. Thinking of this, second elder's face suddenly became gloomy. The group of people were like stray dogs as they left dejectedly. After they left, Luo Qingtong calmly retracted her gaze. The reason why the young master lost his mind and spoke such words without thinking was because of the young master. It was completely because Luo Qingtong had just used her mental strength to stimulate his brain, causing the resentment and anger in his heart to magnify. Only then did he reveal the thoughts and plans of the second elder's lineage in front of so many people. Luo Qingtong didn't want to see second elder's faction in the family Hu anymore. They dared to steal her silver treasure. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. Out of all the gifts Xianxia had given her, this was the only one that she liked the most. No one is allowed to move. Luo Qingtong lowered her head and kissed the silver fox's paws. She smiled and said, "Okay, the annoying people are gone. You can wander around the family Hu from now on. But you're too naughty. In order to prevent you from getting lost in the future, I have to get someone to watch over you. I don't want you to run away and get caught." Luo Qingtong said, chuckling and kissing the little guy's nose. Yi Qianxian raised his head and looked at the girl's face that was close to his, even though Luo Qingtong had already covered her face. However, in Yi Qianxian's eyes, Luo Qingtong's beauty couldn't be concealed at all. She was still as breathtaking, enchanting, and gorgeous as ever. He couldn't help but lick the girl's lips. He was very happy that Luo Qingtong thought so highly of him. After all, he knew that in Luo Qingtong's heart, he was just a little fox that he had given her. Luo Qingtong treated him so lovingly and carefully. Did that mean that she cared about his feelings? Humph. This woman doesn't mean what she says. Yi Qianxian's heart rippled, but he still hummed softly and proudly. Affected by the body of a young fox, the humming from his mouth turned into a soft cub's cry. It sounded very cute. Before he could react, this body had already followed his heart and licked Luo Qingtong even harder. That pair of fluffy tails wagged happily. Yi Qianxian looked at his young fox body and couldn't bear to look at it. Unfortunately, he couldn't control the animal instincts of this body. Forget it, this cuteness was for this woman to see anyway. Yi Qianxian thought to himself in despair. He gave up on suppressing his young fox instincts. Luo Qingtong chuckled at the silver fox's series of fawning actions. Especially when she saw the disdain and displeasure in the silver fox's eyes, but his body was honestly expressing its joy to her. She felt even happier. This guy was so cute and proud. It really had the same personality as Yi Qianxian. Was he really the one who taught it? As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she chuckled even more happily. While the woman and the fox were interacting, Hu Yenyang and Hu Zhongtian had already recognized each other. The two of them were crying uncontrollably. After finally controlling herself, Hu Yenyang walked in front of Luo Qingtong and respectfully bowed to her. Her eyes were red as she said, "Thank you, ninth young lord, for helping our family Hu." Knowing that Luo Qingtong's identity couldn't be revealed, Hu Yenyang used the title Chu Lingfeng used for Luo Qingtong. Chu Lingfeng could call Luo Qingtong ninth brother, but she couldn't call Luo Qingtong by her pseudonym. She immediately used ninth young lord to be respectful and polite. Seeing her respectful attitude, the people of family Hu didn't think much of it. However, the people who followed Hu Yenyang to the Blackfield mansion were surprised. Not because of anything else, but because of Hu Yenyang's current status in the Blackfield of the Empire of Qin. Even the city lord of the Blackfield had to treat her with respect. There was no need to even mention the strong people of the Holy Dynasty. They didn't expect her to be so respectful to the young man in front of them. They didn't know who he was. Could it be that he came from the Blackfield? As these people thought about it, their gazes towards Luo Qingtong became more cautious. Okay. Luo Qingtong didn't care about their gazes. She just faintly responded and walked towards Hu Zhongtian's courtyard with the silver fox in her arms. There were too many people here, and many things were inconvenient to talk about. Luo Qingtong carried the silver fox to the main hall and sat down. Hu Zhongtian and Yan Yang had already dismissed the people around them and sat down with Chu Lingfeng in front of Luo Qingtong. Mistress. Hu Yannyang looked at Luo Qingtong and hesitated. She had too many things she wanted to ask, but in the end, she didn't know what to ask first. She had just learned from Hu Zhongtian everything that had happened over the years. She didn't expect that after she left, so many things had happened to family Hu. Yan Yang's heart was filled with regret. For a long time, because of guilt and because of the pursuit, Hu Yanyang didn't dare to pay attention to family Hu. She was afraid that she couldn't help but want to come back and bring unnecessary trouble to family Hu and her father. Who would have thought that family Hu would have such a huge change, if it weren't for Luo Qingtong coming to the far west wilderness and involving the Holy King's tomb? Yan Yang wouldn't have asked Luo Qingtong to help take care of family Hu, and she wouldn't have known what had happened to family Hu. If that was the case, wouldn't she not know that her father and elder brother had been killed by someone? Thinking of this, Hu Yanyang's heart suddenly felt a burst of grief. This is what I obtained from the voodoo sect. Take a look for yourselves. By the way, the voodoo sect is the main culprit who planted goo in your elder brother's body, causing him to be in a coma for more than 10 years. And the person behind them is Bai Feng. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she spread out the secret information she obtained from the voodoo sect in front of Hu Yanyang. Bai Feng's ambition is not small. Apart from your elder brother, all the big and small families in Wilderness City are under her control. Most of those people belong to the middle management of those families. They hold real power but do not attract too much attention. It is very convenient for them to work for her and provide her with information and resources. This is the reason why the voodoo sect has grown so quickly over the years. However, she seems to be very wary of your elder brother. She did not use ordinary goo worms on him. Instead, she used the goo mother. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she looked at Hu Yanyang and said, "You probably do not know what the goo mother represents. Having the goo mother means that one can control all goo worms below the level of the goo mother. The fact that Bai Feng used the goo mother on your elder brother proves that she holds your elder brother in high regard and is very wary of him. She is afraid that someone will discover that she has done something to your elder brother. That is why she planted the goo mother on him. The goo mother is different from ordinary goo worms. Once it is awakened, it will kill the host. That is why your elder brother has been in a coma for so many years. He is not like other people who are awake and controlled by the goo worms in their bodies." Luo Qingtong did not think that Bai Feng would use such a precious goo mother to harm Hu Fei just to make him fall into a coma and become a vegetable for more than 10 years. She did not think that Bai Feng did it unintentionally. It was very likely that Hu Fei knew something about Bai Feng, especially about how she had dealt with Hu Yanyang. That was why Bai Feng treated him like this. The reason why she used the goo mother to make him fall into a coma instead of killing him directly was because she was wary of the man who had taken Yanyang's virginity. If that was the case, then everything made sense. Bai Feng had already received news of that man's arrival. That was why she sent people to kill Yanyang. During this process, Hu Fei should have discovered some clues. In order to prevent her actions from being exposed, Bai Feng had used the mother of goo poison to turn Hu Fei into a vegetable. White Phoenix. As soon as Luo Qingtong finished speaking, Hu Yanyang and Hu Zhongtian's eyes turned red. They did not doubt Luo Qingtong's words. It was too much of a coincidence that Hu Fei had fainted, just when Yanyang went missing and that person delivered the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb to him, coupled with the evidence of the voodoo sect that Luo Qingtong had placed in front of them. Even if Hu Fei hadn't woken up yet and personally confirmed this matter, they already had no doubts. Haha. Hu Yanyang laughed with a sorrowful look on his face. He laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. It turns out that the person whom I had wholeheartedly helped and treated as a sister was the one who had caused me the most misery. Bai Feng. What have I done wrong to you? Why are you doing this to me? Her eyes were red and her laughter was choked with sobs. All these years, Hu Yanyang had always wondered who had hated her so much that they had caused her to fall into such a state. When she had received Luo Qingtong's message, she had still been in disbelief. Hu Yanyang had always been grateful to her all these years, even when she had been hunted down and almost died in the hands of the attackers. She had never thought that it would be Bai Feng who had sent them. Now that she thought about it, Bai Feng was the first to arrive when she was in trouble. She had even brought the Hua family Hu with her. She had said that she was worried about her safety and had specially come looking for her. At that time, Xianxia had been completely disheartened and had viewed that night as a humiliation. She had never been willing to think about it. Now that she thought about it, if Baifeng had even the slightest bit of consideration for her, she would not have brought the Hua family along. After all, she had not returned for the entire night. Something could have happened. If she had brought the Hua family along at this time, she would not be able to explain herself even if she had not lost her virginity. Furthermore, Baifeng had hugged her and cried the moment she had entered the house. She had said that she was sorry for not finding her in time and that she had been bullied. However, that man had not been by her side at that time and she had been fully dressed. How had Baifeng been so sure that she had lost her virginity? If it had not been for her words, Hu Yannyang would not have fallen into such an embarrassing situation. Family who would not have lost face in front of everyone. Baifeng had taken advantage of the fact that she was heartbroken and unwilling to think about the past. So she had not discovered these suspicious points. How could she have done it so brazenly? Hu Yannyang's heart was dripping with blood as the unbearable memories of the past were brutally torn apart. If someone wants to harm you, why would she care if you treat her well? She only thinks that you have not treated her well enough and wishes that everything that belongs to you belongs to her. She will only be satisfied when she stomps you to the bottom of the mud. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. Wasn't that Luo Qingtong the same? She had treated Luo Xining with all her heart, but in the end, her cultivation had been destroyed and she had been thrown to a bunch of trash. Some people's desires were limitless, they would never be satisfied unless you gave everything you had to her. Even so, she might still think that you had given her too little, and if you don't give it to her, she will think that all the things you gave her before were all an act, that you were giving her charity. She would want to stomp you to the bottom of the mud. There was a unified term for this type of person, and that was ingrate, and Luo Qingtong would never be soft-hearted towards these people, whose things were not things. It's mine. Why should I give it to you? I'm willing to give it to you because I'm a good person. If I'm not willing and dare to come up and snatch it, then I'll chop off all my hands. As for the information about the voodoo sect, I'll leave it to you to decide what to do. As for the list, I will give it to Suyu so that Xianxia can develop further. If you need anything, just go to her. Luo Qingtong said to Hu Yannyang. As one of her people, she could let Hu Yannyang know and use these resources, but it didn't mean that she needed to share them with Family Hu. Family Hu was Family Hu, and Hu Yannyang was Hu Yannyang. This was something that Luo Qingtong had always understood. She also hoped that Hu Yannyang wouldn't get mixed up. Yes. Understanding the meaning behind Luo Qingtong's words, Hu Yannyang wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and responded respectfully. As a master, Luo Qingtong had already done everything that she could. Hu Yannyang didn't have any complaints in her heart. She also didn't dare to let Luo Qingtong share her things with Family Hu. If it wasn't for Luo Qingtong, Family Hu might have already been destroyed. What else could she ask for? You deal with Baifeng's matter yourself. In addition, help me investigate the Saint King's tomb and see what's going on. Luo Qingtong's fingers tapped on the table. She knew from Bai Jintang that the Saint King's tomb had been leaked. The one who leaked the news of the Saint King's tomb was the top family in Wilderness City, the Ouyang family. The latter was the head of the top families in Wilderness City. Their strength was very strong. It was said that there was a sage master in the family, but no one knew whether it was true or not. The Ouyang family was the first batch of pioneers to come to the far west wilderness. They also had a part in the establishment of Wilderness City. Now, they were deeply rooted in the far west wilderness. They were not to be trifled with. The news of the Saint King's tomb was announced by the Ouyang family not long before Luo Qingtong came to the far west wilderness. The latter gathered many forces in Wilderness City and announced the news of the Saint King's tomb to the public. They also showed the map of the Saint King's tomb to everyone, indicating that they would not monopolize the existence of the Saint King's tomb. Once the map was collected, all forces in Wilderness City would be invited to explore the Saint King's tomb together. The other party said it so selflessly. Luo Qingtong had doubts in her heart. She absolutely did not believe that the Ouyang family did not have the intention of monopolizing the existence of the Saint King's tomb. Even if their family could not monopolize it, it was normal to use the map to exchange for some benefits and then cooperate with several families and forces to explore together. Why did they announce it so selflessly? There must be a reason. Luo Qingtong needed to find out. Yes. Master, don't worry, I will do my best to find out. Luo Qingtong nodded and was ready to leave with Xianxia. However, the latter could not control its cub nature from the moment she started tapping on the table. It stared unblinkingly at Luo Qingtong's jade-white fingers, which were gently tapping on the table. Then, it abruptly jumped out of her arms and lay on the table. It played with her fingers in all kinds of ways and jumped around. It was having so much fun. Xianxia could not bear to look at his cub's silly actions. He tried his best to suppress it but could not. When this cub's body in front of Luo Qingtong, it seemed to be particularly lively. Xianxia could not control it no matter how hard he tried. It was not careful, it made a stupid mistake. If it wasn't for the fact that Luo Qingtong didn't know that the silver fox was her, Xianxia didn't know what kind of expression she should have when facing Luo Qingtong. It was simply Xianxia's heart. Luo Qingtong, on the other hand, froze when she saw the silver fox jump out. When she realized it was playing with her fingers, she couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the little guy's face full of disdain and playing happily, Luo Qingtong really loved its arrogant character of saying one thing and thinking another. It really was the same as a certain someone. Speaking of which, she really missed Xianxia. Luo Qingtong was not in a hurry to leave. She did not care that Yan Yang and the others were next to her. She used her fingers to play with the silver fox. The little guy's reaction was very funny. Its eyes were full of "how could I like this kind of thing," and "don't bring it over." When it missed, it would anxiously scratch the table with its claws. Then, the next time it pounced, it would try even harder. Luo Qingtong watched as it tried to act cute. In the end, she allowed it to grab her finger. The little guy was very happy. It hugged Luo Qingtong and rolled around on the table. It even used its toothless mouth to nibble on Luo Qingtong's finger. Luo Qingtong couldn't help but laugh when she saw this. The girl's laughter rang through the room. Xianxia's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and wanted to strangle the young fox's body. But when he heard Luo Qingtong's laughter and saw the girl's happy face, the gloominess in his heart lessened. Forget it. Who told this girl to like it? If I'm not good enough, then so be it, he thought dejectedly. He completely gave up the idea of struggling to control this body and let it roll around on the table, ruining his image. Luo Qingtong played with the silver fox for a while. Then, she picked it up and walked outside. Okay, I'm not playing anymore. When we get back, I'll make you a little cloth tiger to play with. Xianxia's face was gloomy as he nestled in Luo Qingtong's arms. When he heard the girl's words, his mouth twitched. What little cloth tiger? He didn't want that. Xianxia couldn't imagine his young fox body hugging a little cloth tiger and biting it. This damn demon fox blood curse, when will it be cured? Xianxia felt the demon fox blood in his body slowly dissolve. He angrily sharpened his claws in Luo Qingtong's arms and scratched the girl's clothes. Luo Qingtong didn't scold him. She just lovingly pinched his little claws and said, "Do you really like it? Can't wait? When we get back, I'll make it for you." Thinking that Xianxia liked her, Luo Qingtong was very happy and smiled. Sure enough, no matter if it was a child or a cub, they all liked those cute little toys. Unfortunately, the little pig was too noisy, and the gold-seeking hamsters were too rare, easily attracting attention. Otherwise, Luo Qingtong would have released them to accompany the little fox. However, Luo Qingtong immediately dispelled this idea when she recalled Little Pig's despicable personality. She carried Xianxia back to the room and made a little cloth tiger for him. The little cloth tiger made by Luo Qingtong could be said to be lifelike. Although she had never touched needlework before, Luo Qingtong had blood-red eyes. She easily learned it on the spot and made a cute little tiger for Xianxia. Aha! Luo Qingtong threatened Xianxia with the little cloth tiger in her hand. The tiger is coming. Xianxia looked at her and was speechless for a while. He really didn't know what to say. Luo Qingtong looked at his disdainful and disgusted expression and was very amused. She looked at the little silver fox and pursed her lips into a smile. Then, she threw the little cloth tiger to the ground. In an instant, the little cloth tiger started to move on the ground. It turned out that Luo Qingtong had made 4 wooden rollers below and installed a small mechanism so that the little cloth tiger could make use of the throwing force to move continuously on the ground. Yi Qianren looked at this little cloth tiger and originally didn't want to bother with it. However, its body couldn't take it anymore. Immediately, they ran to catch that little cloth tiger again. Just as Luo Qingtong was teasing Yi Qianxian, in the Hua family of Wildland City. When Luo Qingtong subdued the mother of venomous insects, Bai Feng had already spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Bai Feng was shocked. She could clearly feel that she had lost contact with the mother of venomous insects. How could this be? Her heart was filled with disbelief. This venomous insect technique was a strange technique that she had accidentally obtained. With this strange technique, she had secretly established the voodoo sect in Wildland City. Using her identity as the eldest daughter of the Bai family and the young mistress of the Hua family, as well as the mysterious and strange effects of the venomous insect technique, she had been doing very well in Wildland City. Now, she was not inferior to an average middle-class family. Bai Feng had only been waiting for the voodoo sect to continue to grow. Then, she would be able to obtain more benefits for herself and become a person that no one could ignore in Wildland City or even the entire Western Wilderness. By then, even the Hua family would have to support her. But now, the mother of venomous insects was no longer around. Could it be that something had happened in the voodoo sect? Did someone break through the restrictions of the venomous insect technique and betray them? Did they control the mother of venomous insects? This was the only reason Bai Feng could think of. Her heart was filled with hatred. If she had known this would happen, she would not have given them the venomous insect flute to hide her identity. These bastards. Bai Feng was both shocked and furious. She wiped the blood from her mouth and called for the servant girl outside. I have to return to the Bai family for some matters. If the young master comes back and asks about it, tell him that I'll be back in 2 days. Big brother has some matters to attend to. Bai Feng gritted her teeth as she said this. Her eyes were cold. Yes, the servant girl replied obediently. Bai Feng left the Hua family with a cold expression. When she reached the Bai family, she immediately changed her clothes and went to the voodoo sect's headquarters. When she saw the voodoo sect's headquarters that had been cleaned up by Yu Si Huang, or rather, burned to ashes, she felt as if someone had hit her in the head. She almost fainted and fell to the ground. Who did this? Bai Feng's delicate and charming face was twisted with anger. She had spent so many years painstakingly establishing the voodoo sect. How much effort had he put into this, not to mention that the voodoo sect had given her everything she had gained over the years. All the treasures and resources that the voodoo sect had gathered from the powerful families in Desolate City were also in there. But now, they were all wiped out. She had thought that someone in the voodoo sect had betrayed them, but now, it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. The other party had moved too thoroughly. Bai Feng was infuriated. She searched the ruins for a long time, unwilling to give up. She searched for the goo using her heart's blood according to the goo art she had obtained, and the method to retrieve the goo worm. He had used all kinds of methods, but he was still unable to contact the location of his goo mother. That was the goo poison queen that she had obtained by luck, and she had always treated it as her favorite. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid of Hu Fei spouting nonsense and ruining her plans, how could she bear to place the goo poison queen in his mind? Fortunately, no one had noticed anything amiss after all these years. Instead, he had absorbed Hu Fei's life force and soul energy to replenish himself. When the goo mother grew, she would also benefit from it. His strength had grown a lot over the years. Who would have thought that he would disappear now? Luo Qingtong's method of controlling the goo mother originated from the goo god sect. It was the goo god sect's method of controlling the goo mother. Now that she had broken the connection between Bai Feng and the goo mother, it was impossible for her to summon the goo mother back, unless her goo techniques were more profound than the goo god sect's goo mother. However, how many years had the goo god sect been around for? How many years had Bai Feng been practicing goo techniques? They were not even on the same level. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She ignored Bai Feng's attempts to summon the goo mother. Every time the other party's mental waves were transmitted, she would cut them off. The goo mother did not respond. It only flapped its wings lightly when Luo Qingtong's mental waves fluctuated. On the other hand, Yi Qianxian's young fox body immediately stopped chasing after the little cloth tiger when it saw the goo mother. It only focused on attacking the goo mother. Luo Qingtong was overjoyed when she saw this. She pursed her lips and smiled. She mischievously ordered the goo mother to tease the silver fox up and down. The silver fox kept flapping its wings, but it still could not be caught. Xianxian's heart had given up struggling. He looked expressionlessly at the body of his young fox, which was struggling in the air with all kinds of abilities. He secretly made a note of Luo Qingtong in his heart. How many times had this woman tamed and teased him? When he regained his human form, he would definitely make her pay for all of it. Luo Qingtong ordered the Gu mother to fly around the courtyard. In an instant, she had unlocked the posture of walking a fox. She rested her chin on her hand and looked at the little fox's happy face as it flapped its wings. The smile on her face was indescribably happy. As for Bai Feng, after several failed attempts to summon the Gu mother, she was about to vomit blood. She could feel that the Gu mother was not dead. It was just that it had lost contact with her. However, she could not summon it back. Bai Feng was so angry that she gritted her teeth and turned ashen. Just as she returned to the Bai family with an ugly expression, the second elder of family whose branch came to her door with a shocking news. Yan Yang is back. Patriarch Bai, didn't you say that you would help us gain control of the Hu clan? When the time comes, we will cooperate with you to put pressure on Hu Zhongtian. Let him take care of family Hu and Hu Fei's safety and hand over that thing. Don't tell me you guys have forgotten? The second elder's face was gloomy. Before Bai Chongfeng said anything, Bai Feng had already walked out from behind the screen. She had already changed Bai Yongyang. When she heard the second elder's words, her face immediately turned cold and she said, "Of course not. Don't worry. Family Hu is family whose branch is branch. Yan is back, what a coincidence." It couldn't be that she had something to do with the voodoo sect, could it? However, she Mother's mother Hu Yang had been chased out of the far west wastelands in such a miserable state. No matter how lucky he was, there was no way he could wipe out the entire voodoo sect so easily. Not a single clue was left behind. Moreover, the person who did it seemed to be proficient in Gu arts. Bai Feng suspected that it was an expert from the hidden world. It was rumored that the hidden world was the gateway to the outer realms. There were people with all kinds of inheritances. This time, the news of the sage monarch's tomb had spread and attracted many people from the hidden world. It was not impossible that some of them knew Gu arts. Bai Feng gritted her teeth as she thought of this. If that was really the case, then she could only grit her teeth and swallow her pride. After all, everything that the voodoo sect did was shady. She could not make a big deal out of it and let the Hua and Bai families stand up for her. Bai Feng's heart was filled with anger and frustration as she thought of this. Fortunately, although the parasite queen was gone, only the Bai family knew about the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb in the family Hu. As long as they could get their hands on the map, they would have the right to be on equal footing with the Ouyang family. They would be able to share the greatest benefits from the exploration of the Saint Monarch's tomb. When the time came and she revealed this to the Hua family, the Bai and Hua families would join forces. Her status in the Hua family would naturally rise and she would be even more influential. Bai Feng's frustration lessened as she thought of this. She looked coldly at second elder and said, "Go back and ask Hu Zhongtian to abdicate his position. We will put pressure on him, ask him to hand over the family Hu's item and abdicate his position to you." Hu Zhongtian was about to die and the parasite queen in Hu Fei's body had been awakened. He would definitely not survive. Bai Feng was very confident of this. So what if Hu Yanyan came back? Could it be that she could rely on her own strength to overturn the entire Hu clan? She was just giving them a bargaining chip to threaten Hu Zhongtian to hand over the item. In the end, she would have to watch her father and brother die and family Hu fall into the hands of the collateral family. However, it was good that the mother and son were back. It was a good opportunity for her to eliminate them completely. Otherwise, with that man's identity, the mother and son's existence would be a disaster. She could not let that man know what she had done back then. Otherwise, her lie would be exposed. She and the Bai family would fall into eternal damnation. Even the Hua family would not be able to protect her. Bai Feng's expression was very serious as she thought of this. An uncontrollable murderous intent and jealousy appeared in the depths of her eyes. Back then, she did not expect that her casual scheme to set up Hu Yanyan would end up involving such a man. Moreover, the latter obviously could not forget Hu Yanyan. If she hadn't received the news in time, she would have forced Hu Yanyan and her son to leave and deceived that man. He was afraid that he would have been exposed and turned into a corpse at that time. At the thought of this, the jealousy in Bai Feng's eyes became even more obvious. She really couldn't understand why Hu Yanyang's luck was so good. She had tried every possible means to snatch her husband away. In the end, she had found a better man in the blink of an eye, and it was designed by him. As Bai Feng thought about this, she clenched her teeth so hard that they were about to bleed. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Seeing this, the second elder nodded in satisfaction and left. He had already contacted the people in the clan. When those highly respected elders heard that Yan Yang had returned and that Hu Zhongtian seemed to intend to let her inherit the family Hu, they immediately rushed over to stop all this. He had already convinced them to support him in seizing the position of patriarch, forcing Hu Zhongtian to give up the position of patriarch. Now, with the help of the Bai family, he would definitely succeed. When the time comes, he would definitely chase Hu Zhongtian and the others out of the family Hu, just like how he and the others had ended up in such a sorry state. The second elder left in satisfaction as he thought of this. She took out the amethyst bright jade fruit that she had obtained previously. The amethyst bright jade fruit was a miraculous fruit. Not only did it have a miraculous effect on increasing one's mental strength, but it also contained a huge amount of medicinal power. It was enough for Luo Qingtong to break through to the martial ancestor realm. It had been some time since Luo Qingtong had broken through to the peak of the martial emperor realm. Now, it was time to try to break through to the martial ancestor realm. After all, if she wanted to go to the sage king's tomb, she could not be too weak. With that thought in mind, Luo Qingtong immediately put the amethyst bright jade fruit into her mouth. With the Gu mother guarding outside and playing with the silver fox, Luo Qingtong was not worried that someone would barge in while she was breaking through. Moreover, she had already told everyone not to barge into her courtyard for no reason. Luo Qingtong focused on breaking through. The moment the amethyst bright jade fruit entered her mouth, it immediately turned into streaks of medicinal power and flowed into Luo Qingtong's limbs and bones. A portion of the medicinal power flowed into her mind. The other portion of the medicinal power flowed into her elixir field and circulated along her meridians, strengthening the power in her body. Rumble. Waves of power surged in Luo Qingtong's body like stormy waves, expanding the meridians in her body. As the medicinal power pushed and strengthened, Luo Qingtong's barrier to the martial ancestor realm in her body was also constantly attacked. Rumble. A faint barrier, invisible to the naked eye, lit up around Luo Qingtong's body. It vaguely communicated with the surrounding heaven and earth energy. Among them, streaks of energy that were wrapped in medicinal power bombarded the barrier like a torrential storm. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks began to appear on the barrier. But strangely, it did not break. Luo Qingtong frowned slightly. Is the accumulation of power not enough? Luo Qingtong originally thought that the amethyst bright jade fruit was enough for her to break through to the martial ancestor realm. Now, it seemed that she was still lacking a little. That's right. She had just absorbed Feng Wan's energy to break through to the peak of the martial emperor realm. He was afraid that the power was not solid enough. Therefore, even with the help of the purple jade bright heart fruit, it was impossible for him to break through the barrier and enter the martial ancestor realm. However, the fact that she was able to create a crack meant that the level of power in her body had reached a certain level. It was just that the degree of condensation of the power was not enough, otherwise, he could have broken through in one go. However, the next breakthrough would be fine too. With this in mind, Luo Qingtong prepared to withdraw her power. She still felt some regret in her heart. It would be great if Xianxia was here. She could borrow some of his strength to break through the barrier and enter the martial ancestor realm. After all, she could use a man's power as her own. It could completely make up for her lack of condensed power. Unfortunately, he wasn't here. Forget it. He could break through again the next time. However, Luo Qingtong frowned. She always felt that the Ouyang clan's leaking of the Saint King's tomb was not simple. If possible, she still wanted to increase her strength as soon as possible. Just as Luo Qingtong was thinking, outside, Xianxia controlled his young fox body. When he turned around and saw that Luo Qingtong was breaking through, he immediately rushed in through the door. He walked to Luo Qingtong's side. With a casual glance, he could clearly see that the problem that Luo Qingtong was facing was that the degree of condensation of the power was not enough. Yi Qianming immediately went behind Luo Qingtong and fiercely patted her dantian on her back. In an instant, a force suddenly entered Luo Qingtong's body, as if it had been stimulated from her dantian. With a boom, that force flowed through the meridians in her body and mixed with Luo Qingtong's power, rushing towards the barrier that had risen up in her body. Luo Qingtong was about to withdraw her power when she suddenly felt a new force in her dantian. Before she could react, that force had already flowed through her meridians and blasted towards the barrier of the martial ancestor realm. Luo Qingtong's heart was suddenly filled with joy. For a moment, she did not have the time to investigate where this force came from. She immediately mobilized the power in her body and blasted it towards the barrier together with that force. Bang! After receiving such an impact, the barrier immediately shattered into pieces with a bang. A new force, completely different from the previous martial emperor realm power, rose from Luo Qingtong's body and filled her meridians. Martial ancestor realm, Luo Qingtong's heart was filled with joy and she immediately opened her eyes. Whoosh! In her eyes, the blood-red aura that was originally like a mist that filled Qingshui's eyes became even more intense. In the depths of her pupils, there seemed to be a bright red color that dyed the center of her pupils red. It was like a small, blood-red sun. Finally, I've almost recovered half of my strength from before. Luo Qingtong's heart was filled with joy. Wherever her eyes passed, all the sounds of insects and birds, the sound of wings flapping, and even the trembling and falling of leaves were all vivid in her mind. In Luo Qingtong's eyes, it was like a 3D projection that presented all the scenes that she swept her gaze across. As long as Luo Qingtong wanted to see everything within a radius of 100 meters, she could immediately see everything down to the tiniest detail. In her previous life, when she was at her peak, Luo Qingtong did not even need to use a trace of mental strength to monitor the scene within 100 meters of her at any time. She could even sense that something was wrong with the slightest tremor in the wind. Although she had not recovered to her peak strength, it was already not bad. At least, she did not need to use so much mental strength to use the basic ability of her eye technique. She could save the excess mental strength to do other things. Luo Qingtong thought of this and suddenly smiled. This purple heart and lightning fruit is indeed a good thing. As Luo Qingtong said this, she suddenly felt something soft lying on her back. Luo Qingtong touched her back and grabbed it. She immediately smiled. This little mischievous boy, are you tired? Luo Qingtong looked at the little silver fox lying on her hand. The little silver fox seemed to be asleep. Its eyes were tightly shut and its belly rose and fell. Its soft, fluffy fur also rose and fell with its breathing. Xianxia reluctantly sent a trace of energy from this young fox's body into Luo Qingtong's body to help her break through to the martial ancestor realm. After that, he immediately fell asleep from exhaustion. Luo Qingtong looked at the little silver fox sleeping soundly and immediately tapped its little nose. She thought that it was the final accumulation of the purple jade fruit's power that helped her break through. After all, the silver fox's claws were too soft. Luo Qingtong didn't notice it patting her during her breakthrough. More importantly, whether it was a human or a fox, the power of different individuals was exclusive. If someone else's power entered her body, Luo Qingtong would immediately sense it. However, Xianxia's power was an exception to her. Even if you beat her to death, Luo Qingtong would never have thought that Xianxian would turn into a cute little fox and stay by her side. Therefore, she didn't even think about it. Luo Qingtong carried the sleeping little fella to the bed and placed it on the mattress. The sky outside was already bright. Luo Qingtong's breakthrough took almost 1 day and 1 night. She cleaned up and prepared to leave Family Hu to find Suyu and the others. At this moment, the guards of Family Hu's main courtyard came looking for her. Hu Fei had woken up. Hu Yannyang and Hu Zhongtian asked her to go over and take a look. Luo Qingtong thought for a moment and ordered someone to guard her courtyard. Then, she brought the Gu Poison Queen and the guard to the main courtyard. Hu Yannyang and Hu Zhongtian were already waiting in the main courtyard. Master. Hu Yannyang saw Luo Qingtong and immediately bowed. There were only the 3 of them in the room. Hu Zhongtian didn't know her identity outside, and she wasn't afraid that someone would spread the news of Luo Qingtong's identity. Luo Qingtong looked at her and nodded. Then, her gaze moved to Hu Fei, who was behind the 2 of them. Hu Fei was half sitting on the bed. His face was still pale, but his complexion was much better than before, when he was as lifeless as a corpse. After the Gu Poison Queen was removed, the life and soul energy in Hu Fei's body were no longer absorbed. Naturally, he slowly recovered. However, after all, Hu Fei's life and soul energy had been absorbed for so many years. His mental energy couldn't be compared to a normal person's. Not only that, after being bedridden for more than 10 years, his muscles had atrophied so much that he couldn't get out of bed and walk around. His strength had also been completely wasted in these 10 years of being bedridden. An ordinary person wouldn't have been able to take it. However, Hu Fei didn't look too dispirited. He had already learned everything from Hu Zhongtian and Hu Yenyong. Knowing that he had been harmed by Bai Feng and had been bedridden for more than 10 years like a cripple, Hu Fei felt extremely vexed. He hated himself for not telling Hu Zhongtian about Bai Feng all those years ago. This way, their Hu clan wouldn't be so miserable, but fortunately, it wasn't too late for the Hu clan to wake up now. Looking at Luo Qingtong's gaze, he struggled to get up, but he couldn't move. In the end, he could only bow to her and say, "Thank you, ninth young master, for saving my family Hu from danger. Family who will never forget young master's great kindness." Luo Qingtong looked at him and nodded slightly. This Hu Fei wasn't bad. Do you want to regain your strength from back then, or even become stronger? Luo Qingtong looked at him. The latter was stunned for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and looked at her. Ninth young master. You mean? I can help you regain your strength from back then, or even become stronger. Hu Fei's current situation was completely due to the gu poison mother's consumption. After so many years of consumption, Hu Fei's vitality and spiritual energy had been lost. His strength and aura had also become food for the gu poison mother. He had become nutrients for its growth. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to ask for these nutrients from the gu poison mother and turn them into strength and return them to Hu Fei. That was not realistic at all. Luo Qingtong would not do that either. Moreover, the gu poison mother was now hers. Luo Qingtong would not sacrifice the gu poison mother to make up for Hu Fei. But, if the gu poison mother could not be used, she could find it from its original owner to make up for it. Don't forget, the gu poison mother was nourished by Bai Feng's blood. It consumed Hu Fei's energy and strength to nourish itself. However, a portion of its strength was provided to Bai Feng through the connection between it and Bai Feng. Otherwise, even if Bai Feng's original intention was to prevent Hu Fei from spouting nonsense, and she was also afraid that the man who had taken Yen Yang's virginity would notice something was amiss, so she used the gu poison mother. However, after so many years, why did she not kill Hu Fei but instead kept the gu poison mother in Hu Fei's body? Naturally, it was because the gu poison mother was also benefiting from absorbing Hu Fei's energy and strength. Luo Qingtong did not need to go out and ask around. She was certain that Bai Feng's strength must have increased very quickly over the past 10 years. Every breakthrough must have been easy, right? Her status in the Hua family must have been getting higher and higher. That was why she could help the Bai family rise and help the voodoo sect develop better. Luo Qingtong's lips curled up into a smile. If she had not felt threatened this time and was afraid that Hu Fei would expose himself, she would not have thought of getting rid of Hu Fei so quickly. After all, he was such a good source of nourishment, others could not compare to Hu Fei's potential. Not everyone could withstand the gu poison mother's consumption for so many years. Since Luo Qingtong liked Hu Fei and the latter was Yen Yang's brother, she was naturally willing to help him. Anyway, she loved to see those ingrates reap what they sow and regret it. I can help you recover your previous strength. However, are you willing to swallow this gu poison mother again? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and looked at Hu Fei. She raised her hand and summoned the gu mother in front of her. Previously, when she brought it over, she already had the intention to see how Hu Fei was doing. If the other party was worthy of his help, he would do so. If it wasn't anything, then so be it. She couldn't be bothered to put in so much effort. Do you dare? I dare. Hu Fei looked at the gu mother in Luo Qingtong's hand, and his face paled even more. However, he gritted his teeth and nodded heavily in the end. Even though she knew that she had been in a coma for so many years because of him, she knew that it was all because of him. Even if one's strength was wasted or regressed, it would be the same. If Luo Qingtong could not force the mother of gu poison out like the last time, she would most likely return to being a useless person who was like a living dead. But, all of these worries could not compare to his desire for strength. Anyway, his life was saved by Luo Qingtong, So what if he put his life in her hands again in order to trust her this time? Hu Fei had already told Hu Yannyang everything he knew, including the things he had investigated back then. As for his father and sister, if he didn't have the ability, how could he protect them? He might as well just die and not become their burden. Even if Hu Zhongtian didn't tell him many things about family Hu Fei could feel that his father was forced to compromise and agree to let second elders people move into the main residence to take over the family Hu. It was because of his paralysis and coma, otherwise, why would Hu Zhongtian compromise so much? Hu Fei's expression was resolute. His face had only turned pale for a moment at the very beginning, but he had immediately agreed. All right. Luo Qingtong nodded and narrowed her eyes. You just need to open your mouth. As she spoke, she used her mind to control the mother of goo poison to fly towards Hu Fei. Hu Fei's face was pale, but he still opened his mouth. Young master. The mother of goo poison flew towards Hu Fei's mouth. Hu Zhongtian, who had been holding back from speaking, couldn't help but shout. It wasn't that he didn't trust Luo Qingtong. But, he had just seen Hu Fei wake up, and now he had to see him being parasitized by the mother of goo poison again. Hu Zhongtian couldn't help but feel afraid. He was afraid that his son would never wake up again. Father, it's all right. If Master can save Big Brother once, she can save him a second time. She's helping Big Brother. Hu Yannyang was very excited. She was very clear about Luo Qingtong's medical skills and knew that she never lied. If she said that she could help Hu Fei recover his cultivation and even make him stronger, then she definitely could. In fact, when Hu Yannyang heard that Luo Qingtong and Hu Fei could recover his cultivation, she almost couldn't help but cry tears of joy. Hu Fei had become like this because of her. Hu Yannyang naturally hoped that he could recover completely. She didn't expect Luo Qingtong to give her such a good answer. Thank you, Master. Thank you. Hu Yannyang choked with sobs and bowed to Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong didn't stop her from bowing to her. She had done this for Hu Yannyang. That was why she had helped to save Hu Fei. Otherwise, how could a person make her feel good? Lend a hand, she was not that free, nor was she that saintly. Get out. I'll call you when it's ready. Luo Qingtong said to Hu Yannyang. Yes. Hu Yannyang pulled Hu Zhongtian out of the room. Yannyang, this ninth young master, can he really? Hu Zhongtian walked out of the room with a face full of worry. Father, if Master can't help, then in this world, at least in the entire True Spill continent, there aren't many people that can help Big Brother. Perhaps those great alchemists in the hidden world could do it, but that kind of person was hard to come by. Moreover, why would the other party help them? Hu Yannyang knew that family who didn't have any bargaining chips that could persuade the other party. What's more, those people's abilities might not be comparable to Master's. This was the confidence that Yannyang had developed after following Luo Qingtong for so long. Father, don't worry. Master can definitely do it. Big Brother will definitely recover. Oh, good. Hu Zhongtian heard her so confident and couldn't help but ask, Yannyang, you've always refused to say what you were doing outside. What is your identity? Hu Zhongtian was very curious. Luo Qingtong's attire was very inconspicuous, but when she faced the second elder's family, she revealed a very intimidating aura from time to time. Hu Zhongtian could also be considered as someone who had seen a lot of things. He had seen countless powerhouses and clans. But Luo Qingtong's aura was not something that could be cultivated by just anyone, only someone who stood in an extremely high position, who once looked down on everyone and lived an unrestrained life would have such an arrogant aura. Who was she? Could she be the nephew of the Imperial Sect Master, or a peerless genius disciple of the sect? Father, don't ask about Master's identity. Hu Yannyang naturally would not casually reveal Luo Qingtong's identity. The far west wilderness was mixed with crooks and honest people. Because of the Sage King's tomb that was about to appear, there were more and more experts from all walks of life. The more Luo Qingtong's identity was exposed, the worse it would be. You only need to know that with Master around, our family who will definitely be as stable as Mount Tai. And we will definitely rise. That's enough. Hu Yannyang looked at the room and murmured. The luckiest thing in her and her son's life was meeting Luo Qingtong and being saved by her. From then on, they no longer had to fear the wind and rain, and just as Hu Yannyang and Hu Zhongtian were talking, in the room, After Luo Qingtong let the goo poison queen fly into Hu Fei's mouth, it immediately flew into his mind. Just like when it parasitized Hu Fei before, it ruthlessly pierced its mouth into Hu Fei's mind. Because this time, he was awake and saw the goo poison queen enter his body. Hu Fei was also very aware of the goo poison queen's parasitism. Just as he could not help but feel numb in his mind, Luo Qingtong's voice rang in his ears. Circulate the aura in your body. Remember, absorb as much power as you can. If you miss it, there won't be any left. Luo Qingtong said. Before Hu Fei could react, there was a buzz and the mother of goo in his mind had already flapped its wings. In the next second, the goo enslavement imprint drawn by Luo Qingtong on its forehead started spinning in reverse. Buzz, wave after wave of power came from a secret connection in the goo poison queen. Reverse goo. Luo Qingtong had previously used the goo god sex goo controlling method to sever the connection between the goo mother and Bai Feng, but she did not sever this connection. It was just that the connection between her and the goo mother was suppressed by a higher level of goo controlling method. Now that she had reversed the goo technique, the connection barrier between White Phoenix and the goo mother had disappeared. She didn't even have the time to rejoice that she had regained her goo mother. In an instant, the energy and essence in her body were drained away like how the goo mother had absorbed Hu Fei, and this kind of drain was even faster because Luo Qingtong was using a higher level of goo controlling method. In the 24th century of southern border in Luo Qingtong's previous life, the battle between the Goo clan was extremely fierce and cruel. Those who were suppressed in goo controlling method would either submit to the other or be stripped of everything, goo worms and strength, but generally, those who were devoured by the goo worms would have their strength devoured by the goo worms. The goo worms would be fattened up, and the winner would designate them to be the goo worms of others. Luo Qingtong made a slight improvement and fed all the strength of the goo worms back to Hu Fei. The Bai family. Bai Chongfeng and Bai Feng were discussing how to use the map of family Hu once they got their hands on it. He had already sent someone to family Hu. At the same time, he had also sent someone to invite Hua Ting over. The reason was naturally because of Bai Feng. When Hua Ting and the others arrived, they would be able to coincidentally discover the map of family Hu. Then, they would act surprised and share the map with the Hua family. With the Bai family's current strength and status, if they did not rely on the Hua family and directly went to the Ouyang family with the map, they would be swallowed whole. After all, whoever had the map would have the greatest advantage in the exploration of the Holy King's tomb. Everyone knew that, by then, the Bai family would be in trouble because of their wealth. As the two of them were discussing, Bai Feng suddenly stood up with an indescribable expression of surprise and joy on her face. Before Bai Chongfeng could ask her what had happened, he saw her expression change abruptly. In an instant, she was extremely shocked. What's going on? My strength. Ah. Bai Feng's face was filled with shock. She fell to the ground and wailed in pain. The strength in her body was continuously being absorbed. The backlash from the queen of venomous insects caused the essence and power in her body to be drained continuously. Meanwhile, in family Hu, the energy in Hu Fei's body was continuously increasing. The reverse parasite technique could only be used on the person who had been poisoned. Since Hu Fei's energy was absorbed by the parasite mother, the energy absorbed by the parasite mother after it devoured Bai Feng was naturally fed back to him without any hindrance. If it were another person, they would not be able to accept the energy fed back by the parasite mother. The energy in Hu Fei's body continued to increase. Outside, Hu Yannyang and her father, who were anxiously waiting outside, suddenly received a report from a guard. Family head, young mistress, second elders people are here. They even brought people from the clan. The family Hu guard looked extremely anxious. Second elder and his people had come in such a menacing manner. They had directly barged into family Hu and even called people from the clan. They were probably not here with good intentions. Humph. They're finally here. Hu Yannyang's expression was cold. She retracted her gaze from the door. Father, let's go take a look. Hu Yannyang had been mentally prepared after she chased away second elders people from family Hu. The other party would definitely not give up so easily. As for the people of the clan, since they were able to force her father to give up on her for the sake of family Hu, this time, they would definitely not watch her return without taking any action. Since that's the case, let's do it together. Today, she was going to make up for all the things that had happened in the past with them. Alright. Hu Zhongtian's expression was also very solemn. However, just like Hu Yannyang, he was already prepared when he chased away the second elder's people. Moreover, Hu Fei had already awakened. He no longer needed to look at the faces of the clan members, if the other party still wanted to force him to let his daughter leave like he did back then. That was absolutely impossible. The group headed to the main hall. In the main hall, second elder's people were already waiting there. The people from family Hu and the clan were also seated on the main seats. One of them, who looked extremely old, sat on the highest seat in the middle. His eyes were tightly shut. His entire body was surging with a faintly discernible and powerful aura. It attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from all directions, shielding the area where he was from the others, a powerful cultivator of the saint state. Great-granduncle. In the hall, the second elder spoke respectfully to the old man, Hu Zhongtian is obstinately clinging to his own course. As the most respected elder and expert of the Hu clan, you can't allow him to casually decide the inheritance of the Hu clan. That stupid bastard that Hu Yannyang gave birth to. I don't even know where that bastard came from. If the mother and son were to inherit family Hu, I'm afraid our family Hu would be destroyed in the future. And the clan would be in trouble as well. After all, the whole city knows what Hu Yannyang did back then. The Hu clan is also very angry. Hu Zhongtian ignored our Hu clan because of his own selfishness. Great-granduncle. When the time comes, please step in and shut the mouths of the people. Second elder was very pleased with himself. With the clan and by clan stepping in and pressuring him, Hu Zhongtian had no choice but to hand over family Hu to him today. Once he took control of family Hu, the first thing he would do was to get rid of Hu Zhongtian and Hu Yannyang, and that young man called Yijiao. Thinking of that young man who helped Chu Lingfeng break into family Hu and saw Hu Zhongtian, second elder gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. If not for him, their bloodline wouldn't have been in such a passive position today, not to mention Hu Bang and Hu Yenner. It was also because the other party had called out to Chu Lingfeng at the city gates and Chu Lingfeng had resisted. That was why his two most beloved grandsons and granddaughter had turned into such a hideous state. Hu Yenner had already been sent out of Wilderness City with a foul smell all over her body, and Hu Bang was lying in bed like an idiot and a cripple. In addition, the reason they were chased out of family whose main residence was also related to that Yijiao. He didn't care about the others. He couldn't be bothered to deal with them, but this Yijiao, he wanted to get rid of him and Hu Yannyang together. Didn't he want to help Chu Lingfeng? Didn't he acknowledge the other party as his big brother, then let him live and die together with Hu Yannyang and her son? Humph, the second elder's face darkened. As for the great-uncle, he didn't even bat an eyelid. I know what you're talking about. Although this family Hu belongs to Hu Zhongtian's bloodline, but since he is so stubborn, our clan will not stand by and do nothing. Hu Yannyang. If it wasn't for Hu Zhongtian stopping her with all his might, she would have been drowned in a pig's cage. How dare you come back to family Hu? Do you think there's no one left in our clan? It's impossible for her to inherit family Hu. Today, we will make Hu Zhongtian hand over the inheritance to you. The elders beside him nodded in agreement. That's right. The right to inherit family Hu cannot be given to a bastard. Not to mention a fool. Hu Yannyang is so shameless, there's no way she can inherit family Hu. The people of our clan will never allow it. The group of people spoke with a strong sense of righteousness, but in reality, they had already been bought over by the second elder's bloodline. The Bai clan had promised the second elder's bloodline that if they obtained the map, they would give it to the Hui clan and bring them into the Saint King's tomb. The second elder's bloodline naturally wanted to enter the Saint King's tomb to obtain a great opportunity, with their strength. If they waited until the map of the Saint King's tomb was complete and entered the tomb with the other forces, they might not be able to get anything out of it. The second elder's faction agreed without hesitation. They were willing to work with the Bai family to force Hu Zhongtian to hand over the map. If it weren't for the arrival of Luo Qingtong and the others, they would have succeeded. Now, the people of the clan couldn't bear the thought of Hu Yannyang inheriting family Hu. Secondly, the second elder tempted them with the Bai family Hu map. Naturally, they wholeheartedly wanted to fight for the right to control family Hu. The group of people sat arrogantly in the main hall, waiting for the appearance of Hu Zhongtian and Hu Yannyang. When Hu Yannyang and Hu Zhongtian stepped into the main hall, they were greeted with cold and merciless glares like sharp blades. Especially when they looked at Hu Yannyang, their eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. Hu Yannyang, you did such a shameful thing in the past and made the Hu family the laughingstock of the wild city. How dare you appear in front of us now? The people of the Hu family were the first to attack. Hu Yannyang looked at them indifferently and said, "How am I shameless? Moreover, you are the ones who appeared in front of me, not the other way around." As she spoke, she glanced at the people of the second Eldest faction and the clan with a sneer. "I know why you are here today. Aren't you coveting the right to control family Hu? And that thing too. But don't worry, you won't have the chance." Hu Yannyang stayed by Luo Qingtong's side in the main city of the Black Field and dealt with the major forces of the Sacred Dynasty every day. The Hu family and the second Eldest faction today were just child's play to her. Did they think that she was still the same Hu Yannyang who cried and wanted to die after being accused? Hu Yannyang, don't try to twist words and force logic. Your reputation has been tarnished. You are also a woman, there is no way you can inherit family Hu. Our clansmen are only thinking about family Hu's future. That's why we want to meddle in the affairs of the main lineage. Today, even if you're going to make us take the blame, we're going to clear family Hu's name." Seeing that Hu Yannyang had exposed their intentions, the members of the Hu clan all said angrily out of humiliation. "Humph. Qingming? What right do you have to meddle in the affairs of the main branch of our family Hu with all the scandals you've done?" As Hu Yannyang spoke, she took out the information that Luo Qingtong had given her, and threw it in front of the members of the Hu clan and second Eldest branch. The voodoo sex people had used the Gu mother to infect many of the clans in Desolate City, including the Hu clan and the second Eldest branch. Hu Yannyang had thrown all the dirty deeds that they had done in front of them, such as bullying and tyrannizing women. You. Where did you get these things?" The expressions of the Hu clan and the second Eldest lineage changed abruptly when they saw the secret things they had done before being exposed, and they looked at Hu Yannyang with extremely shocked gazes. How did she get her hands on all the dirty things they had done? Only the members of the voodoo sect who had been controlled by the voodoo sect looked at Hu Yannyang with shock. They recognized that they were the ones who had provided the voodoo sect with all this information. How did it end up in Hu Yannyang's hands? Could it be that the voodoo sect was founded by Hu Yannyang? All these years, they had been controlled by Hu Yannyang. The members of the Hu clan were shocked. "Yannyang, you've always been very smart." His gaze swept past the information that Hu Yannyang had thrown out. It was about the secret deeds that the Hu clan and second Eldest lineage had done in secret. His gaze was cold as he looked at Hu Yannyang. "In the past, you and your elder brother were publicly acknowledged as the two smartest people in this generation of the Hu clan. In fact, in some aspects, you were even smarter than your elder brother. It's a pity that Hu Zhongtian spoiled you too much and raised you to have a naive personality." He looked at Hu Yannyang with a cold smile and said, "Otherwise, you wouldn't have ended up like this back then. Now, your naive personality hasn't changed. It's indeed your ability to obtain these things," that great-granduncle said with a cold expression. "But if you want to rely on these things to make us leave completely and withdraw from this battle for control of the family Hu, your methods are still a little too inexperienced. Who can prove that the information you've provided was definitely done by members of our Hu clan? So what if the things recorded in these documents are true? As long as we insist that Hu Zhongtian deliberately slandered us in order to let your morally deficient daughter successfully inherit the family Hu, how many people in the entire wilderness city do you think will believe you? If you take these things out, I'm afraid that according to the records, the victims' families and people would want to tear you into pieces first, right?" That great-granduncle sneered. He originally didn't want to speak. He had only come this time to oversee the situation and make Hu Zhongtian act according to their request. He wanted to abdicate his position to second elder, and then, hand over the map of the Saint King's tomb, but Hu Yannyang had thrown out such a document, so he had no choice but to speak. Hu Yannyang was really something. She had left her hometown pregnant and didn't die in the end. Not only that, she had found out about the secrets of the Hu clan as soon as she returned. Some of the things that great-granduncle had done were also recorded in the document. How could he continue to pretend to be a person of virtue and prestige, the great-granduncle looked at Hu Yannyang with anger and coldness in his eyes. His words immediately caused the members of the Hu clan present to react. That's right. Hu Yannyang. Don't think that you can force us to retreat just because you threw out these things. There's no one in your main branch. How can a woman like you, who has done all kinds of scandalous things, be qualified to inherit the family Hu? If you know what's good for you, you'd better hand over control of family Hu. Get out of here obediently. Otherwise what? Before these people from the Hu clan and second elders faction could finish their clamor, an indifferent voice sounded from behind Hu Yannyang and the others. Then, a figure stepped in from the entrance. It's quite lively here. Luo Qingtong glanced at the crowd indifferently. She had just come out of Hu Fei's room when she heard that second elders faction had joined forces with the Hu clan to cause trouble. Thinking about what she had just done, Luo Qingtong had a playful look on her face and directly came over. She was looking forward to seeing the expressions of these people from the Hu clan. It would definitely be very exciting. Moss. Ninth young master. Especially Hu Zhongtian, whose face was originally full of anger. Now that he saw Luo Qingtong and saw how relaxed she was, the surprise in his heart could not be suppressed. The other party appeared so easily. Did it mean that? Just as Hu Zhongtian and Hu Yannyang were unable to suppress their excitement, second elder looked at Luo Qingtong and sneered. If you hadn't appeared, I would have forgotten about you. Yi Jiao. That's your name, right? Later, all of them will be able to leave this place. Only you can't. The second elder had already regarded the Hu clan's control as something in his pocket. Now that he saw Luo Qingtong appear, he was like a hungry wolf that saw a rabbit. He sneered at Luo Qingtong, already seeing her as prey in his hands. Later, he would let this fellow know the consequences of offending him. That second elder's expression was gloomy. Luo Qingtong was not affected at all. Oh. Is that so? She looked at second elder and smiled lightly. Are you sure? She raised her eyebrows and glanced at the figure that appeared at the door. This is family Hu's main residence. I'm afraid it's not your place to speak, right? Luo Qingtong looked calmly at second elder and the clan members behind him. Humph. There's no one in the main bloodline, so someone from our bloodline should inherit this place. It's useless even if Hu Zhongtian and Hu Yannyang object. This is a matter decided by the clan. Although they are from the main bloodline, they still have to listen to the clan's decision if they have no successors. That second elder sneered. He thought that Luo Qingtong wanted to seek Hu Zhongtian and Hu Yannyang's support. However, these two people, one was a dying man and the other was a woman. They could not support her at all, even if they wanted to snatch family Hu's inheritance rights. They could not do anything, not to mention supporting Luo Qingtong. As he thought of this, he looked at Luo Qingtong with an indescribably cold and vicious gaze. However, right at this moment, an icy cold voice suddenly sounded from outside. Is that so? Who said there's no one in family Hu's main bloodline? As he spoke, Hu Fei's figure stepped in from outside. He had just arrived at the door. The figure that Luo Qingtong had caught a glimpse of was him. You? Hu Fei? Seeing Hu Fei's figure appear, the complacent smile on the second elder's face immediately froze. He looked at Hu Fei in disbelief. How was this possible? Wasn't Hu Fei still lying in bed? He had been paralyzed in bed for more than 10 years. How did he suddenly recover? And, the second elder's face was filled with shock as he looked at Hu Fei's tyrannical aura. Saint stage? This was impossible. When Hu Fei was paralyzed in bed, he was only at the upper-class martial spirit realm. How could it be that after more than 10 years, not only did his strength not decrease, but he even broke through to the saint realm? How was this possible? Second elder's face was full of shock. So were the people from second elder's bloodline and the Hu clan behind him. Bang! The few clan elders who had been sitting steadily on the main seats all stood up in shock. The great-granduncle could no longer maintain his calm expression. Hu Fei. Big brother. Fei. Their hearts were filled with surprise and excitement. Although they had guessed from Luo Qingtong's appearance that Hu Fei must be fine. Moreover, his strength must have recovered and improved. However, when they saw Hu Fei, who had been lying on the bed with a pale face a moment ago, appear in front of them in high spirits, Hu Yannyang and Hu Zhongtian were so happy that they cried. Yannyang, father. Hu Fei looked at them and nodded. His heart was filled with excitement. However, now was not the time to show it. He looked coldly at the shocked members of the Hu clan and second elder's bloodline. Are you the ones who bullied our main bloodline and wanted to seize control of family Hu's main bloodline? Hu Fei sneered at the members of the Hu clan and second elder's bloodline. When he was young, he was known as the Cold Prince with the Jade Face. His strength was outstanding and his methods were ruthless. All the disciples of the middle-class aristocratic families in Wilderness City regarded him as their leader. At that time, his prestige was almost comparable to that of the disciples of the top aristocratic families. If Bai Feng had not used the Gu mother to harm him, he might have led family Hu into the ranks of the top aristocratic families in Wilderness City today. As his gaze swept across them, the members of the Hu clan and second elder's bloodline felt a chill in their hearts. Not for anything else, but Hu Fei's awakening meant that the main bloodline had a successor. When was it their turn to covet the Hu clan's authority? It would have been fine if Hu Fei had been bedridden for more than 10 years, his body was in tatters, and his strength had declined rapidly. However, at this moment, Hu Fei's footsteps were steady, and his strength had broken through to the saint stage. It was as if he had not been bedridden and unconscious all these years, but had been cultivating. In seclusion, under such circumstances, how were they going to seize control of the Hu clan? All the reasons they had given before now seemed pale and powerless, and were nothing more than a joke. The members of the Hu clan were pale, and second elder's bloodline was even more dispirited. They had never expected Hu Fei to awaken. But now, this plan was completely for naught. Scram! Hu Fei's voice was cold. The members of the Hu clan could not help but tremble. At this moment, the second elder's voice sounded. Don't be scared by him. The second elder's expression turned ugly. Hu Fei's awakening had the greatest impact on him. All of his chips were all staked on fighting for the right to control the Hu clan. He had already formed a blood feud with Hu Zhongtian and the others. If he didn't succeed this time, he would just leave like this. In the future, would they still have a chance to establish themselves in Wildland City? Moreover, he didn't think that Hu Fei would let them off, therefore, he could not leave this time. Don't be scared by him. So what if he woke up? Here, other than us, who knows that he's awake? The second elder's expression was ferocious. He looked at the elders of the Hu clan and said, Grand Uncle, Hu Yannyang and the others possess many of our secrets. Today, you came with us to force the emperor to abdicate. You have already formed a deadly feud with them. You can leave now. But what about the evidence in their hands? And after what happened today, can the relationship between the clan and the main branch still be the same as before? Hu Zhongtian, Hu Fei, and the others' expressions turned serious when they heard second elder's words. They looked at the members of the Hu clan. The expressions of great-granduncle and the others had already changed. They were already prepared to leave when Hu Fei appeared. For so many years, the clan had always relied on the main bloodline. They were able to force Hu Zhongtian in the past because Hu Yannyang was in the wrong first. Now that Hu Fei had awakened, it was only right and proper for him to inherit the main bloodline. No matter how many thoughts they had, they could only put them away. But now, the second elder's words had suddenly enlightened them. It was true that Hu Fei had awakened and inherited the main bloodline. However, if the main bloodline was not close to their clan and even suppressed them, how were they going to live? Hu Fei and Hu Yannyang had deep feelings for each other. They had almost forced Hu Yannyang to her death back then. Now, Hu Yannyang had many of their secrets in her hands. In addition, they were forcing her to abdicate. Great-granduncle and the others' expressions kept changing. Right at this moment, the second elder's voice completely fell. In my opinion, why don't we cut the weeds and eliminate the roots? Anyway, everyone knows that the main bloodline of family Hu has gone extinct. No one knows that Hu Fei has awakened, so we'll go all the way. As second elder's voice rang out, the group of clan elders all looked at Hu Fei and Hu Zhongtian. The coldness in his eyes was enough to make anyone who saw him shudder in fear. It was obvious that they had been persuaded by second elder. That's right. Things have come to this. There's no turning back. We must take control of family Hu's main bloodline. Hu Zhongtian, you can only blame your son for awakening and breaking through at the wrong time. Great-granduncle was the first to speak. As he spoke, he suddenly charged past Hu Fei and Hu Zhongtian. As long as these two were killed, there would be no one to support the main bloodline of family Hu. When that time came, wouldn't their clan have the final say? As for Hu Yenyang, she was just a woman. She was nothing to be afraid of. With this thought in mind, the great-granduncle attacked Hu Fei and Hu Zhongtian ruthlessly. At the same time, the several clan elders behind him also charged toward Hu Fei and Hu Zhongtian. Father. Seeing this, Hu Fei hurriedly stood in front of Hu Zhongtian, blocking the attacks of great-granduncle and the others. Yan Yang. Hurry up and take father and the others away. Humph. You want to leave? It was too late. All of you will die here. As the price for refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Just as Hu Fei opened his mouth to speak, the second elder's cold and murderous voice rang out. He charged towards Hu Yenyang and Hu Zhongtian. Yenyang. Father. Seeing this scene, Hu Fei's expression changed drastically. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Hu Zhongtian and Hu Yenyang and pulled them to his side. Bang! The second elder's attack just happened to brush past Hu Yenyang and Hu Zhongtian's figures and landed where they were standing just a moment ago. Master. When she turned around and saw the person standing behind her, Hu Yenyang's face was first filled with joy, then shock. Master, hurry up and leave. Second elder is a Saint Realm expert. She had always been in contact with Luo Qingtong, so she naturally knew that the latter was only at the peak of the martial emperor realm, although Master's strength was extraordinary and she had always been good at killing enemies of a higher level. The difference between the martial emperor realm and the Saint realm was too great. I'm fine. Get out of my way. Luo Qingtong's eyes turned cold when she saw second elder charging towards her again. She raised her hand and pushed Hu Yenyang and Hu Zhongtian away. Boom. A blood-red light flashed in her eyes. In an instant, the pair of eyes turned blood-red. Especially the blood-red color in the middle of her eyes. It was as red as a blood-red sun that had just risen. Second elder's heart skipped a beat when he saw her blood-red eyes. Soon, he regained his senses. Humph. What a trick. It was just the color of her eyes that was different from the rest. He had heard that some people who were born with diseases and defects would be different from ordinary people. But in reality, it was useless. Was she trying to frighten him by showing such an appearance? Unfortunately, it was useless against him, second elder sneered. He looked at the aura rippling from Luo Qingtong's body. Martial Ancestor Realm. What a joke. Second elder's face was full of arrogance. His strength was not very powerful in Wildland City. But as someone who had just entered the Saint Realm, it was enough to show disdain for many people. If it weren't for his poor aptitude and only breaking through when he was nearing old age, the position of the Hu clan's patriarch would have long been his. Luo Qingtong, a mere martial ancestor realm cultivator, dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. What a joke, but since she wanted to die, he would fulfill her wish. Anyway, he had never intended to let her go from the beginning. Thinking of this, second elder looked at Luo Qingtong with murderous intent in his eyes. In an instant, the aura around him shook. In an instant, an extremely violent attack was brewing in the air. Then, it carried an incomparably strong pressure of spiritual energy in the air as it whizzed towards Luo Qingtong. Seeing this attack that carried a spiritual energy storm, Luo Qingtong's eye technique quickly operated. That blood-colored sun was spinning rapidly in the blood-colored mist and multicolored light around it. In an instant, the incoming attack was analyzed into countless numbers of data. Wind direction, attack speed, weakness. Previously, she could only vaguely see the weak points of the attack. But now, with Luo Qingtong's improved eye technique, she could see almost every movement of spiritual energy. Who? Luo Qingtong let out a sigh of relief. She felt an indescribable comfort in her heart. I've finally recovered some of my previous life's condition. Previously, she had only been able to use the most basic functions, which really made her feel a little uncomfortable. Bang! Luo Qingtong turned her palm over and the life and death sword appeared in her hand in an instant. Compared to other weapons, this life and death yin-yang sword was most suitable for Luo Qingtong. This longsword seemed to be tailor-made for her eye technique. Under Luo Qingtong's control, it was clear at a glance when to transform the life blade to absorb power, and when to transform the death blade to cut. The timing was perfect. Luo Qingtong took out this life and death yin-yang sword to test the power of her improved eye technique. Second Elder, who was at the bottom of the sage realm, was the most suitable person to be her experimental subject. Of course, this was also because Luo Qingtong's strength had increased to the martial ancestor realm. Otherwise, if she was still at the martial emperor realm, even with the help of her improved eye technique, Luo Qingtong might not be able to do anything to Second Elder. But now. Bang! She held the long sword in her hand at an angle, and in an instant, she charged towards the Second Elder's attack. Boom! Under the Second Elder's shocked gaze, Luo Qingtong's life and death yin-yang sword heavily slashed his attack, and then the attack hit back. That's right, it was hit back. The Second Elder's face was aghast. He looked at the attack that he had thrown out flying toward him. What's going on? His face was full of disbelief. Why did he lose control of his attack all of a sudden? Furthermore, it was flying towards him. He quickly dodged and looked at Luo Qingtong with unspeakable shock. How did you do that? How could she shake his attack of the sage realm with her strength? In the place where I used to live, there's an old saying, "For tails can lift 1,000 caddies." Luo Qingtong's expression was calm as she looked at him happily. You don't need to understand. You just need to know that as long as it doesn't exceed the threshold that I can resist, your attack is useless to me. Luo Qingtong said so and was very satisfied with the result of her experiment. Obviously, the life blade transformation and the death blade cutting, coupled with her improved pupil technique, the Second Elder, who had just entered the sage realm and was only a little stronger than an expert at the peak of the martial spirit realm, was no threat to her. However, this was also because the Second Elder's strength was too weak. Otherwise, Luo Qingtong might not be able to deal with an expert of the sage realm so easily. No. That's impossible. How could you possibly block my attack? How dare you boast that my attack is useless to you? You're just a warrior of the martial ancestor realm. The Second Elder refused to believe Luo Qingtong's words. The other party must have used some unorthodox method to dodge his attack. He didn't believe that she could keep using it. The Second Elder's face was ferocious. He raised his hand and blasted another attack toward Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong looked at the attack and jumped up easily. Bang! Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with bloody light and she waved the long sword in her hand. It was the same as before. With a boom, the attack flew towards the Second Elder just like how it came. Bang, bang, bang. The Second Elder's attack was blasted out. Luo Qingtong's long sword in her hand. Every time he blasted out an attack, she would hit back. In the end, even the Second Elder himself was exhausted. At this moment, Luo Qingtong had already closed in on Second Elder. Bastard! The Second Elder looked at her with a ferocious expression. But Luo Qingtong looked at him and suddenly smiled. That smile was both evil and domineering. How about I send you to hell? When Luo Qingtong said this, her left hand suddenly turned over. In the next second, the 1,000-year soul guiding wood appeared in her hand. Streams of energy surged into her body. Then Luo Qingtong raised her hand, heaven-conquering art. Then, the sword light broke through the sky and soared up. In an instant, the whole family whose lobby was illuminated by this light. Bang! The Second Elder was slashed out by that stunning sword light. Bang! Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed slightly. She turned around and looked in the direction that the figure had come from. There, a group of Hu clan elders and great-granduncle were looking coldly in the direction of Luo Qingtong and the others. Their gazes were eerily cold and murderous. Fei Big brother! Hu Zhongtian and Hu Yannyang hurriedly rushed to the place where the figure had crashed and helped him up. Cough cough. Leave quickly. Hu Fei clutched his wound and said to Hu Zhongtian and the others. Humph. Leave? None of you will leave this hall today. The Hu clan members had completely developed murderous intent towards Hu Zhongtian and the others. For the sake of their reputations, no one else other than them would be able to leave this place alive. The Hu clan elders' voices were cold. The Second Elder's voice rang out at this moment. Cough cough. Great-granduncle. Kill that Yi Jiao. Kill her first. There's something strange about her. The second elder had been severely injured by Luo Qingtong's sword just now. He had almost been killed by her. He looked at Luo Qingtong with shock and fear. The strength that she had displayed was not something that an ordinary person could display, which martial ancestor realm expert could seriously injure him, a saint realm expert, with one sword strike, even if he was a saint realm expert and was at the bottom of the saint realm. It was still impossible, she was too terrifying. If she escaped, there would be endless trouble in the future. The second elder's words instantly attracted the attention of great-granduncle and the others. Their gazes swept over him, and they were instantly shocked. There was no other reason. Even with the second elder's strength, he had been injured to such an extent. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that if they had not sent Hu Fei flying and caused Luo Qingtong to stop her attack, the second elder would have been a dead man by now. She was actually so powerful. How could a martial ancestor realm expert win so easily against a saint realm expert? At this moment, great-granduncle and the others looked at Luo Qingtong with cautious gazes. The murderous intent that was originally looking at Hu Fei, Hu Zhongtian, and the others now shifted to Luo Qingtong. Hu Fei and the others were no longer a threat. When great-granduncle and the others attacked, they had already sealed off the hall's movements. Those who were weaker than them would not be able to detect the movements within. They were not afraid that someone would come to save Hu Fei and the others. They would still be able to deal with Hu Fei and the others after they killed Jijiu, great-granduncle and the others' long sleeves. With that thought, they immediately charged towards Luo Qingtong. Master! Hu Yannyang saw this scene and immediately cried out in alarm. Nothing must happen to Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes when she saw the great-granduncle and the elders of the Hu clan dashing towards her. Five's saint. Besieging her, they really thought too highly of her. However, there was not much power left in the 1,000-year soul guiding wood in her hand, and there was not enough time to set up the array. Luo Qingtong frowned. She glanced around. Family who did not have enough defensive arrays to withstand attacks from Saint Realm experts. This was not a problem that only family who had, but a common problem among all the clans in Wilderness City. Perhaps it was because the far west wilderness was a wasteland. Luo Qingtong's brows were tightly knitted together. At this moment, her eyes suddenly focused. That's it. Bang! She leaped up. In the blink of an eye, he flashed past the attacks launched by the Hu clan members like a ghost. Her eyes flickered with a bloody light. Under her pupil technique, she was able to see the strength, trajectory, and speed of the attacks launched by the elders of the Hu clan and the great-granduncle. Everything was in her sight. She could see everything at a glance. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Qingtong waved the long sword in her hand. The attacks launched by the clan elders were all redirected by her power, just like the attacks launched by the second elder previously. They were all repelled back one after another. The attacks collided with each other and finally condensed together to cancel out the attack launched by the great-granduncle. She borrowed strength to fight strength. 4 ounces to 1,000 caddies, only Luo Qingtong could do this. Otherwise, an ordinary martial ancestor realm cultivator wouldn't be able to see through the attacks of a sage realm expert or an expert who had surpassed the sage realm. Even a martial spirit realm expert might not be able to see through it, not to mention above the sage realm. Every step up was like the difference between heaven and earth. Bang! Luo Qingtong's figure landed on the ground. With a few leaps, she appeared in front of Hu Fei. She raised her hand and fed him a bottle of medicinal liquid. Then, she patted his body. With a bang, Hu Fei felt that the injuries in his body had healed in an instant. Not only that, Luo Qingtong's pat seemed to have stimulated the potential in his body. The strength he could unleash now was above his original strength. With your current strength, can you block them for 100 breaths of time? Luo Qingtong looked at him and asked. No. Hu Fei gritted his teeth and said. Although he didn't know why Luo Qingtong suddenly asked him such a question, Hu Fei could feel from Luo Qingtong's attitude that this question must be very important. He really wanted to answer yes. However, this was a matter of life and death. If he insisted on saying that he couldn't do it, it wouldn't matter if he killed himself. However, if he caused Luo Qingtong and the others to lose their lives as well, he would truly be a sinner for all eternity. I can only hold on for 50 breaths at most. Hu Fei had fought with great-granduncle and the others before, so he naturally knew where his limit was. Even if Luo Qingtong had increased his strength, it was impossible for him to resist the other party for 100 breaths of time. After all, great-granduncle was an expert who had surpassed the Saint realm. The difference between the Saint realm and those who had surpassed the Saint realm was too great. Not to mention the fact that there were 5 Saint stage experts by his side. If he had Luo Qingtong's ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to hold on for 100 breaths. But he didn't. Alright, I got it. Hu Fei originally thought that the young man would be disappointed after hearing his answer, so he felt guilty. Unexpectedly, Luo Qingtong just nodded and didn't even frown. Hu Fei looked at Luo Qingtong and then heard her say, "I'll get someone else to assist you. It shouldn't be a problem for the two of you to hold on for 100 breaths of time. By the way, you don't have to be polite to him, and you don't have to worry about whether he will die or not. If necessary, you can even use him to block attacks." Ah? Hu Fei looked at Luo Qingtong in surprise. Others, who, moreover, she could even use them to block attacks without caring about their lives. Apart from the few of them, there was no one else here. The other guards were not enough to stop great-granduncle and the rest. While Hu Fei was puzzled, Luo Qingtong shouted softly, "Go." Following her command, a golden ray of light shot out from Luo Qingtong's body. In a corner of the hall, Second Elder was sitting cross-legged with his teeth clenched. The blow that Luo Qingtong gave him was too heavy. It almost took away half of his life. Fortunately, he still had a bottle of top-notch healing liquid that the Bai family had given to him when he had made a deal with them earlier. It was said that it came from the Hua family. After Second Elder drank it, he instantly felt that his injuries were much better. That brat called Yijiu, once he recovered from his injuries and was able to use some of his strength, he would definitely join forces with the Hu clan and make him die a miserable death, to appease the hatred in his heart. Just as Second Elder was gnashing his teeth in anger, with a buzz, a figure suddenly shot into his ears. "What's that?" The Second Elder opened his eyes abruptly. However, before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his mind. Ah! That stinging pain came so suddenly that the Second Elder had only just opened his eyes when he suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, he realized to his horror that his body was out of his control. Buzz! Following Luo Qingtong's thoughts, the queen of venomous worms in Second Elder's mind kept flapping its wings. Its mandibles pierced into the Second Elder's brain, injecting streams of liquid that represented its essence into the Second Elder's brain. This action would deplete a large amount of the queen of venomous worm's life force and strength, and it would be difficult to replenish it within a short period of time. However, it could temporarily control Second Elder's body. Bang! Second Elder's body was forced to stand up, and he stood in front of the Hu clan members who were about to attack Luo Qingtong again. "Hu Tianda! What are you doing? Get out of the way!" Seeing the Second Elder standing in front of them, the great-granduncle frowned and flicked his sleeve. "Great-uncle, it's not that I want to stand in front of you, but I can't control myself." Ah! As the Second Elder screamed, an attack instantly formed in his hand and blasted towards the people of the Hu clan. "Great-granduncle, get out of the way!" Bang! The members of the Hu clan had never expected that the Second Elder would suddenly attack them. Two of the elders were unable to dodge in time and were hit by the attack. They were instantly killed. "Bastard!" The great-granduncle looked furious. "What's going on?" Before he could finish his sentence, the Second Elder let out a blood-curdling scream and charged towards them again. When the Second Elder and the members of the Hu clan started fighting, Hu Fei was already stunned. He had never thought that the other people Luo Qingtong was talking about would actually be the Second Elder. How did he do it? Luo Qingtong might have been able to control the Gu Poison Mother to do this, but even Bai Feng couldn't do something like this, right? After all, if Bai Feng could control the Gu Poison Mother to control a stage expert, how could she allow the Gu Poison Mother to stay in his mind for a long time? This meant that Bai Feng's ability to control the Gu Poison arts was much weaker than Luo Qingtong's. As Hu Fei thought about this, he looked at Luo Qingtong with even more surprise and curiosity. The ninth young master that his younger sister brought into family who was truly extraordinarily capable, he didn't know what his identity was. However, Hu Fei didn't think too much about it. No matter what his identity was, he was family whose benefactor. There was no doubt about this. His figure flashed out, and together with the Second Elder, he launched an attack on the members of the Hu clan. "Bastard! Great-granduncle and the others were being pestered and wanted to deal a heavy blow. Hu Fei used the second elder as a shield again. Not to mention, the second elder was really useful as a shield. In any case, they didn't have to care about his life or death. They could just hide behind him if there were any big moves. Great-granduncle and the others were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. It wasn't that they felt sorry for the second elder, but with the second elder as a human shield, Hu Fei had too much room to display. If they couldn't hit Hu Fei, what was the use of killing or crippling the second elder? What was even more strange was that even if the second elder was being attacked and screamed more miserably than a pig being slaughtered, his body wouldn't stop attacking. It was as if the attack didn't hit his body at all, and the injuries he suffered weren't his own. It caused all the members of the Hu clan to be extremely annoyed. While they were fighting, Luo Qingtong had already dashed to Hu Zhongtian's front. "Family Hu, I'm going to dissolve the broken bones in your body. Bear with it," Luo Qingtong said to Hu Zhongtian. Originally, with Luo Qingtong's previous strength, she would have needed to wait for 2 more days to dissolve the broken bones in Hu Zhongtian's body. He would wait until the broken bones in Hu Zhongtian's body were soaked in the medicinal bath until they became softer before he made his move. However, now that her strength had reached the martial ancestor realm, her eye technique had improved too. Thus, she did not need to wait for another 2 days before she was able to remove the shattered bones for the man. "Master." Hu Yannyang looked at Luo Qingtong in surprise and joy. She already knew what Luo Qingtong was going to do. As the head of family Hu Zhongtian's cultivation had surpassed the Saint realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to suppress those people from the clan. Once the shattered bones in his body melted and his cultivation recovered, he would definitely be able to deal with those people from the clan. At that time, the crisis would be resolved. Most importantly, his father would recover. Hu Zhongtian's face was also filled with excitement. The reason why he was unable to display his full strength and was unable to recover from his serious illness was all because of the broken bones growing in his body. Once the broken bones were removed, he would immediately recover his cultivation. At that time, he would kill everyone in the clan. Hu Zhongtian's face was filled with murderous intent when he thought of what the people from the clan, including the second elder and the others, had done. For the sake of the clan, he had tolerated everything. However, he didn't want to harm his own bloodline. However, the people from the clan didn't want his family to live. Moreover, they wanted to eradicate and kill his family when Hu Fei was awake. Therefore, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. From now on, the family Hu would become a clan of their own. They would no longer have any contact with any other members of the Hu clan. Hu Zhongtian's face was filled with murderous intent. He said resolutely. No matter how painful it was, he could endure it. "Okay." Luo Qingtong looked at them and said, "Yannyang, step aside." "Humph, you stay here and guard," Luo Qingtong said as she released Little Pig. Little Pig had vaguely sensed the situation outside the 9-layered exquisite pagoda. He thought Luo Qingtong released him to block the arrows. He was almost scared to death. Later, when he heard that Luo Qingtong asked him to guard here, he was relieved. "Don't worry, Master. I will guard this place well." "Isn't it just guarding this place?" Hu Fei and the others were still fighting fiercely with the Hu clan's people, and the second elder, the one who blocked the arrows. They definitely won't be able to rush here. Moreover, 100 breaths of time is very easy to pass. Thinking of this, Little Pig patted his chest with his little hoof and said, all right. Luo Qingtong snorted softly, but did not bother with it. She treated Hu Zhongtian. The energy in her hand was like a needle, and it directly entered Hu Zhongtian's chest and lungs, removing the broken bones that grew in his flesh. Luo Qingtong was different from ordinary doctors. Ordinary doctors liked to make a set of silver needles for themselves. However, for Luo Qingtong, silver needles were not suitable for her. Her eye technique could see through everything. The energy in her hand was like a needle, and she could move it at will. As Luo Qingtong's energy entered Hu Zhongtian's body, Hu Zhongtian suddenly let out a muffled groan. Even though Luo Qingtong's movements were extremely precise and light, the bones grew in the flesh. The process of removing them was no different from cutting the flesh and cutting the bones. Every time Luo Qingtong moved, Hu Zhongtian would let out a muffled groan and tremble. The sweat on his forehead dripped down like rain. And every time she removed a piece of bone, Luo Qingtong would use her own energy to turn it into powder in Hu Zhongtian's body. Bang! 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 As muffled sounds rang out from Hu Zhongtian's body, his aura continued to solidify and recover. The broken bones growing horizontally in the flesh of the chest and lungs were removed and shattered one by one. Hu Zhongtian's aura was becoming thicker and thicker. As the aura in his body recovered, Luo Qingtong had to use more force to remove the shattered bones. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to break through the obstruction of the aura in his body. The further it went, the harder it was to remove the shattered bones. Luo Qingtong's movements began to slow down. On the other hand, the commotion here had drawn the attention of the members of the Hu clan. Not good. When they saw the aura on Hu Zhongtian's body ceaselessly becoming more and more solid, and the strength of his aura becoming more and more formidable, the expressions of everyone from the Hu clan froze. The elders had grave expressions on their faces. Needless to say, the great-grand-uncle's expression was even worse. As an expert who had surpassed the saint stage, he naturally knew what kind of blow it would be to their group once Hu Zhongtian recovered his strength. Bastard! His gaze was filled with killing intent as he looked at Luo Qingtong. It was this youth who had ruined their plans. She could actually cure Hu Zhongtian. Then, was Hu Fei's awakening also caused by her? Damn it, if they had known earlier, they would have killed her from the beginning. As for the second elder, who was under the control of the Gu mother, he felt even more regret when he saw this scene. Luo Qingtong had said that she wanted to cure Hu Zhongtian when she arrived. If he had known Yi Jiuzhen had this kind of ability, he would have killed her in the family who before she arrived. He would have avoided today's disaster. Everyone's expression was vicious as they aimed their killing intent at Luo Qingtong. We can't let her cure Hu Zhongtian. Send me over. You guys stop them. The great-granduncle made a prompt decision and immediately spoke to the members of the Hu clan in the surroundings. Yes. The few elders of the Hu clan acknowledged the order. They took a step back and slapped the back of the great-granduncle with their palms. The latter's figure instantly flew up and pounced in the direction of Luo Qingtong. Not good. Hu Fei didn't expect them to use this move. They didn't forcefully break through his and the second elder's defense line, but joined forces to send the great-granduncle over. With the great-granduncle's strength and the fact that Luo Qingtong was treating Hu Zhongtian, they couldn't act rashly. The ninth young master was in danger. Bam! Hu Fei intended to stop granduncle. However, he hadn't even flashed up when he was stopped by the elders of the Hu clan who'd attacked him once more. They were the ones who were entangled with him. Luo Qingtong was currently treating Hu Zhongtian, so she couldn't give orders to the Gu mother. The order she gave it was to attack the Hu clan members. Naturally, she couldn't cooperate with Hu Fei and leave. Young master. Hu Fei was entangled by the Hu clan members and couldn't leave. He could only anxiously look in the direction of Luo Qingtong and the others, praying for Luo Qingtong to hurry up. Hurry up and finish the treatment. However, he was still at least 20 breaths away from the 100 breaths of time Luo Qingtong gave him. Luo Qingtong still had at least 3 transverse bones that hadn't been treated. The great-granduncle's figure had already landed not far behind her. Oh my god. Little Pig originally thought he would be fine, but now all his pig hair stood on end. There was only him and Yan Yang here. Don't count on Yan Yang. Previously, she had been hunted down while pregnant, and her body had been injured. Later on, her soul had left her body, and her cultivation had been completely destroyed. Her body was also extremely weak. Although Luo Qingtong helped her recover, the damage too. Her soul was irreversible. Although Yan Yang's soul power had been replenished, however, there was always a barrier between her soul and her body. This was a drawback caused by her soul leaving her body in the past. If there were no accidents, she would never be able to cultivate again in this lifetime. In other words, they could only rely on Little Pig alone. How could its hair not stand on end? Because it hadn't fully recovered its strength yet. There was no way for him to break the seal and reveal his true form. Could it be that he had no choice but to sacrifice himself for the greater good? Although this little pig's body wasn't mighty or domineering enough, it was still a body. Without it, he would be forced to shrink back into the eternal darkness seal, and he didn't know when he would be able to see the light of day again. Little Pig's heart felt stifled as he thought about it. F***ck. You stinky old bastard. You have mung bean eyes and protruding ears. Your son doesn't have a D***ck. You brandy nose and scabby head. Couldn't you have come a few breaths later? Little Pig cursed as he looked at the great-granduncle's figure. However, the great-granduncle ignored him. He waved his hand. Boom! This attack contained 200% of the great-granduncle's strength. He was determined to kill Luo Qingtong, together with Hu Zhongtian, who was standing opposite her. Father! Master! Seeing this scene, Hu Yannyang hastily rushed toward Luo Qingtong and Hu Zhongtian. However, she didn't have the strength. Even if she stood in front of Luo Qingtong and Hu Zhongtian, she would only lose one more person. There was no way she could block the great-granduncle's attack. Little Pig clenched his teeth as he watched this scene unfold. Sigh. Let's fight. He leaped up and rushed toward the attack. With the little strength he had accumulated in his body, he wasn't sure if he could block the attack. If he couldn't even block this attack, he would be finished. Then he would have sacrificed his body for nothing. Just as Little Pig was thinking about this, another figure suddenly rushed in front of him and collided with the attack with a bang. Ah! Amidst that scream, the second elder's body lay on the ground on the verge of death. After twitching twice, his eyes were wide open and there was no sign of life. At the critical moment, Luo Qingtong took out a strand of her mental strength and controlled the Gu mother to rush back. However, before Little Pig, Hu Fei, and the others could breathe a sigh of relief after the attack was blocked, they heard a loud bang. It was the place where great-granduncle was. His figure instantly turned into countless fragments of light and disappeared in front of him. Not good. Little Pig's eyes instantly widened when he saw the scene. It's a smokescreen. He shouted and immediately turned around to look at Luo Qingtong. Sure enough, he saw a faint figure suddenly appear beside Luo Qingtong. Humph. Cunning brat, I knew you were strange. Did you think I would stop with just one killing move? The great-granduncle's expression was ferocious. After this battle, he already knew that Luo Qingtong wasn't simple. Since that was the case, how could he simply throw out a killing move and be done with it? He wanted Luo Qingtong to die. He didn't want to leave any future troubles. Did she think she could still dodge his attack with her strange tricks? The great-granduncle sneered. He raised his hand and slapped toward Luo Qingtong's head. The attack just now was just a smokescreen. This attack was the real killing move. Moreover, at such a close distance, he wouldn't give her any chance to escape. Haha. Damned brat, you and Hu Zhongtian are going to die together. As long as he killed Luo Qingtong, he would kill Hu Zhongtian with a backhand. Neither of them should even think about escaping. The great-granduncle's voice became even more ferocious. As he slapped his hand was to attack, the great-granduncle. Then, they turned into streams of energy that were added to his palm, causing the strength of his palm to become even more terrifying. It was almost enough to shake the mountains and move the earth. Master! 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 Hu Yannyang, Hu Fei, and Little Pig cried out in alarm. Luo Qingtong also felt the frightening wind coming from the palm above her head. The surging great-granduncle almost blew her hair loose. Luo Qingtong frowned as she looked at the situation inside Hu Zhongtian's body. There was only one transverse bone left, but there wasn't enough time. It wasn't impossible for Luo Qingtong to avoid this killer move, but what about Hu Zhongtian? Luo Qingtong was deep in thought when suddenly, a red light flashed on the ring finger of her left hand. At the same time, in the courtyard where Luo Qingtong lived. Swoosh! Xianxia, who had been curled up and sleeping soundly under the blanket with his tail as his pillow, suddenly opened his eyes. Qingtong! He let out a low cry in his heart and let out a warning cry from his mouth. In an instant, his figure disappeared from the bed. When the family who guards outside heard the commotion and looked through the window, they couldn't even see a single strand of fox fur. Oh no! The silver fox is gone. The guards had been ordered by Luo Qingtong to watch over the silver fox. They couldn't let it run away like last time and almost get caught. But this time, the silver fox suddenly disappeared. The guards in the courtyard were instantly thrown into chaos. Just as the guards in the courtyard were in chaos, Xianxia suddenly appeared beside Luo Qingtong. Roar! When he saw the great-granduncle attack Luo Qingtong with his palm, the saber-light and blood-red swords in his eyes seemed to want to fly out and fly towards the great-granduncle. How dare he hurt his Qingtong? Bang! Xianxia's body instantly leaped from Luo Qingtong's body and rushed towards the great-granduncle's palm. Boom! As his body leaped up, the little bit of power that he had spent so much effort to dissolve in the body of the small fox suddenly surged out and cooperated with the resonance of the 9 Netherworld Phoenix Ring and the Omnidirectional Dragon Ring. The Omnidirectional Dragon Ring on the silver fox's paw vibrated slightly. Then, a faintly discernible shadow suddenly appeared behind it. As it waved its little paw, a palm blasted forward. The shadow's back was facing Luo Qingtong. It had silver clothes and black hair. It was dignified and as handsome as a god. The wind from the palm was as if the sky and earth had been turned upside down. This? Seeing the sudden appearance of the shadow, the great-granduncle was stunned for a moment. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Originally, he thought it was funny that a silver fox had appeared to block his attack. Now that he saw this illusory figure, he couldn't smile anymore. The opponent seemed to be a person whose reputation was known throughout the entire continent. Almost no one dared to provoke him, and no one didn't fear him. Black, his eyes bulged out of their sockets in shock. But before he could finish his sentence, the silver fox's paw came down on him. At the same time, the faintly discernible shadow that had appeared behind it had also arrived. Bang! The great-granduncle was sent flying in an instant. After that, Yi Qianren's body also fell from the sky with a pa-ji sound. He fell into Luo Qingtong's arms. This body of his couldn't use the battle skills and strength of a human. Relying on the connection between the Omnidirectional Dragon Ring and the 9 Netherworld Phoenix Ring, he forced himself to use it. In an instant, the little bit of power in his body was completely drained, and he fainted. Silver treasure. Luo Qingtong was originally very surprised that the silver fox had appeared here. But when she saw that it had exhausted itself to save her and fell into her arms, the blood in her eyes became even colder. The blood in her eyes surged rapidly, and it was incomparably intense. Old dog. You're courting death. Then, her blood-red eyes flashed, and she looked coldly at the great uncle who had been slapped away. Bang! Luo Qingtong raised her hand, and 3 needle-like forces penetrated her Baihui acupoint in an instant. Instantly, Luo Qingtong's strength skyrocketed. Bang! The forces that she probed into Hu Zhongtian's body surged rapidly and removed the transverse bone and flesh. Then, she suddenly raised her hand and slapped. That hyoid bone was instantly crushed into powder by her hand. Boom! Hu Zhongtian's aura instantly shot through the sky like a rainbow. His cultivation that surpassed the Saint Realm had completely recovered, and all the forces in his body were connected. Spare his dog life. I want to deal with him personally. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold as she raised her hand and handed Hu Zhongtian a bottle of medicinal liquid. Although she had already tried her best not to damage Hu Zhongtian's internal organs, injuries and pain were still unavoidable. Drinking this bottle of medicinal liquid would help Hu Zhongtian's injuries recover faster. She wanted that great uncle to suffer a fate worse than death. Don't worry, young master. Hu Zhongtian took the bottle of medicinal liquid and drank it all in one gulp. Then, his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of the 5 clan elders who were pestering Hu Fei. Those people were still pestering Hu Fei and not letting him leave. After the second elder, their shield, was temporarily transferred away by Luo Qingtong, they still wanted to take the opportunity to kill Hu Fei. Now, the latter was covered in injuries under their siege. When Hu Zhongtian appeared, they were instantly dumbfounded. You. How can you be fine? Their faces were filled with shock. They couldn't believe that great-granduncle wouldn't be able to kill Yi Jiao and Hu Zhongtian. How was this possible? Their great-uncle was an expert who surpassed the Saint Realm. Unless that Yi Jiao was an immortal who had descended to the mortal world, it was impossible for him to block their great-uncle's attack. They could not figure out what was going on. Everyone was so frightened that their hearts trembled. They turned around and wanted to escape, however, it was too late. Since Hu Zhongtian had already recovered his cultivation, how could he let them escape? Since the other party wanted to annihilate their main branch, then they would also leave them here for good. Didn't they want family who, if they left the corpse here, the entire family who would be theirs? Hu Zhongtian's expression was cold. He attacked and killed them all. The elders didn't even have the chance to escape as they screamed and died one by one at the hands of Hu Zhongtian. As for the great-granduncle, he struggled to get up from the ground. Yi Qianxian's attack had a limited effect on the cub's body, so he wasn't able to kill him with a single slap. If he was in his human form, this great-granduncle would have died a long time ago. Bang! He had just stood up, and before he could regain his senses, Xianxia had already killed the 5 clan elders, as well as the rest of the clan members who had come with them. In an instant, he appeared in front of him and raised his palm to slap him. "Leave him to me." Luo Qingtong's voice rang out. "You stand guard at the side." Luo Qingtong clenched the 1,000-year soul guiding wood tightly in her hand. There wasn't much power left in it. Luo Qingtong had not intended to use it carelessly. But now. "Humph. Do you think you can touch me?" The great uncle sneered. He didn't take Luo Qingtong seriously at all. She even planned to use this opportunity to control Luo Qingtong in her hands. He had already discovered that the other clans were all dead. Now, he was the only member of the clan left. If he didn't seize this opportunity, he would also die here. It just so happened that this Shijiao thought that he was strong enough and wanted to kill him himself. He was simply overestimating himself. He sneered as he watched Luo Qingtong approach him. He had already reached out to grab Luo Qingtong. Because he realized that Xianxia had actually listened to Luo Qingtong and didn't attack him, this was really an excellent opportunity. As for the little fox and the shadow behind it, it was probably just an accident. The great uncle, who had survived a great disaster, didn't take this matter seriously at all. After all, if it was really that Blackfield underworld venerable who attacked, how could he have a chance to survive? Now that Luo Qingtong was courting death, he should quickly capture her and use her to threaten Xianxia. With this thought, he sneered even more and reached out to grab Luo Qingtong. "Young master." Xianxia watched from the side and was a little worried. But ever since Luo Qingtong entered the residence, she had been creating miracles. Although Xianxia was worried, he didn't rashly stop her. The young man had used many incidents to prove that listening to him was the right thing to do. Bang! Luo Qingtong watched coldly as the great uncle's hand reached out to grab her. The bloody light in her eyes flickered. Then, with a swoosh, she dodged the attack. The life and death duality sword in her hand switched instantly. The life blade absorbed, and the death blade cut. In addition, Luo Qingtong's pupil technique saw through the weakness. In the blink of an eye, a bloody gash appeared on the hand of the great-granduncle. What? The great-granduncle was shocked. Although he was afraid of Xianxia and did not use his true strength that surpassed the sage realm, the protective aura around him was not that easy to break through. Where did this young man named Jijiao come from? How could he do such a terrifying thing? While he was still in shock, Luo Qingtong's cold voice rang in his ears. "Old dog, do you know what death by 1,000 cuts is? It's okay if you don't know. I'll let you enjoy yourself today." The silver fox's soft body was nestled against her chest, and it looked so weak and helpless. This caused the fury in Luo Qing's heart to erupt like a volcano, and she vented it at her great uncle. It was rare for her to devote so much effort to a little fellow. Especially since this was a gift from Xianxia, but because of this old dog in front of him, he almost got into trouble. If she didn't skin him alive, she wouldn't be able to vent the anger in her heart. Bang! Luo Qingtong swung her sword at her great uncle again. The latter had just suffered a loss and subconsciously wanted to use his true strength to fight back. However, at this moment, Xianxia took advantage of the situation and caught his attack. Luo Qingtong's sword accurately cut his other hand. "Ah!" that great-granduncle screamed. Luo Qingtong's sword was so heavy that it almost cut off his entire wrist. The smile on Luo Qingtong's lips was cold. The girl's smile was evil and enchanting. Even though she was wearing men's clothing, she was not inferior in the slightest. The aura that was revealed completely broke through the disguise of Qiongqi's 100 changes. It made Luo Qingtong's ordinary face stand out from the rest. The great-uncle looked at her slightly raised lips and held his severed right hand. In an instant, his body trembled violently and he almost broke down and cried. Luo Qingtong's aura looked too much like a gorgeous demon that had crawled out of hell, evil and full of murderous intent. It was only now that the great-uncle realized what kind of person he had provoked. She was just a martial ancestor. Normally, he would be able to crush him to death with a single finger, but now, she had forced him into such a miserable state. When he was preparing to seize control of family Hu and kill Xianxia's family, the great-uncle did not expect that it would be such a young man, a martial ancestor. He had ruined their plans. The great-uncle cried bitterly and begged for mercy. Luo Qingtong did not pay any attention to him. When the other party dared to attack her and family Hu, their fate was already sealed, begging for mercy. If she had not turned the situation around today, if she had not stayed to watch the show today, would they have spared Hu Zhongtian's family? Would they have spared her? Luo Qingtong would never listen to the remorse and regret of these losers. Because she knew that they had lost. That was why they had no choice but to beg for mercy. If they were the ones who won today, they would only happily reap the lives of their own people. Winner takes all. What was there to reason with? Luo Qingtong would never forget a sentence, and that was, being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to yourself. This was a lesson that she had learned through countless blood and tears and countless experiences of being hunted down. Luo Qingtong slowly cut the great uncle's body. The latter was still desperately begging for mercy at first, but when he saw that Luo Qingtong was not moved at all, he screamed and cursed loudly. Don't be so smug. Don't think that without us, family who can sit back and relax. The Bai family has already promised the second elder to help him seize control of family Hu. Moreover, the Bai family is determined to get that map. Hu Zhongtian, you're in trouble because of your wealth. Sooner or later, you'll be at the mercy of others. Haha. I'll see how you die. He screamed at the top of his lungs and his entire body trembled violently. He was almost reduced to a skeleton by Luo Qingtong. At this moment, the voice of a guard's report came from outside. Master, there are people from the Bai family. Of the Luo Qingtong's family. The Bai family is here. The great uncle laughed out loud. His dark eyes looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong and the others. His laughter was full of pride and joy. He did not expect that the Bai family would come in time to save his life. He shouted, Hu Zhongtian, if you know what's good for you, let me go immediately. Otherwise, the Bai family will make you die miserably. When he said this, his murderous intent was obvious. All of it was directed at Luo Qingtong. That Yijiao dared to torture him like this, he must kill him. Really? Sure. Unexpectedly, before Hu Zhongtian could speak, Luo Qingtong had already nodded with a smile. I'll let you go. Not only will I let you go, but I'll also send you off. Luo Qingtong said. Then, under the gaze of the great-granduncle, she slit his throat. Bang! Luo Qingtong lifted her foot and kicked his skeleton to one side. Then, she asked outside the door, how many people from the Bai family are here? Who are they? There's a team of guards and an elder. The guard outside answered. Master. The Bai family must be here to force my father to hand over that thing. Not only that, they must be cooperating with the second elder to force my father to give up his position. When Hu Yannyang heard the guard outside report that the Bai family had come to see her, she had already guessed the other party's intentions. Her eyes immediately turned cold. Hu Zhongtian and Hu Fei were also very angry. The two of them said coldly, these bastards from the Bai family are here at the right time. Our family whose revenge is about to be settled with them one by one. When Hu Zhongtian said this, he immediately ordered the guards outside in a cold voice, invite them in. Invite them in and they won't have to go out anymore. Hu Zhongtian's face was full of anger. Yes. The guard outside received the order and immediately turned to leave. Outside the gate of family Hu, a team of people from the Bai family was waiting. Sixth elder, do you think this Hu Zhongtian will obediently listen to our orders and hand over the Hu clan's authority and that thing? He was very stubborn before. In front of the Bai family team, the leader of the guards said to the sixth elder. Humph. The sixth elder snorted and said, stubborn? It has to be more stubborn than his life. Hu Zhongtian is already a dead man. Hu Fei is also a bedridden vegetable. In addition, Yan Yang and her idiot son have returned. If Hu Zhongtian wants to protect them, he has to do as we say. Previously, we didn't have enough bargaining chips, and his life was tough enough. I'm afraid that if I push him too hard, he'll leak the information about that thing. That's why I let him drag it out until now. Otherwise, do you really think that they're family who can protect that thing from us? The sixth elder sneered, this time, even if he wants to, he has to. I don't want to. You have to agree. Brilliant. Brilliant move. The guard commander hurriedly flattered, Patriarch, they really didn't leave anything out. They have calculated everything. But sixth elder, Are we really going to help Hu Zhongtian protect Hu Fei and Hu Yannyang after we get the items? Wouldn't that cause endless trouble in the future? The guard commander said. Humph. How is that possible? The sixth elder laughed sinisterly. Hu Fei and Hu Yannyang will all die. Especially Hu Yannyang and her son. Patriarch has already given the order to act as soon as we get the items. When the time comes, we just have to push all the blame onto family Hu, the clan, and the second elder's people. The sixth elder's expression was cold and gloomy. Hu Zhongtian and his family must die, although he did not know why the Bai family head would give such an order. Family Hu was no longer a threat to the Bai family. It was no longer the time when the Bai clan needed to rely on the Hu clan to survive. Hu Zhongtian was dying of illness and Hu Fei was in a coma. Although Hu Yannyang had returned, she had given birth to a foolish son. There was nothing to be afraid of. The sixth elder could not understand why the Bai family head wanted to exterminate Hu Zhongtian and his family. However, this had nothing to do with them. They only needed to carry out the order. After all, this matter was decided by the Bai family head and the first young miss. The sixth elder admired Bai Feng, who was the first young miss of the Bai family. The Bai family's present situation was mostly thanks to Bai Feng. Her words in the Bai family were more effective than Bai Chongfeng's. Therefore, after knowing that the decision was made by Bai Feng, the sixth elder and the others did not have any objections even if they did not understand. Oh right, there's someone called Yi Zhou inside. The first young miss said to capture him for questioning. When you make your move later, remember not to kill him. It's best to capture him first. Then we'll kill Hu Zhongtian and his family. The sixth elder said. The reason Bai Feng gave such an order was naturally because of the Gu poison mother. Although she did not think that the loss of contact with the Gu poison mother and the destruction of the voodoo sect had anything to do with family Hu. However, Bai Feng's thoughts were meticulous and vicious. When the voodoo sect was in trouble, she ordered the voodoo sect to awaken the Gu poison mother and kill Hu Fei. That Yi Zhou knew medicine and seemed to be related to the imperial family. Bai Feng naturally wanted to capture him and interrogate him. If he really had nothing to do with this matter, it did not matter, she could just kill him when the time came. With his relationship with the imperial family and his help in Chu Lingfeng's matter, Bai Feng would not let the Shi Zhou go if she wanted to exterminate Hu Zhongtian and his family. It was only a matter of time before he and Hu Zhongtian's family died. As for the imperial family, this was the far west wilderness, not the southern region. Without evidence, what could the people of the imperial family do to her? Moreover, once family whose item was in their hands and they joined forces with the Hua family, the Bai family's status would immediately rise. At that time, with a high branch like the Ouyang family, even if the imperial sect wanted to touch their Bai family, it wouldn't be that easy. When Bai Feng had sent her men out, she had already thought of a way to deal with this situation. Unfortunately, she hadn't thought of Luo Qingtong's existence. As a result, she had completely collapsed from the start. The Bai family and family whose guards entered the Bai family's residence together. Along the way, the sixth elder and the others were full of arrogance. If they weren't wrong, then the members of the Hu clan, the second elder, and the others had probably arrived here a long time ago. Sixth elder and the others had purposely trailed behind the other party. It was all for the sake of giving Hu Zhongtian and the others a heavy blow when they were at their most desperate. This way, the other party would obediently hand over that thing. When the members of the Bai family entered the family Hu, the corpses of great-granduncle and second elder had all been disposed of in the lobby. A faint, strange fragrance floated in the air. The furnishings in the surroundings had also been replaced. Luo Qingtong calmly sat down below Hu Yannyang with a silver fox in her arms. Hu Fei, on the other hand, was hiding behind the screen. They wanted to see what the Bai family had to say. Luo Qingtong held the silver fox in her arms. Her hand seemed to be caressing it, but in reality, she was using her power to probe the little guy's body. Although her blood eye confirmed that the little guy's body wasn't damaged in any way, the little guy was still too small. Luo Qingtong was afraid that the little guy's body would be damaged if she couldn't detect it. That would affect its future growth. After all, the little guy's claws had sent great uncle, who had surpassed the Saint realm, flying. It took him a long time to get up. This wasn't a power that an ordinary fox could display. Luo Qingtong was afraid that the little guy had used some secret technique that was beyond his age. It would be troublesome if his body was damaged. But speaking of which, Luo Qingtong didn't expect the silver fox to be so strong. She thought it was just a little fox. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't be that strong. She didn't expect the little fox that Xianxia gave her to be so extraordinary. No wonder he put the 10-direction dragon ring on it. But Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. Was she imagining things? When Silver Baby had waved its claws earlier, she seemed to have seen a faint shadow appear behind it. That shadow. It looked like Xianxia, Luo Qingtong thought to herself and looked down at the silver fox in her arms. The little guy's eyes were closed, and he was curled up in her arms. Its small nose was red and tender, and its big fluffy tail was wrapped around its body, under its head. He looked indescribably cute. Luo Qingtong looked at the little fox and couldn't help but touch its little nose. She smiled and said, "You little guy, don't tell me you're Xianxia?" As Luo Qingtong said this, she was instantly amused by her own thoughts. She was imagining things too much. How could Xianxia turn into a little fox? Even if he could really change, it was impossible for him to change into such a cute little fox. Luo Qingtong thought about the little guy's cute face when he was grabbing the grasshopper and asking for the chicken. She couldn't help but laugh again. She couldn't imagine Xianxia doing something like that. If this little fox was him, he would never do such a thing even if he was beaten to death, right? Luo Qingtong thought this and pinched the little fox's ears. She had just checked the little guy's body, and there was nothing wrong with it. However, there seemed to be a very powerful force hidden in its body. It was bottomless. Luo Qingtong didn't probe too much. This should be the reason why the little guy was able to make such a powerful attack. As for why Xianxia's shadow appeared behind it, it should be because of the Shifeng dragon ring. That man had inserted his power into the ring, and this little guy had inadvertently triggered it. Luo Qingtong thought this and felt relieved. She didn't think too much about it. Xianxia didn't know that his identity had almost been exposed. When Luo Qingtong's power entered the silver fox's body, the hidden power of the heavenly fox's blood essence dissolved even faster. When Luo Qingtong finished examining the silver fox's body, the Bai family also stepped into the hall. Family who? Seeing Hu Zhongtian sitting in the main seat of the hall, the sixth elder and the others felt a little strange, but they didn't put it in their eyes. After all, as by Chongfeng's confidants, they all know what's going on with Hu Zhongtian's body. It's absolutely impossible to cure the other party. When he took the bottle of medicinal liquid that increased the number of broken bones in his body, he was already doomed to die. Right now, he's probably just trying to maintain his last shred of dignity, right? Thinking so, the sixth elder and the others suddenly walked in with a cold snort. Family who? It's been a long time since we last met. Are you safe and sound? The sixth elder's words weren't anything good. Everyone knows that Hu Zhongtian is seriously ill, yet he still asks if the other party is safe and sound. The sarcasm and malice in his words can be heard by everyone. If Hu Zhongtian was still seriously ill, he'd probably spit out a mouthful of blood after hearing these words. But now that his body has recovered, he looks at the sixth elder and the others like he's looking at a group of clowns. Even Hu Yannyang is sitting coldly in the seat below, looking at the sixth elder and the others with a sneer, not angry at all. Sometimes, watching others jump around like fools in front of you is also a kind of pleasure. They want to see what new tricks the Bai family can come up with. Thank you sixth elder and family head Bai for your concern, it's all thanks to you. Of course I'm safe and sound. Hu Zhongtian's voice is cold. Isn't it all thanks to them? If it weren't for them forcing Yan Yan to leave and almost dying outside, how could she know Luo Qingtong? If they didn't know Luo Qingtong, even if they were forced to death by the Bai family, no one would help them. Now the reign is over, it's time for family Hu to take revenge. Haha. Family Hu really knows how to joke. Of course, the sixth elder wouldn't take Hu Zhongtian's words seriously. As far as he was concerned, they'd been forced into a corner by the second elder's line and the Hu clan. Now that he saw the Bai clan's people come, he guessed their purpose. That was why he gritted his teeth and said those words. Patriarch whose words really hurt our patriarch's feelings. Back then, our Bai family helped your family Hu a lot. This time, I asked for that item from family Hu because I didn't want a pearl to be covered in dust. After all, that thing is completely useless in the hands of you and family Hu. Family Hu doesn't have the ability to use it either. But it's different if you hand it over to our Bai clan. Our Bai family has the support of the Hua family. Once we succeed in exploring the Saint Monarch's tomb, our Bai family will have a meteoric rise, and your family who will also benefit from it. What's more, family who, you don't have much time left. Even if you don't plan for yourself, you should plan for Hu Fei and Yan Yang, right? At this point, the sixth elder glanced at Hu Yenyang proudly and said, "We're also very sorry about what happened to Yenyang back then. Second elder's bloodline will definitely inherit family Hu. Although Yenyang is a direct descendant, she is a woman and has been involved in such a disgraceful scandal. It is impossible for her to inherit family Hu. But as long as head of family Hu hands over that thing, we will have a reason to intervene in family Hu's affairs after your death. We will protect them and prevent them from dying too miserably. What do you say, head of family Hu?" At the end of his words, the sixth elder had completely revealed his true colors and threatened Hu Zhongtian. The meaning of his words was very obvious. Unless he did not care about the life and death of Hu Fei and Hu Yenyang, otherwise, he could only do as they said and hand over that thing. The sixth elder didn't even want to make a better promise. In the past, when they negotiated with Hu Zhongtian, they would use the reason that Hu Fei was in a coma to protect him and not let second elder's bloodline bully him. Now that Yan Yang was back, they did not even mention anything about letting her inherit family Hu. Instead, they used the past to belittle her. They looked down on her. On one hand, they wanted Hu Zhongtian to hand over that thing, and on the other hand, they firmly supported second elder's bloodline to inherit family Hu. Everyone could hear the perfunctory and coercive tone in their words. This sixth elder was relying on the fact that he had all of Hu Zhongtian's Achilles heel in his hands, so he did not bother to hide anything. Before Yan Yang came back, they were afraid that if they pressured Hu Zhongtian into a life and death struggle and spread the news of that thing, by then, the Bai family would have nothing to gain. But now Yan Yang was back, and she had brought back a silly son. With Hu Zhongtian's guilt and love towards the mother and son, he would definitely agree to their request. By then, the sixth elder sneered, and before Hu Zhongtian could speak, he said, "By the way, there is a young man called Yijiao in family Hu, right? I heard that he is a friend of your grandson? Our eldest miss wants to invite him to the Bai family as a guest. You can ask him to come out," the sixth elder said. "Oh, for me?" Luo Qingtong did not expect that she was involved in this matter. She was carelessly holding the silver fox in her arms. Her face was contented, and her body was lazily leaning against the large armchair. One leg was slightly bent, looking very unbridled and languid. When she heard the sixth elder's words, she immediately raised her eyes and looked at him. "Bai Feng?" That woman was not an ordinary scheming and vicious woman. He had done everything he could to the voodoo sect without leaving any traces behind. There was no way she could have guessed that he was the culprit. She did not expect that she would not let her identity Yijiao go. She would rather kill the wrong person than let her go. Luo Qingtong's lips curled up her lips. With just a casual thought, she could roughly guess the reason why Bai Feng had invited her over, but this time, she would have to disappoint Bai Feng. "Yans. How dare you call the eldest miss by her name?" The sixth elder didn't expect that the young man sitting in the hall was Yijiao. This was really a case of wearing out iron shoes and a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. But wasn't this family Hu father and daughter a little too weak? Such an ordinary-looking young man with average strength dared to be so presumptuous and disrespectful in front of them in the hall where they were meeting important guests. The sixth elder thought to himself disdainfully. Then, he waved his hand and said to the guards beside him, "Capture Yijiao. How dare he disrespect eldest miss? He will be sent to eldest miss for interrogation." After saying that, he turned to Hu Zhongtian and Hu Yenyang, who had stood up abruptly, and said confidently, "Patriarch Hu, Yenyang, don't blame me for making a move here. This Yijiao is too daring. Not to mention his disrespect to our eldest miss. He has no respect for you. I know you can't do anything to him because of your feelings. I will teach him a lesson on your behalf." His words were both shameless and arrogant. Pfft. Luo Qingtong could not help but laugh when she heard that. Teach her a lesson? Or teach her a lesson on behalf of Hu Zhongtian? This sixth elder really dared to say this. In her previous life, those who dared to say such words in front of Luo Qingtong and put it into action had all died miserably. This sixth elder was no exception. Luo Qingtong looked at the Bai family guards who were rushing towards her without even blinking. She still maintained that comfortable and languid sitting posture as she said indifferently, "All right, the show is almost over. You are almost clear about the situation. You can take action now." Following Luo Qingtong's words, the sixth elder looked in the direction of the main door with vigilance. He thought that Luo Qingtong meant that she had arranged for someone else to ambush them. However, when he looked over, he did not see any movement outside the gate. The sixth elder immediately sneered and turned his head to look at the sixth elder. "Huh. Pretending to be mysterious. Yi Jiao, right? Don't think that you can escape by saying this." Before he could finish his words, his face was stiff and he stood there in a daze. Opposite him, the Bai family guards were all lying on the ground without any signs of life. You. The sixth elder looked at the scene in shock. What shocked him even more was the cold aura that emanated from Hu Zhongtian's body. Beyond the Saint realm. This aura was solid, powerful, and soaring to the heavens. This meant that the hidden danger in Hu Zhongtian's body had been completely removed. You've recovered? The sixth elder's eyes were wide open, protruding like goldfish bubbles. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could Hu Zhongtian's illness be cured? His illness, are you surprised? Hu Zhongtian's face was filled with a cold smile and killing intent as he snapped the neck of the last Bai family guard in his hands. At this point, all the Bai family guards who rushed towards Luo Qingtong to capture her were completely annihilated. I've already said it before. It's all thanks to your Bai family that my body is safe and sound. It's obvious that you didn't listen to me. Hu Zhongtian's sneer became even more obvious when he said this. That's right. Didn't you set up this trap and swapped my healing medicine so that I would be ground to death by the broken bones in my body? What a pity. I'm afraid you didn't expect this. Back then, Bai Feng schemed to frame Yan Yang and sent people to kill her. She narrowly escaped death. In the end, she met the ninth young master. If I had fallen into the hands of others, I would have died. However, in the hands of the ninth young master, I have completely turned the situation around. Turning misfortune into blessings. From now on, all the hidden dangers have been removed and my cultivation has been restored. Bai Tiantong. From today onwards, it will be the end of the Bai family. The Bai family had really gone too far. Ever since Bai Feng had plotted against Yan Yang, the Bai family had continuously stepped on family whose declined to rise. They had been kind to others and Yan Yang had even treated Bai Feng as her sister. She had protected the Bai family during their most difficult period in Wildland City. However, how had the Bai family repaid them? Yan Yang had gotten pregnant before marriage and missed out on the engagement with the Hua family. She had been accused of being a slut. She had illicit relations with others, family who had been humiliated. His son, Hu Fei, had a bright future and should have become a dazzling star in Wildland City. However, he had been forced into a deep sleep during the best years of his life. He had been bedridden for more than 10 years. If it had not been for Luo Qingtong, if it had not been for her extraordinary abilities, medical skills, and knowledge of the Gu technique, Hu Fei would have been a useless person even if he had woken up today. As for himself, he had almost been forced to his death on the bed by the Bai family. Their goal was to get what Bai Feng had gotten from framing Yan Yang. Only the heavens knew that if time could be turned back, life could be restarted. He would rather use that so-called compensation in exchange for his daughter's most beautiful smile. These people deserved to die. Bai Feng deserved to die. Everyone in the Bai family deserved to die. Hu Zhongtian's eyes were filled with tears of blood. His expression was terrifying. The two people he cared about the most in his life, his pearl, his pride, his light and hope. All of it had been destroyed by the Bai family. Even though Hu Fei had recovered his strength and Yan Yang was doing well, the memories of the past could not be washed away. The sorrow of the past could not be forgotten. He wanted the Bai family to pay with their blood. You. The sixth elder was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. You actually know everything? They even knew that Eldest Miss was the one who had harmed Yan Yang? The sixth elder's heart trembled to the extreme. He was frightened by Hu Zhongtian's words. It wasn't because he was afraid that Hu Zhongtian and the others would seek revenge after finding out the truth. Instead, he was afraid that once Hu Zhongtian and the others knew the truth, they would spread the news. The person who took away Yan Yang's virginity, if he knew what happened back then, Thinking of this, the sixth elder's body suddenly trembled violently. He had heard the young miss and the family head mention more than once that the identity of the man who took Xianxia's virginity was no small matter. Now that Hu Zhongtian and Hu Yannyang knew the truth, no way, he had to rush back immediately. Tell the patriarch and the eldest miss to get ready. They had to kill Hu Zhongtian and the others at all costs. With that thought in mind, he immediately said to the guard commander beside him, "Quick! Hurry up and stop Hu Zhongtian. I will immediately go back and inform the family head and the others." That guard commander also knew the seriousness of the matter and immediately blocked in front of him in a flash. However, before the sixth elder could turn around and leave, a voice rang out. At this moment, a figure came out from behind the screen and looked at them coldly. "Sixth elder, where are you going? Since you're here, then don't leave. You. Looking at this figure, the sixth elder and the others were shocked beyond words. In an instant, they couldn't even speak properly. Hu Fei. They called out his name in shock and disbelief as they looked at the figure that emerged from behind the screen. Solid aura, vigorous fluctuations of strength, the Hu Fei standing in front of them didn't seem to be pale and dispirited from being bedridden for more than a decade. Instead, he was strong and powerful, his body straight and firm. It was as if he hadn't been bedridden, paralyzed, or unconscious for the past decade, but had been in closed-door cultivation, and the sage realm fluctuations that came from this man's body caused the sixth elder's face to turn pale with fright, just like great-granduncle and the others. The sixth elder couldn't figure out why Hu Fei had been bedridden for so many years, but his cultivation and strength had risen instead. Just what had happened to family Hu during this time? As he was thinking this, he suddenly remembered Hu Zhongtian's words. Then, his eyes locked onto Lu Qingtong, who was still lazily sitting in the armchair, gently stroking the sleeping silver fox in her arms. "It's you?" This Shijiao had changed the fate of family Hu. He had cured Hu Zhongtian and awakened Hu Fei. He had even made Hu Fei's strength break through during this time. Just who was this person? Why did he have such abilities? The young miss had clearly said that Hu Zhongtian and Hu Fei could not be cured. Hu Zhongtian was one thing, but Hu Fei's coma had been hidden from the man who had taken Xianxia's virginity. With that man's strength and status, he hadn't been able to see through it. How could this youth have seen through it? Not only that, but he had also awakened Hu Fei and restored his cultivation. As the sixth elder thought this, his heart suddenly trembled with horror. "You, who the hell are you?" With such outstanding medical skills and abilities, it was impossible for this person to be unknown in the Trucebill continent, but no matter how the sixth elder searched his memories, he couldn't find the name Yi Jiao. If this person wasn't hiding too deeply, then he was using a fake name. "You are not qualified to know my master's identity." Luo Qingtong glanced at the sixth elder indifferently. She didn't say anything, but Yannyang coldly said, "Master." The other party's background was indeed extraordinary. The sixth elder was horrified. He looked at Luo Qingtong's youthful face, that calm and demonic aura. Suddenly, a thought popped into his mind. What if this young man's face is not fake, but his real age? Then, within the Skyspill continent, for someone to possess such a young age and also possess such profound and terrifying medical skills, you are. The sixth elder seemed to have thought of something and instantly looked as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed at Luo Qingtong and was speechless for a long time. Seeing that he seemed to have guessed her identity, Luo Qingtong's lips curved slightly, then she waved her hand. "Kill him." Her voice was concise and to the point, revealing absolute coldness and ruthlessness. Towards her enemies, Luo Qingtong had never been merciful. Not to mention, the other party had already guessed her identity. That meant he had to die. She likes the feeling of being in the dark while the enemy is out in the open. Who made the rule that only the enemy can cause trouble in the dark? She likes it too. Yes. As Luo Qingtong's voice rang out, Hu Zhongtian and Hu Fei, who could no longer hold themselves back, charged towards sixth elder and the others. The latter's group was only a guard commander and sixth elder were only at the saint stage. In front of Hu Zhongtian and his son, they were nothing. Sixth elder's words were cut short and he did not even have the chance to escape before he was surrounded and killed by Hu Zhongtian and Hu Fei. He, along with the group of by-family guards who had swaggered over, and the commander of the guards, had all died at the hands of Hu Zhongtian and Hu Fei. At the moment of his death, sixth elder only had one thought in his mind: it's over. It's completely over, the Bai family is finished, he's finished too. Bang! The bodies of sixth elder and the others crashed heavily onto the ground. However, Hu Zhongtian and Hu Fei's faces were still filled with malice. Their eyes were bloodshot, and when they looked at the bodies of sixth elder and the others, their eyes were filled with unconcealable hatred and viciousness. It's not enough, just the blood of these people is not enough, the blood, tears, pain, and suffering of their family for so many years can only be washed away with the blood of the Bai family. Bang! Hu Zhongtian took a step forward and grabbed the body of a Bai family guard, tearing it into pieces. Ah! He raised his head to the sky and howled. His howl was filled with years of forbearance and restraint. Now, he unleashed it all. Hu Fei stood beside him with bloodshot eyes. Both father and son looked at Luo Qingtong at the same time. With a bang, Hu Zhongtian was the first to kneel on the ground, followed by Hu Fei. Ninth young master. Hu Zhongtian's eyes were bloodshot. He kowtowed to Luo Qingtong and said solemnly, "You've saved our family whose life. Father and son have no way to repay your kindness. We should repay you with our bodies and pledge our loyalty to you, young master. But the Bai family and our family who have great enmity. We, father and son, have no choice but to take revenge for more than 10 years of suffering. We dare not implicate you, young master. Please leave quickly and don't stay in family Hu any longer. We will go to the Bai family for revenge. Please take care of Yan Yang and Ling Feng." At this point, Hu Zhongtian kowtowed 3 times to Luo Qingtong. The sufferings that his children had suffered, and the humiliation that he had suffered, he would definitely seek revenge from the Bai family. This was a battle of revenge that belonged to family Hu. Luo Qingtong should not be implicated. As for Yan Yang and Chu Lingfeng, following Luo Qingtong would be better than staying in family Hu. It could also be considered as leaving behind a trace of their family Hu bloodline. At this time, Hu Zhongtian no longer had any worries about his family and clan. His entire being was indescribably relaxed, and he no longer had any regrets. After kowtowing to Luo Qingtong, he stood up and prepared to leave. Behind him, Hu Fei also kowtowed 3 times to Luo Qingtong with red eyes. Then, he stood up and followed behind his father, preparing to leave. As a son and the future successor of family Hu, he was duty-bound to avenge family Hu. "Father! Big brother!" Hu Yannyang looked at the backs of the 2 of them as they left. Instantly, her heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife, and tears streamed down her face. "Master! Please let me go with father and brother. Yan Yang once said that her life belongs to master. But at this moment, I really can't let myself stay out of this." Hu Yannyang knelt on the ground. Ever since she was saved by Luo Qingtong and swore her loyalty to Luo Qingtong, her life belonged to Luo Qingtong. She shouldn't have said such words. However, she really couldn't just watch Hu Zhongtian and Hu Fei leave. Since they were a family, they should live and die together. Now that Chu Lingfeng had Luo Qingtong's protection, she had no regrets. The only one she felt guilty towards was Luo Qingtong. "Yan Yang is unfaithful. Please grant my wish, mistress. Please grant my wish, mistress." Yan Yang knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Luo Qingtong twice. Enough. When she kowtowed for the 3rd time, Luo Qingtong suddenly flicked her sleeve and stopped her. "I didn't say you can't go. Why do you have to be separated by life and death?" Luo Qingtong frowned slightly. She stood up and looked at Yan Yang, who was pleasantly surprised. She suddenly raised her head and looked at her. "Let's go together." Luo Qingtong killed Bai Jing Tang and stole the clear heart purple jade fruit and the thunder beast that the Bai family wanted. The enmity between them and the Bai family had long been formed. The fact that she didn't have family Hu was unavoidable. Now, with the addition of family Hu's matter and the map in their possession, sooner or later, they would have to face the Bai family. Since that was the case, this time family Hu wanted revenge. "Let's go together." With this thought in mind, Luo Qingtong walked out with the silver fox in her arms. Little Pig had already been stored in the 9-layer exquisite pagoda. That guy's strength hadn't recovered yet, so Luo Qingtong didn't allow him to wander around outside. She didn't want anything to happen to him. As for the silver fox, Luo Qingtong frowned. She originally wanted to store it in the 9-layer exquisite pagoda. After all, the 9-layered exquisite pagoda was the demon-subduing pagoda. It was extremely beneficial for the recovery of demonic beasts' auras and injuries, but when she tried, she didn't succeed. Could it be that this little guy had already been contracted by Xianxia, or was it because of the 10-directional dragon ring? As Luo Qingtong thought this, she touched the black dragon ring on the silver fox's paw. Although she was confused, she didn't think too much about it. Since he couldn't put it away, he would just put it in his sleeve, otherwise, when she moved later, it would be difficult for her to use it. Moreover, he was also afraid of hurting the sleeping little fellow. As Luo Qingtong thought this, she put the silver fox back into her sleeve. At the same time, Hu Zhongtian and Hu Fei were pleasantly surprised when they heard that Luo Qingtong wanted to go with them. But soon, they began to worry. "Young master." Hu Zhongtian looked at Luo Qingtong and said, "To tell you the truth, the Bai family's strength is one of the best among the middle-ranked families in Wildland City. And our family who has already fallen to the bottom of the middle-ranked families after all these years of decline. Although we have already recovered and improved our cultivation with the help of the young master, we still haven't recovered. But in terms of overall strength, our family who is still far behind the Bai family. This time, we father and son are going to die. But young master, you are different. You don't have to take the risk with us." Both of them looked sincere. Luo Qingtong saved their family who. Naturally, they didn't want her to be in danger because of their family whose strength was inferior to the Bai family. They didn't think that they would be able to return alive from this trip. They only wanted the Bai family to pay with their blood. How could they implicate Luo Qingtong? "Master, it's all right." Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. "I have my own plans. When the time comes, all of you just have to listen to me." Since she wanted to go with family who, she naturally had a way. "Don't worry, whatever the Bai family owes you and Yan Yang, I will naturally make them pay back, bit by bit." As Luo Qingtong spoke, she flicked her sleeves and walked out. Hu Yannyang and Hu Zhongtian were pleasantly surprised as they hurriedly followed behind her. This young girl had single-handedly saved family Hu and pulled family Hu and them out of the bottomless abyss. Not to mention Luo Qingtong asking them to listen to her. Even if Luo Qingtong asked them to die, as long as they could make the Bai family pay the price, Hu Zhongtian and his son would do it without batting an eyelid. As for Hu Yannyang, she was well aware of her master's capabilities. As long as she agreed to help, there was a high chance that she would be able to avenge family Hu. Who didn't know that the evil Dr. Ghost I would never lie or speak nonsense? He was a man of his word. He was a man of his word. Hu Yannyang felt that she must have accumulated a huge amount of kindness in her previous life, which was why she was saved by Luo Qingtong at the most critical moment of her life. From then on, the fate of her and her son would be completely changed. Hu Yannyang could not believe that if Chu Lingfeng had not met Luo Qingtong, who had gone to the Blackfield subsidy to make a name for herself, what would have happened to her and her son? She was afraid that the grass on their graves would have reached their waists by now, and family Hu, her father and eldest brother, would have been driven to their deaths in endless despair and pain. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she could not help but burst into tears. At the same time, in the Bai family, when Luo Qingtong was enhancing Hu Fei's strength, Bai Feng was already rolling on the ground in pain. She was connected to the heart of the Gu Poison Queen. This was originally the most foolproof way for her to control the Gu Mother, but now, it had become the source of her greatest pain. When Luo Qingtong severed her connection with the Gu Poison Queen, Bai Feng felt as if her heart had been crushed and she spat out a mouthful of blood. But now, the reverse Gu technique was like pulling out her tendons and peeling off her bones. It caused her entire body to twitch in pain. What shocked Bai Feng even more was that the power and cultivation within her body seemed to be wildly sucked away by something and was continuously draining away. "No! No!" Bai Feng screamed crazily. Apart from the fact that she had absorbed Hu Fei's essence, energy, and spirit to enhance her own potential, the other part of her strength was the large amount of nourishment she had received from the voodoo sect. But now, all of this strength was flowing away like water. Bai Feng felt like she was about to go crazy. This loss of strength did not seem like an ordinary loss of strength. This was a complete regression of his cultivation. And because the Gu Mother was connected to her heart's blood, the strength that had been drained away would never return. This meant that no matter how much of Bai Feng's strength had been drained away, she was destined to be the same person in the future. She would never be able to replenish her strength. This was the backlash from the Gu Mother's reverse Gu. In the end, before Bai Feng was completely sucked into a cripple, she severed her connection with the Queen of the Parasites with a bang. She had almost exploded her own heart in order to completely break free from the terrifying suction force. One must know that Bai Feng was an expert who was very close to surpassing the Saint realm. Whether it was in the Bai family or the Hua family, she was highly respected and highly regarded. Now, her cultivation had suddenly dropped to the martial emperor realm. Moreover, it was barely maintained at the martial emperor realm and could fall at any time. This unforeseen event instantly caused her face to distort, and she almost fainted. Bai Changfeng, who had been watching all this from the side, had his eyes wide open. He didn't know what was going on. He had sent people to seal off the entire hall and searched everywhere. However, he didn't find any signs of anyone attacking Bai Feng. How did Bai Feng suddenly become like this? Moreover, her cultivation. Bai Changfeng's face was filled with shock as he looked at Bai Feng's martial emperor cultivation. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was as if she had cultivated some evil technique, and because of some mistake, she was suddenly beaten back to her original state and even fell back. Bai Changfeng looked at Bai Feng in shock. Feng your previous cultivation. He didn't know that Bai Feng knew Gu techniques. Bai Feng had concealed everything very well. The voodoo sect was her faction. Other than herself, even Bai Changfeng didn't know. Every time Bai Feng used the voodoo sect's strength to solve problems for the Bai family, Bai Changfeng didn't know the truth. He even thought that Bai Feng was using the Hua family's strength. Now that he saw Bai Feng's aura suddenly disappear, he thought about how Bai Feng's strength had increased very quickly over the years. It didn't make sense. Others might think that Bai Feng was talented and had accumulated a lot of strength. However, Bai Changfeng knew that Bai Feng's talent was actually not very good. Yan Yang's physique was powerful. It was just that she had always been pampered and didn't have much interest in cultivation. Every time, she just casually cultivated. If Bai Feng hadn't told him this secret, he wouldn't have known. Back then, Bai Feng was crazily jealous of Yan Yang, therefore, her strength increased by leaps and bounds later on was very abnormal. Bai Changfeng had thought that it was because she had received better training and treatment in the Hua family. Now, it seemed that she had cultivated some evil technique? Could it be that she had suffered a backlash? It had to be said that Bai Changfeng had guessed the truth. However, he would never have guessed that this backlash wasn't natural, it was man-made. It's family who? There's something wrong with the family who? Big brother, hurry! Call back the people from family who? Bai Feng finally awoke from the despair of losing her strength. She hurriedly said to Bai Changfeng. She was the one who fed the Gu mother, so she naturally knew that this was the backlash from the Gu mother. To be able to make the Gu mother that she fed with her heart's blood lose control and backfire, the person who controlled the Gu must be much stronger than her in terms of Gu arts. Moreover, who knew how many powerful Gu techniques he had mastered? This was a type of Gu worm that could feed on the heart's blood, and it was the method used by the Gu mother. Bai Feng had seen it in the Gu technique manual that she cultivated before, but that was almost at the top of all Gu techniques. It wasn't something she could use right now. It was also not something that an ordinary person could use. If the other party's strength was not abnormally strong, then the other party's understanding of the Gu arts had already reached the core, and could move at will. What made Bai Feng even more terrified was the fact that this reverse Gu technique required a person who was previously infected with the Gu as a medium to use it. In other words, Hu Fei didn't die, and this reverse Gu technique was also made for him, family who has such a person secretly protecting him. Bai Feng thought of the voodoo sect that she destroyed and hurriedly told Bai Changfeng to call back the people who were sent to family who. Bai Changfeng didn't even have the time to ask Bai Feng what this had to do with family who. Family Hu and his son were both terminally ill, paralyzed and on the verge of death. How could they have caused her to become like this? Bai Changfeng subconsciously thought that Bai Feng was trying to hide the fact that she cultivated an evil technique and her strength had regressed. But pushing the blame onto the Hu clan was also a little too outrageous. He frowned and was about to speak when a series of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from outside. What followed was a panicked voice that made a report. Not good. Family head. Family whose people are here. The guard who came to report was panting as he ran, and there was a look of disbelief on his face. When he stepped through the door, he suddenly staggered and fell to the ground. Then, with an anxious and frightened expression, he said to Bai Changfeng, family head, not good. Hu Zhongtian and Hu Fei seem to be safe and sound. Not only that, they also invited many families in Wildland City and said that they want to expose our Bai family's true colors. Family head, you should quickly go and take a look. What? Bai Chongfeng suddenly stood up from his chair when he heard the guard's report. He couldn't believe his ears. Bai Feng straightened her back as well. She struggled to get up from the ground and almost collapsed several times before she managed to get up. Father. Family who came prepared. Her face was gloomy. What we did back then should have already been discovered by them. Now that Hu Fei has woken up, he must have already told Hu Zhongtian and Hu Yenyang. Everything he eavesdropped on, Bai Feng was more worried about the mysterious person who was controlling the Gu Poison Queen from behind the scenes. The person who had destroyed the voodoo sect must have obtained a lot of evidence against her. Fortunately, she had always been very cautious. Although those things in the voodoo sect could let them know that she was the one behind the voodoo sect, they couldn't use them as evidence to accuse her. At that time, if family whose people were to take out the evidence, she would be able to turn the tables on them. However, those people who were controlled by the Gu worms. If they were to testify together, it would be difficult for him to deal with them, but luckily, that person was trying to restore Hu Fei's strength. He had used the essence of the Gu Mother. Now, the Gu Mother should be unable to control the Gu worms in those people's bodies. As for those people, in order to preserve their lives, they would absolutely not take the initiative to come out and confess when the Gu worms were not acting strangely. As Bai Feng thought about this, she felt much more at ease. As long as those things were not exposed, family who alone would not be able to do anything to them. Father, let's go out. If family who wants to avenge themselves, it depends on whether they have the ability to do so. Since they came to our door themselves, then this time we'll completely eliminate them. We can't let them leave. Bai Feng's eyes were full of murderous intent. Hu Zhongtian and the others knew everything. This family can't be left alive. At first, Bai Feng was worried that the person who was secretly protecting family who would make a move, but now, it seemed that the other party was just gifted in the art of witchcraft. In terms of strength, they might not be that powerful. Otherwise, family who would not have needed to come to the Bai family to settle the score. They would have needed to invite the other families in Wild City to come as well. Unfortunately, the Bai family now was no longer the Bai family that needed to rely on family who to survive. Family who was no longer the leader of the middle-ranked families in Wild City. They could enter the ranks of the top families at any time. Bai Feng sneered. How could the people from the other families in Wild City, whom Hu Zhongtian had invited, stand on their side and oppose them? Hu Zhongtian was really old and useless. Hu Fei, on the other hand, was so naive because she had just woken up from her coma. As for Hu Yenyang, she really should go out and see how she had been all these years. After all of this was because of her, wasn't it? Hu Yenyang could not defeat her in the past, but could she still defeat her now? As Bai Feng thought of this, her heart suddenly filled with pride. Even the pain of losing her cultivation was no longer so unbearable, the pain and despair that she had just experienced. Family who would have to go through all of it, and the person who was secretly helping family who reverse her witchcraft and using the mother of the witchcraft to devour her. She also wanted family who to give her an explanation. By then, no matter what, she would capture the other party and force them to hand over the mother of the witchcraft and restore her cultivation. Bai Feng gritted her teeth as she thought of this. All right. Wash up and change your clothes. We will go out immediately. Bai Chongfeng said. He was a little panicked at first, but he quickly calmed down after hearing Bai Feng's words. That's right, the Bai family was no longer the Bai family of the past, family who was also no longer the family who of the past. Hu Zhongtian could forget about trying to take advantage of him. The worst that could happen was that the news of that thing would be announced to the world. He had already sent the news to the Hua family in advance. When Hua Ting and the others arrived, the Bai clan would still benefit from that item. As for Hu Zhongtian and the others, they could only wait to lose their lives in the hands of the Bai clan. Thinking like this, Bai Chongfeng immediately opened the door and welcomed Hu Zhongtian and the others inside. At the same time, in a remote corner of the Bai family's courtyard, two figures suddenly leaped over the courtyard wall and appeared there. Master, what are we doing here? Chu Lingfeng looked at Luo Qingtong beside him with a confused expression. Grandfather and mother were still at the entrance of the Bai family. Why did Master bring her here? Were they here to ambush the Bai family? As Chu Lingfeng thought of this, he became excited. He was also rubbing his fists, ready to fight at any time. Although he was an idiot, he was extremely filial. However, When he found out that the sufferings that Yan Yang had suffered all these years and the calamities that Hu Zhongtian and Hu Fei had suffered were all caused by Bai Feng and the Bai family, he immediately hated them to the core. He hated that he could not get rid of them as soon as possible. However, Luo Qingtong's voice rang out, causing him to be stunned. Let's go and save them. Save a group of people who could consign the Bai family to eternal damnation. The corners of Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. The blood-red color in her eyes flashed and she quickly locked onto the place she was looking for. Let's go. Let's go. Luo Qingtong led Xu Lingfeng into the inner courtyard of the Bai family. At the same time, in the Bai family's martial arts arena, Family Hu and many other family clans were invited into the Bai family's residence and were given seats in the martial arts arena. Hu Zhongtian, you said that you wanted to expose Family Hu's conspiracy and that it had something to do with us. You're not lying to us, are you? All the small and medium-sized family clans in Wild City were invited over by Hu Zhongtian's letter. Some of them did not want to come, but Hu Zhongtian said in the letter that they were only invited to be witnesses and that they were not required to deal with the Bai family together. Moreover, many of the things that the Bai family had done also implicated their family clans. These people did not believe it at first, but Hu Zhongtian's letter contained some secrets that only their family clans knew. As a result, these people could not sit still and came to the Bai family's residence to see what Family Hu was up to. Was what Hu Zhongtian said true or not? Or did he secretly gather the information and deliberately say that he wanted to use them to deal with the Bai family? The group of people looked very unfriendly. They did not believe Hu Zhongtian from the beginning, and now the Bai family was so magnanimous and opened the door to let them in. Some of them began to suspect Hu Zhongtian. They wondered if the other party had deliberately lured them here to put pressure on the Bai family. After all, Family Hu was not as powerful as the Bai family. If Hu Zhongtian and the others wanted to deal with the Bai family, it was impossible for them to do so with their own strength. Thinking that they might be used as a tool, these family clansmen felt a wave of displeasure in their hearts. His tone when speaking to Hu Zhongtian was not that polite. Why are you so anxious? Since I called you here, I naturally have my own plans. The Bai family's true colors will be exposed. I will tell you what they did to your family later. But now, I want to settle the score with the Bai family for what they did to Family Hu. Hu Zhongtian said coldly as he looked at these family clans. He had already seen through the true colors of these family clans in Wild City. In the far west wilderness, the law of the jungle was the most serious. In the past, Family Hu was considered to be strong and powerful, and they were able to protect a region. Many of the clans here were like the Bai clan in the past, receiving Family Hu's favor and protection, but now, after receiving Family Hu's letter, they immediately came over and expressed that there were only two families who stood by Family Hu's side. Hu Zhongtian looked at the two patriarchs of the small families standing beside him. Both of them had received favors from Family Hu when they were young. One was because of Hu Zhongtian's help, which allowed him to preserve his clan's foundation and survive in this wildland city where the strong preyed on the weak. The other was when he was outside exploring and was attacked by demonic beasts and was saved by Hu Fei. It was just a matter of lifting a finger. Hu Fei himself did not even remember such a thing. The other party, on the other hand, had established his own clan after becoming famous. Now that Family Hu had sent him a letter, he immediately rushed over without hesitation. Patriarch Family Hu, a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. I am indebted to young Master Hu Fei for saving my life, and I am willing to do my best for Family Hu. In the past, they didn't know about the relationship between Family Hu and the Bai family. They also didn't know that Family Hu had been set up by the Bai family. Now that they knew, they couldn't just stand by and watch. They would repay the debt of saving their lives with their entire family. If not for Family Hu, they wouldn't have the foundation they had now. Right and wrong, these two people were very clear about it. Apart from them, no one else was willing to stand on Family Hu's side. If not for the letter that Luo Qingtong had Hu Zhongtian write to them and the secrets that she had obtained from the voodoo sect, not only would these people not come, they would even hand the letter to the Bai family to take credit for it. Hu Zhongtian glanced indifferently at the impatient family members, then turned his gaze to the Bai family members who were approaching from a short distance away. Bai Changfeng and Bai Feng walked at the very front, leading many experts of the Bai family in a majestic and imposing manner as they made their way towards the training grounds. They opened the door wide and welcomed these people in. Their goal was to capture and kill family whose people in front of these people. Perhaps, they could even kill them with a borrowed knife. Then, even if that man suddenly returned and found out about Hu Yannyang, they would still have something to say. Bai Changfeng and the rest had this thought in their minds. Suddenly, their gazes became even more fierce as they walked towards the training field. Family who was really a case of not taking the road to heaven and barging into hell, since they themselves couldn't wait to die, then they would die. Then let's shed all pretense of cordiality. Bai Changfeng and the others arrived at the martial arts practice field. In an instant, the voices of those who were still questioning Hu Zhongtian, and even those who were disdainful towards him, all stopped. Family head Bai. Young mistress Bai. Those middle-ranked family members were the first to greet Bai Changfeng and Bai Feng. These people weren't necessarily afraid of the Bai family. But behind Bai Feng was the top-ranked Hua family. They were not to be trifled with. Everyone still had to give them some face. But speaking of which, in the past, the Hua family was family whose in-laws. As for Hua Ting, if Hu Yannyang had not been involved in that incident, he would not have been able to survive. The position of young madam of the Hua family would most likely not belong to Bai Feng. With that thought in mind, the expressions on everyone's faces became subtle. They looked at Hu Yannyang, who had been following Hu Zhongtian and Hu Fei without saying a word since the beginning. It was as if she didn't exist at all. No one had noticed her before. At this moment, because of Bai Feng's appearance, everyone was reminded of her. He thought of this young lady who was once a beauty in Wildland City, who was known as the flower of a famous family. If it hadn't been for that incident, Hu Yannyang would have married into the Hua family and become the young madam of the Hua family. However, they had always thought that Hu Yannyang had died outside. But from the looks of it now, he didn't seem to be having a bad time outside. As everyone thought this, their gazes involuntarily swept past Hu Yannyang's aura, even though she was standing beside Hu Zhongtian and Hu Fei without saying a word. Hu Yannyang's aura was actually not inferior to Hu Zhongtian's. No, that kind of strategic and authoritative aura was even above Hu Zhongtian's. How was this the aura of someone who had fled the far western wastelands in dire straits? At that moment, she clenched her fists tightly under her sleeves. This woman, Hu Yannyang, was pregnant and had been hunted down by her. She had almost escaped from the western wastelands with her life hanging by a thread. Bai Feng had thought that even if she had returned, she would have been tormented by life and would have aged like an old woman. Who would have thought that she would have such a mature charm? Furthermore, she now had a heroic and noble air that had not been there before. At this moment, Yannyang was even more charming than before. As Bai Feng watched, she was so jealous that she almost broke her fingernails. She had been the young mistress of the Hua family for more than 10 years, but her aura could not even compare to Hu Yannyang. How could she tolerate this? The other party was just an idiot who had once been trampled on by her like a dog. How could she possibly suppress her? As Bai Feng thought this, she immediately lowered her eyes to hide the coldness and jealousy in her eyes. Her eyes were full of smiles as she looked at Hu Yannyang. Yannyang, I didn't think that it would really be you. When my father told me that you had returned, I thought that he was lying to me. But why didn't you come to see me when you've returned? Also, you. What's going on? Bai Feng was shocked. She looked at Hu Yannyang with a puzzled, doubtful, aggrieved and hurt look in her eyes. However, there was no hesitation or panic due to a guilty conscience. Bai Feng had framed Yannyang and pretended to care for her after she had lost her virginity. She had even used this as an opportunity to climb up the Hua family and had schemed to make Hua Ting notice her and fall in love with her. She had even been able to twist the truth in front of the man who had taken Yannyang's virginity and gloss over the matter. How could her scheming and shrewdness be just a little? How could she have revealed any flaws in front of others? Her performance had instantly bewitched everyone present. The group of family members who had been invited by Hu Zhongtian looked at Bai Feng's performance. They began to suspect that the things that Hu Zhongtian had mentioned in his letter could not have been groundless, right? After all, when Bai Feng had married Hua Ting, it could be said that she had snatched Hu Yannyang's fiancé. But in the end, it was Hu Yannyang who acted inappropriately and did something wrong. Could it be that Hu Yannyang was not satisfied with her life outside, so she came back to snatch Hua Ting back? If this was the case, then what Hu Zhongtian said before about the Bai family's persecution was probably a lie. He was deliberately trying to frame Bai Feng and the Bai family. With that thought in mind, Everyone looked at family Hu and Hu Yenyang with disdain. It was true that once he gained the upper hand, he would bite back. Bai Feng had helped Hu Yenyang a lot when she was in trouble. If she had not stood up for her, how would Bai Feng have known Hua Ting, the young master of the Hua family? Speaking of which, Hu Yenyang's fiancé was her own doing. What qualifications do they have to bite back at the Bai family? With that thought in mind, everyone looked at Hu Yenyang and the others with even more disdain. They did not know that the Bai family had secretly forced Hu Zhongtian to hand over the map of the Holy King's tomb. They also did not know that when Bai Feng had said that she had helped Hu Yenyang, she had used her as a stepping stone to cross paths with Hua Ting. If that was not the case, how could she have become the young madam of the Hua family? Bai Feng sensed the change in everyone's gaze and instantly smiled smugly in her heart. Just based on these Hu clan people, they wanted to fight with him. She had casually said a few words, and everyone was on her side. Bai Feng was secretly pleased with herself, but she did not show it on her face. She looked at Hu Yenyang with a puzzled look on her face. Lady Yan, are you blaming me for snatching Ating away? But. It was because of what happened to you that year. He and I. If Bai Feng's previous words were to drive a wedge between the various family clans and Hu Zhongtian and the rest, but now, her words were like a vicious stab to their hearts. It was a vicious stab to the hearts of Hu Zhongtian, Hu Fei, and Hu Yenyang. What was the most unforgettable thing for Hu Zhongtian and the rest? It was that Hu Yenyang had been falsely accused of having an affair before marriage and had gotten pregnant before marriage. She had become the laughingstock and the target of disdain in the wild city, the family whose many years of suffering had all been because of this incident. Bai Feng was the one who had committed this incident. Now that she had said it in such a tone, her words vaguely implied that it was because of Hu Yenyang that the Hua family and Hua Ting did not want Hu Yenyang, so that she could become the young mistress of the Hua family. If Hu Yenyang, Hu Zhongtian, and the others had really come here with resentment in their hearts, Bai Feng's words would definitely cause them to lose all sense of reason and attack them without regard for anything else. Then, they would be able to openly capture and kill Hu Zhongtian and the rest in front of so many family clans. They would even incite those family clans who wanted to curry favor with them and make amends for their mistakes to kill Hu Zhongtian and the rest with a borrowed knife. They would completely push the matter away from the Bai family. However, even though Bai Feng's plan was well thought out, Hu Yenyang and the rest did not pay any attention to her. They had resentment in their hearts, they had hatred, but they had received instructions from Luo Qingtong. Even if they did not want to implicate Luo Qingtong, they would not act rashly. Bai Feng, do you think that after Hua Ting married you, I would still care about a blind man like that? Hu Yenyang looked at Bai Feng and said mockingly. Bai Feng was still the same. She would use Hua Ting to provoke her. She had once cried so miserably in front of him. She said that she had no choice but to fall in love with Hua Ting. She wanted him to fulfill her wish. At that time, Yenyang's chastity had been taken away, and she was pregnant with a child. She was even reprimanded as a slut. How miserable and difficult was her life. Hearing this news was like a bolt from the blue. She truly loved Hua Ting. Otherwise, she would not have been in such pain and despair after finding out that her innocence had been tainted and that she was pregnant with his child. No one knew how much pain Yenyang was in at that time. However, she still tearfully told Bai Feng that she was willing to fulfill her wish. When Yenyang didn't know the truth, she naively thought that Bai Feng told her this because he felt sorry for her. However, from the looks of it now, Bai Feng was here to provoke her on purpose. If it wasn't for the fact that the man who took her virginity back then had exceeded Bai Feng's control and imagination, causing her to make a mistake in her plan, he was afraid that she would leave him in the desolate city for the rest of his life to live a lowly life, enjoying the stimulation and humiliation she brought him. Bai Feng, you really have a vicious mind and a vicious scheme. Yenyang's eyes were cold. When she had returned to the desolate city, she had already let go of everything. The most important people in her life were her master, Chu Lingfeng, Hu Zhongtian, and Hu Fei. Back then, she had been too foolish and naive. She had only been filled with self-pity for losing her chastity and being unworthy of Hua Ting. Now that she thought about it, if that man had even the slightest bit of sincerity and pity for her, he would have stood up for her when she had been forced into such a state by the Hua family. After all, everyone could choose not to believe her, he could not. So, if he is heartless, I will stop. Furthermore, he had married a woman like Bai Feng, Hu Yannyang had already cut off her last bit of delusions towards him. Bai Feng had still wanted to use Huating to attack her. She was simply dreaming. Hu Yannyang no longer cared about Huating. When Bai Feng heard her words, she was stunned at first. Then, waves of anger uncontrollably surfaced in her mind. How could she not care about Huating? Bai Feng had fought with her for her entire life. She had been most pleased with herself for having successfully schemed against Huating and obtaining the identity of the Hua family's young mistress. If Hu Yannyang no longer cared about Huating, what else would Bai Feng have to show off in front of her? How would she be able to see her miserable and despairing expression? Bai Feng's heart was filled with malevolence. She clenched her fists fiercely, but the smile on her face was forced and gentle. Yannyang, I know that you are saying this in a fit of anger. You are angry that I got together with Huating, but we really had no choice. Hu Yannyang watched her flawless performance and secretly mocked her in her heart. No wonder she had been so miserably deceived back then. Bai Feng really had the potential to be a best actress. Bai Feng, you don't have to say so much. It's no use trying to provoke me. Back then, you schemed against me and caused me to lose my chastity. Then, you harmed my elder brother and caused him to be in a coma and bedridden for more than 10 years. You even bribed second elder of the family Hu's faction to tamper with my father's medicine and caused him to fall into a terminal illness. Do you admit to all these? As Hu Yannyang spoke, she instructed the people around her to throw all the information they had gathered in front of Bai Feng and the others. Bai Feng's expression darkened when she realized that she could no longer provoke Hu Yannyang. Her previous expression instantly turned cold. Yannyang, I respect you for being my sister in the past, and because you're in a difficult situation, I don't have the heart to be too harsh on you. But you've crossed the line. She stared coldly at Hu Yannyang. It's fine if you hate me. Why are you dragging the Bai family into this? You even dragged so many people to be buried with your family Hu? Do you know that I'm not only the eldest daughter of the Bai family, but also the young madam of the Hua family? They were implicated by you to deal with me. Even if the Bai family doesn't pursue the matter, how can the Hua family let it go? It's one thing for your family Hu to court death, but you're dragging others down with you. Yannyang, I really misjudged you. You are actually such a venomous woman. Bai Feng scolded with a disappointed expression. As soon as she said that, the expressions of the people around her changed. These people suddenly thought of something. They had come to the Bai clan this time. Even if they didn't do anything, they were only here to watch. However, in the eyes of the Hua family, they might be seen as colluding with family Hu to coerce the Bai family. With such a crime on their backs, how could they have a good time in the wildland city? As the crowd thought about it, they instantly became anxious and angry. Immediately, they glared viciously at family Hu and the others. It was all Hu Zhongtian's fault. They had caused so much trouble for them. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Everyone, Hu Zhongtian and his family have gone overboard. It's fine if they want to deal with the Bai family, but they even tricked us into being their tool. We can't let this go on. Come on. Let's tie them up and hand them over to the Bai family. Otherwise, we'll be implicated. As this voice rang out, the surrounding family clansmen seemed to have come to a realization. They looked at Hu Zhongtian and his family with a different expression. That's right, if they could capture Hu Zhongtian and his family and hand them over to the Bai family, they would be able to clear their names of colluding with family Hu to coerce the Bai family. Hu Zhongtian and his family shouldn't blame them for being too cruel. They were the ones who had gone overboard. They had tricked him and the others into participating in the grudge between them and the Bai family. In order to prevent themselves from being implicated, they had no choice but to deal with them, family Hu had brought all of this upon themselves. As the family clansmen thought of this, they immediately closed in on Hu Zhongtian and his family with cold gazes. Seeing this, the two small family clan heads who were standing beside Hu Zhongtian and his family quickly asked them to leave. Bai Feng, on the other hand, had a smug smile on her face. She hid it very well, but the coldness in her eyes was as if she had been dipped in poison. Family Hu had wanted to use these people to create public opinion and force them to submit, but they didn't know that their setup had only benefited the Bai family. After so many years, Hu Yannyang still hadn't made any progress. She was still as stupid and brainless as before. Did they think that they could deal with them with the little evidence they had? did they think that they were still family who had hundreds of people at their beck and call? Unfortunately, the one who held the initiative was there by clan. It was her, by phone. So what if she said something casually and the rumor that she had persecuted family who was true? Would anyone believe them? Would anyone go against her and the Bai family because of them? The smile in Bai Feng's eyes was cold. She discreetly glanced in the direction where the inciting words had come from. Over there, a person was quietly retreating, leaving the place where the group of people were. Those were the people that Bai Feng had arranged to infiltrate the group of people from the various clans and instigate them to attack Hu Zhongtian and the others. She was going to watch as Hu Zhongtian and the others were forced into a dead end. After all, it was easy to make mistakes in a chaotic battle. Was that not the case? Bai Feng had already arranged everything. When those people made their move, the two sides would be in a chaotic battle. The experts of the Bai family would step in at the right time to mediate. At that time, if they accidentally killed Hu Zhongtian and the others, how could they blame the Bai family? After all, the people of the Bai family had good intentions. The look in Bai Feng's eyes was as cold as a venomous snake. She lowered her head and lowered her eyes, restraining the intense coldness and murderous intent in her eyes. She gently stroked her hair in a seemingly graceful manner. Hu Yannyang, who had troubled her for more than 10 years, could finally be completely eliminated. From now on, she no longer had to worry about that man returning to Wildland City one day and finding out the truth of what had happened all those years ago, because the truth was about to be completely erased by her. Bai Feng's eyes were smug and cold. At this moment. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Deep within the Bai family's inner courtyard, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. It was as if the entire Bai family's residence was shaking. All of a sudden, the people who were about to surround and attack Hu Zhongtian and the others stopped in their tracks. What's going on? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Could it be that someone had ambushed the Bai family? But if it was a sneak attack, the higher-ups of the Bai family would all be in the training grounds. If those people wanted to ambush them, they should have come here. Why would they go to the Bai family's inner courtyard? Bai Feng, Bai Chongfeng, and the others frowned. Especially Bai Chongfeng. He believed in his daughter's abilities, so he did not say a word and allowed Bai Feng to make the decision. The other powerhouses of the Bai family did the same. They were used to listening to Bai Feng's orders. This was rarely seen in other clans. Not to mention that the Bai family's head and elders were present, but a junior was in charge of the situation. Bai Feng had married into the Hua family and was considered a member of the Hua family. Logically speaking, she should not interfere in the Bai family's matters. Even if she did interfere, she should not be in charge like this. However, the people of the Bai family seemed to have forgotten this point and did not care at all. At this moment, hearing the commotion in the backyard, Bai Feng frowned and said to the powerhouses of the Bai family beside her, "Go and see what happened." Just as she spoke, Hu Yannyang and Hu Zhongtian's voices rang out. "Everyone! Don't you want to see where the evidence is? Don't you want to know if what I said before was a lie? Now, we can go and take a look." Hu Zhongtian said with a cold smile as he looked at Bai Feng and the others. Hu Zhongtian's voice was also cold. "That's right. Bai Feng, you keep saying that you didn't do anything wrong to family Hu. Fine. Your Bai family doesn't acknowledge the evidence that family Hu has produced. Then, let's see the evidence that your Bai family has leaked. It doesn't matter if family Hu's family is harmed. The most important thing is that the people of the other clans cannot be harmed anymore. Bai Feng, do you people from your Bai clan dare to allow us to enter the rear courtyard and have a look at what exactly happened?" As Hu Yannyang said this, the corners of her lips curled up coldly. Did Bai Feng think that she was the only one who knew how to take advantage of others? Did she think that she was still the innocent and naive Hu Yannyang who believed in her? Did she think she was stupid? Actually, it was just that he trusted her. Otherwise, how could she have schemed against him? If Hu Yannyang was stupid, she wouldn't have been able to take care of the Blackfield estate under Luo Qingtong's watch. He had even helped her block countless attempts to probe her both openly and covertly. A title in the Blackfield was Shopkeeper Yan. Did Bai Feng think that it was so easy to obtain? Hu Yannyang's eyes were cold. Almost in an instant, the enmity that the other clans had towards them was turned into suspicion towards Bai Feng and the others. When these people heard Hu Yannyang's words and heard the sounds coming from the Bai family's rear courtyard, they immediately turned to look at Bai Feng and the others. Could they really be like what Hu Zhongtian and the others had said and had done something similar to what family Hu had done to their clans? After all, Hu Zhongtian and the others had exposed what the Bai family had done to family Hu. It was a little creepy. After all, Bai Feng and Hu Yanyan had been sisters for so many years. Many of them knew very well how well Hu Yanyan had treated Bai Feng back then. If Hu Yanyan and the others had really wronged the Bai family and Bai Feng, then family Hu was in the wrong. He was too greedy and couldn't bear to see the Bai family living a good life. However, if what Hu Yanyan and the others had said was true, then Bai Feng and the Bai family were really cruel and unscrupulous. Moreover, Bai Feng and the Bai family had pretended to be wronged and humiliated in front of them. If all of this was really an act, then the other party's schemes were really too vicious. After all, he had been able to disguise himself for more than 10 years without being exposed. He had harmed the Hu clan to such an extent, and when the other party came knocking on his door, he had even retaliated. He did not feel the slightest bit of guilt, and even wanted to kill the Hu clan. It was not enough to describe Bai Feng and the Bai family as beasts, it should be said that they were worse than beasts. As everyone thought this, they looked at Bai Feng and the others with bewilderment. Bai Feng and the others didn't know what Hu Yanyan and the others were up to. How could there be any evidence in their backyard, especially Bai Feng? She knew very well in her heart. Everything that she had done to these families was done by the voodoo sect's influence, in the entire Bai family, not to mention the others. Even Bai Changfeng and the others didn't know about her relationship with the voodoo sect. They also didn't know about the things that she had done to these families. How could there be any evidence left? Bai Feng's brows furrowed coldly, but soon relaxed. Hu Yanyan must be bluffing to trick her. Did she think that she would be able to set up a trap and confuse her just because she didn't know who had sneaked into the backyard and caused a commotion? What a joke. Hu Yanyan had indeed improved a little. However, she didn't expect that Bai Feng had always been so meticulous and wouldn't give them a chance to deal with her. Let's see how they're going to shoot themselves in the foot. With that thought in mind, Bai Feng replied coldly, "Fine. I'll let you take a look." She was very confident that there was no evidence in the backyard of the Bai family. Even if Hu Yanyan deliberately left some evidence in there by family, she still had a way to expose the other party. At that time, the ones seeking their own deaths would be Hu Yanyan and the others, if the people from the clans who were with them found out that they had been deceived by them. In order to curry favor with the Bai family and clear the suspicion that they followed family Hu to coerce the Bai family, wouldn't these people tear apart family Hu's people alive? At that time, it would save the Bai family a lot of effort. With this thought in mind, Bai Feng's heart grew even more proud and cold. The group headed to the inner courtyard of the Bai family. At the same time, in the depths of the Bai family's inner courtyard, where the loud noise had come from, Luo Qingtong stood at the bottom of the 100-meter-deep dungeon and looked at the entrance of the dungeon that she had blasted open. She immediately raised her head and looked at the group of people behind her with an indifferent expression. "Remember what I've told you before. If you want to leave the Bai family alive and take revenge on the Bai family, then repeat everything I've said in full detail. And these things, I'll give them to you as well. When the time comes, take them out together." As Luo Qingtong spoke, she sensed the auras of the Bai family and other family clans approaching. Narrowing her eyes, she pulled Chu Lingfeng and left. Behind her, a group of people who had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable and covered in injuries took the things she gave them. Then, they all looked towards the direction of the outer courtyard with hatred in their eyes. Then, one by one, they ran out crying, "Help! Help!" One by one, they rushed out of the dungeon. All of them had injuries on their bodies. Those injuries covered almost all of their bodies. With one look, one could tell that those injuries were not caused by ordinary punishments. The exit to the ground level of the dungeon was wide open. Those people ran out crying. Soon, they attracted the attention of the people who had entered the inner courtyard of the Bai family. "Over there." Hu Yanyan's face was cold as she pointed in the direction of the crying sounds. In fact, she was still a little apprehensive. Luo Qingtong had told them not to worry about anything else. They only needed to invite all the big and small family clans in Wildland City. It would be best if they could invite all the family clans who were related to the voodoo sect. At that time, she would make sure that everything that Bai Feng and the voodoo sect had done would be exposed under the sun. However, Hu Yannyang knew that in order to restore Luo Qingtong's cultivation, Luo Qingtong had used the essence of the Gu Poison Queen. Now that the Gu Poison Queen had fallen into a deep slumber, it would take a long time for it to recover. It was unlikely that it would be able to control the Gu Poison Queen and make them stand out to accuse Bai Feng. Moreover, didn't Mistress still need the voodoo sex arrangements? Wasn't she going to give them to Suyu and the others to continue using? If those people were exposed, they would certainly be able to deal a blow to Bai Feng. However, they would not be able to do anything to the Bai family. Moreover, the gains would not make up for the losses. Hu Yannyang had no idea what Luo Qingtong would do. However, her trust in the young girl made her believe in Luo Qingtong without any hesitation. Everyone could also hear the cries coming from within. Following Hu Yannyang's finger, all of them immediately rushed in that direction. On the other hand, Bai Feng and the others had a bad feeling in their hearts. This was especially true for Bai Feng. She originally thought that Hu Yannyang and the others were just bluffing and setting up a trap to deceive her. Who would have thought that after entering the inner court, there would actually be a wave of cries? There were even cries for help. A bad premonition suddenly rose in Bai Feng's heart. She had a feeling that something bad had happened to her. What's going on? How could there be such cries in the backyard of the Bai family? What are you hiding from me? She glared angrily at the Bai family members behind her. The latter and the others were also stunned. They had no idea what was going on. Suddenly, the expression of one of the Bai family elders changed drastically. Then, he said, "I remember now. This is the place where the young master imprisoned those people." As his voice rang out, the surrounding Bai clan members seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions became somewhat unnatural. Bai Jingtong's fetishes were no secret in the Bai family. Many of the powerful cultivators of the Bai family who were present knew about it. It was just that it was too difficult to talk about, so they usually did not mention it. As for Bai Jingtong's matter, because Bai Feng was a married woman, no one had mentioned it to her at all. Naturally, she did not know about it, thus, she asked coldly. How could the experts of the Bai family answer, even Bai? Chong Feng felt a little awkward. It's nothing, it's just some petty hobbies. In the future, I will definitely make him change and forbid him from touching it again. However, even if those people escape, it won't cause any harm to our Bai family. At most, our reputation will be damaged. It's nothing. Bai Chongfeng said, and everyone else followed suit. When Bai Feng heard their words and thought about the word imprisoned and the cries of those people, she already had some guesses in her heart. She roughly guessed that it was some private matter that was not worth mentioning. If that was the case, there was nothing to be afraid of, even if Hu Yannyang had rescued them. So what kind of impact could those people cause to the Bai family? At most, Bai Jingtong's reputation would be damaged. And the Bai family's reputation of being incompetent would also be damaged a little. It was not a big deal at all. As Bai Feng thought about it, she did not take it to heart. However, why did Hu Yannyang and the rest say that there was evidence in the backyard? As Bai Feng thought about it, her face suddenly changed. Not good. Her face was filled with shock, and in an instant, her entire body was like a whirlwind as she flew towards the direction of the crying sound. Quick! Kill all those people. Don't let them speak. Her voice was urgent and her movements were fast, but the people of the Bai family did not know what was going on. What's going on? Why is young Miss so panicked? There was naturally a reason why Bai Feng was so panicked. She suddenly remembered that these people were rescued by Hu Yannyang and the rest, and these people were imprisoned in the Bai family. The people they came into contact with were the direct descendants of the family like Bai Jingtang. In this way, it was possible that they had come into contact with some secret. If Bai Feng wanted to deal with the Bai family, she would definitely tell them about the poison sect's plan to deal with the Bai family. After rescuing these people, she would let them accuse the Bai family. In this way, the Bai family would not be able to defend themselves. Damn it, how could she have forgotten about this? Bai Feng's expression was extremely anxious. She quickly rushed to the place where the cries were coming from. She did not have time to order the Bai family guards to kill those who had escaped from the dungeon. A series of mournful cries came from the mouths of those people. Save us! The Bai family wants to kill us. We discovered the Bai clan's plot against the entire wild city, but before we could tell anyone, we were captured and brought to this place. She was even toyed with by that beast, Bai Jingtang. Save us! We have evidence. As they spoke, a series of scrolls that were almost crushed into pieces were suddenly thrown into the air. In an instant, the sky was filled with books and scrolls written in black and white. Shua, one of the patriarchs of the middle-ranked clan who was the first to arrive at the exit of the dungeon, was the first to receive a scroll. He raised his head to look at what was recorded and described in it. On the scroll, everything that the Bai family had done to the various families in the Wild City was recorded in detail. Many of them were mysteries that the various families did not understand. Luo Qingtong had modified these things based on what the voodoo sect had done to the various families. With her eye technique, it was extremely easy for her to analyze and fabricate these dossiers. Every single one of these files was enough to pass off as genuine. Luo Qingtong had even taken into consideration the identities of these people in the dungeon and made corresponding changes to the age of these files and the degree of yellowing of the pages. She wanted to prove the authenticity of these files. Even if Bai Feng were to look at them personally, she would not be able to tell if they were real or fake. Not only that, Luo Qingtong had also added a lot of things that were not done by the voodoo sect but had a great impact on the various families. In short, she had pushed all the blame onto the Bai family and Bai Feng. Didn't Bai Feng like to scheme and frame others? Now, Luo Qingtong wanted her to have a taste of what it was like to be framed. Bastard! Our third granduncle was suddenly killed when he was about to break through. So it was the Bai family who did it. The patriarch who was the first to receive the dossier was so angry that he angrily shouted after reading it. After him, many other people also snatched the dossier and immediately started reading it. When they read it, their hearts and lungs were about to explode. A group of elite disciples from our family went out to explore and did not return for a day and a night. We thought that they were killed by demonic beasts. We did not expect the Bai family to be the culprit. There is also a new batch of resources from our shop. We went through a lot to get it. In the end, they were robbed. We thought it was the Chen family who did it. We did not expect the Bai family to be the culprit. The people of the various clans looked at the records of the various events that had been recorded. The Bai family was behind almost all the major families' losses. It was no wonder that the Bai family had developed so quickly over the years. They had rushed from the smallest family to the top of the middle-ranked families. They thought that it was because they had a connection with the Hua family. They did not expect that it was all because of the contributions of these families. The Bai family might be able to take advantage of the situation by belittling their family's strength. Or perhaps, the Bai family had seized their resources and used them to increase their strength. Under such circumstances, how could the Bai family's strength not increase? With that thought in mind, everyone was so angry that their blood was about to overflow. When they thought about how they had just spoken up for the Bai family and wanted to deal with the family who, they felt like they had been toyed with and humiliated like monkeys. Damn you, Bai clan. Well done, Bai Feng. Bitch. With a tearing sound, the head of a middle-ranked clan, whose strength was about the same as the Bai clan, couldn't help but tear the file in his hand. Their clan's strength was originally above the Bai clan's, but because of the Bai clan's series of secret plots, the clan was almost divided, and their vitality was greatly damaged. Only then did the Bai clan catch up. And according to the records, all of this was Bai Feng's plan. This slut was simply hateful. Following that family head, another group of people tore apart the dossiers in their hands. Anyway, there were plenty of dossiers on the ground. Even if they tore them to vent their anger, they were not afraid that they would not have enough evidence to deal with the Bai clan. Bai Feng. Bai Changfeng. What else do you have to say? Bai Changfeng and the others did not know what was going on. Bai Feng, on the other hand, already knew that things had gone south when she heard the screams of those people. When the scrolls with black and white words were scattered all over the place, she grabbed one of them and read it. She was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Some of the things on the scrolls were indeed done by the voodoo sect, but they were said to be done by the Bai family. That was not all. The problem was that some of the things that she did not ask the voodoo sect to do were also blamed on her and the Bai family. Bai Feng had been scheming against people all her life. She had almost caused family Hu to go bankrupt. She did not expect that at this time, she would be schemed against so badly. From family Hu finding all the big and small families in Wildland City, to the people who imprisoned Bai Jingtang in the dungeon, To these scrolls that were scattered all over the place, all of these things, all of them, without Bai Feng noticing, had left her with no room for retaliation and no room for retreat. Bai Feng had no idea that the other party had set up a trap for her. By the time she realized it, she had already been pushed all the way to the bottom and had lost everything. She was like a gambler who had a good hand and thought that she would definitely win. In the end, before she could react, the other party had already played their trump card. They had won against her. Bai Feng's hands were trembling as she held the scrolls. She did not believe that Xianxia and the others were the ones who came up with this plan. It's him. It's the person who secretly helped Xianxia and the others. The person who knows how to use goo. Bai Feng's expression was ferocious as she roared silently in her heart. Only that person could know so many things about the voodoo sect. He could even write down the things that were not done by the voodoo sect so realistically. Since the other party could control the goo mother, he could naturally obtain all kinds of secret information from the spies in the big families who were controlled by the goo mother. Bastard, even though Bai Feng's heart was filled with hatred, she had to admit that the other party's move was indeed very good. It not only dealt a blow to the Bai family, but it also did not expose the spies in the big families. The other party's scheming was above hers. Hu Yanyan and the others actually had such a person helping them. Bai Feng gritted her teeth in her heart. What the hell is going on? Bai Changfeng and the others had just arrived. On the way here, they had been discussing how to deal with the people that Bai Jintang had captured and imprisoned. He didn't know how Hu Yanyan and the others knew that Bai Jintang was imprisoning people in the Bai family. For so many years, they had never been exposed. How did the other party confirm the existence of these people and coincidentally come in and rescue them? What Bai Changfeng didn't know was that Luo Qingtong had already killed Bai Jintang in Fenghua City, saving the people in his monastery. As the saying goes, a dog cannot change its habit of eating shit. When Bai Jintang came to Fenghua City, he did not forget to hunt for beauties. He even specially used a side courtyard to lock up those people. Then, how could there be no one in the Bai family whom he had captured and tortured? Luo Qingtong only needed to find the place where he lived and follow the vine to get to the melon. As for plotting against the Bai family. Moreover, they were imprisoned in the inner courtyard of the Bai family. If they wanted to leave this place alive, they would have to deal with the Bai family and make a big deal out of this. Only then would they be able to leave safely. Not only would they be able to avenge themselves, but they would also be able to help them leave this place. Why wouldn't they do it? Bai Changfeng's words were taken as an act of stupidity by the other family clans. Immediately, the other family clans became even angrier. Bai Changfeng, don't pretend to be stupid here. The people you imprisoned in the inner courtyard of the Bai family have already told us everything. And these scrolls? Take a look for yourselves. An elder of a mid-rank family clan said as he threw the scrolls in his hand in front of Bai Changfeng. The latter was stunned for a moment before he noticed the scrolls on the ground. He picked up one of the scrolls and almost vomited blood like Bai Feng. What's going on? These things were not done by our Bai family. Bai Changfeng really didn't know what the voodoo sect did. However, the Bai family did benefit from what the voodoo sect did to the other family clans. No matter how much Bai Changfeng denied it, it was useless. After all, those things were all done by Bai Feng in secret to help the voodoo sect and the Bai family develop their strength. Now that he had been put on the table, under the connection between the two, he had no way to defend himself. Just when Bai Changfeng was about to explode in anger, Hu Yanyan's cold voice sounded. Everyone, you've all seen it. These are not things that our family who slandered the Bai family. Not only did the Bai family make a move on our family whose people, they also didn't let the other families off. I don't know how many hidden hands they have in your family clans. I don't know how long it will take for you to follow in the footsteps of our family who. If you don't deal with them today. When they make a move, I'm afraid you won't be able to appear in Wildland City again. As Hu Yanyan's voice sounded, the faces of the other family clans instantly changed. Hu Yanyan's words poked at the deepest and most secret worry in their hearts. The Bai family was able to do so many things in their family. Who knew how many hidden hands they had planted in their clans? If they didn't get rid of the Bai family, then the one who would suffer in the future would be their own family. Disregarding everything else, the Hu clan was a good example. Back then, family who was so imposing. They were practically the strongest middle-ranked family in Wildland City, and they were strong enough to stand at the pinnacle. In the end, wasn't it because of the Bai family's series of schemes that almost ruined their family? The strength of the clan had declined to the point that it was barely at the bottom of the mid-grade clans. When everyone thought of this, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. His gaze towards Bai Chongfeng and the others was also indescribably cold. Bai Chongfeng and the other members of the Bai family instantly panicked after being stared at by so many people. Just as cold sweat broke out on their foreheads and they couldn't help but retreat step by step, Bai Feng finally calmed down and raised her head. Hu Yannyang, I have to admit that you found a good backer this time. Not only did family Hu survive this time, but you also made a comeback. Bai Feng raised her head. She no longer had that gentle and delicate expression on her face. In its place was a cold and arrogant look. When Bai Feng realized that there was no way for her and the others to explain herself, she decided to drop the act. She returned to her cold and arrogant self. She looked down at Hu Yannyang and the others and laughed coldly. So what if the Bai family is behind all this? Do you dare to lay a finger on me? Don't forget that I am not just the eldest daughter of the Bai family. I am also the young mistress of the Hua family. What right do you have to lay a finger on me? What right do you have to lay a finger on me? Her gaze swept across all the family members present. Her gaze was arrogant as she looked at them, and a hesitant expression appeared on her face. Hu Yannyang, do you know? The most successful thing I have done in my life was to set you up. Marry Hua Ting. Bai Feng looked at Hu Yannyang and lifted her head proudly. She played with the caramel on her fingernails and said proudly. You don't know how good he is to me. How honorable the identity of the young mistress of the Hua family is. So what if you've invited these people and exposed our Bai family's secret? You still can't do anything to me, can you, Hu Yannyang? You must know that all these identities should have been yours, haha. Unfortunately, it's all mine now. Furthermore, this time, none of you from the family Hu family can even dream of stepping out of the Bai family's front door. Bai Feng, who had completely revealed her true nature, looked at Hu Yannyang and the others with an icy gaze. She then turned to the surrounding family members and said coldly, if you don't want to be dealt with by the Hua family, get out of here immediately and keep your mouths shut. Bai Feng's words instantly caused the surrounding people from the various clans to reveal furious expressions on their faces. However, because of the threat in Bai Feng's words, none of them dared to voice their anger. They were really angry at the Bai family's actions. They did not want the Bai family to continue being so arrogant, but they could deal with the Bai family. The Hua family was not to be trifled with. Putting everything else aside, the Hua clan was one of the top clans in Wildland City, and they had a saint overseeing them. Hua Ting, on the other hand, was the most favored successor of the Hua family in this generation. Bai Feng was Hua Ting's wife. Even if the Bai family had done something so outrageous, the Hua family would suppress the matter for the sake of the Hua family's reputation. The small and medium-sized families present were no match for the Hua family. In Wildland City, the difference in strength between the clans was just that cruel. The difference in level was also huge. The strong enjoyed all the privileges, while the weak could only swallow their anger. Just as the group of clansmen were holding their breaths and preparing to retreat, a faint voice suddenly sounded from behind Hu Yannyang and the others. The eldest daughter of the Bai family sure talks big. But I really want to know who the Hua family will find to avenge you if they can't spread the news. The Bai family has mysteriously died in the inner courtyard of their own home. It is suspected that someone is seeking revenge. However, the identity of the culprit is too mysterious and too powerful. Many of the powerful family members present have done their best to help, but they are helpless. How sad. Eldest daughter of the Bai family, what do you think? Young master. Luo Qingtong's figure appeared in front of the crowd as their voices rang out. Luo Qingtong pulled Chu Lingfeng along with an indifferent expression on her face. They walked through the path that family who had opened up and stood in front of Hu Zhongtian and the others. As for Bai Feng, after hearing Luo Qingtong's words, her expression changed instantly. You. She could not be bothered to investigate Luo Qingtong's identity. She quickly lifted her head and looked around her. Then, she suddenly realized that this place seemed to be a little too quiet. Apart from this group of people, there was not a single sound coming from outside. Where were the Bai family's guards? When Bai Feng had just threatened Hu Yannyang and the others, she had secretly crushed the summoning order in her hand to gather the many powerful cultivators and elite guards of the Bai family. However, at this moment, apart from this group of people, there was no one else present. Bai Feng's heart was filled with shock and anger. Luo Qingtong's voice slowly rang out at this moment. There's no need to look. Her expression was indifferent as she lifted her eyes to look at the shocked and furious Bai Feng and the others. I've already sealed off the surrounding space with my array. No news or movements from here can be transmitted out. You can do as you please. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent as she spoke with a smile. Her last words were naturally directed at the people from the various family clans who were preparing to evacuate. After Luo Qingtong had pulled Chu Lingfeng out of the dungeon, she had not been idle. When Hu Yannyang and the others arrived, she had been busy in the depths of the inner courtyard. Now, everyone here was enveloped in the array that she had set up. Bai Feng wanted to inform the Hua family to come and save them. She must be dreaming. Since Luo Qingtong knew about her relationship with the Hua family, how could she not have taken precautions against her having a backup plan? Today, everyone from the Bai family must die. Only with their deaths could she avenge family Hu and protect the news of family Hu's map of the Holy Monarch's tomb. Luo Qingtong did not doubt that if the Bai family managed to escape this ordeal, they would immediately tell the Hua family about the map of the Holy Monarch's tomb. When that time came, it would inevitably attract more trouble. Luo Qingtong did not wish for any more twists and turns in the matter of the Holy Monarch's tomb. As Luo Qingtong's words rang out, the people from the various family clans who were preparing to evacuate immediately and the others' footsteps immediately stopped in their tracks. Their stomachs. The Bai family had caused them so much trouble, yet Bai Feng's mention of the Hua family made them not dare to make a move. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't aggrieved or angry, especially when they thought of the possibility that the Bai family had played tricks in their families. They became even angrier and more furious. However, Bai Feng was the daughter-in-law of the Hua family, and the Bai family was the Hua family's in-laws. They could make a proposal to the Bai family and ask for compensation, but they would not dare to lay a hand on the Bai family like family Hu's people. Now that Luo Qingtong had spoken, their eyes instantly lit up. Especially after seeing the shocked and furious expression on Bai Feng's face, they were even more certain and believed in Luo Qingtong's words. If Bai Feng and the others could not spread the news, then even if they killed Bai Feng and the others, so what if they annihilated the Bai family? All of you. Seeing the other clans surrounding them, the expressions of the Bai clan's people became even more furious. Bai Feng was the same. She had tried several methods but was unable to send a message out of Luo Qingtong's array. She was also unable to get any response from the Bai family's elite guards outside. Her expression was indescribably twisted. Don't be so smug. Even so, this is our Bai family's territory. We still have the advantage. Bai Feng's face was filled with ferocity. Her eyes were cold. Even though Hu Yannyang's people had used an array to seal the space here, the inner courtyard was still an important place for the Bai family. When they came, they had brought many guards with them. With just these people and the Bai family's strong cultivators, it would not be a problem to wipe out all these people. After all, these people that Hu Zhongtian had called over did not bring many people with them. Most of the clans only sent their clan leaders or clan elders to come. Since they wanted to make a move against the Bai family, they might as well destroy them as well. They could then push the blame onto family Hu. However, Bai Feng's face was filled with malevolence as she thought, plop, plop, plop. The guards of the Bai family who were following them suddenly swayed and fell to the ground. All of them were unconscious. This. Bai Changfeng and the rest were also thinking the same thing as Bai Feng. However, before they could give the order, all the guards on their side had fallen. As a result, the Bai family's strong cultivators were facing off against family Hu and the other families. The Bai family's advantage was gone. The other families, including family Hu's people, had completely offset the number of strong cultivators on their side. In fact, the other side had the upper hand. Their original plan to let the guards hold off these people first, then they would work together to break the array. However, it had failed. Alright, all the obstacles have been cleared. Let's do it. As Luo Qingtong's voice rang out, Hu Zhongtian and the rest immediately made their move. Although those clans were somewhat shocked by Luo Qingtong's methods, they were also curious about her identity. But at this time, he didn't have time to think too much. He directly followed Hu Zhongtian and the others and rushed towards Bai Changfeng and the others. The other party had done a lot of things in their family and had the backing of the Hua family. They had to be eliminated, otherwise, their clans would most likely end up in the same state as the Hu clan. Bai Changfeng and the others didn't even have time to recover from their shock before they were forced to fight back. In the blink of an eye, the entire area near the exit of the dungeon was filled with traces of heaven and earth spirit chi rioting. Rumble. A group of Sage Realm experts and those who had surpassed the Sage Realm were attacking each other. The Bai family's experts were all present. On the other hand, Hu Zhongtian's side was filled with experts from various families. The number of experts gathered together was not much less than the number of experts from the Bai family. A group of people were fighting. As for Bai Feng, the instant those guards fell, her heart was also violently alarmed. After all, her cultivation wasn't high at the moment, so she might be affected as well. However, after waiting for a while, she did not feel any dizziness. Luo Qingtong's voice rang out. Chu Lingfeng, go ahead. She looked at the big, foolish man next to her. Did Bai Feng really think that she had escaped death by a fluke? How could Luo Qingtong allow her to pass out just like that? After all, Yan Yang was still waiting for her to avenge her mother. Of course, Yan Yang did not have any cultivation, but it was the same for Chu Lingfeng to avenge her. After all, a son should avenge his mother. Furthermore, even though Yan Yang had not mentioned it, Luo Qingtong could vaguely guess that Chu Lingfeng's stupidity might have something to do with the fact that Yan Yang had been hunted down when she was pregnant. Under those circumstances, Yan Yang was already very lucky to have been able to keep her life. She probably would not have been able to take care of the child in her womb. Hence, Chu Lingfeng's revenge was perfectly justified. Yes. Chu Lingfeng obeyed Luo Qingtong's every word. In reality, ever since he had seen Bai Feng and found out that this woman was the main culprit who had almost killed his mother and caused her to suffer for the rest of her life, Chu Lingfeng had stared at Bai Feng with bloodshot eyes. He was like an enraged ferocious beast as he stared fixedly at her. If not for the fact that his loyalty to Luo Qingtong had been engraved in his bones and that he could not act without his master's orders, Chu Lingfeng would have charged over without regard for anything else and torn this woman to shreds. When he heard Luo Qingtong's orders, his figure flashed and he immediately charged towards Bai Feng. Bai Feng, on the other hand, became even more vigilant when she realized that she was not affected by the knockout powder. The powerful cultivators were now engaged in a chaotic battle near the exit of the dungeon. When Bai Feng saw that no one was paying attention to her, her eyes turned gloomy and cold as she prepared to conceal herself and leave. Once she had left the area enveloped by the array, she would make sure that all the people and family who would die without a burial place. She was viciously swearing in her heart when suddenly, she heard a strong whooshing sound. The sound came from afar and it almost caused a series of sonic booms in the air. When it reached Bai Feng's ears, it was like a thunderclap. Boom! Bai Feng's face instantly turned pale with fright as the gust of wind blasted towards her. She desperately dodged to the side. At this moment, she hated the fact that she was only a martial emperor. Furthermore, her cultivation had barely stabilized at the martial emperor realm. Regardless of whether it was her response or attack, she was much weaker than her previous strength. Bang! As Bai Feng dodged, the gust of wind brushed past her waist. With a loud bang, she smashed into the hard limestone floor. In an instant, the huge bluestone slab, which was about 6 feet thick, was smashed open by the strong wind. The sky was filled with stone fragments and dust. At the sight of Bai Feng's waist, where the gust of wind had brushed past, she instantly felt an intense pain as if her bones had been broken. It was so painful that Bai Feng could not help but cry out in pain. Ah! Her voice was sharp, and in the next second, she fell to the ground. Bang! At the place where the gust of wind had landed, the dust and smoke dispersed to reveal a tall and well-built figure. Bai Feng, you've harmed my mother. I want you to pay with your life. Chu Lingfeng's low, muffled voice rang out. In an instant, like thunder, the bones in his body suddenly made a series of cracking sounds. Bam! Chu Lingfeng's physique and the power of his attacks made him look like a human-shaped weapon that was filled with a ferocious aura. Bai Feng had just crawled up from the ground and quickly dodged to one side when she saw the situation. Boom! 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 As Chu Lingfeng threw out punch after punch, the surrounding air and ground shattered like dust. The energy ripples that spread out were like water ripples in an instant. The strong winds from Chu Lingfeng's attacks actually formed a substantial vortex of spiritual energy in the air. One should know that his powers had only just reached the martial emperor level. Now, it seemed that he could completely defeat Bai Feng. Bam! 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 Bai Feng's beautiful face turned pale as she retreated rapidly. Initially, she had been delusional in thinking that she could use her powers, which had once reached the peak of the martial spirit level, to fight back against Chu Lingfeng. After all, she had once reached that level. Even though her powers had been forced to decrease, her method of using her powers and experience would definitely be much better than an ordinary martial emperor. Therefore, even though Bai Feng's powers had only just reached the martial emperor level, she could still unleash powers that were far stronger than her current level. Logically speaking, her attacks should be able to restrain Chu Lingfeng's attacks. However, the latter's physique that allowed him to be unafraid of attacks was simply too terrifying. Bai Feng's attacks blasted out one after another, but Chu Lingfeng simply ignored them. Bai Feng's attacks were painful when they landed on his body. However, no matter how painful it was, could it be compared to the times when he had fought for his life in the bloody battle arena in order to increase his powers? To Bai Feng's attacks, they were just like scratching an itch. Furthermore, as Bai Feng's attacks increased, his entire being became like a human-shaped ferocious beast that had been enraged and became even more violent. Bai Feng's face flashed with a look of panic as she was bombarded by such attacks. She could also feel how terrifying Chu Lingfeng was. Yang's foolish son actually had such talent and physique in battle. Bai Feng's heart was filled with an indescribable jealousy. She knew that all of this was probably inherited from the man who had taken Yang's virginity. If she had not sent people to chase after Yang, causing the latter's fetus to be damaged, the current Chu Lingfeng might have been even more stunning. Thinking of this, Bai Feng's heart felt like it was being bitten by ants. If she had known that the man was so powerful, how could she have let Hu Yanyan take advantage of her? Bai Feng kept telling Yanyan that the best thing she had done in her life was to snatch Huating away. However, Hu knew that she was actually going crazy with regret, because she had snatched Huating away, but she had pushed another man, who was even more powerful, to Hu Yanyang's side. If there was no Hu Yanyang, that man might have been hers, in the end. By the time she realized how powerful that man was, she had already hooked up with Huating. She had no chance to seduce that man at all. In the end, he had no choice but to give the opportunity to his younger sister, Bai Xing. Now that she had left with that man, she did not know what kind of honorable life she was leading in that place. How could a mere young madam of the Hua family compare to that man's status? It was all Hu Yanyang's fault. Finally, he found a flaw in Bai Feng's movement technique, and he immediately closed in on Bai Feng. After taking one of Bai Feng's attacks head-on, he sent Bai Feng flying with a punch. Bai Feng never thought that Chu Lingfeng would be so ruthless. He would rather injure himself in order to take one of her attacks head-on in order to attack her. She was caught off guard and was sent flying by Chu Lingfeng's attack. This time, she was not as lucky as she had been the last time. Chu Lingfeng's punch landed squarely on her chest, causing the left side of her chest to cave in and breaking 3 or 4 of her ribs. This time, she let out a shrill scream as she landed heavily on the ground, almost smashing a hole in the thick bluestone floor below. Chu Lingfeng's figure closed in on her again. Bai Feng had schemed against his mother for so many years and caused his mother to suffer so much. If they had not met his master, he and his mother would have died in some corner of the Blackfield subsidy of Eastern Fence Country. Chu Lingfeng's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at Bai Feng. It was not the first time that he had seen his mother cry secretly because she missed his maternal grandfather and family who. His mother had suffered so much for the sake of raising him. He must avenge his mother. Bang! Chu Lingfeng's punch landed fiercely on Bai Feng. Bai Feng was lying on top of the huge hole in the ground. When she saw Chu Lingfeng's punch coming towards her, her face instantly contorted and changed. No! Bai Feng's expression changed drastically. In the next second, she seemed to have made up her mind as she gritted her teeth fiercely. This is not good. Chu Lingfeng, come back quickly. Not too far away, Luo Qingtong, who had been watching Chu Lingfeng and Bai Feng's battle with Yan Yang, suddenly narrowed her eyes. A sense of danger rose in her heart. Almost in the next second, her figure darted out and flew towards the place where Chu Lingfeng and Bai Feng were fighting. The moment Luo Qingtong moved, Bai Feng's figure suddenly changed in front of Chu Lingfeng. Suddenly, a pair of wings extended from her back, and limbs appeared under her armpits. She looked like a venomous insect. At the same time, the shadow of a huge venomous insect appeared behind her. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh. 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 Ah! The guards of the Bai family who were knocked out by Luo Qingtong's incapacitating agent suddenly woke up from the intense pain after the threads entered their bodies. In an instant, an extremely sharp and miserable shriek came out of his mouth. Swoosh, their bodies convulsed violently. Then, the power of the flesh and blood in their bodies dried up and dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, these people had been sucked dry and turned into dried corpses. Turning one's body into a venomous insect. Luo Qingtong frowned as she watched all this. What Bai Feng had just used was the most evil and cruel of all the venomous arts. This venomous art would harm both the enemy and the user. It should not be used casually. Although it was very powerful, the price to use it was also very frightening. Moreover, it was not something that an ordinary venomous insect user could use. Logically speaking, Bai Feng could not possibly use this venomous art. She must have borrowed the power of something. Luo Qingtong's guess was right. When Bai Feng obtained the Gu technique tome from her, she also obtained a Gu dissolving pill, which allowed her to use the Gu dissolving pill when she was in danger. However, the price she had to pay was extremely high. The price was at least 10 years of her lifespan. The longer she used this Gu technique, the more her lifespan would be consumed. At the same time, it would be extremely damaging to her body. If Bai Feng used this Gu technique, she could forget about advancing and breaking through in the future. Furthermore, she would not be able to use any of her powers for a year. She would be no different from a cripple. Therefore, Bai Feng had never thought of using the Gu dissolving pill after obtaining it. As the eldest daughter of the Bai family and the young madam of the Hua family, no one could force her to use this Gu dissolving pill. However, she had never thought that she would be forced to use this Gu dissolving pill in the hands of Hu Yunyang's son, whom she despised and disdained the most. Bam! As Bai Feng absorbed the strength of the Bai family guards like a Gu worm, her aura instantly soared. Her strength, which had fallen to the level of a martial emperor, quickly recovered. Not only that, but she had also broken through to the saint stage and was about to surpass the saint stage. Boom! After absorbing the strength of the flesh and blood of the guards, Bai Feng's limbs instantly became as sharp as blades and slashed towards Zhu Lingfeng. The latter was attacking her with all his might and could not avoid this attack at all. Even if Zhu Lingfeng stopped immediately, he would not be able to avoid it. Zhu Lingfeng. Luo Qingtong's figure leaped behind Zhu Lingfeng at this moment. Lower your head. As Luo Qingtong's figure appeared, Zhu Lingfeng immediately lowered his head obediently. He did not care that the limb in front of him was about to slash at him. Luo Qingtong held the 1,000-year soul guiding wood in her left hand and unsheathed the life and death yin-yang sword in her right hand. Almost instantly, the black and white long sword in her hand transformed into the shape of a living blade. A milky white light danced on both ends of the long sword. Bam! Luo Qingtong raised her hand to block. The sword light instantly blocked the limbs that were slashing towards her. Then, she raised her hand and waved it. Heaven battling art. The living blade absorbed the living blade and the dead blade transformed. At the same time, the power of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood rushed into Luo Qingtong's hand and into the life and death yin-yang sword's attack. Boom! A black light flashed. In an instant, the huge blade of light was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. It dragged a huge, long tail of light and blocked the legs that were slashing at him. However, the power carried by the limbs was so strong that it collided with the sword light from Luo Qingtong's life and death two right sword almost instantly. In an instant, a violent storm of energy was emitted from the place where the two sides collided, raging and spreading in all directions. Luo, two of the Luo of Luo Luo of Luo Luo of course of the Luo Luo Luo. Bam! Luo Qingtong Luo was sent flying. His back was a bloody mess. He crashed to the ground almost instantly. Zhu Lingfeng. Luo Qingtong Luo landed on the ground. Before she could check on Zhu Lingfeng's condition, Bai Feng's attack came again. Humph. Today, all of you will die. Bai Feng was crawling on all fours on the ground. The limbs that protruded from her body supported her back, making her look like a huge spider. She raised one of her legs and jabbed it towards Luo Qingtong. Once she killed this young man, she would be able to kill Hu Yenyang and her son. Then, she would leave this area enveloped by the spell and gather the Bai and Hu family members. All the members of the Bai and families who had come today would all die. Bai Feng's expression was cold and stern. Her legs were like countless sharp blades as they jabbed towards Luo Qingtong. Bang, 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 Luo Qingtong's figure flickered. The light in her eyes was as red as blood. Her figure kept darting and dodging Bai Feng's attacks. After Bai Feng's power had increased, she was indeed difficult to deal with. After all, surpassing the Saint Realm was not comparable to the Saint Realm. If Bai Feng was at the Saint Realm, Luo Qingtong could still think of a way to deal with him. Furthermore, Bai Feng's Gu technique was different from ordinary Gu techniques. Before Bai Feng's lifespan was exhausted, she would not be able to break it. Most importantly, Luo Qingtong frowned. The power of the 1,000-year-old soul guiding wood in her hand was gone. When she had blocked Bai Feng's attack earlier, she had used the death energy that had formed after the guards had died. In addition to the remaining power of the 1,000-year-old soul guiding wood, she was able to block Bai Feng's attack. However, she had no way of retaliating now. Luo Qingtong frowned as she thought of this. Bang, 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 her figure darted through Bai Feng's attacks. Bai Feng's heart grew more and more terrified. When Luo Qingtong had blocked her attack towards Chu Lingfeng, Bai Feng had not paid much attention to it. She had only thought that Chu Lingfeng had hidden some life-saving technique on him. Now that she saw Luo Qingtong's figure moving through her attacks with ease, her heart froze. Who on earth was this young man? How could a martial great realm cultivator dodge her attacks time and time again when she had increased her power to surpass the Saint Realm? Once could be a fluke. So many times, it was definitely not a fluke. This young man was definitely not an ordinary person. Bai Feng was shocked. Her attention was completely diverted to Luo Qingtong. At the same time, his killing intent towards Luo Qingtong was ignited. The other party was so powerful. Whether it was because of her talent or something else, since she was on Hu Yenyang's side, then she had to die. Otherwise, he would definitely become a huge threat to them. Bai Feng made a prompt decision. Swoosh, threads of energy suddenly burst out from her body and shot towards Luo Qingtong. Those threads of energy were the same attack that Bai Feng had used to absorb the flesh and blood energy of those guards. Once they came into contact with it, their energy would be immediately absorbed by White Phoenix. The power of those threads instantly weaved like a net and swept towards Luo Qingtong. Rip! A blood-red light flashed in Luo Qingtong's eyes. Her figure shifted and dodged the threads of energy that were like a spider's web. However, the power of those threads was extremely violent. In an instant, the sleeves of Luo Qingtong's robes were sliced open by the power of the threads of energy from the heaven and earth. In the next second, a furry little thing fell out from within. That silvery fur, the tip of a pink nose, and a large, soft, fluffy tail. It was the little fox that Xianxia had transformed into. Yinbao. Haha. Seeing this scene, Bai Feng immediately laughed out loud. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to catch Luo Qingtong's weakness. Her opponent was as slippery as a loach. She didn't know how she could see through her attacks, but she couldn't catch her. But it didn't matter. If her opponent wanted to save this little fox, then it was her chance. Seeing Luo Qingtong rush towards the little fox, Bai Feng's expression was cold. Almost instantly, the power of the silk threads around her body suddenly rushed towards Luo Qingtong. But this time, she learned her lesson. She knew that Luo Qingtong had a special ability that allowed her to avoid her attacks. If she rushed towards her opponent like before, she would definitely be seen through by her opponent, and she might even be able to avoid it. Thinking of this, the silk threads that rushed out from her body suddenly spread out in all directions. Swish swish swish. As the silk threads flew around her body, they instantly surrounded Luo Qingtong within 100 meters of her body, trapping her in the middle. Then, Bai Feng laughed out loud and tightened the power of the silk threads. Luo Qingtong scooped up the little silver fox in her arms and raised her head to see the power of the silk threads surrounding her from all directions. Different from before, the power of the silk threads had formed a prison, trapping Luo Qingtong completely. Even if Luo Qingtong had an eye technique, her opponent's silk threads had already formed a prison and there was no way for her to avoid it. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingtong's eyebrows furrowed slightly. In her arms, Xianxia's body moved slightly. Previously, he had forcefully used the power that was sealed within the little silver fox's body by the fox demon blood curse and fell into a deep sleep. Now that he had recovered a little, he was immediately alarmed by the commotion outside and opened his eyes. At the same time, Bai Feng suddenly waved the limbs that extended from her body and slashed towards Luo Qingtong. The power that surpassed the Saint realm was extremely fierce, and it caused the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings to go berserk. Like a violent storm, it rushed towards Luo Qingtong. The power of the silk threads continued to tighten, and they were getting closer and closer to Luo Qingtong. Bai Feng wanted Luo Qingtong to have no way to avoid it and no way to escape. As Bai Feng's violent attack approached, Xianxia also discovered the danger that Luo Qingtong was in. He thought for a moment and recalled that Luo Qingtong was trapped in this fatal trap because of this little fox's body. Damn it, this fox demon blood curse. Xianxian had always looked down on everyone and was invincible. He had never thought that there would be a day when his woman would be trapped in order to save him. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. Xianxian's fox-like face was cold. However, he was too small and too adorable. Even though he had put on such a stern expression, Luo Qingtong felt that he was too adorable. Thinking that he had been frightened by the unforeseen event, Luo Qingtong gently patted his little head to comfort him. She then looked coldly at Bai Feng, who was laughing evilly as she attacked. Her mind was racing as she tried to think of a way to escape. Xianxian's face turned green when Luo Qingtong patted him on the head like a child would. However, when he saw that the young girl was in such a dangerous situation, he could not be bothered to dwell on this. Whoosh! Silver bow. Luo Qingtong was prepared to take Bai Feng's attack head-on. Countless ideas flashed through her mind, but none of them would allow her to escape unscathed. The main reason was that Bai Feng's power had surpassed the Saint state. If it had been at the Saint state, given Luo Qingtong's enhanced eye powers, she would have been able to analyze the internal structure of those threads in a short amount of time. She would have been able to cut them off and escape with ease, but now, she did not have enough time to analyze them and could only take them head-on. However, just as she made this decision, her arms suddenly became empty. Instantly, the little silver fox, which had been lying obediently in her arms, leaped out. Then, under Luo Qingtong's astonished gaze, it suddenly raised its paw. It matched the 10-directional dragon ring on its little paw with the 9 netherworld phoenix ring on Luo Qingtong's left ring finger. In an instant, the dragon and phoenix joined together, head to tail. Before Luo Qingtong could react, a familiar aura of power surged into Luo Qingtong's body. This is Xianxian's aura of power? Luo Qingtong was no stranger to this aura of power that had surged into her body. After all, to be able to surge into her body and be accepted by the aura in her body without any resistance, who else could it be but that man's power? But how could Silver Bao use Xianxian's aura of power? Luo Qingtong stared at the little silver fox in a daze. Before she could think any further, Bai Feng's attack had already arrived in front of her. That violent and sharp wind split the sky in an instant. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Luo Qingtong was completely frozen. It was as if it had turned into an extremely hard metal cage, squeezing her in the middle. Those threads of power also carried a sinister and cold aura as they came from all directions to bind her. A two-pronged attack. Bai Feng did not believe that Luo Qingtong would be able to escape from her hands. The limbs that danced around her flashed with a sharp and cold light in the air. They had serrated barbs as they slashed fiercely at Luo Qingtong. The shadow of the goo worm behind her also raised its head and roared soundlessly. Boom! Following Bai Feng's attack, Luo Qingtong quickly regained her senses. She no longer thought about the little silver fox. Instead, she focused all her attention on facing Bai Feng's attack. Whoosh! Luo Qingtong moved forward and grabbed the silver fox from the back of her hand. At the same time, bang! The life and death swords soared in Luo Qingtong's hands. In an instant, the power that Yi Qianren poured into her body was like thunder, rumbling and exploding into the black death blade in her hand. In an instant, a ray of light shot out 3 feet. Following that, Luo Qingtong's figure leaped up and she waved her hand. Heaven battling art. After receiving Yi Qianxian's Luo Qingtong's blood-red pupils spun rapidly. She immediately copied Xianxia's heaven-battling art in its most perfect state, one sword to destroy heaven, steal heaven's fortune. Its power was vast and mighty, like the setting sun and the Milky Way. Boom! Luo Qingtong's sword slashed out. In an instant, heaven and earth shook, and blood split the sky. The threads of power that were surrounding Luo Qingtong were all cut off. They turned into ashes in the air. What? Bai Feng's eyes instantly widened at the sight of this. She had thought that Luo Qingtong was definitely going to die. She had revealed a smug and arrogant smile on her face just a moment ago. However, in the next second, her smile turned into panic and fear. No. This is impossible. Ah. As soon as the last miserable cry resounded, Bai Feng's figure was instantly blasted flying. She'd been blasted flying by that ray of light. Ah. Bai Feng screamed in agony. The shadow of the goo worm behind her had been destroyed in an instant. The limbs that had extended from her body and the wings on her back had disappeared in an instant. Ah. Her body landed heavily on the ground. This time, Bai Feng did not manage to get up. This is impossible. This is impossible. Her cultivation had surpassed the martial saint level, but she had been sent flying by a martial ancestor. Bai Feng lay on the ground on the verge of death. She could not believe that she had lost to Luo Qingtong. She could have killed Luo Qingtong with a single strike. However, her opponent's power had suddenly increased exponentially. She had defeated her in the end. What is going on? How could such a thing have happened? Bai Feng was in disbelief. At this moment, with a few bangs, the battle on Hu Zhongtian's side had also ended. Bai Chongfeng and the others had landed not too far away from Bai Feng. A group of people from the Bai family had gathered. Pfft! Bai Chongfeng and the others spat out a mouthful of blood. Many of them had fallen to the ground and lost consciousness. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Bai Chongfeng and a few others with higher cultivations had also fallen to the ground. They had clearly suffered serious injuries. Dong. Hu Zhongtian and the others landed next to Luo Qingtong. Young master. Luo Qingtong's expression was calm as she looked at Chu Lingfeng. The latter had already gotten up with Yan Yang's help. Although his injuries were serious, because of his physique, it was not a big problem. Moss. Ninth brother, Chu Lingfeng scratched his head and looked at Luo Qingtong like a child who had done something wrong. He almost caused an accident to Luo Qingtong just now. Only the heavens knew that when he and Yan Yang saw Luo Qingtong being surrounded by Bai Feng's energy threads, their hearts almost stopped. If something really happened to Master because of him, he didn't want to live anymore. With that thought in mind, Chu Lingfeng glared fiercely at Bai Feng, who was lying on the ground, unable to move. It's all because of this bad woman, she almost hurt Master. Chu Lingfeng's gaze was ferocious, and Hu Yanyang's gaze towards Bai Feng was also abnormally cold. Young master, please leave her to me. Hu Yanyang said coldly. Bai Feng had caused her to be so miserable, and she had almost caused their family Hu to be destroyed, and just now, she had tried to kill Luo Qingtong. Hu Yanyang would definitely not let her die so easily. She would let Bai Feng know what was called hell on earth. Okay. Luo Qingtong nodded indifferently. Then, her figure flashed and she appeared next to Bai Feng. She raised her hand and struck towards Bai Feng's dantian. She wanted to cripple Bai Feng's strength so that Yan Yang could deal with her. After all, the latter did not have any strength. Luo Qingtong did not want Bai Feng to hurt Yan Yang. Stop it. Seeing this scene, the group of people who had just entered the inner courtyard suddenly froze. Then, the man in the lead immediately cried out. My husband. Hearing this voice, Bai Feng's face, which was already filled with despair, was suddenly shocked. Then, she cried out in surprise. My husband, save me. The moment they heard Bai Feng's cry, the faces of the people from the family Hu family and the other family clans froze. Husband, the only person who could be called husband by Bai Feng was. They all turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. On the other hand, Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed fiercely. Bang! Her palm did not stop at all as it landed directly on Bai Feng's body in front of her horrified eyes. Ah! Bai Feng's body suddenly fell to the ground and began to roll continuously. Luo Qingtong's palm had not only penetrated her dantian and smashed it into pieces, It had also destroyed all the meridians in her body. In an instant, Bai Feng was like a deflated balloon. The energy in her body was leaking out continuously. Ah! My power, my power! Bai Feng cried out in despair. Previously, Luo Qingtong had used the mother parasite to devour most of her power and give it to Hu Fei. That was enough to make her collapse. Now, Luo Qingtong had completely destroyed her cultivation and reduced her to an ordinary person. How could Bai Feng tolerate such a difference? Furthermore, it was in front of the people from the Hua family. What prestige did the young mistress of the Hua family have after losing her power? Bai Feng's face was filled with horror. She did not expect Luo Qingtong to be so daring. The people from the Hua family had already arrived, and she had already called out the word husband. How dare the other party attack her? Bai Feng's heart was filled with pain and despair. She almost fainted. When Luo Qingtong attacked, the group of people who had rushed in from outside the Bai family's inner courtyard were also furious. Bastard! How dare you! A figure suddenly rushed out from the group of people and appeared beside Luo Qingtong in an instant. A palm shot towards Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong stood in place without moving. Hu Zhongtian, Hu Fei, and the others immediately rushed forward and stood in front of her. Bang! Hu Zhongtian and the newcomer's palms collided. In an instant, a violent gust of wind shot out in all directions. Both of them took a step back at the same time. Young master! Father! Hu Fei and the others quickly appeared beside Hu Zhongtian. A group of people from the Hua family also appeared in front of the person who attacked Luo Qingtong. Young master, are you all right? One of the Hua clan's elders asked. I'm fine. Hua Ting's expression was cold. He looked at Hu Zhongtian and the others. Why did you attack my wife? And the Bai family? Hua Ting had received news from Bai Chongfeng earlier. The latter had thought that the family whose item was in the bag and had sent a message to Hua Ting, asking him to bring the Hua family's people here. When the time came, Bai Feng would explain the origin of the map of the sage monarch's tomb that she had obtained from the family Hu. It was guaranteed to be flawless. When the time came, the Bai family could rely on the Hua family's strength to obtain the benefits of the sage monarch's tomb map. Hua Ting's expression turned cold as he looked at the injured and dead Bai family members around him, as well as the obvious signs of a brutal attack. Especially Bai Feng. As his wife and the young madam of the Hua family, her powers had been crippled. Hua Ting looked furious. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. The Bai family members have only themselves to blame. Their crimes are all written in these scrolls that are scattered all over the floor. They schemed against my family Hu and almost destroyed my family Hu. Not only that, the Bai family also tampered with other family clans. Let's settle our grievances with each other and take revenge with each other. What's wrong? As this voice rang out, Hu Yannyang's eyes turned cold as she turned around and stood in front of Luo Qingtong. Hua Ting, didn't the Hua family insist that family Hu give you an explanation? Now, this is the explanation we are giving you. It's been more than 10 years. I think it's not too late to give you an explanation. As Hu Yannyang spoke, she lifted her leg and kicked Bai Feng away in front of all the Hua family members. Ah! Bai Feng no longer had any powers left. With great difficulty, she controlled the twisted and hopeless expression on her face. She wanted to cry and complain to Hua Ting about what Hu Zhongtian and the others had done. She wanted to use her status as the young madam of the Hua family to slap them in the face. However, before she could speak, Hu Yannyang kicked her away. Instantly, Bai Feng screamed in agony and fell flat on her face on the ground. You! Bai Feng climbed to her feet with great difficulty. She was about to lash out at Hu Yannyang and complain to Hua Ting when the latter's voice suddenly rang out. Mother Yan? Hua Ting stared at Hu Yannyang in shock. This woman had changed so much compared to before. She was cold, heroic, graceful, and noble. Hua Ting looked at Hu Yannyang in disbelief. If not for the fact that the woman's face had not changed and that he had remembered her face all these years, Hua Ting would have thought that he had mistaken her for someone else. That's right. It's me. Compared to Hua Ting's excitement, Hu Yannyang's expression was cold and indifferent. She raised her hand and picked up a scroll on the ground. Together with the evidence of what the Bai family had done to the Hu family and herself, she threw it in front of Hua Ting. Hu Ting, more than 10 years ago, you said that I let you down. Your Hu family even said that I disgraced your Hu family and wanted me to pay with my life. Now, I'll return all those words to you. Back then, the one who humiliated your Hu clan was not me, but her. Hu Yannyang said as she pointed at Bai Feng who had been kicked away by her. I must take the lives of the Bai family members. It's up to you whether the Hu family is willing to swallow this vexation or not. As Hu Yannyang threw the documents in her hand, Hu Ting's face was filled with disbelief. He caught a piece of paper that was flying in the air and lifted his head to read everything on it. Then, he looked at Bai Feng in disbelief. You were the one who set Mother Yan up back then? Hu Ting could not believe all this. Bai Feng was too good at pretending. In the Hu family, she was the young Madame Hu who was well liked by her in-laws and respected by everyone. Not only that, she had also done something to the Hu family. That was right. The scrolls that Luo Qingtong had produced contained information about how Bai Feng had targeted the Hu family. Bai Feng had indeed done all these things. After all, she had married into the Hu family as a nobody. Naturally, there were people who had looked down on her. Some of the people who had opposed her and Hu Ting had also been secretly eliminated by Bai Feng, just like what she had done to the other families. Of course, it was not so easy to infiltrate a top family. Bai Feng had been able to do it and had planted her own hands and pawns in the Hu family because she was the young madam of the Hu family. When Hu Ting read the records in the scrolls, he could not help but feel a wave of anger. No. Hu Ting, believe me. I didn't do this. The family whose people are slandering me on purpose. You've all been deceived by Hu Yannyang. Bai Feng had taken advantage of the fact that Hu Ting and the rest had just arrived and were completely clueless about the situation and wanted to distort the truth. Bai Feng was confident that Hu Ting would believe her. After all, she was his wife, the woman he loved. Bai Feng thought of this and said in a tearful voice, Hu Ting, you must believe me. This is all because Yannyang is jealous that I'm with you. That's why she's slandering me on purpose. She wants to get rid of me and the Bai family. Bai Feng appeared to be sobbing bitterly, but her heart was secretly gloating. She was waiting for Hu Ting to believe her and stand up for her. However, just as she finished speaking, a slap landed fiercely on her face. Wham! Bai Feng's entire body was thrown into the air by this powerful slap. She immediately somersaulted a few times in the air before landing heavily on the ground. SL*T. Hu Ting's expression was cold and stern. He stared at Bai Feng who had been thrown into the air and his heart was filled with a violent rage. Yannyang is not that kind of person. Bai Feng, do you know why I had married you in the first place? Hu Ting's voice was icy. Because your family background was low and could accept Yannyang. Yannyang had lost her chastity before marriage and was pregnant. It was impossible for her to enter the Hu family. If Hu Ting wanted to be with Yannyang, he could only make her a concubine or a mistress. Because of this, he married Bai Feng. It was because the other party's family background was low and easy to control. At the same time, she was also Yannyang's good sister, but who would have thought that before he could tell Yannyang about it, the latter had disappeared along with the child in her womb. All these years, Hu Ting had never forgotten Hu Yannyang. Now that he heard that the reason why she had lost her chastity before marriage and missed him, was all because of Bai Feng, how could he tolerate this? As for what Bai Feng had said, he didn't believe a single word. Hu Yannyang was not that kind of person. You. After all these years, you still haven't forgotten Hu Yannyang? You've always loved her? Bai Feng was stunned by Hu Ting's slap. She had imagined countless scenes of Hu Ting getting angry at her, or even attacking her. It could be because of the Hu family, or for other reasons. However, she never thought that he would do this because of Hu Yannyang. She had thought that she had stolen Hu Yannyang's man and gloated over it for half her life. In the end, she had not gotten anything in return. What a complete joke. Her man had always been thinking about Hu Yannyang. She used to be so proud of herself, but now she was in such a sorry state. Bai Feng was about to lose her mind when she thought about how she had acted like a clown in front of Hu Yannyang. That's impossible. You love me, you've always loved me. How could it be Hu Yannyang, that SL*T and loose woman? She pointed at Yannyang hysterically, unable to believe this fact. Shut up. Hu Ting's eyes narrowed coldly as he slapped Bai Feng again, causing her to spit out blood and fly backward. Bai Feng's body landed heavily on the ground. She was on her last breath and did not even have the strength to move. Yan-yang. Huating turned to look at Hu Yan-yang and said softly, I was wrong in the past, I didn't protect you well enough. I won't interfere in the Bai family's affairs anymore. I'll leave Bai Feng in your hands. Bai Feng's eyes widened when she heard Huating's words. Huating wants to hand me over to Hu Yan-yang, isn't that asking me to die? If I end up in family whose hands, how am I going to survive? Furthermore, Hu Yan-yang had kept me alive on purpose to torture me. Bai Feng saw it all clearly and her heart was filled with indescribable despair. Everything Huating had said was true. He only had Hu Yan-yang in his heart all this time. To think that she had thought that she had won against Hu Yan-yang, now, it looks like she was nothing but a joke. Now, the Bai family has fallen into family whose hands and the voodoo sect has been destroyed. She no longer has any bargaining chips, she no longer has any chance of turning the tables. It's over for me and the Bai family. With that thought in mind, Bai Feng began to laugh hysterically. Ha ha. Ha ha. Her laughter was shrill like a ghost. In the next second, she stopped laughing and looked sharply at Luo Qingtong and the others. Hu Yan-yang, I'm not going to have it easy. Family who won't have it easy either. Haha. Huating, do you know why I called you here? It's for the map of the sage monarch's tomb. And that map is in family whose hands. It's given to family who by the man who took Yan-yang's virginity. That's why I did everything I could to deal with the Hu family. I schemed against Hu Zhongtian to kill him. Haha. You can only blame Hu Yan-yang for being too lucky. If I had known that the thing that the man gave them before he left was the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb, I would have snatched it from him. Just when I was about to kill family Hu Yan-yang and the others came back. He even brought some secret helpers with him. Otherwise, the Hu clan will be destroyed. Ha 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 ha. Bai's to hysterical laughter. Wasn't Huating deeply in love with Hu Yan-yang? Wasn't he going to hand her over to Hu Yan-yang? Very well. She wanted to see if the Hua family could sit still under the temptation of the map. She wanted to see how deep Huating's love for Hu Yan-yang was. Ha ha ha. Bai Feng's voice was shrill. As her voice resounded, the gazes of everyone instantly changed when they looked at Hu Zhongtian and the others, especially Huating and the others. Their expressions changed drastically. The map of the sage monarch's tomb, if there was anything big happening in the wild city recently, it would be the news of the sage monarch's tomb's appearance. He also told them that there were several maps of the sage monarch's tomb. The more complete the map was, the better it would be for them to explore the sage monarch's tomb. When this news spread, all the families in the wild city were secretly searching for information about the sage monarch's tomb map. Who would have thought that there would be one in the family whose possession? Luo Qingtong's brows furrowed as everyone looked over. She had already issued a gag order to the Bai family and Bai Feng to not mention anything about the sage monarch's tomb map. She did not expect Bai Feng to be unaffected. It should be because the parasite in her body was still lingering, which affected the gag order. Forget it. Since it was exposed, so be it. Anyway, there was still a map in the Ouyang family's hands. Luo Qingtong originally wanted to use some method to get it from the Ouyang family. Since it was exposed now, she might as well use it in the open. Luo Qingtong did not want to attract too much trouble before the sage monarch's tomb was opened, but it did not mean that she was afraid of trouble. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent, but Hu Yan-yang and the others were shocked. They did not expect that Bai Feng would reveal the matter of the map so easily. They had deliberately spared Bai Feng and the Bai family's lives. Firstly, it was to better avenge themselves. Secondly, it was to give Bai Feng and the others some hope, to let them think that they might have a chance to turn the tables, so they could keep the secret of the map. That way, they would not reveal the sage monarch's tomb map in front of so many families. They did not expect to fail at the last moment. Huating's actions had caused Bai Feng to lose all hope and exposed everything. Master, let's go. Hu Yan-yang whispered to Luo Qingtong. They had already promised to give the map to Luo Qingtong. Moreover, even if they did not agree with the relationship between Luo Qingtong, Hu Yan-yang, and the family Hu, they would only give the map to Luo Qingtong and no one else. Hu Yan-yang, Hu Zhongtian, and the others immediately prepared to leave. However, now that the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb had been exposed, how could the people present allow them to leave? Among them, the Hui clan was the worst. They did not expect by phone to send them a message about the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb. Fortunately, they had heard from by phone that this matter was related to the future development of the Hui family and their position in the wilderness city, so they immediately sent a few more elders and Huiting over. At this moment, he heard Bai Feng's words and saw that Hu Zhongtian and the others wanted to leave. Immediately, the elders gave their orders and led a group of people from the Hui family to surround Luo Qingtong and family Hu Yenyang, Hu Zhongtian. With family Hu's strength, you're not qualified to keep the map of the sage monarch's tomb. Hand it over to the Hui clan. Since you almost became in-laws with the Hui family, we can give you some benefits as a reward. Among the group of people from the Hui clan, an elder who had surpassed the saint stage said. He was the strongest among the people who came with Huiting to the Bai clan. At this moment, he was looking at Hu Zhongtian and the others arrogantly. In the eyes of this elder who had surpassed the saint stage, the fact that they were willing to give family Hu some benefits in exchange for the map of the sage monarch's tomb was already a huge favor. After all, they could have killed everyone in the Hu clan and snatched the map from them. Upon hearing his words, Hu Zhongtian and the others' faces instantly darkened. That's impossible. Hu Yenyang looked at them coldly. Why should we hand over family Hu's belongings to you? Using some compensation to exchange for it, did the Hui family really think they were fools? How could the value of the Saint Monarch's tomb's map be exchanged for some benefits? So what if they wanted to take it by force? Why did they have to make it sound so dignified, as a family who should be grateful to them? Hu Yenyang's expression was cold. Her gaze swept across the Hui family members present, then stopped at Huiting, who was outside the encirclement and had not moved. Huiting, you keep saying that you didn't protect me back then. Then tell them to back off and let us leave. I believe that there is still a trace of affection between us. As Hu Yenyang's voice rang out, everyone's eyes were all focused on Huiting. The latter was still in a daze. He looked at Hu Yenyang, and his expression changed drastically. The Saint Monarch's tomb map, that was a map of the Saint Monarch's tomb. The tomb of a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Ever since they heard the news, the Hui family had been searching for the whereabouts of the map. They wanted to gain an advantage in the opening of the Saint Monarch's tomb this time. There were many top families in the wild city, and the Hui family was not the most powerful among them. If someone else obtained the Saint Monarch's tomb map and obtained all the benefits in the tomb, then the Hui family might be replaced by another family. Huiting's expression changed, and the Hui family elders also spoke up. Young master, don't forget your identity. Hu Yenyang is not worthy of your protection. Don't forget, young master, you are not the only descendant in the Hui family. Are you really going to do this for Hu Yenyang? Are you going to give up everything in the Hui family? Not to mention, even if family Hu escapes from here, they might not be able to protect the existence of the map. Young master, don't do anything stupid. Young master, please spare a thought for the Hui family. If we miss this opportunity, our Hui clan may not be able to get another map of the sage monarch's tomb. As the elder spoke, Huiting's expression changed even more. There was a struggle in his eyes. In the end, he gritted his teeth and looked at Hu Yenyang. Yenyang, I'm sorry. Hand over that map. I'll treat you well. When he said this, he seemed to have grasped onto something that made him feel at ease. Then, he softened his voice and said to Hu Yenyang, Yenyang, we have missed so much before. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, we should be together again. Hand over the map of the sage monarch's tomb. I'll go plead with my father and the others. When our Hui clan gains something in the Saint King's tomb and improves our strength, father and the others will be very happy. When that time comes, you'll be able to enter the Hui family again. Yenyang, when that time comes, we'll be able to be together again. Family who will also be able to rise because of our relationship with the Hui family. Isn't that good? Handing over the map will be extremely beneficial to both you and us. Before Huiting could finish speaking, Hu Yenyang had already laughed loudly. Haha. And when I was at my most helpless, you chose to marry by phone. You wanted me to be your concubine, your mistress. Do you think that's the best you can do for me? Did you think that you were very noble? Even for a girl like me who lost her chastity before marriage, you are not stingy in treating me well. But did you know? I don't care. Just like this time, you wanted me to give you the map of the Saint King's tomb in exchange for a chance to lower my head and live a life of humiliation in the Hua family. Hu Yannyang's expression was full of contempt. More than 10 years ago, Hua Ting's irresponsible behavior had made her see his true colors. Even though she was innocent, he did not stand up for her and let her be trampled on and humiliated for the sake of the Hua family's reputation. Such a person still dared to say that he still missed her and wanted to be with her again more than 10 years later. Did she, Hu Yannyang, look like a garbage collector? Was she willing to accept any man? Bai Feng was willing to treat such a man like a treasure and flaunt it everywhere. That was her business. However, Hu Yannyang did not have any feelings for Hua Ting, not to mention that he had said such ridiculous things. He wanted her to give him the map of the Saint King's tomb in exchange for a chance to enter the Hua family again. He even said that if the Hua family's strength increased, family who would also benefit. How shameless did Hua Ting have to be to say something like that? How lowly was Hu Yannyang in his eyes that she needed to use such a method to enter the Hua family? Then, she and family who would have to submit to the Hua family and live a life of being trampled on by the Hua family. Hu Yannyang did not even want to look at Hua Ting. Since more than 10 years ago when he had backed off and not defended her, she had completely seen the selfishness hidden under Hua Ting's deep love. This time, she had only verified his true colors. The Hua family can give up on this idea. Family who will never hand over that map. As Hu Yannyang spoke, she immediately sent a telepathic message to Luo Qingtong in a low voice. Master, leave quickly. Leave us alone. Yannyang knew that with Luo Qingtong's ability, if she was alone, she would definitely have a way to escape from the Hua family's encirclement. Their family who was willing to use the entire clan's strength to protect their master. Luo Qingtong didn't say anything. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the people of the Hua clan in front of her, who were already angry because of Yannyang's words. They were ready to rob her. She suddenly said, family whose map of the Saint King's tomb is with me. As soon as Luo Qingtong said this, everyone in the Hua family turned to look at Luo Qingtong. Mas, young master. Hu Yannyang exclaimed. It wasn't easy for her to gather all the Hua family's attention on her. She even thought of ways to infuriate them so that she could restrain these people so that Luo Qingtong could leave safely when she took action later. Why did her master suddenly speak up and take responsibility for this matter? Hu Yannyang was anxious and was about to speak up to drag the matter back to her. However, Luo Qingtong raised her hand and took out a piece of the map of the Saint King's tomb. She looked at the people of the Hua family and said, this is the map of the Saint King's tomb. Do you want it? It wasn't just them, even the people from the other clans who were watching from a distance were also envious. Who didn't know that having the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb was equivalent to having an advantage in the exploration of the tomb? Although the Ouyang family had previously announced the news of the Saint Monarch's tomb, they had said that as long as the family clans came, they could enter the tomb to explore. But who didn't know that the chances of obtaining treasures with and without a map were completely different? Everyone was envious, but Luo Qingtong's expression was very indifferent. She held the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb in one hand and tossed it around. This map of the Saint Monarch's tomb was naturally obtained from the Celestial Palace. Hu Zhongtian and the others had not given her the map of family Hu yet. However, Hu Zhongtian had just told her the location of the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb and asked her to retrieve it after leaving this place. But how could Luo Qingtong be the kind of person who would suffer a loss and leave? In her previous life, when she was not strong enough, she would rather suffer 1,000 casualties than suffer 800 casualties every time she was hunted down. Moreover, these people from the Hua family were not qualified to make her suffer a loss and leave, since the people from family who did not want to leave her, then she would naturally not abandon them. The map of the Saint Monarch's tomb. Seeing the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb in Luo Qingtong's hand, the elders of the Hua family immediately flew over to snatch it. Boom! As their figures pierced through the air, a cold sound was heard. Luo Qingtong's eyes suddenly narrowed. She was about to make a move. Suddenly, her pair of blood-red eyes swept across a place not far away. Immediately, she stopped moving and then looked at that place and said, "Are you done hiding there and watching the show? Why don't you get out here?" Following Luo Qingtong's voice, everyone immediately looked in that direction. However, as far as the eye could see, there was nothing. There were only a few parasol trees planted in the courtyard, full of branches and green leaves swaying in the breeze. With the cultivation of the people present, unless it was a powerhouse above the saint level, it would be impossible to hide from their aura detection. But how could such a powerhouse appear here, not to mention that this unknown youth in front of them had berated them with words like "get out here"? The elders surrounding Luo Qingtong looked at Luo Qingtong coldly and mockingly. "Kid, don't pretend to be a ghost. No matter how hard you struggle you can't escape from our palms. Give us the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb." Looking at their figures pouncing over, those pairs of claws stretched towards him, but there was no movement in the direction he was looking at. Luo Qingtong's Luo Qingtong, Luo Zzzz, she s's sssss Luo's sss Luo s the s where's s, t's Luo's where she's sss Luo Qingtong was so angry that she laughed. She suddenly raised her hand, and with a swoosh, the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb in her hand flew to the place where the shout came from. Bang! As the map was thrown out by Luo Qingtong, the expressions of the elders of the Hua family changed. They immediately turned around and grabbed at the place where the map fell. The strength of their bodies skyrocketed, extremely powerful. They were afraid that the people from the other families would suddenly make a move at this time and snatch this map. Boom! Several of them grabbed at the map at the same time. With a boom, their figures seemed to have been hit by something, and they were sent flying backward. Bang, bang, bang! The few of them crashed heavily onto the ground, almost brushing against the ground as they were sent flying for nearly 100 meters. Elders! The Hua clan's people were dumbfounded. Hua Ting and the others hurriedly ran to the Hua clan's elders and helped them up. Pfft! When those people were helped up, they spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that their injuries were very serious. Who is it? They looked in horror at the place where they had been sent flying. There, the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb was in someone's hand. A light purple figure appeared at this moment. "I can't believe you actually found out." Following the seductive and lazy voice, Yu Huang's devilishly handsome face looked gloomily in the direction of Luo Qingtong. He had thought that Luo Qingtong was deliberately tricking him. He didn't expect that she had actually seen through his tracks, but how was this possible? He had hidden from everyone's eyes. Even those experts who had surpassed the Saint realm did not discover his existence and arrival. How was he caught by Luo Qingtong? Yu Huang felt very stifled. He had thought that when Luo Qingtong was in danger, he would make a move and win the reputation of being a hero who saved the damsel in distress. At that time, Luo Qingtong might look at him in a new light. At that time, his position in Luo Qingtong's heart might not be any worse than Xianxia's. In the end, before he could do anything, now, he was discovered by someone. Yu Huang's heart was resentful. Beside him, Yu Xingqi's mouth twitched. "I told you that you couldn't hide from sister." This stupid brother still wanted to be a hero who saved the damsel in distress. Now, not only did he not save the damsel in distress, but he was also discovered. Yu Xingqi rolled her eyes at him. Yu Huang could not be bothered with her. He threw a coquettish glance at Luo Qingtong, then lazily tossed the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb in his hand and said with a smile, Is this the token of love that little Zhou gave me?" What a surprise! Yu Xingqi did not know how to ridicule her brother's thick skin. Was the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb a token of love? "You didn't come out for a long time, so sister used it to smash you." Okay, forcefully turning it into a token of love. Yu Xingqi was also convinced by his elder brother's ability to forcefully commit adultery. Luo Qingtong was also speechless. She was about to speak. However, at this moment, the group of Hua clan disciples that had followed Hua Ting to the Bai clan spoke. "Pfft! I don't know where you came from, you sissy rabbit. How dare you play tricks here and injure a few of our Hua clan's elders? Do you know what kind of existence our Hua clan? We don't care how you injured the elders. Immediately hand over the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb. Otherwise, we will make sure you can't walk out of the Bai clan." The Hua clan's disciples looked at Yu Huang's enchanting face and heard what he said to Luo Qingtong. They did not think that he was some kind of expert. The other party must be playing tricks. They did not know what kind of shameful method he used to injure the elders. Those methods can be used once, but not many times. Pfft! Haha! As the voices of the Hua clan's disciples sounded, Luo Qingtong and the others didn't react. Yu Xingqi was already holding holding his stomach and laughing. I can't take it anymore. Sissy! Uncle Rabbit! Ha ha ha. Xianxia hugged Dudu and almost fell to the ground laughing. She had lived for so many years, but this was the first time she heard someone scold her big brother like this. It was really too cool. Wasn't it? Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, she also had this feeling. In front of Luo Qingtong, her big brother's style was really too indescribable. However, due to the tyrannical power, she dared to think but didn't dare to say it. The Hua clan's people were really heroes. She admired them too much, didn't she? Xianxia was laughing beside Yu Huang. He pointed at Yu Huang and laughed until he almost couldn't breathe. Yu Huang's face turned green. Luo Qingtong and the others also couldn't help but laugh. Especially Hu Yenyang. She knew about Yu Huang. The latter was the king of the southern region's 3 islands and 7 lands. Hu Yenyang helped Luo Qingtong take care of all the matters of the Blackfields mansion. Naturally, she had met him face to face. Not only that, Yu Huang had also sneaked into the Blackfields main city and went to Luo Qingtong's Blackfield mansion to look for her whereabouts. Therefore, Yen Yang was very clear about Yu Huang's identity. But it was because she was clear that she found it very funny. Because this king of the southern region, his style in front of others was not like when he was facing Luo Qingtong. That was the coexistence of majesty and enchanting, domineering and evildoer. It was definitely not like this, indescribable style. And those experts of the Blackfield mansion who came with Yen Yang also had an indescribable shock on their faces. Xianxia previously announced to the people of the Blackfield that no one from the 3 islands and 7 lands of the southern region was allowed to enter any city under the name of the Blackfield. This was especially true for the people of the Imperial sect and the sect master of the Imperial sect. They had all seen the portrait posted by the Blackfield. Naturally, they knew that the purple-robed man in front of them was the sect leader of the Imperial sect, the king of the 3 islands and 7 lands of the southern region, but wasn't the other party's style a little too different from the king of the southern region, the leader of the Imperial sect? While they were still in shock, the elders of the Hua family, who had just been helped up by the disciples of the Hua family, slipped and almost fell down again when they heard the words of the disciples of the Hua family. Naturally, it was because of the words of the Hua clan's disciples. They were people who directly faced Yu Huang, so they naturally knew that when the other party dealt with them, it wasn't because he used some so-called shameful method. Instead, it was a genuine attack. At this moment, they were all shocked and trying to guess the identity of the other party. In the end, these troublesome children of his actually went up against the other party directly. He even used such insults to provoke the other party. When these elders of the Hua family heard the words of the Hua family's disciples, they almost fainted from anger. Before they could open their mouths to stop these disciples, Yu Huang's cold voice had already sounded at this moment. Good. Good. Sissy, Master Rabbit. Yu Huang had been in charge of the Imperial sect for so many years, but this was the first time he heard someone daring to use such words to scold him in front of his face. You people of the Hua family are very good. His face, which was more beautiful than a flower, was filled with a soul-stirring coldness. The smile on Yu Huang's face was cold. In the next second, he suddenly made his move. Bang, bang, bang. No one saw how he made his move. They only saw him wave his hand. In an instant, the Hua family disciples who had insulted him and supported the Hua family elders were turned into a pile of flesh and blood. With a bang, they exploded in front of everyone. The remaining Hua family members were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. You. Who are you? The elders of the Hua clan didn't even have time to react before the Hua clan disciples around them were all killed. At that moment, they were even more shocked. Hua Ting's face was also twitching violently. He looked at Yu Huang. He did not know how family who knew such a powerful expert. With a wave of his hand, the other party had repelled several Hua family elders and even took the lives of a group of Hua family disciples. They did not even see how the other party moved, the difference in strength was too great. Yu Huang. The man's voice was indifferent. At this moment, Yu Huang still had that devilishly lazy appearance, but at this moment, no one would be able to link him with the title of Sissy, Rabbit Grandpa. The man's aura was strong and domineering. He was obviously the same person, but his temperament had completely changed. Not everyone could enjoy the treatment that Yu Huang had given Luo Qingtong. The only outcome for those who challenged the authority of a king was death. All of you, break one of your own arms and scram. Yu Huang looked at the remaining Hua family members indifferently and said. Tell the person in charge of the Hua family who is under my protection. This is the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb. If they have the ability, they can come and take it. Yu Huang said and immediately winked at Luo Qingtong. Little Zhou, don't you think so? Luo Qingtong glanced at him without saying anything. Then, she looked at the group of people from the Hua family and said, So, did you hear what he said clearly? Luo Qingtong's voice rang out, but the Hua family was still in a daze. Yu Huang, as early as when Yu Huang announced his name, these Hua clan people already clearly knew the other party's identity. King of the Southern Region, Imperial Emperor Sect Master. Someone exclaimed and revealed Yu Huang's identity. Everyone present, including the people from the other families and the Hua family, all looked at Yu Huang in shock. No one had imagined that this monstrously handsome young man would actually be the king of the 3 islands and 7 lands of the Southern Domain, Imperial Sect Master, Yu Huang. No wonder he was so powerful. Everyone in the Hua family was shocked beyond words. Indeed, this was the far west desolate region, not the southern region. As for the imperial family, they had no power here, but, Yu Huang is the king of the southern region. The southern region's power in the far west desolate region was not small. Those people, if Yu Huang spoke, would definitely stand on his side, so, Yu Huang was not to be trifled with, family who actually had such a powerful person behind him. Everyone in the Hua family was annoyed. Wouldn't it be better to work with him? This way, the ruler of the imperial sect would also stand on the Hua family's side. When the Saint King's tomb opened, the Hua family's gains might even be greater than the Ouyang family's. In the future, it would only be a matter of time before they surpassed the Ouyang family and became the #1 family in Wild City. However, all of this was now ruined by them. Not only did they not get the map of the Saint King's tomb, they had also completely offended the ruler of the southern region. Everyone in the Hua family was stunned. As for the few elders who had been so arrogant earlier, asking Hua Ting not to help Hu Yenyang and even offering some benefits in exchange for the map of the Saint King's tomb with family who, the Hua family elders' faces turned green and black. If there was a big hole in front of them at this moment, they would definitely jump in without hesitation. They had previously despised family who for being too weak and thought that with the Hua family's strength, they could completely crush the other party. Since that was the case, why should they work together? Of course, it was by force. However, who would have thought that the end result would be like this? Even if they knew that Chu Lingfeng had once taken out the Imperial Sect's guardian token at the city gate, they would never have thought that the Imperial Sect Master would be by his side and stay with family who, moreover, he was so protective of family who. Their complexions were alternating between green and white. Among them, Hua Ting's expression was the most interesting. He clearly had the opportunity to help Yen Yang previously, but in the end, he chose to shrink back. Moreover, he shamelessly asked Yen Yang to give up the map of the Saint King's tomb in exchange for a chance to re-enter the Hua family. He was really shameless. He had said it so matter-of-factly before, but this plot twist was a slap in the face. The Hu clan had the support of an existence like the Imperial Sect Master behind them. Why would they need to use such a humble method to beg to enter the Hua clan? Moreover, all of this was Hua Ting's self-righteousness. Yen Yang did not want to enter the Hua family at all. Hua Ting's face was full of shame and embarrassment. He took a step forward, wanting to say something to Hu Yenyang. The latter had already taken a step back and said to them coldly, "Young Master Hua, please." The faces of the Hua family members turned pale. When the family Hu people saw this, their expressions did not change at all. The arrogance of the Hua family was obvious to all. If it wasn't for Yu Huang's strength and influence, they wouldn't be able to bear it. Their faces were pale, and they were in despair. It would be their family who, moreover, it was very likely to implicate Luo Qingtong and cause her to get into trouble. How could Hu Zhongtian and the others tolerate this? Luo Qingtong was family Hu's savior. Their expressions were indifferent. The people from the other families who were watching all of this immediately rejoiced in their hearts. Because of the Hua family, they had not been able to make a move previously, otherwise, they would end up in a worse state than Hua Ting and his crew. After all, Hua Ting and the rest were from the top aristocratic families. They weren't like that. While the crowd was rejoicing in their hearts, Hua Ting and his crew had already gritted their teeth, cut off one of their arms, and left dejectedly. Looking at their backs as they left, the Bai family members lying on the ground finally regained their senses. Bai Feng's expression was one of madness. She could not believe what she was seeing. How could this be? Behind the Hu clan, there was actually such a strong and powerful figure supporting them, the ruler of the southern region, the leader of the imperial royal sect. How could this be? If family who knew such a powerful figure, why was it so difficult for them to deal with Bai Feng and the others? They even needed the help of so many other families. They even set up a trap to expose what Bai Feng and the others had done so that they could deal with the Bai family. What was going on? Perhaps Bai Feng was in disbelief. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Bai Feng. She transmitted her voice to her. Are you very surprised? That's because I asked him to clean up the aftermath of the voodoo sect's extermination. That was why Yu Xihuang and Yu Xingqi were not around. Luo Qingtong did not expect the Bai family and family whose second elders people to be so suicidal. After she tricked Yu Xihuang into helping her clean up the aftermath, they came to her door to seek their own deaths. Otherwise, why would she need to use so many tricks to deal with them? You. Luo Qingtong's words made Bai Feng's eyes widen. Her eyes bulged out like a dead fish's eyes as she stared at Luo Qingtong. It's you. You're the one who exterminated the voodoo. Bai Feng screamed in horror. Her voice was sharp. However, before she could utter the words voodoo sect, she suddenly realized that she couldn't utter the words voodoo sect no matter how hard she tried. When she said the word voodoo, her voice was automatically silenced. All that was left was her sharp expression and her lips twitching continuously. It's you. It's you. Bai Feng screamed crazily. She finally understood why her voodoo sect was exterminated and why the mother of venomous insects in Hu Fei's body was taken out. Not only that, he had also absorbed so much of her power and increased his power. Also, Hu Zhongtian's injuries should not have allowed him to survive. All of this was done by Luo Qingtong. It was this youth called Yi Jiao in front of her that had ruined everything she had carefully planned, all of her plans and ambitions. Congratulations, you got it right. But there's no reward. Luo Qingtong looked indifferently at Bai Feng's hysterical appearance. The other party was extremely similar to Luo Xining and the others. They always thought that they were the best in the world. He didn't know how to be grateful or how to give back. The Bai family had risen with the help of family Hu, but in the end they had trampled family Hu to the bottom of the mud. They had stepped on the blood and tears of Yan Yang and family Hu to climb up. Luo Qingtong still said the same thing. She admired a person's ambition, but she didn't appreciate the other party's ingratitude. They were worse than pigs and dogs. Oh right, I forgot to tell you something. Yan Yang is the general manager that I left behind in the Black Field. I have another name, and that is Evil Dr. Ghost Eye. The moment Luo Qingtong said this, Bai Feng broke down even more and became even crazier. She desperately lay on the ground and shook her head. She wanted to shout out Luo Qingtong's name, but she could not succeed no matter how hard she tried. People could only hear her shouting impossible with all her might. They thought that she could not accept that family who had such a strong cultivator as Yu Xihuang behind him. Shopkeeper Yan of the Black Field, she was in charge of all the affairs of the evil Dr. Ghost Eye in the Black Field. She was also in charge of all her properties and businesses. In the dark domain, there was no one who did not know about it. Even Bai Feng, who was in the western wilderness, had heard of her. However, no one would have thought that shopkeeper Yan was actually Yan Yang. Bai Feng screamed hysterically. She could not believe that after scheming her entire life, she had lost everything to Hu Yenyang. Yenyang had an extremely high status in the Black Field. If her identity was exposed, she would be on equal footing with the top aristocratic families. Furthermore, the man she thought she had in her hands, Hua Ting, was also obsessed with Hu Yenyang. Bai Feng was unable to accept this series of blows. Luo Qingtong looked at her crazy appearance and retracted her gaze indifferently. Then, she lifted her leg and kicked her in front of Yan Yang. Yan Yang, I'll leave her to you. Including these people from the Bai family. As Luo Qingtong spoke, family whose men had already gone over and dragged the surviving members of the Bai family over, throwing them in front of Hu Zhongtian and the rest. Bai Chongfeng and the rest, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, were now either unconscious or barely breathing. They looked at Hu Zhongtian and the rest in shock. They did not know how things had turned out this way. The Hua family was here. Shouldn't they be saved? Bai Feng was the young mistress of the Hua family. The people of the Bai family would never be trampled on by others. However, reality had proven them wrong. The Hua family could not save them, even when Bai Feng had revealed the fact that family who had the map of the Holy King's tomb in her final moments of despair. She had not been able to save the Bai family from being destroyed. Not only that, the Hua family had also been chased away by family Hu. This was something that would never happen even in their dreams. However, it was happening right in front of them now. When they saw Bai Feng, who seemed to have lost her mind, the Bai family members' faces were filled with indescribable despair. They had been relying on Bai Feng as their last hope. Now, Bai Feng was clearly going crazy. What did that young man say to her to make her so desperate and crazy? Hu Yannyang could vaguely guess what had happened. To Bai Feng, the thing that could hurt her the most was that she was living a better life than her. Mistress should have told Bai Feng about her identity and position in the Black region, and even exposed her own name as the demonic physician Ghost Eyes. Otherwise, Bai Feng would not have broken. Speaking of which, Bai Feng was quite pitiful. She had schemed her entire life and was jealous of all the good things she had. She wanted to replace her at all costs. What did she get in the end? She did not gain anything. Hua Ting did not take her seriously at all, and the Bai family would fall apart because of her ambition. Bai family Hua buys Bai families buys Bai. Otherwise, family who would have been trampled to death by Bai Feng and the Bai family. They would not even know what had happened. Yan Yang would have to live in the Black Field with guilt for the rest of her life. She would not know what her father and big brother were going through. No. If he didn't have a master, he wouldn't have to live with guilt. She and Ling Feng would have died in the Blackfield subsidy of Dongli Nation. Yan Yang looked at Luo Qingtong gratefully as she thought of this. Yu Huang walked to Luo Qingtong's side and asked with a smile, Tong, how was it? Wasn't my performance just now too cool? As he spoke, he threw a charming look at Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong didn't say anything, but Yu Xingji, who was holding the little white cat, had already started to mutter. My eyes. She didn't finish her words, but Yu Huang's face had already turned completely black. Yu Xingji. Following Yu Huang's roar, Yu Xingji had already hugged the little white cat and hid behind Luo Qingtong's back. With a pitiful face, she said, Sister, look. My brother is going to abuse me again. I'll be your little sister, okay? I don't want such a cruel brother. Yu Huang's face turned green when he heard these words. This little witch, in order to be Luo Qingtong's little sister, she really wanted to blacken him to death. Did she think that he wanted a little sister like her who would always cheat him? Go away from me. He pulled Yu Xingji aside with a face full of resentment, then looked at Luo Qingtong and said, Tong, this time I helped you so much, are you really not going to consider giving me a reward? A kiss won't do, a hug or something is also fine. As Yu Huang was speaking, Luo Qingtong didn't even have time to open her mouth. The little fox that was originally lying in her arms suddenly jumped up and scratched at Yu Huang. It's you again, this fox. Yu Huang was smiling as he approached Luo Qingtong. He didn't have any defense in his heart and was almost scratched. When he dodged behind him, he saw that the one who scratched him last time, the little fox that Xianxia gave to Luo Qingtong. He immediately became angry. It's this fox again. Yu Huang seriously suspected that Xianxia had trained this fox to scratch him whenever it saw him. Otherwise, why would this fox target him time and time again, and every time, it would interrupt his good deed? Yu Huang thought about it and clenched his teeth. He raised his hand to grab the little silver fox. Seeing his palm coming, Xianxia transformed into the little silver fox's fur stood up. The 4 claws on its little paws impressively stretched out. One man and one fox were about to have a big fight, but Luo Qingtong's hand stretched out at this time and blocked Yu Huang's attack. She also pulled Xianxia back into her arms. Enough, how old are you? You still can't get along with a little fox? Luo Qingtong's face looked indifferently. The latter's face was filled with resentment. Yi Qianren also snorted coldly. But its little face, its face as the Tong's face fox looked. Wait until he regains his human form, then he will deal with this Yu Huang. How dare he approach Luo Qingtong when I'm not here? Yi Qianxian's eyes were cold. He didn't want to bother with Yu Huang anymore. He buried his head back into Luo Qingtong's arms. But at this time, Luo Qingtong's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Inbao. Yi Qianxian? Following Luo Qingtong's voice, Yi Qianxian's fur instantly stood up. His whole body stiffened in Luo Qingtong's arms. He didn't know how to react. She found out? She knew that this little fox was him? Before he could react, Luo Qingtong, who was on the other side, waited for a while. When Yi Qianren did not react, she suddenly laughed. Hey, what am I thinking? After she said that, she smiled and kissed the silver fox's pink nose. She actually thought that the silver fox was Yi Qianxian. But it wasn't her fault. Who asked this little fox to be able to use Yi Qianxian's power? The power that had been injected into her body was indeed Yi Qianxian's. But now it seemed that it was all because of the ring, right? As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she raised her hand and stroked the 10-directional dragon ring on the silver fox's paw. Then she smiled and retracted her hand. But she didn't know that Yi Qianxian's heart was on a roller coaster ride. It was too exciting, he didn't know what to say. Should he say that he was too shocked to react? Otherwise, if he had answered Luo Qingtong when she called his name, he would have been exposed. Yi Qianxian's heart was filled with indescribable joy. He was being kept as a pet by his own woman, and was even being tamed. He would hide it in his heart for the rest of his life. He would never say it out loud. Luo Qingtong's attention had returned to the Bai family. She looked at the terrified Bai family members and said to Hu Yenyang and the others, "Take them all back for interrogation, no matter how big or small, everything must be clarified. Especially the matter of sending Bai Jingtang to Fenghua City." Just who did it? Find out everything. Also, I want all the details about the sage monarch's tomb. Family who had been far away from the center of Wild City for too long. They had almost lost their status as a mid-level family, so they didn't know as much as the Bai family. If that wasn't the case, they would have known that the item in their hands was the map of the sage monarch's tomb. It was only after the Bai family came knocking on their door that they were able to confirm it. If he had known in advance, family who could have sought refuge with a top-notch family, he would not have been afraid of the Bai family's threat at all. Moreover, he wouldn't have been forced to the brink of destruction by the Bai family. Although the Bai clan was only a middle-ranked clan, with the support of the White Phoenix Voodoo sect, the Bai clan's foundation actually far surpassed that of ordinary middle-ranked clans. They already had the qualifications to aspire to be a top-ranked clan. Coupled with Bai Feng's presence in the Hu clan, she would definitely know more about the Saint Monarch's tomb than the average person. Luo Qingtong naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to inquire about information. She wanted to find out why the Ouyang clan wanted to announce the location of the Saint King's tomb. Was there something involved in all of this? Luo Qingtong and the others left with the Bai family's people. After Luo Qingtong and the others left the Bai family, the people from the other families who had followed them to the Bai family also left after wreaking havoc in the Bai family. They didn't find anything valuable in the Bai family. All of the Bai family's hidden treasures had already been looted when Luo Qingtong sneaked into the Bai family. The things that were left behind were just some deceptive and worthless things. Not only that, Luo Qingtong also left behind all kinds of evidence of the Bai family's crimes. It also included the news that the Voodoo sect belonged to the Bai family. But others didn't know about it. Moreover, the Bai family had benefited a lot from the Voodoo sect. These things couldn't be washed away. As for the Hu family, they were also implicated in this. This was because Bai Feng had used the Voodoo sect to do many things for the Hu family in order to raise their status. Previously, all of these things had been attributed to the Bai family. Now that it was exposed, all the families in Wilderness City looked at the Hu family with strange gazes. As for the Hu family, they almost wanted to eat Bai Feng alive, not to mention that Hu Ting and the others who went to the Bai family had all broken an arm when they returned. Not only that, none of the elite disciples had returned. All of them were killed by Yu Si Huang. In the eyes of the Hu family, this was all Bai Feng's fault. If the other party had told them clearly that the family who had the whereabouts of the map of the sage monarch's tomb, they would have been able to obtain it. They would have obtained the map of the sage monarch's tomb long ago. How would they have provoked a powerhouse like Yu Si Huang to come and support the family who? It made the Hu family the target of public criticism. Not only did their reputation among the small families in Wilderness City plummet, but several Hu family elders and Hu Ting's arms were also crippled. Even though their family had the best medicine that could reattach their arms, they were unable to do so. But to recover to the point where they could use their arms as freely as before, who knew how much time they would need to recuperate and train. It's really a woman's fault. In the Hua family, the Hua family head was furious. It was not only because the Hua family's reputation had been damaged, but also because the duck meat in his mouth had flown away, the map of the sage monarch's tomb. According to the Ouyang family, there were a total of 4 incomplete maps of the sage monarch's tomb. Together, it was the complete map of the sage monarch's tomb. Those who had the map of the sage monarch's tomb would naturally have the advantage when entering the tomb in the future. The Hua family had almost obtained the map of the sage monarch's tomb, but in the end, they missed it. It really made people feel indignant. If Bai Feng and the others had not been captured by Hu Zhongtian and the others and taken into the family, she, who was rescued and brought back to the Hua family, would not have had a good time. The Hua family had wished he could tear her apart now. After throwing a tantrum, Patriarch Hua coldly looked at the group of Hua family elders beside him and said, "Have you found out? Why is the Imperial sect master so protective of family Hu?" She had never heard of family Hu being involved with the royal family. When family Hu was weak, no forces in the southern region extended a helping hand to them. Now that the Imperial sect master was so supportive of family Hu, it was really inconceivable. Reporting to Lord, the matter has been investigated clearly. Everything is related to that young man called Ji Jiu. The other party seems to be on good terms with Chu Lingfeng, addressing Chu Lingfeng as big brother. When he was outside the city gate, he used the Imperial family sect's guardian token to help Chu Lingfeng escape. According to the information we found, the man who was following beside Yi Jiu with a veil hat covering his face should be the sect master of the Imperial sect. He should be the one who gave Chu Lingfeng the Great Altar Protector's decree to help him escape. As the top family in Wild City, the Hua family naturally knew what happened in Wild City like the back of their hand. They did not care before because they felt that there was no need to care. With just a little bit of attention, all the information related to family Hu was presented to him. Yi Jiu? The Hua family head looked through the information in his hands, but he had no impression of this name. However, the Skyspill continent was vast and filled with talents. Unless it was someone as amazing as the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, it was impossible for everyone in the 4 regions to have heard of them. Otherwise, it was understandable that they didn't know of some talents. However, since the other party was familiar with the leader of the Imperial sect and was able to obtain the protection of the other party, the people of the Hu clan were really lucky. Humph. I didn't think that Hu Yenyang, who gave birth to such a foolish son, would have such luck to be able to meet such a person who is familiar with the Imperial family sect master. The Hua family head coldly snorted. The others were listening at the side, but none of them made a sound. When Hu Yenyang was schemed against and lost her virginity, with the Hua family's ability, they could see that something was wrong. However, the Hua family head didn't want the Hua family's reputation to be damaged, so he pinned the crime of adultery on Hu Yenyang. This caused Hu Yenyang to be spurned by everyone in Wild City, and even more so by the Hu clan. Hu Zhongtian was forced to settle her outside and couldn't bring her back to family Hu to take care of her. If it weren't for this, Hu Yenyang wouldn't have had such a miserable life. And between the Hua family and family Hu, there wouldn't have been no chance of redemption, especially after snatching the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb. They were no different from enemies, and all of this was because the Hua family head had been too ruthless. However, in front of him, no one dared to say that he was wrong at the time. The Hua family head seemed to be able to sense everyone's emotions. He coldly snorted and said, "Have someone contact this Yi Jiu and see if we can make peace. Also, have someone prepare. I'm going to visit the patriarchs of the other top families." If that Yi Jiu didn't know what was good for him, then don't blame the Hua family for being impolite. Even if the Hua clan could not monopolize the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb, they could not be excluded from it. If the other party wanted to help family Hu wholeheartedly, then he could only join forces with the other top families to force the other party to hand over the map. Otherwise, the Hua family would be the unlucky ones in the end. He would absolutely not allow that to happen. Although the Imperial sect master was powerful, his status in the southern region was also very high. However, the far west desolate region was not his home ground in the end. The forces of the southern mountain range were willing to work for him, but they might not be willing to work for family Hu. At that time, he would join forces with the other top clans. He didn't believe that they would be able to resist. As the Hua family had thought of this, he immediately snorted coldly and went to prepare. In Family Hu, Luo Qingtong was also listening to Hu Yannyang's report. Master, the Bai family's mouth has been pried open. Hu Yannyang said, according to Bai Chongfeng, they went to Fenghua City for the enlightened purple jade fruit and the thunder beast. They were prepared for an expert from the hidden world. The other party didn't say which sect he was a disciple of. He only said that he was out to gain experience. Bai Chongfeng and the others put in a lot of effort to get in touch with this person. Mistress, the other party is from the hidden world. I'm afraid they aren't easy to provoke. Hu Yannyang said to Luo Qingtong with a worried expression. Before she met Luo Qingtong, she basically didn't know about the existence of the hidden world. But after she met Luo Qingtong and helped her manage the Blackfield Mansion, she gradually began to understand these matters. From this, Hu Yannyang realized just how vast the world was, and just how vast and boundless the Sky-Spill continent was. In the eyes of ordinary people, the four great sacred dynasties were giants that were difficult to reach, but in the Sky-Spill continent, they were only a small corner of the eastern domain. As for the hidden world, it was said that the sects and influences there were even above the influences of the Sky-Spill continent. The powerhouses that cultivated there, if taken out, were enough to crush the powerhouses of the Sky-Spill continent. After learning that the things that the Bai family had prepared were actually prepared for the people of the hidden world, Hu Yannyang was immediately worried. She had already killed everyone from the Bai family, but she was afraid that the other party would have other means to trace the whereabouts of the purple heart fruit and thunder beast. Hidden world? Luo Qingtong's eyebrows arched up. The Bai family was actually able to establish contact with the people of the hidden world. This really surprised her. However, she would deal with whatever came her way. She had already done what she had to do. Moreover, even if she didn't steal the purple heart fruit and thunder beast that the Bai family had prepared for the other party, with the help of the Bai family, the other party would inevitably confront her. Since that was the case, what else was there to worry about? She would wait until the other party came. Yes, I know about that. What else? Luo Qingtong looked at Hu Yannyang. What about the Saint Monarch's tomb? I managed to pry out the information about the Saint Monarch's tomb from Bai Feng's mouth. It is said that the Ouyang family suddenly announced this information without any warning. Moreover, they promised that besides the families that have the map, those without the map can still enter the Saint Monarch's tomb to try their luck. Mistress, the Ouyang family's behavior is very strange. They seem to be deliberately tempting others to enter the Saint Monarch's tomb. Hu Yannyang looked at Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. Indeed. Others didn't know that because they didn't have the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb. But Luo Qingtong knew that the 4 pieces of the Saint King's tomb incomplete map would only show the paths and mechanisms in the tomb in greater detail. But a single map to enters tomb's Saint Monarch. The Saint S the tomb Ts the mapses. It would not be a hindrance to finding the tomb itself, if it weren't for the family whose matter and the Ouyang family's announcement of the Saint Monarch's tomb's map. Luo Qingtong might have already entered the Saint Monarch's tomb with Yu Sihuang and the others, but now that the Ouyang family's people had announced the Saint Monarch's tomb's news to the public, she couldn't act as she thought before, lest she ended up benefiting others. She wanted to see what kind of medicine the Ouyang family had up their sleeves. Continue to inquire about the Ouyang family. By the way, before and after they announced this news, help me see if anything special happened in their family. Master, before the Ouyang family announced the news, they sought medical help from the outside world. The young master of the Ouyang family suddenly contracted a strange illness. At that time, all the alchemists in the wild city saw it, but they were helpless. In the end, a man in white with a cloak took down the notice and cured the young master of the Ouyang family. Not long after that, the Ouyang family gathered all the families in the wild city and announced the news about the Saint King's tomb. I don't know if it has anything to do with this. Hu Yannyang said. She knew about this because Hu Zhongtian had told her about it in advance. After the man in white cured the young master of the Ouyang family, he had also gone to seek medical help from the other party. He wanted the other party to help treat Hu Fei, but he was rejected. Not long after Hu Zhongtian returned to family Hu, the hidden danger of broken bones in his body broke out, and he fell ill. After that, the Ouyang family gathered all the families in the wild city and announced the news about the Saint King's tomb to the public. Because Hu Zhongtian was seriously ill, and family whose strength had faintly fallen to that of an intermediate family. No one told him about this news. If Bai Feng had not recognized the map of the Saint King's tomb that was announced by the Ouyang family and the item that family whose people had obtained, she would have gone to force them to ask for it. Hu Zhongtian probably did not know about the Saint King's tomb, because it was a gift from a man. He had been too sad and kept it sealed. He did not want to know what was inside. Because no matter how many things and compensations he had, he could not get his Xianxia back. Because this incident happened before the Ouyang family announced the news about the Saint King's tomb, and because there was nothing suspicious, it did not attract too much attention. If it was not because Luo Qingtong asked about it, and because Hu Zhongtian's request for medical help was still fresh in her memory, Hu Yannyang would not have remembered this incident. Wearing white with a cloak, Luo Qingtong's index finger tapped on the table. "Did your father see that person's face?" "I'm not too sure about that." Hu Yannyang looked at Luo Qingtong and said, "I'll call my father here for you, master." "Okay." Luo Qingtong nodded gently, then raised her hand to gently stroke the little fox's little head. Seeing its listless face, she immediately smiled and said, "What's wrong? Is it not fun? Why are you unhappy?" Yi Qianxian looked at her face, looked sad. He felt that in the time he spent with Luo Qingtong recently, he was on the same level as Yu Sihuang, that idiot. She did not know why he was unhappy. Yi Qianxian's life was indescribable. It raised its paw and pulled out a big red flower that was clipped by its ear. Yes. It's a big red flower. Not only that, on the little fox's small body, there was a small silver vest, embroidered with very cute cartoon characters. There was also a small silver bell around her neck. She looked extremely adorable. However, Yi Qianxian's heart collapsed. He had lived for more than 20 years, he was used to seeing blood and wind, used to being high and mighty, the majestic, domineering, calm and cold black field. Ming Zun never thought that he would have such a look. Bei Qing. "Elder Yu, just you wait." Yi Qianxian's face was full of anger. Luo Qingtong thought the silver fox was getting impatient, so she adjusted the red flower on its ear. Then, she called for the family who guards outside and asked them to take the silver fox out to play. But Yi Qianxian would rather die than submit. What a joke, he was tamed like a pet by this woman, and it was okay to tease him like this. But if he was treated like this by someone else, he would kill them. Naughty little thing. Seeing the silver fox clinging onto her clothes with its claws, Luo Qingtong felt helpless and amused. She had never had a pet before, so she didn't know pets were such a troublesome little thing. Or was it that the little fox that Yi Qianren gave him was special, but it was Yi Qianxian who gave it to her, and it had the same eyes as the man. Otherwise, Luo Qingtong wouldn't have been so patient. Okay. Let me play with you." That man really knew how to choose a gift. Choosing a little fox like this was because it was as arrogant and difficult to please as he was. But Luo Qingtong smiled as she watched the silver fox chase after the tiger she had modified. They ran around the house and chased after each other, which made her very happy. Such a lively and mischievous personality, it was completely different from Yi Qianmin. Luo Qingtong smiled and supported her forehead with her hand as she thought. She didn't know Yi Qianxian's heart was also very difficult to describe. When he was with other people, he was able to suppress the nature of the little fox's body. But when he was with Luo Qingtong, he didn't know if it was because of his instinct to relax in front of this woman, or if it was because of some other reason, but the nature of the little fox's body was completely exposed. He was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. Yi Qianxian's heart twitched, and he didn't want to see himself like this. Aha! The silver fox leaped in front of the cloth tiger and used its claws to hold down the fake tiger that was running around. Then, the silver fox roared in front of the cloth tiger, jumped on it, and bit it. It was as if he was really fighting with a big tiger. Luo Qingtong could not help but laugh. Even Hu Yannyang couldn't help but laugh when she saw how cute the silver fox was. This little fox was simply too adorable. He wondered where his master had found her. Moreover, his strength seemed to be very strong. Previously, when Hu Yannyang was at the family Hu Hall, he had seen the little fox make a move in an emergency. It had almost sent great-granduncle flying with a swipe of its paw. This wasn't the strength of an ordinary demon beast. Even the cubs of sacred beasts didn't have such strength. Could it be that this little fox was the cub of a divine beast, and it's a super high-level one? As Hu Yannyang was thinking about this, the silver fox, which had been attacking the cloth tiger for a while, returned to Luo Qingtong's side with its loot. Ah! It barked at Luo Qingtong and then raised its paw to pat the little cloth tiger in front of it. For me? Luo Qingtong looked at the silver fox. Ah! The silver fox roared again, as if it was answering her. Luo Qingtong couldn't help but pick up the little guy and kiss him. Good boy. Ha ha ha. I like it. Yi. Xianxia did not expect his young fox body to have such a reaction. So, even if he had become an animal, he still instinctively loved this woman. He wanted to give her the best thing he had. Yi Qianxian was thinking when Hu Zhongtian's voice came from outside. Young master. Hu Zhongtian's figure came in from outside. Hu Fei also came with him. Although Hu Yannyang sent someone to say that Luo Qingtong was looking for Hu Zhongtian, Hu Fei thought that he might be able to help. So he came with them. Father, big brother. Hu Yannyang called out to them. Hu Zhongtian and Hu Fei nodded at her, then looked at Luo Qingtong. Young master, are you looking for me? Hu Zhongtian said to Luo Qingtong. I want to ask you, when you went to the Ouyang family to seek medical treatment, did you see the face of the man in white? Luo Qingtong had a feeling that the other party might be related to the Ouyang family's sudden announcement of the Saint King's tomb. Otherwise, the young master of the Ouyang family would have fallen sick when the Ouyang family announced the news of the Saint King's tomb. This matter might not be related in the eyes of others, but in Luo Qingtong's eyes, it was not necessarily so. If there was really someone behind the Ouyang family and told them about the Saint King's tomb, then using the opportunity of the Ouyang family seeking medical treatment to enter and contact them was the most inconspicuous way. After all, if they could investigate the Ouyang family before and after the announcement of the Saint King's tomb, how could others not investigate? However, it was normal for the young master of the Ouyang family to seek medical treatment for a strange illness. Basically, no one would pay attention to this matter. Not to mention that it would be related to the Ouyang family's announcement of the Saint King's tomb. Luo Qingtong thought so and suddenly narrowed her eyes slightly. That man in white must be strange. Yes. Hu Zhongtian nodded at this time. Previously, I was anxious to seek medical treatment for Fei Er. Although the other party rejected me, in the end, I still rushed into the Ouyang family and saw that person. But I only took one look before I was taken out by the people of the Ouyang family. Hu Zhongtian recalled the scene at that time. He had been too impulsive back then. However, Hu Fei had been unconscious and paralyzed in bed for more than 10 years without waking up. Now that a very powerful person had suddenly appeared in the Ouyang family and cured young Master Ouyang's strange illness, Hu Fei was naturally unwilling to give up so easily and made a final gamble. Although he did not succeed in the end, he saw the face of the white-robed man. Okay, draw his face, Luo Qingtong said. Okay. Hu Zhongtian nodded and then asked someone to prepare a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone for him. Not long after, the family guards who had been ordered to retrieve the items returned. Hu Zhongtian took the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone from the other party's hand and spread the paper in front of Luo Qingtong. Then, he drew the face of the man in white on it. Looking at the face of the man in white that Hu Zhongtian drew, Luo Qingtong's face was slightly shocked. Then, she laughed. It's actually her. Master, do you know this person? Hu Yannyang looked at the face drawn by Hu Zhongtian and asked. Not only do we know each other, but we are very close. Weren't they familiar with each other? Luo Qingtong looked at the face on the paper. Who else could it be but Feng Wan in disguise? Heavenly Doctor, Luo Qingtong chuckled. She did not expect that the other party had also come to the far west wilderness. Should it be said that enemies meet on a narrow path, however, was the information that the Ouyang clan knew about the Saint King's tomb actually provided by the other party? If so, what was her conspiracy? Luo Qingtong and Feng Wan had fought back and forth several times. She knew that she was not a person who would shoot without thinking. Since she had found the Ouyang family to cooperate, she must have a motive, she just did not know what she was after. Things were really getting more and more interesting. Luo Qingtong's lips curled into a smile, and her face was full of interest. She originally thought that Feng Yuan would hide and practice desperately after she had broken the method of seizing luck on Mo Xianxia. She did not expect that she had come to the far west wilderness and had a relationship with the Ouyang family. Not only that, it seemed that she was also after the Saint King's tomb. This was interesting. It seemed that this trip to the Saint King's tomb was very lively, while Luo Qingtong's lips were smiling. In the Ouyang family, Feng Yuan, who had disguised himself as the heavenly doctor, had also received news about the map of the Saint King's tomb. You mean, a map of the Saint King's tomb has appeared? In the main hall of the Ouyang family's main courtyard, Feng Yuan was dressed as a woman. His face was disguised as the heavenly doctor. He looked very delicate and beautiful, and it was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. However, she did not have Luo Qingtong's unique demonic and domineering aura. Her face, which was both male and female, was beautiful but did not have a trace of spirituality. She looked like an overly delicate plastic flower. In terms of temperament, he was too feminine. However, the young master of the Ouyang family next to him looked at him with a face full of obsession. That's right. We've received news that the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb is in the family Hu. As he spoke, he recounted everything that had happened in family Hu recently. Then, he asked Feng Yuan, "Holy Doctor, what should we do next? Do we have to wait for the other two maps to appear?" But according to the current situation, no one knows where the two maps are. Now that we have two maps, can we start exploring the Sage Monarch's tomb? Ouyang family head said as he looked at Feng Yuan. The latter had suddenly appeared in Wild City some time ago. At that time, his son, the young master of the Ouyang family, was suffering from a strange illness. The Ouyang family put out a notice to seek treatment, and the other party came and cured his son's strange illness. Not only that, but he also took out a map of the Sage Monarch's tomb, told them about the tomb, and asked for their cooperation. The Ouyang family head naturally wouldn't refuse such a beneficial thing for the family. Thus, the two sides began to cooperate. The various abilities and medicinal skills that Feng Yuan displayed also made the head of the Ouyang family attach great importance to her. This time, she was the one who brought the news of the Sage Monarch's tomb. Therefore, he naturally had to ask for her opinion. Yijiao, hearing the Ouyang family head's description of family Hu, Feng Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. She had never heard of the other party's name before. How could he be so capable? Not only did he cure Hu Zhongtian's injury, but he also cured Hu Fei's strange illness. Let's not talk about the latter. At that time, she saw the illness in his body and it was absolutely untreatable. If he himself was like this, there was no need to talk about his son, lying in bed for more than 10 years, it must be a very troublesome strange illness. Feng Yuan couldn't even treat his injury, naturally she wouldn't treat his son's strange illness, otherwise, even if she cured his son, so what? If she couldn't cure him, she would be questioned by others. Thinking of this, she rejected him at that time. She didn't expect that there was someone who cured his injury. Not only that, he also cured his son's illness. That Yijiao, where did he come from? In this world, other than her and evil Dr. Gui Tong, there was someone who had such godly medical skills at such a young age. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's eyes suddenly focused. Wait, she looked at Ouyang family head and said, "You just said that behind them is the king of the southern region's 3 islands and 7 lands?" Mentioning Yu Sihuang, Feng Yuan's eyes turned cold. Not for anything else, she had previously received news that the reason why Yu Sihuang was banned by the Black Field, not allowing him to step into the eastern region's territory, especially the Blackfield city, was all because of evil Dr. Gui Tong. It was said that the other party had fallen in love with evil Dr. Gui Tong and went to the Blackfield city to confess. That was why he was chased out of the Blackfield city by Ming Zun and then banned by the entire city. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan clenched her teeth. Although the king of the southern region's 3 islands and 7 lands wasn't as good as Xianxia, he was still a rare expert. Not only that, after his heart disease was cured, his strength and potential soared rapidly, and in the future, he would be the king of the southern region. For such a person to fall in love with evil Dr. Gui Tong, Feng Yuan couldn't help but grit her teeth until they broke. Although she only set her eyes on Xianxia, it didn't mean that she didn't want other men to fall in love with her, especially Yu Sihuang. No matter if it was strength or status, he was an existence that far surpassed the average expert. In the end, the other party actually liked Luo Qingtong. When Feng Yuan found out about this, he almost smashed the main hall of his princess residence. Now that he heard the news of the other party, plus that Yi Zhou's medical skills were so powerful, a trace of haze appeared in Feng Yuan's eyes. Family whose daughter, what did you say her name was? Hu Yenyang. Ouyang family head and the others didn't know why she asked these questions, but they still answered truthfully. Saint Doctor, do you know her? Seeing that Feng Yuan's eyes suddenly shrank after hearing Hu Yenyang's name, and his mood fluctuated greatly, the head of the Ouyang family immediately asked. No. I don't know her. Feng Yuan said coldly, his eyes cold. But I know her master. Swallow, Hu Yenyang, shopkeeper Yin, they both had the word Yin, plus that youth called Yi Zhou's medical skills, and Yu Huang's existence. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Feng Yuan was almost certain that the youth called Yi Zhou was evil Dr. Gui Tong. The other party knew how to hide. To actually hide his name and come to the far west wilderness, he should also be here for the Saint King's tomb, right? Just in time. Evil Dr. Gui Tong, I've lost to you a few times before. Now, let's settle our old grudges together. Feng Yuan's eyes were cold, and his face was full of resentment. Not far from it. Ouyang family had said, at that time, Bai Feng from the Bai family revealed everything in front of all the families present. Now, almost everyone in Wild City knows that the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb is with family Hu. However, with the king of the 3 islands and 7 lands in the southern region around, no one dares to touch family Hu. In other words, if there were no accidents, the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb would belong to family Hu. No one dared to snatch it. However, how could she fulfill Ghost Eye's wish so easily? Feng Yuan sneered. Of course, she would let him enter the Saint Monarch's tomb, otherwise, how could she be worthy of her plan? But the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb, she would just hand it over obediently. She would not let her enter the Saint Monarch's tomb in such a grand manner. She would just wait to be crushed by the top forces in Wild City. She would just wait to see her in a sorry state. With that thought in mind, Feng Yuan suddenly said to Ouyang family head, if I'm not wrong, that Yi Zhou should be one of my enemies. Anyone can have the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb, but the Hu clan can't have it. Help me contact the Hu family. Give these medicinal liquids to them. Didn't the elders and young master of their family have one hand crippled by Yu Huang? These medicinal liquids can restore their hand to its original state. I only have one request, and that is to not let family Hu have the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb. I think you will help me, Ouyang family head? Feng Yuan looked at Ouyang family head who was sitting at the head of the hall. For such a small matter, our Ouyang family will naturally satisfy the holy doctor's request. Ouyang family had agreed to her request almost without any hesitation. It was just a mere family Hu. It was not a big deal. Moreover, Feng Yuan was not asking the Ouyang family to directly confront the other party. Wasn't there still the Hu family? If they could get the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb, the other party would be very willing to deal with family Hu. Furthermore, the Ouyang family could use this opportunity to make some requests to the Hu family. These were all real benefits. Not only could they satisfy Feng Yuan's request, but they could also obtain the corresponding benefits. Why wouldn't their Ouyang family agree? Yes. Lord Holy Doctor, don't worry. We will definitely avenge you. As for Yi Zhou and the Hu clan, we will definitely teach them a lesson for you. Beside Feng Yuan, the young master of the Ouyang clan said eagerly. He was mesmerized by Feng Yuan the moment he saw him. In order to better control the Ouyang family, the latter revealed her identity as a woman when she first entered the Ouyang family. The strange illness that the young master of the Ouyang clan contracted was also Feng Yuan's handiwork. It was all so that he could enter the Ouyang clan without attracting attention and cooperate with them. Now, with just a little trick, the other party couldn't leave her. It provided Feng Yuan with a lot of convenience in the Ouyang family. Hearing his words, Feng Yuan immediately smiled at him and said, "Thank you, young master and family head." Feng Yuan's words made the young master of the Ouyang family very satisfied. Looking at the infatuated look in his eyes, Feng Yuan felt disdainful and very proud at the same time. Her charm was indeed not something that could be resisted by ordinary people. Unfortunately, Ming Zun of the Black Field was bewitched by that B**tch evil Dr. Ghost Eye first. Otherwise, why would he turn a blind eye to her? Feng Yuan gritted her teeth in her heart. She wanted to see how evil Dr. Ghost Eye would be unlucky this time. Bei Qing, Feng Yu? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and looked at the group of people in front of her. Meanwhile, Beiqing, Fengyu, and the others were also staring at her blankly. More accurately, he was looking at the incomparably adorable little fox in her arms. Oh my god! Beiqing, Fengyu, and the rest groaned in their hearts. They never thought that Luo Qingtong would dress Xianxia up like this. Master! Master, we really didn't do it on purpose. Master, the group of people looked at the little fox lying in Luo Qingtong's arms and looking at them coldly. Their hearts trembled and they wailed. Especially Beiqing, after he sent Xianxia to Luo Qingtong's place, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. But he was too dense. Although he felt something, he couldn't figure out what was wrong. When Fengyu returned from outside and heard about this, he was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. Beiqing, this idiot. Master is a little fox. He sent Xianxia to the evil doctor and said that it was a gift from Master. Wouldn't the evil doctor keep Master as a pet pig? Even if Master wanted to stay by the evil doctor's side, he definitely wouldn't do it in such a way. Master would probably want to avoid the evil doctor in this way. How could he send Master to the evil doctor's side? Fengyu couldn't bear to imagine what would happen to Beiqing and the rest. He only hoped that Master's life at the evil doctor's side wouldn't be so bad and that he would be more benevolent, otherwise, they would have to wear that eyesore makeup and be a ladyboy for the rest of their lives. Fengyu's lips twitched. After Beiqing heard what he said, he instantly understood what he had vaguely sensed, that something was amiss. His gaze. When he brought Master to the evil doctor, Master's gaze was as if he wanted to chop him up. To think that he had thought that Master was warning them not to reveal his identity. Oh my god, Beiqing felt like she was going to die, especially when he looked at Xianxia, who was dressed up to look cute and obedient, with a gorgeous red flower pinned on his head, and felt his master's cold gaze, which was even colder than the cold wind. This feeling became even more intense. Master! Master, I was wrong, Master. Beiqing felt that she was about to be cut into pieces by her master's gaze. Luo Qingtong noticed the strange looks they were giving the silver fox. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is it? Why are you staring at Silver Bao?" Silver Baby, hearing Luo Qingtong's name for Xianxia, Beiqing, Fengyu, and the others' mouths twitched even more. They didn't dare to stare at Xianxia anymore, in case Luo Qingtong noticed something. If that happened, they would die even more miserably. The group of people immediately averted their gazes. Ahem. Evil doctor, it's like this. Fengyu coughed lightly and looked past her master's eyesore. She looked at Luo Qingtong and said, "Master sent us to fetch Silver Bao back. Please return it to me for the time being." Fengyu's face was full of bitterness as she said this. Oh my god, Beiqing and the others had made such a big mistake, giving Master to the evil doctor as a pet. When Master returned to her human form, where were they going to find Silver Bao to return to the evil doctor? This was simply a scam. Fengyu's heart was filled with bitterness, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. Xianxia wants to bring it back? Why? Luo Qingtong felt strange. Wasn't this little fox a gift from Xianxia? Ahem. We don't know either. That's what Master told us, Fengyu said. His face was calm and his words were watertight. Beiqing stood beside him and didn't dare to make a sound. She was afraid that Luo Qingtong would notice something was wrong. Then, they would be dead. They would be dead. There was no way to save them. In the face of such a strong sense of danger, Beiqing's stupid and careless personality was surprisingly good. She didn't reveal anything. Luo Qingtong nodded. She thought that Xianxia probably wanted to bring the little fox back for something. Not to mention other things, the little fox's claws were still wearing that man's ring. Maybe it was because of that. Luo Qingtong thought about it and immediately let go of the little fox in her arms. Alright, you guys can take it away. Silver Bao, be good. I'll wait for you to come back. Luo Qingtong kissed the little fox's nose and handed it over to Beiqing and Fengyu. The latter and the others didn't dare to look at the interaction between Luo Qingtong and Xianxia. They were afraid that Master would punish them when they returned. Master actually interacted with the evil doctor like this after turning into a fox. Oh my god, Beiqing, Fengyu, and the others suddenly felt that their lives would be very difficult when they returned. especially when Luo Qingtong handed a pile of silver Bao's toys to Feng Yu. The latter's expression was so stiff that he couldn't even look at it. Master's toys? Windfeather looked at those little cloth tigers, little cloth lions, little cloth bears in her hands with a horrified expression on her face. There were also a few grasshoppers with broken wings. They were locked in a transparent jade bottle and given to him. The faces of Feng Yu and Bei Qing stiffened. Especially when they saw the bite marks on the little cloth tiger's body, the expressions on everyone's faces became even more horrified. Was this really Master's bite? Everyone's expression was very stiff. When Luo Qingtong saw the cloth tiger, she seemed to remember something and immediately picked it out. Silver Baby has already given this little cloth tiger to me. I won't take it back. Luo Qingtong smiled at the silver fox, which had been placed into a basket by Bei Qing and Windfeather. Silver Baby, I'll wait for you to come back so we can play together. As she spoke, she shook the small cloth tiger in her hand. Xianxia stared at him blankly. He really didn't know what to say. Other than this woman, who else could treat him as a nether venerable and raise him as a pet? It was this woman. If it were anyone else, he would definitely not allow them to treat him like this. Ow ow. Seeing Luo Qingtong staring at him, as if waiting for his response, Xianxia was very depressed. But in order not to expose himself, he still opened his mouth and called out to the girl twice to show that he understood. As for playing with her when he came back, he would play with her himself. But definitely not with these toys. Then, evil doctor, we'll be leaving first. Bei Qing, Windfeather, and the others bowed to Luo Qingtong with cold sweat on their foreheads. Then, they led Xianxia away. After they were far away from Wild City, the group of people lifted the cloth covering the basket and knelt on the ground, begging for forgiveness. Master. Please forgive us, Master. Humph. Xianxia coldly snorted and straightened his body from the small basket. The figure that was squatting in the basket was still small and cute, but the aura that it exuded was extremely powerful and incomparable. It was completely different from the cute and obedient attitude that it had in front of Luo Qingtong. Xianxia lifted his claws and pulled down the big red flower on his head. He was a dignified underworld revered, who knew what he looked like when he wore this big red flower. Xianxia clenched his teeth and pulled down the flower. He originally wanted to crush it. But as he thought of Luo Qingtong's happy smile when she put this flower on his head, he coldly snorted and retracted his claws. He grabbed the flower and threw it to the other side of the basket. Then, he pulled down the cute cartoon vest on his cub's body. He didn't know what was embroidered on it. It had a short body, a big round head, and eyes that took up almost 2/3 of its face. What kind of monster was this? Xianxia studied the cartoon pattern on the vest for a long time. He didn't know what Luo Qingtong had drawn. Within the Sky Spill continent, he was very familiar with all the monster beasts in the outer realms. There were very few monster beasts that he didn't recognize. What did Luo Qingtong draw that he couldn't recognize? However, this appearance was a bit like his own cub form. He felt that the woman had changed the proportions of his cub's body. Xianxia stared at the small vest for a while. Then, he pulled it to the side and placed it together with the big red flower. Then, he stretched out his claws and pulled at the small bell around his neck. The bell was tied with a thin golden ribbon around the neck of Xianxia's cub body. The bell was silver and was especially delicate and beautiful. It floated around the neck of Xianxia's cub body, perfectly complementing its smooth silver fur. On the back of the bell, there were 2 characters engraved, Silver Treasure. It was clearly Luo Qingtong's handwriting. Xianxia was short and his claws were short. He couldn't pull it open for a long time, but he didn't want to tear the bell's ribbon. Not for any other reason. Although he didn't like it, it was still Luo Qingtong's heart, he couldn't pull it. Feng Yu, who was kneeling in front of him, carefully looked up at him and said, "Master, let me do it." Xianxia coldly snorted and didn't speak. He put down his claws. Feng Yu hurriedly went forward and removed the belt. Bei Qing originally wanted to help, but he was pulled back by Xianxia's claw. Xianxia was still angry, he didn't want to bother with Bei Qing at all. The latter had a sad face. In his heart, he was cursing Elder Yu who had tricked him into sending Xianxia to Luo Qingtong, That smelly old man, what kind of enmity did he have with him? He tricked him like this. While Bei Qing continued to kneel on the ground with an aggrieved expression, Feng Yu had already helped Xianxia untie the belt and placed it together with the bell on the pile of things beside Xianxia. Master, it's done. Xianxia glanced at him coldly. He wanted to say something, but then he remembered that he was now a fox cub. If he opened his mouth, he would sound like a cub. He immediately shut his mouth and raised his claws to draw on the ground, then let Feng Yu take a look. Feng Yu came over and saw a few lines of words written on the ground. This matter is forbidden to speak of. Anyone who speaks of it will be killed without mercy. Xianxian's last 3 words were written with a murderous aura. The sharp killing intent and coldness seemed to penetrate through those few words and rush towards him like a golden spear and armored horse. Yes. Feng Yu and the others quickly responded. They knew that Xianxian must have specially warned them to not let the evil doctor know. The corners of everyone's lips twitched as well. With their master's current state, how would they dare to let the evil doctor know the truth? It's not like he was tired of living, the group all responded. Xianxian's cold gaze swept past them, then he wrote a few more words on the ground. Where's Elder Yu? His last question was spoken with great force, showing the anger in his heart. Xianxian had heard clearly before that it was Elder Yu who suggested to send him to Luo Qingtong for that fool Bei Qing. At that time, the demon fox blood curse in his body had just taken effect, and his body was very weak. He had no way to resist at all, and Bei Qing had carried him to Luo Qingtong with a basket. He had to settle the score with him now. Yes, master. Feng Yu quickly said, Elder Yu is in the main city. This time, we were ordered by Elder Yu to bring you back. He found a way to speed up your absorption of the heavenly fox blood essence and break the blood curse. At this point, Feng Yu couldn't help but cough lightly. To be honest, if it wasn't for this, they wouldn't have dared to come and pick up Xianxian. They were afraid that their master would punish them in a fit of rage. With Elder Yu's method, their master would be busy dissolving the heavenly fox blood essence in his body. He would probably postpone their punishment, right? The group of people all thought so. Xianxian coldly snorted. How could he not know what they were thinking in their hearts? However, he really urgently needed to dissolve the heavenly fox blood essence in his body. He wouldn't bicker with them for the time being, recovering his human form as soon as possible. He had had enough of this young fox's body and the nature of its body. In front of that woman, he could still tolerate it. Now that she had left Luo Qingtong's side, Yi Qianren did not want to maintain her image for even a second. Let's go. He lifted his claws and quickly carved a word on the ground. Then, he suddenly jumped onto Feng Yu's shoulder. The latter bowed to him and then released the Atlas flying ship. The group of people boarded the ship and flew towards the Blackfield main city. After Bei Qing and the others left, in the family Hu, Luo Qingtong put away the small cloth tiger and was about to return to her room. Then, she heard the news from the family Hu guards outside. The Hua family had sent people to the door and specifically asked to see her. The Hua family? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. When she was in the Bai family, didn't she express her intention clearly enough? Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes slightly. Okay, go and tell Yan Yang that I'll be there soon. Just as the Hua clan was heading to the family Hu, the Hua clan head also welcomed a group of unexpected people in the main hall of the Hua clan. Young Master Ouyang? The Hua clan head and the elders of the Hua clan were surprised to see Ouyang Xiao suddenly visit. What was this young Master Ouyang doing in the Hua clan? As top clans, the Hua clan and the Ouyang clan were not enemies, but they were not particularly harmonious either. What's more, the Hua clan intended to fight for the map of the Saint King's tomb, but they were defeated by Yu Sihuang. Was the Ouyang clan here to mock them? Thinking of this, the Hua clan head's face suddenly darkened. But soon, he was stunned. Hua clan head, I'm here on my father's orders to deliver medicine to you. I heard that Hua Ting and a few elders of the Hua clan were injured. Ouyang Xiao smiled as he looked at the Hua family head and said, these few bottles of medicinal liquid were given to me by the holy doctor who had cured my illness. It can help Hua Ting and the others recover their severed arms without any hindrance. As Ouyang Xiao spoke, he immediately took out the bottles of medicine given by Feng Yuan and handed them to the Hua clan head. This? What do you mean, Master Ouyang? The Hui clan head did not take the bottles of medicine, but looked at Xianxia with a puzzled expression. He did not know why the Ouyang clan was so kind. The Hui clan's strength suffered a setback, so it should be beneficial for the Ouyang clan, right? When the Saint King's tomb opened, the Ouyang clan would have fewer competitors. Wouldn't that be great? Why did he still give them medicine and treat them? Looking at the Hui clan head's vigilant face, Xianxia said, "Don't misunderstand, Master Hui. These bottles of medicine were not given to you by the Ouyang clan, but by the holy doctor." He said, "Yi Jiao, who is hiding in the family who, Chu Lingfeng's friend, is the holy doctor's enemy. The holy doctor saved my life and is the benefactor of our Ouyang clan. Since she has a grudge against family who, we can't let the map of the sage monarch's tomb fall into family whose hands. I chose to cooperate with the Hui clan only because we have the same enemy. Patriarch Hui, you also want to obtain the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb to wash away your shame, right?" That southern region king was summoned by Yi Jiao. Snatching the map from her is equivalent to slapping the southern region king in the face. It's not too much. The Hui clan will also benefit from this. I don't think Patriarch Hui would reject such a proposal, right? Xianxia looked at the Hui clan head and said. These words were naturally given to him by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's grasp of people's hearts was extremely accurate. She didn't even need to be there to be sure that the other party wouldn't reject her proposal. Sure enough, after pondering for a while, the Hui family head accepted the bottles of medicinal liquid. Then, he looked at Xianxia and asked, "Does the Ouyang clan mean to support the Hui clan in obtaining the map?" "That's right." Xianxia nodded and said, "I know that the Hui clan is preparing to cooperate with several other top clans. The Ouyang clan already has a map of the Saint Monarch's tomb. The Ouyang clan will not participate in the second map of the Saint Monarch's tomb. Patriarch Hui, what do you think?" Xianxia expressed the Ouyang family's attitude. They would not interfere in this matter, so the Hui family and the other top families did not have to worry about them suddenly attacking. Good. The head of the Hui family immediately agreed. If he could, of course, he did not want to share the map with family who, the latter had already formed a grudge with the Hui family. When he insisted that Hu Yanyan had an affair and almost forced her to die, he knew that there was no chance for the relationship between the two families to be eased. Now, he had to lower his voice to family Hu in order to get the right to share the map. He was very unwilling to do so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made contact with the other top families. Now, the Ouyang family's attitude gave him a reassurance. Since the Ouyang family did not interfere, then with the alliance of the other families, it was enough to force family Hu to hand over the map of the Saint King's tomb, even if the other party had the support of a king of the southern region like Yu Huang. After all, this was the far west wilderness, not the other party's home ground. This time, family Hu's success and failure were all because of Yi Jiao. He did not expect that the other party had a grudge with the alchemist who saved Xianxia, so he and the others benefited for no reason. Patriarch Hui thought about it and suddenly laughed. Then, he seemed to remember something and quickly called the guard outside. "Quick. Go and call back the people who went to family Hu to make peace. Tell them that it's not necessary. Family Hu can't keep the map of the Saint King's tomb. Also, ask the leaders of the other top families to come here. Tell them that I have something important to discuss with them." Yes. The Hui family guard received the order and left. In family Hu, Luo Qingtong followed the family Hu guard who came to report to the main hall of the main courtyard. Hu Yenyang and the others were already waiting there. "Young master." Hu Yenyang, Hu Zhongtian, and the others looked at Luo Qingtong and stood up to salute her. "Yes." Luo Qingtong responded in a low voice and nodded. Then, she looked at the group of people sitting on the lower right side of the hall. That group of people was sent by the Hui family to make peace. They originally wanted to contact Luo Qingtong in private. However, Luo Qingtong almost never went out of family Hu. They had no way of bypassing family Hu's people to get in touch with Luo Qingtong, so they could only ask to see her. Ninth young master. The leader of the people from the Hui family who had come this time was an elder who had not participated in the incident with Hui Ting and the others in the Bai family. When he saw Luo Qingtong, he immediately stood up and saluted her. Behind him were some disciples of the Hui clan. However, these people were no longer as arrogant and unbridled as they used to be when they met family Hu. Every one of them was very humble. Ninth young master. They all bowed to Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes and looked at them. What is the purpose of the Hu clan's visit this time? The map of the Saint Monarch's tomb? I think I made my attitude very clear when I was in the Bai family last time. Luo Qingtong's voice was calm, but her tone of rejection was unquestionable. The Hu clan had treated Hu Yenyang badly. When they were in the Bai family, they even tried to snatch the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb. No matter what conditions they proposed, Luo Qingtong would not agree. The Hu clan elder's expression was very ugly. The Hu clan could be said to be very influential in the wild city. They had always been the ones who rejected others, but no one had ever rejected them. Luo Qingtong's words made the elder of the Hu family very angry. In his opinion, family Hu and this young man named Yi Jiu, if not for Yu Sihuang's strength and identity, they were not even qualified to talk to the Hu family. This time, they were really a fox assuming the majesty of the tiger. How dare they embarrass the Hu family like this? However, when he thought of the map of the Saint King's tomb and what the Hu family had said to them before they left, he could only swallow his anger and said to Luo Qingtong, "Why do you have to do this, young Master Jiu? Our Hu family did go a little too far when we were with the Bai family. But that was just a moment of recklessness for those elders. The Hu family is willing to apologize for this. Moreover, the exploration of the Saint King's tomb is of great importance. With family Hu's ability alone, I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to move an inch in the Saint King's tomb. Young Master, why do you want to affect the benefits of entering the Saint King's tomb because of this small conflict between us? Not to mention other things, just based on the friendship between the Hu family and family Hu in the past, it is far more suitable for you to share the map with us than to find other top families, isn't it?" The elder of the Hu family said as he looked at Luo Qingtong. Hu Zhongtian and the others snorted and sneered when they heard this. The Hu family dared to talk about friendship with them. If they really had a little bit of friendship with family Hu, Yen Yang would not have fallen into such a miserable state. Not to mention, the Hu family had never extended a helping hand to family Hu for so many years. They had kicked them when they were down. The Bai family even brazenly made a move to snatch the map of the Saint King's tomb from them. After all this, the Hu family still dared to talk about friendship with them. Hu Zhongtian and the others' expressions were extremely cold. Luo Qingtong was even more unmoved. The Hu family's words were nice, but unfortunately, it was useless against her. Why would she need to rely on others to gain something in the Saint King's tomb? Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. Not interested. She looked at the elder of the Hu clan and said, "If the people of the Hu clan came just to say these words, then, see them out." Luo Qingtong said and stood up directly. Ninth young master. When the elder of the Hu family saw this, he immediately stood up and shouted anxiously. Luo Qingtong actually didn't give him any face, which made the Hu clan's elder very depressed. However, for the sake of the Hu family's patriarch, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and continue to plead for her. At this moment, a Hu clan guard quickly walked in. "Elder." The Hu clan's guard walked up to the Hu clan's elder and whispered into his ear, "The patriarch wants us to go back. The Ouyang clan is here to support our Hu clan in the fight for the Saint Monarch's tomb map. The only requirement is that you can't share it with family Hu. Elder, we don't have to suffer family Hu's anger anymore. After today, family Hu will have a good time." The guard had just received a message from the Hu family's patriarch outside and immediately told the Hu clan's elder about it. The elder was stunned at first, but then he was overjoyed. "Ha ha ha. Good, good, good." The Hu clan's elder laughed loudly, then looked at Luo Qingtong and the others with a cold and disdainful gaze. "Ninth young master, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be so arrogant. If it weren't for the ruler of the southern region, you and family Hu would have died many times over. How would you have the chance to be so arrogant in front of us? The Hu family has always disdained to lower ourselves to the level of petty people. Otherwise, based on family Hu's previous down-and-out appearance and the fact that he made the Hu family a laughingstock, he would have been torn to pieces. And crushed to pieces a long time ago. But family Hu doesn't appreciate it. You really don't know what's good for you. Especially you, Hu Yenyang. The Hua family elder sneered at Hu Yannyang and said, "Doesn't family Hu hate us for telling the public that you had an affair with someone else? Unfortunately, even if you were set up, you are still an unclean broken shoe. You did something shameless yourself. Naturally, you can't blame the Hua family for misunderstanding you. Isn't that the case?" The Hua family elder's expression was cold and disdainful. His mocking and disdainful gaze pierced Hu Yannyang deeply. She was so angry that her body trembled. This Hua family elder's words were too shameless. Back then, the Hua family clearly didn't have any evidence. In order to protect their own reputation and to prevent Hu Yannyang from blaming the Hua family, they simply told the public that she had an affair with someone else. Hu Yannyang had no way to defend herself. She had been slandered and despised to the core. Now, this Hua family elder dared to say such things about her and shamelessly whitewash the Hua family. Hu Yannyang was so angry that her entire body trembled. Hu Zhongtian and Hu Fei, who were beside her, were also very angry. They had always treated Hu Yannyang like the apple of their eye. When the latter encountered such an unforeseen event, they were just as heartbroken as Hu Yannyang. Now that they saw this Hua family elder slandering and humiliating Hu Yannyang, they were instantly so angry that their hair and beards flared up. In the past, Hu Yannyang wouldn't have been so miserable. If it weren't for the Hua family's slander, Hu Zhongtian could have brought Hu Yannyang back to family Hu's care and suppressed that matter. However, it was the Hua family's publicity and slander that trampled Hu Yannyang, who had lost her virginity. At that time, the Hua family had countless ways to break off the engagement, but they chose the most ruthless way to deal with Hu Yannyang, which was also the one that made her feel the most hopeless. If it wasn't for this, how could Bai Feng have seized the opportunity to make a move on Hu Yannyang and forced her to flee thousands of miles away? This elder of the Hua clan actually dared to speak to her like that. A family of us. But she couldn't act rashly. Her intuition, which had been in charge of the affairs of the Blackfield residents for Luo Qingtong for a long time, told her that there must be a reason behind this Hua family elder's sudden change in attitude. Before she figured it out, she couldn't cause trouble for Luo Qingtong because of her own affairs. Perhaps the other party wanted to provoke her to deal with her master. As Hu Yannyang thought of this, she immediately suppressed all the anger and frustration in her heart. At the same time, she held Hu Zhongtian and Hu Fei's hands to prevent them from acting too rashly. "What are you waiting for?" Luo Qingtong's face was cold as she looked at the Hua family elder who was sneering at her. She said to Hu Yannyang and the others coldly, "Others are pointing at your noses and scolding you. Are you waiting for them to leave happily after scolding you to their heart's content? Still not attacking? Today, no one from the Hua family can leave here in one piece." This Hua family elder's attitude was strange. Luo Qingtong naturally saw it. It would be fine if the other party left obediently. She wouldn't go as far as to attack a random person, but the other party was so arrogant and unscrupulous. They even insulted Hu Yannyang. Luo Qingtong couldn't tolerate it. Did they really think that she didn't dare to attack them? So what if the Hua family had someone backing them? She, Luo Qingtong, was never afraid of any challenge. You dare. Yi Jiao. You dare to attack us. The Hua family won't let you go. The Hua family elder just said arrogantly and humiliated Hu Yannyang. He also attacked Hu Zhongtian and his son. Suddenly, he felt an indescribable pleasure in his heart. He only felt that he had vented his anger in front of Luo Qingtong. He thought that even if Luo Qingtong and the others were angry, they wouldn't dare to do anything to them. After all, they had the whole Hua family behind them. And he didn't attack Luo Qingtong, he just wanted to deal with Hu Yannyang. What could the other party do to him? Yu Huang was willing to protect Yi Jiao and family Hu. But it didn't mean that he would also protect Hu Yannyang. He calculated in his heart, but he didn't expect that Luo Qingtong would attack him. Seeing Hu Zhongtian and the others surrounding them, his heart felt bad. Was this Yi Jiao crazy? She relied on Yu Huang's protection. She actually dared to take the initiative to attack him, just to avenge Hu Yannyang. The elder of the Hua family was both anxious and angry as he thought about it. He hurriedly shouted, "Qi!" Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She sneered at him and said, "If we don't touch you, the Hua clan won't do anything to us? If that's the case, you wouldn't be so arrogant just now, right?" As she spoke, she lifted her eyes to look at the Hua family elder. whose expression had suddenly changed, and casually said, "So, why should I let you go?" At this point, Luo Qingtong's expression suddenly turned solemn. She said in a cold voice, "Do it. Chop him up and send him back to the Hua family. As for the others, break their limbs and send them back." The other party was so respectful. Luo Qingtong didn't believe that the Hua family didn't have a plot against her and the Hu family. Their biggest goal was to get their hands on the map of the sage monarch's tomb that family Hu had. Since that was the case, why would Luo Qingtong be polite to the other party? This action was not only to avenge Hu Yannyang, but also to let the Hua family know that she wasn't someone to be trifled with. They dared to go against her, so they were waiting to be skinned alive. Yes. Hu Zhongtian and Hu Fei were just about to attack, but Hu Yannyang reached out to stop them. They knew that Hu Yannyang was afraid of causing more trouble for Luo Qingtong, so they restrained themselves and didn't attack. Now that they heard Luo Qingtong's words, they naturally jumped up and rushed toward the panicking Hua family elder. The latter thought that Luo Qingtong and the others didn't dare to touch them because of the Hua family. Only now did he realize the consequences of speaking too quickly. However, there was no room for regret now. Ah! The Hua family elder screamed as he died at the hands of Hu Zhongtian and Hu Fei. At that time, they came with the intention of seeking peace. They did not expect to have a conflict with family Hu. They also did not expect that Luo Qingtong would not care about the Hua family and directly kill him. In the end, the Hua family elder died with his eyes wide open. As for the other Hua clan guards who had followed them to the Hua clan, they were all surrounded by the Hu clan people. They were directly pressed to the ground and their limbs were all broken. Together with the Hua clan elder who had been chopped into minced meat, they were all sent to the Hua clan in a grandiose manner. In the Hua family head had just sent Ouyang Xiao off. He was very pleased. Back then, he had slandered Hu Yannyang for having an affair. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He always felt that it was a stain on his reputation. He was also very concerned about family Hu's people. Previously, when family Hu was in dire straits, it was still fine. Now that family Hu was showing signs of rising, his heart instantly felt like a fishbone stuck in his throat. It would be best if he could use this opportunity to get rid of family Hu, otherwise, he would always feel uncomfortable when he looked at family Hu's people. Moreover, he did not believe that family Hu's people, Hu Yannyang, and the others, would not have any intention of settling the score with him. Now that the Ouyang family had supported them in snatching family Hu's map of the Saint King's tomb, he no longer had any worries. Even if Yu Huang had the support of the other party, they would have nothing to fear if the other top families joined forces. The Hua family head suddenly felt relieved when he thought of this. He walked to the main gate and was just about to ask someone to prepare gifts for him to visit the other top families. At this moment, a burst of noise suddenly came from not far away. Instantly, the Hua family head frowned and looked in the direction of the noise. The noise was very noisy and seemed to be getting closer and closer. It was obvious that the noise was directed at the Hua family. Instantly, the Hua family head felt very uneasy. Who dares to act so impudently in front of our Hua clan? This area was the Hua family's private land. Most of the people living nearby were the elites of the Hua family. It could be said that very few people came here. It would be difficult for ordinary people to enter this place. But obviously, that would be the case. The noisy noises were an exception. Let's go see what's going on. Listening to the increasingly noisy voices, Patriarch Hua inexplicably had a bad premonition in his heart. It was as if something bad had happened. He coldly ordered the Hua family guards at the door. The latter and the others nodded and were just about to leave when suddenly, a few figures rushed in from outside in a hurry. Because they were running too fast and in too much of a hurry, they tripped over each other and almost fell flat on the ground. No. Bad news. They ran to the entrance of the Hua clan in a panic. When they saw Patriarch Hua and the others standing there, they immediately shouted, "Patriarch! Please go and take a look." Seventh Elder and the others. Patriarch Hua's face instantly froze. What happened to Seventh Elder and the others? The Hua family head's heart skipped a beat when he suddenly heard the Hua family disciples mention her name. At this moment, the noisy voices suddenly turned a corner and rang clearly in the ears of the Hua family head and the others. The Hua family are all the *cheese. We slandered Hu Yenyang, we deserve to die. The Hua family is shameless. Suddenly, the sound of crying could be heard clearly from the front. The Hua family head and the others could clearly see the scene in the direction of the voices. A group of people with broken limbs crawled forward and crawled in the direction of the Hua family head and the others. Behind them was a group of family whose guards. Hu Fei and Chu Lingfeng walked in front of the family whose guards. What's going on? The Hua family head looked at the scene with a furious expression. In front of him, the few Hua family disciples who had rushed back to report the news were almost knocked down by the biting cold aura emitted from his body. Ma. Family head, we don't know either, the few of them said with sobbing voices. The few of them happened to be out today and heard the commotion outside. Then, they saw family whose people forcing the Hua family's guards and disciples, who had broken limbs, to crawl back to the Hua family. Along the way, there were many people pointing and whispering. Not only that, the Hua family's guards and disciples were shouting insults at the Hua family and themselves while crying and telling them all the secrets of the Hua family. Oh my God, the few Hua family disciples were dumbfounded on the spot. Were these people crazy? Even if they were held by family whose people around their necks, they couldn't reveal the secrets of the Hua family, especially when some of the secrets were related to how the Bai family dealt with the other families in the wilderness city, who didn't know about the recent downfall of the Bai family. The things that the Bai family had done were all spread out by the people of the other families. Not only that, most of the Bai family's assets were also divided among the other families. However, the Bai family's most important treasury and assets were nowhere to be found. The various clans had interrogated the Bai family members, but they didn't obtain any information about the location of the Bai family. The other clans all suspected that the Hua clan had moved those things away. After all, there were so many things. Among all the clans present, the Hua clan was the only one who had the ability to move those things away in such a short time. There were many things that the Bai family could not have done on their own. They must have conspired together, and the other party's strength and influence were very strong. These people didn't know about the existence of the voodoo sect, so they naturally targeted the Hua clan. After all, the Hua family and the Bai family were in-laws. Bai Feng acted as the go-between in the Hua family, and the two parties worked together. The Bai family was the vanguard while the Hua family reaped the fruits of their labor. If the Bai family was unable to solve the problem, the Hua family would take care of it in secret. This conjecture was very logical. However, no one had any evidence, so they could only give up. At this moment, the Hua family members, whose limbs were broken, were crawling on the ground and crying as they spoke. This gave them sufficient reason. Many of the family members who were injured in the Bai family's incident ran back to their respective clans to report the news. The few Hua family disciples were panicking. Master. The group of people was still rambling incoherently, but Master Hua had already heard the cries of the Hua family's disciples and guards who had their limbs broken. He was so angry that he was about to have a cerebral hemorrhage. What the hell were these people talking about? When did the Hua family do such things? Were they crazy? Family whose people broke their limbs, and they actually helped family whose people to slander the Hua family? Master Hua was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. Some of the things that the Hua family disciples and guards said were indeed secrets of the Hua family. They were not very important, and it didn't matter if they said it. However, what they said afterwards about how the Hua clan had helped the Bai clan deal with the other clans in the Wildland City was extremely frightening. Master Hua couldn't care less about the few Hua family disciples who were kneeling in front of him and stuttering as they reported. He lifted his leg and kicked them to the side. Then, he coldly shouted, "Shut up. Hurry up and bring all of them here. Make them shut up." Master Hua was extremely angry, especially when he saw that many people from other families had arrived outside. He instantly became even angrier. If these people appeared individually, he could completely ignore them. However, when so many families appeared together, even if Master Hua was the master of one of the top families, he couldn't simply offend them all. It was also because they were well aware of this point that the people from those clans had all come together. Hua clan head, can you explain what's going on? A middle-ranked family master raised his hand and pointed at the group of Hua family disciples and guards who were kneeling on the ground and crying non-stop. "I don't know what is going on," Master Hua said with a cold expression. He knew that at this time, he definitely couldn't admit to this matter, and these things weren't done by the Hua family in the first place. He denied it righteously, then looked at Hu Fei and Chu Lingfeng with a gloomy expression. Shouldn't you ask family Hu's people about these things? These guards and disciples were all sent to family Hu by me. You should ask them what they did to my disciples and guards to make them say such things. The Hua family head's face was filled with anger. He really didn't know what family Hu had done to these disciples and guards. If he had known that the result of sending people to family Hu would be like this, he wouldn't have sent people there in the first place. He would have just gone against family Hu directly. The Hua family head's expression was furious, but Hu Fei, who had already received Luo Qingtong's instructions, looked very calm. He looked at the ferocious Hua family head and said, Hua family head, your words are a little funny. My family Hu's people can beat the Hua family's people into confessing. Do you think they know all the secrets of the Hua family? Whether these people are telling the truth or not, we'll know with a simple test. If family Hu had the ability to know the Hua family like the back of his hand, he wouldn't have been nearly destroyed by the Bai family. As soon as Hu Fei finished speaking, everyone present immediately nodded their heads. That's right, they were very clear about family Hu's situation. But now, with these details as evidence, it was absolutely impossible that family Hu had instructed the Hua family's disciples and guards to spill the beans. Although he didn't know how family Hu did it, the words of these guards and disciples were absolutely true. There was no doubt about it. Hu Fei's words instantly angered Patriarch Hua so much that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Family Hu's move was too ruthless. How did they do it? In fact, Luo Qingtong had only fed them a truth pill to make these Hua family's guards and disciples reveal all of the Hua family's secrets. As for the crimes that didn't exist, Luo Qingtong only needed to hypnotize them and make them believe that these things really existed. Naturally, their subconscious minds would say these words together with the effects of the truth pill. Luo Qingtong had been thinking about how to push the blame of the voodoo sect to the Hua family. She didn't expect them to come knocking on her door. Since the Hua family wanted to die so badly, she naturally had to grant them their wish. Luo Qingtong had never been a sitting duck. Her usual style was to strike first to gain the initiative. Since the Hua family had already decided to deal with her, then she wouldn't be merciful. She would use the Hua family's name to hide the voodoo sect. From now on, the connections and resources controlled by the voodoo sect would never be discovered. Luo Qingtong would let Suyu and the others make good use of those connections and resources. As for the Hua family, I'll just have to take the blame for this. At the same time, in family Hu Yannyang looked worriedly at Luo Qingtong and said, Master, won't this enrage the Hua family too much? Hu Yannyang wasn't worried about anything else. She was only afraid that the Hua family would fly into a rage out of humiliation and recklessly attack them and Luo Qingtong. If anything happened to her master, it's fine, the Hua family won't have the chance. Just this alone was enough for the Hua family to be in a terrible fix. Not to mention, if the Hua clan wanted the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb, they would not rashly attack him. He had to have a certain level of confidence. Of course, if the Hua family really made a move, she would be more than happy to oblige. She was just worrying about how to muddy the waters. Only when the water is muddy will it be easier to fish in troubled waters. It would be great if the Hua family was willing to give her this opportunity. Luo Qingtong's actions were meant to infuriate the Hua family head. However, according to her investigation of the other party, it was unlikely that the other party would do so. Otherwise, he would be too stupid. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. Hu Yannyang heard her words and immediately calmed down. To her, as long as Luo Qingtong said it was fine, then it was definitely fine. However, the Hua clan's sudden change in attitude was definitely a hidden danger to them. They didn't know what kind of conspiracy they were thinking. Luo Qingtong already had some guesses in her heart. The Hua family alone wouldn't rashly go against Yu Sihuang. So, there must be someone else who had allied with them. She just didn't know who it was. Were the people of the Ouyang clan involved in this? Feng Wan, thinking of the person behind the Ouyang family who was also pointing a sword at the Saint Monarch's tomb, Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed. Luo Qingtong smiled as she thought of this. She bid farewell to Hu Yannyang and left family Hu. Luo Qingtong already had a plan in mind. The Hua family was about to force their way in, so she naturally had to do something. She didn't want to be too passive. Just as Luo Qingtong left family Hu, the Hua family head was enraged by Hu Fei's words at the entrance of the Hua family. More and more people from the other families rushed over, giving him a headache. It was unknown what the Hu clan had done to the Hu clan's disciples and guards who had their arms and legs broken, but no matter what, they refused to shut up. The Hu family head had no choice. He couldn't kill all of them in front of so many people. If he did, it would be the Hu family who had a guilty conscience and killed them to silence them. However, if they continued to make a ruckus, the Hu family would definitely be the scapegoat. He had no choice but to let the Hu family members go forward, seal their mouths, and drag them back to the backyard one by one. He wanted to see if there was any way to wake them up so that the Hu family could be cleared of suspicion. Otherwise, the following matters would be troublesome. That damned family. Who, that damned Egyo? The Hu family head had already linked this to Luo Qingtong's doing. After all, he was well aware of the capabilities of family Hu's people. Only a weak youth who had provoked the king of the southern mountain range could do such a thing. Moreover, she obviously had medical skills. Hu Zhongtian's injury and Hu Fei's strange illness were all cured by her. The Hu family head gritted his teeth as he thought of this. Family Hu, Yijio, just you wait. He gritted his teeth and looked at Hu Fei and the other family members with a dark expression. He suddenly shouted coldly, the Hu family will definitely give you an explanation for what happened today. But now, we don't welcome family Hu's people here. All of you, get lost. He looked coldly at Hu Fei and the others. You don't have to worry about this, Hu family head. Since we have delivered the gift, we naturally have to leave. Oh, that's right, we still have a big gift here that we haven't delivered. Ninth young master personally instructed that this big gift must be delivered to the Hu family head. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it isn't sincere enough. As he said this, he immediately called out to Chu Lingfeng, who was beside him. Ling Feng. The latter responded and took out a black jar from the useless ring that Luo Qingtong gave him. Then, he raised his hand and threw it at the head of the Hu family. Stop pretending to be mysterious. The Hu family head snorted coldly. He didn't even look at the jar. He raised his hand and smashed the jar into pieces. However, the moment the jar shattered, the head of the Hu family clearly felt that something was wrong. In an instant, a strong smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. Bang! After the jar exploded, a large mass of flesh and blood instantly rained down on the head of the Hu family. All right. We have received all the gifts. Is the Hu family head satisfied? As Hu Fei's voice rang out, the Hu family head's expression instantly turned ferocious. His body instantly exploded. Hu Fei. His expression was extremely ferocious and distorted. He could clearly sense the aura on the blood and flesh. This was clearly seventh elder, who he had sent to family Hu. With a boom, the Hu family head attacked Hu Fei. However, just as his figure rose up, Chu Lingfeng, who had just thrown the jar, suddenly appeared in front of Hu Fei with a bang. With a bang, the muscles all over his body tightened and a fake petrification soul seal appeared on his back. That was a fake soul seal imprint that Luo Qingtong had drawn for Chu Lingfeng. With this fake soul seal imprint and Chu Lingfeng's special physique, he resisted the Hu family head's attack. Bang! Chu Lingfeng's figure retreated rapidly. The skin all over his body had exploded and he looked like a bloody man. However, the aura all over his body was not weak at all. He stared at the stunned Hu family head and then raised his hand to wipe the blood from the side of his lips. My mother is not an immoral bitch. Chu Lingfeng said in a low, muffled voice. If I hear anyone from the Hu family say such things again, I will kill one person for every word. As long as you can't kill me, I will kill everyone from the Hu family. Even if it was someone else who said it, I will still blame it on the Hu family. Chu Lingfeng had followed Luo Qingtong for a long time and he had learned some of Luo Qingtong's black-bellied character. Although he was silly, he was very concerned about his master's matters. As for his mother's matters, it was needless to say. This time, Chu Lingfeng came to the Hu family to present gifts at his own request. He wanted to let everyone know in public that his mother was not to be trifled with. If these people brought up his mother's matters again, they could not blame him for being unscrupulous and starting a massacre. Anyway, his master had said that no matter what method he used, he would be a hero if he could win. Chu Lingfeng's voice was muffled. The Hu family head had not yet recovered from the shock of the other party being able to withstand his attack. In an instant, he was angered to death by his words. The other party's words were simply shameless. Why should the Hu family be blamed for what other people said? They had gone too far, the family who people had gone too far, Patriarch Hu looked at family who with bloodshot eyes. Hu Fei did not expect Chu Lingfeng to jump out and block the attack. Not only that, he actually managed to block the attack and was only severely injured. He jumped in fright and hurriedly pulled Chu Lingfeng away. He was afraid that something would happen to this foolish nephew of his. When they returned, wouldn't his younger sister and ninth young master teach him a lesson? The group of people quickly left, leaving behind the furious Hu family head, who had lost all his face, panting heavily. Bastard! He slammed his palm heavily on the ground, almost flipping all the blue stones on the street. Prepare gifts for me and head to the other top clans immediately. Family Hu, Yijiao, just wait and see. While the Hu family head was angrily heading to the other top clans, Hu Fei hurriedly brought Chu Lingfeng, who was badly mutilated, back to family Hu. He had not seen Chu Lingfeng injured before, so naturally, he did not know about his special constitution. He was almost scared to death when he saw his badly mutilated appearance. Chu Lingfeng, on the other hand, looked completely fine. When he was in the blood arena, he often suffered more serious injuries than this. Ninth young master. Young master. As soon as Hu Fei came back, he hurriedly went to look for Luo Qingtong. The latter had just finished her work and came back. Seeing Chu Lingfeng in such a state, she immediately raised her eyebrows. What's going on? Why are you injured like this? Didn't she tell them not to clash with the Hu family? Master. Seeing Luo Qingtong, Chu Lingfeng's indifferent expression changed. He lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. Then, he quietly looked at Luo Qingtong from the corner of his eyes to see if she was angry with him. I deliberately blocked that old man's attack. Master, I warned them not to talk about my mother. Master, I didn't listen to you. Are you unhappy? Chu Lingfeng asked Luo Qingtong with a nervous expression. I won't. Luo Qingtong looked at Chu Lingfeng's expression, which was like a big wolf dog who was afraid of being abandoned. She immediately raised her head and patted his head. In the beginning, she was willing to accept Chu Lingfeng and the others because of their filial and pure nature. Of course, they were also loyal. You were right to protect Yan Yang. Luo Qingtong said, how can you not protect your parents when you are born? You did very well. As Luo Qingtong spoke, Chu Lingfeng immediately became happy. His tall and burly body looked particularly simple and straightforward. He kept smiling foolishly. But soon, he lowered his head and muttered in dissatisfaction, it's fine as long as I protect mother. I don't want that father. Hu Yannyang had never hidden anything from Chu Lingfeng. She felt that even if her son was a fool, he still had the right to know his own life and origin. Hu Yannyang actually didn't know much about that man. Back then, she had fallen into Bai Feng's trap and was invited to a rundown temple by the latter. In the end, the person who had been waiting for her was the man who had fallen into her trap. In her panic, Hu Yannyang only saw the word Chu on a jade tablet hanging around the other party's neck. There was another word at the end, but Hu Yannyang couldn't see it clearly. She fainted from the pain. When she regained consciousness, she was faced with Bai Feng's sad and pitying gaze, as well as the disdainful and contemptuous gazes of the Hu family, family Hu, and the others. Hu Yannyang didn't know the man's name, nor did he know if the word Chu was his surname. The word Chu was the only impression she had of him. Naturally, it was used on Chu Lingfeng and became his surname. This way, at least her son's life would be more complete. Hu Yannyang thought so. She rarely talked about the past, but when she did, she couldn't help but feel grief in her heart. Chu Lingfeng had secretly seen her cry a few times. Naturally, he didn't have any good impression of the father who had made his mother so sad. In any case, he only recognized his mother. What was a father, he didn't know. Moreover, people had said that he was a fool since he was young. Even if he had a father, the other party wouldn't want him. Chu Lingfeng had heard a lot about this, so he didn't have any thoughts about this so-called father of his. However, even if he didn't want his father, he still wanted to seek justice for his mother. If he had the chance to meet the other party in the future, he would definitely ask the other party to seek justice for his mother. After Luo Qingtong finished treating Chu Lingfeng, she saw Hu Yannyang standing outside the door when she went out. The latter still had tears on her face. When she saw Luo Qingtong come out, she quickly wiped them away. Ouyang clan? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows slightly. She looked at Hu Yenyang. The thing in the latter's hand was clearly an invitation. Luo Qingtong took it and opened it to take a look. It said that the Ouyang clan would be holding a meeting and invited her and family Hu to attend to discuss entering the sage monarch's tomb together. Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed slightly. Sage monarch's tomb meeting, discuss entering the sage monarch's tomb together? Did the others also receive this invitation? Luo Qingtong looked at Hu Yenyang and asked. They all received it. Hu Yenyang said, all the forces and families in Wild City received this invitation, including those who rushed to Wild City after hearing the news. The news of the sage monarch's tomb began to spread after the Ouyang clan announced it. Luo Qingtong and the others had not heard of it when they were in Fanghua City because Fanghua City was located too far away from Wild City. So the news spread relatively slowly. When they rushed to Wild City later, they heard a lot of rumors along the way. During this period of time, many people rushed to Wild City, waiting for the sage monarch's tomb to appear. Well, in that case, let's go. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent, and her smile was playful. The Ouyang clan's move was really good. She did not know if it was Feng Wan's idea or not. This was an open conspiracy, even if Luo Qingtong knew very well that the Ouyang clan was holding the sage monarch's tomb meeting this time. It was likely that they had an ulterior motive. However, so many people had received the invitation and would definitely go. If she and family who did not go, they would only become the target of everyone. In that case, why not go? She wanted to see what kind of surprise gift the Ouyang clan and Feng Wan had prepared for her. Yes. Hu Yenyang nodded and said, I'll immediately send someone to reply to the Ouyang clan. But master, she looked worriedly at Luo Qingtong and said, I'm afraid the Ouyang clan's grand assembly of the sage monarch's tomb this time isn't normal. I'm afraid that they will target you at the conference. Hu Yenyang followed Luo Qingtong and managed all the businesses and affairs of the Blackfield mansion for her. She was very sensitive to these conspiracies and immediately felt that something was wrong. She was worried about Luo Qingtong's safety. Master, should we send someone to ask for help from the Blackfield and ask them to send some people over? She looked at Luo Qingtong. Previously, Luo Qingtong had been hiding her identity, fearing that there would be some twists and turns in the matter of the Saint Monarch's tomb. Now that the Ouyang family and the Hua family were clearly targeting her master, and there was also a divine heavenly doctor who had a grudge against her master, Hu Yenyang was afraid that something would happen to Luo Qingtong's safety. No need, distant water can't quench a present thirst. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. The Blackfield's forces were almost all concentrated in the east region. The far west wilderness was a pioneering area, and the competition between forces was great. The law of the jungle was serious. The Blackfield's deterrence here was far from that great. What's more, behind the Ouyang family was the divine heavenly doctor, Feng Wan. The enmity between her and the other party was as deep as the sea. Luo Qingtong believed that the other party would spare no effort to incite the forces in the Wild City to deal with her. Exposing her identity was of no use to her. On the contrary, it would easily attract more unnecessary trouble. Moreover, Xianxia was currently in the extraterritorial realm looking for a way to temporarily alleviate the hidden dangers in his body. Luo Qingtong couldn't distract him. Yes. Hu Yenyang agreed after thinking about it. In that case, her master could only rely on the power of the imperial sect. However, the imperial sect did not have any power in the western wilderness. With the power of the southern region in Wild City, it would be difficult to fight against the Ouyang family and the Hua family. Hu Yenyang left with a worried look. In the Ouyang family, Feng Wan received the news from the Ouyang family. He sneered in his heart, evil physician Gui Tong, you really agreed. Feng Wan had expected this. As long as Luo Qingtong was not stupid, she would definitely agree to come to the Sage Monarch's tomb conference. Now it seemed that it was true. Young master, please arrange an identity for me. The kind that can appear in front of people openly. My status can't be low. Feng Wan looked at Ouyang Xiao and said. She wanted to appear in the Sage Monarch's tomb conference to deal with Luo Qingtong. She wanted to get back some of the interest from before. Okay. Oh, Xianxia hurriedly agreed when he heard this. Will the Holy Doctor appear in the Sage Monarch's tomb conference as my fiancé? This way, we can avoid people who don't have eyes looking for trouble with the Holy Doctor. We can also deal with Yijiao. Xianxia looked at Feng Yuan with an infatuated and fawning expression. Okay. Feng Yuan was very satisfied. The fiancé of the Ouyang family's young master was indeed of very high status. It was enough for her to deal with Luo Qingtong. While Feng Yuan and Xianxia were talking, the Hua family head had already reached an agreement with the other top families. Among these families, some were already preparing to contact Luo Qingtong. After all, as long as they had the Sage Monarch's tomb map, they did not mind cooperating with family Hu and Yu Huang. Moreover, they had no enmity with family Hu and Luo Qingtong. As long as they could give the corresponding conditions, including supporting family Hu, they would definitely cooperate with them. However, before they could do anything, the head of the Hua family had already come knocking on their door. Not only that, but he also said that the Ouyang family had already asked him to cooperate. It was said that the Ouyang family had made it clear that they would not participate in the fight for the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb. However, the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb must not fall into the hands of family Hu. The people from the top clans fell silent. Helping family Hu meant going against the Ouyang family. The price was too high. It was far better to work with the Hua family. After all, both sides had the map of the Sage Monarch's tomb. Their chances of winning were too high. Almost without any hesitation, the group of people from the top clans agreed to the proposal of the Hua family head. Meanwhile, the Ouyang clan's invitation to the Sage Monarch's tomb had already reached them. Haha. Looking at the invitation card, Patriarch Hua couldn't help but laugh out loud. The Ouyang clan really keeps their word. The Sage Monarch's tomb is the perfect time to make a move. The Hua family head was indescribably proud of himself, and his face was full of confidence. The Sage Monarch's tomb conference was being held by the Ouyang clan, and the Ouyang clan was on their side. When Luo Qingtong and the others arrived, they would make a move and guarantee that the other party would not be able to escape even if they had wings. The Ouyang clan's move was too good. At that time, would Luo Qingtong and the others still not hand over the Sage Monarch's tomb map? The Hua family head sneered. So, Tong Tong, you want me to contact those forces in the southern mountain range? Yu Huang's pair of slanted phoenix eyes slightly raised, then he looked at Luo Qingtong with a charming face and said, then what benefits do I get? Yu Huang had been tricked by Luo Qingtong several times. The kisses and hugs that he wanted, he didn't even get a single one. This time, he was determined to succeed at least once. You have to know, if it's my Imperial Sex forces, I will definitely agree without a second word. Who asked me to like you? But... His eyes flashed with a charming light. This time, it's not my Imperial Sect's own forces. The forces in the 3 islands and 7 lands, I can barely command them, but other forces, I still have to discuss cooperation with them. You have to pay a lot of price, so, Yu Huang raised his hand and stroked the tear mole under his eye. Smiling extremely charming and enchanting, he said, Tong Tong, don't you think you should properly thank me? Properly thank you. Luo Qingtong said indifferently. I want to take action. Yu Huang looked at Luo Qingtong with a face full of hidden bitterness. Every time she played word games with him. For example? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. Give me a kiss, and I'll go immediately. Yu Huang raised his hand and pointed at his lips. The smile on his face became even more enchanting and charming. Oh, then forget it. Luo Qingtong looked at him leisurely. You can choose not to go, and when those people make trouble, I'll just say that I gave you the map. Anyway, those people's biggest goal is the map of the Saint King's tomb. What do you think? Not very good. Yu Huang's handsome face, when Luo Qingtong's words sounded, had already collapsed. This person really didn't give him any advantage at all. Yu Huang's face was gloomy. I'll contact the southern region's forces right away. As he spoke, he looked at Luo Qingtong and said seriously, however, the situation this time is obviously not right. I also received news that the Hua family seems to have joined forces with the Ouyang family and other top families. If that's the case, even if I gather all the forces on my side, we may not be able to deal with them. I think you should consider releasing a map of the sage monarch's tomb and let them fight amongst themselves. That way, they won't suffer any losses and affect our plans to enter the sage monarch's tomb later. Yu Huang's suggestion was very pertinent. After all, Luo Qingtong had more than one map of the Saint Monarch's tomb in her hands. She could release one of them and let the top families in Wild City fight for it, breaking the Hua family's alliance. However, Yu Huang did not know that Feng Yuan was behind the Ouyang family. With the latter's hatred for Luo Qingtong, even if Luo Qingtong did not have the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb in her hands, she would not let Luo Qingtong go. What's more, the Hua family, Luo Qingtong and family who had already formed a grudge. When the time came, even if there was no map of the Saint Monarch's tomb, the other party would still make a move. In that case, what difference did it make whether or not she released the map of the Saint Monarch's tomb? Luo Qingtong had never liked being forced to do things. If she was willing to give, others could take it. If she was not willing to give, no one could take it. If anyone dared to reach out and snatch it, she would chop off their hands. She didn't refute and only nodded at him. Yes, I understand. The latter also nodded at her, then turned around and left to prepare. On the day of the Sage Monarch's tomb meeting, Luo Qingtong brought family whose people to the Ouyang residence. Yu Huang didn't go with her. He had consolidated the forces of the southern mountain range and had to stay there to preside over the overall situation. Yu Xingqi was also called over to help. Luo Qingtong and the others arrived at the gate of the Ouyang residence. When the guard of the Ouyang residence heard that they were family whose people, he immediately glanced at Luo Qingtong and then sent someone to report inside. At the same time, he let Luo Qingtong and the others in. Luo Qingtong looked at the guard's action of running inside and suddenly raised her eyebrows. She didn't say anything and directly walked inside. In the inner courtyard, when Feng Yuan heard that Luo Qingtong and family whose people had arrived, he sneered and stood up. He said to the group of maidservants and guards behind him, "Let's go, we'll walk around the front courtyard. Bring the thing I want." "Yes." The group of maidservants and guards replied in unison. The maidservant at the front carried a small basket in her hand. Inside the basket, there seemed to be something moving inside. The group of people walked towards the front courtyard in a grandiose manner. Luo Qingtong and the others were already close to the inner courtyard's venue. Along the way, they met many people from other clans. The further in they went, the more people they met from other clans. Just as Luo Qingtong and the others turned a corner and were about to see the martial arts arena in front of them, a low cry suddenly came from not far away. "Ah! Yinbao!" Suddenly hearing such a voice, Luo Qingtong's eyes suddenly turned cold. She then turned her head to look in the direction of the voice. "Ao ao." At this time, a small silver figure pounced at Luo Qingtong. It held in a low voice, with the milky breath of a cub. Luo Qingtong subconsciously wanted to raise her hand to catch it. At this time, an attack suddenly blasted on the small silver figure. Boom! The small silver figure was instantly hit by the attack and fell to the ground, crying out in grief. "I'm sorry. My silver fox must have disturbed everyone." A woman wearing a white gauze robe, surrounded by a group of maidservants and guards, walked over from the inner courtyard of the Ouyang residence. The woman's face was delicate, and her temperament was cold. She had a noble and cold aura. She looked very noble and unapproachable. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes at the woman. "She's to the Ouyang residence, and the other clans to the Ouyang family, and the other clans, the Ouyang clans ts, the clan. I didn't expect it to be so wild and hard to tame. It actually went berserk and hurt people. It even scratched my hand. I'm really sorry." Following the woman's voice, everyone looked at her hands. Sure enough, they saw several deep scratches on the back of her left hand. The scratches were fresh, and the blood was still seeping out. It was obvious that she'd just been scratched. When everyone looked at the scratches, the woman's cold voice sounded again. "This little bastard attacked people and almost hurt our distinguished guests. This is unforgivable. Beat him." Two guards appeared behind her. They raised the whips in their hands and lashed out at the silver fox on the ground. Ow ow ow. The silver fox lay on the ground, its fur soaked in blood. It had been injured by the previous attack. Now it was lying on the ground, being lashed by the whips. it cried out in pain. As it cried out, it kept looking in the direction of Luo Qingtong. Its eyes were full of longing and hope, as if it was looking at the light of its salvation. Master? Hu Yannyang looked at the scene and was very surprised. What was going on? Why was Silver Baby here? Didn't Master say that it had been taken away? Could it be that there was an accident? Hu Yannyang looked at Luo Qingtong. She knew how much her master treasured the silver fox. If anyone dared to touch it, her master wouldn't let them off. It's not Silver Baby. Luo Qingtong glanced at the silver fox and knew that it wasn't her Silver Baby. It wasn't just because the fox's claws weren't wearing the Shifeng dragon ring, but because the fox's eyes weren't right. After all, the ring could be taken off. Besides, that ring originally belonged to Xianxia. It wasn't surprising that someone else could take it off the silver fox's claws. But the eyes wouldn't lie. Her Silver Baby's eyes were very similar to Xianxia's. Even when it was playing around and acting cute, there was always a hint of disdain in its eyes. It was disdain for itself, but even if it was so disdainful, it was still willing to act cute and play around for her. And when her Silver Baby was bullied, it wouldn't look at her as if she was its savior. It would only look at those who dared to bully it coldly, like a king, and when she saved it, it would still look at her with disdain and depression. This was just a silver fox, not her silver child. Luo Qingtong was stunned for a moment at first, but then she reacted. But even if the other party wasn't Silver Baby, Luo Qingtong still felt very uncomfortable seeing this little fox that looked so similar to Silver Baby being whipped and abused. Especially since the person behind the scenes was obviously targeting her. Although the silver fox was not Silver Baby, it had been deliberately trained to look like Silver Baby in order to deal with it. Luo Qingtong's eyes turned cold. At that moment, the woman noticed her gaze and sneered inwardly. Does evil Dr. Ghost Eye feel heartache? The smile on Feng Yuan's lips turned slightly cold. There would be even more heart-wrenching things to come. That's right, this woman was Feng Yuan, who had appeared as Ouyang Xiao's fiancée. She had prepared the silver fox specifically for Luo Qingtong. She had already found out everything about Luo Qingtong, or rather, Yi Jiao, in Family Hu. She knew that the latter had a silver fox that she liked very much and treated it like a treasure. She immediately thought that it must have been a gift from Xianxia. Because only something from Xianxia could make evil Dr. Ghost Eye, who had always been cold and unrestrained, care so much. When Feng Yuan found out about it, she was so angry that her eyes turned red. She had specially asked the Ouyang family to find a silver fox for her. Using a little trick, she had trained it to look like Silver Baby. She had been waiting for this day. Coincidentally, the silver fox beside Luo Qingtong also disappeared at this moment. The heavens were really helping her. She was waiting for Luo Qingtong to lose her patience and ask her for the little fox. It would be best if she mistook the little fox for Silver Bao, that way, she would have more ways to deal with the other party. With that thought in mind, Feng Yuan ordered the two guards to whip the little fox even more viciously. The two of them had received Feng Yuan's orders in advance. They whipped the little fox as hard as they could, but they purposely didn't harm the little fox's life. With this, the little fox's cries became even more mournful. Feng Yuan's methods made many people frown. These people were from families in Wildland City, so they were naturally used to seeing blood. But even so, they still felt pity for a cub that didn't have much actual killing power. Seeing that the little silver fox had been beaten to such a state, and Feng Yuan didn't seem to be prepared to let it go, they all frowned. They felt that the other party's heart was a bit too ruthless. This little fox had done something wrong. She could have killed it, but why torture it like this? Furthermore, she clearly knew that it was a little fox that she had picked up and hadn't trained yet. She had carelessly vented her anger on a little animal that didn't even have the strength to fight back. Wasn't that too shameless? Feng Yuan naturally saw the changes in everyone's eyes. But she didn't care. It was just that Luo Qingtong didn't move, but Feng Yuan was starting to lose her cool. This little fox had been abused by her a few times before. It was already strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It wouldn't live for much longer. And just now, she had purposely provoked it to run towards Luo Qingtong. On top of that, she had hit it and whipped it. No matter how careful the two guards were, it wouldn't be able to survive for long. At that time, her plan to deal with Luo Qingtong would all be for naught. Thinking of this, she suddenly looked at Luo Qingtong and said, "This must be Lord Yi Jiujiu, right?" Luo Qingtong's hair was tied up with a jade crown. She was wearing a thin green robe. Although her face was disguised, she still looked delicate and handsome. Hearing Feng Wan's question, she raised her eyebrows and looked at her. "Here it comes," she sneered in her heart. The other party really couldn't hold it in anymore. "Feng Wan," Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with a bloody light. Long ago, when she thought that the person behind the scenes was coming for her, Luo Qingtong had already activated her eye technique. At this moment, Feng Yuan's true appearance after disguising herself was completely exposed before her eyes. The other party didn't have the same strength as Yi Qianren to be able to conceal her true appearance. At this moment, in front of Luo Qingtong's eye technique, it was completely exposed. "It's really her." Luo Qingtong sneered in her heart. "Miss, why did you call me?" She looked at Feng Yuan, as if she didn't know the other party's identity at all. "No reason." Feng Yuan really didn't expect that Luo Qingtong could see through her identity at a glance. She looked at Luo Qingtong and said coldly, "I just want to know why this little silver fox kept looking at you mournfully when it was being tortured. What's going on? I heard that when you were at Family Hu, you also had a little fox by your side called Yinbao? I wonder where that little fox is now." Since the first plan didn't work, she had to come up with another one. Since Luo Qingtong didn't ask her for the little fox, then she would directly pin the identity of the little fox on Luo Qingtong. According to what Feng Yuan knew, the little fox by Luo Qingtong's side had disappeared for several days. If it hadn't run away, then it had been taken away by someone. Since that was the case, wouldn't it be easy for her to say the identity of the little fox? As long as she could confirm the identity of this little fox, she would be able to accuse Luo Qingtong of harboring evil intentions and allowing a fox to commit murder. "Oh? Do you mean that this little fox is mine?" Luo Qingtong looked at Feng Yuan. "Isn't it?" Feng Yuan's eyes were cold. He raised his head and looked down at Luo Qingtong. "I suddenly picked up this little fox a few days ago. At that time I was wondering why such a little silver fox would come to the Ouyang family. From the looks of it, this little fox was sent by you on purpose, right? Just to win my sympathy, you left this little fox in the Ouyang family and waited for it to suddenly come out and hurt people on a big day like today's banquet." Feng Yuan looked coldly at Luo Qingtong and said in a deep voice, "Ninth young master, I don't know what grudges you have with the Ouyang family. How dare you harm us like this?" As she spoke, the expression on her face had already turned stern. "So, you're sure that this little fox is mine?" Luo Qingtong's expression did not change. She just looked at her indifferently. If an ordinary person encountered such a thing, they would have been furious. No matter how bad it was, they would be a little surprised. Luo Qingtong's face was expressionless. Feng Yuan was a little unsure of what Luo Qingtong wanted to do. She asked with a cold look, "Isn't it? If it isn't, how do you explain that this little silver fox ran to you when it saw you and deliberately hurt people? Now, when it was being tortured, it was desperately looking at you. Ninth young master, if you insist on not admitting it, then please take out the little silver fox beside you. If I've wronged you, I'll apologize to you immediately." Before Feng Yuan could finish his words, Luo Qingtong's cold voice sounded. "You really should apologize to me." At this point, Luo Qingtong had already stepped out from the crowd of Family Hu. She looked coldly at Feng Yuan and the others and said coldly, "You beat up my little fox like this. I do want an explanation from you and the Ouyang family." "You." When Feng Yuan heard Luo Qingtong's words, he was obviously stunned. He never thought that Luo Qingtong would admit it. Did she admit that this little fox was hers? Feng Yuan's mind was a little confused. He did not react for a while. In his opinion, Luo Qingtong should be trying her best to defend herself. However, he continued to force her. Luo Qingtong could not prove that this little fox was not her little fox. She could only bear the blame of being a scheming schemer with the intention to harm the Ouyang family. What was going on now? Even with Feng Yuan's intelligence and level of scheming, his brain was suddenly stuck in a shell. He could not wrap his head around it for a long time. He did not know what Luo Qingtong was trying to do. The other party admitted it just like that. Feng Yuan looked at Luo Qingtong and did not say anything for a while. Hu Yannyang, Hu Zhongtian, and the others behind Luo Qingtong were also shocked. When Feng Wuan asked Luo Qingtong just now, they already knew that the other party was deliberately targeting Luo Qingtong. However, like Feng Wuan, they could not understand why Luo Qingtong admitted it so directly. Wasn't this giving the other party a chance to make things difficult for her? As Hu Yannyang thought of this, he could not help but take a step forward and wanted to call out Luo Qingtong. Gong, when the words were about to come out of her mouth, she suddenly thought of something and swallowed them back. End of chapter 1406. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.